Chapter 51, Duped. Rebel Village? No, we're Clear Pond Village, replied the young man as he shook his head. His voice sounded grave as he said, Please, listen to me and leave this village as soon as you can. Thank you for the warning, but what was that you said about this village being cursed by some evil spirit? What stupid reason is that? My friends have died here, so I suspect someone in the village murdered them. Sujin pretended like he didn't believe in the supernatural and insisted on finding an actual human murderer. The young man was surprised by Sujin's insistence. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not lying to you. Didn't you notice that all your friends died very strangely? All of them looked like they were drowned, although they were in a place that didn't even have water. Well, if what you say is true, then please tell us the reason behind it, Konoha spoke up. I don't know much either, but I know that every time there's a snowstorm, at least 13 people in the village will die. This is the 4th time this is happening. Sujin's mind started working quickly, but he kept his doubtful expression on. What sort of strange logic is this? Even if some people did die around the same time, the first possibility you should consider is murder, right? Why would you assume it's some curse? Because I remember when I was very young, the village chief got drunk and I heard him say that this was a curse brought upon Clear Pond Village by a woman. That the village had let her down. The young man could see that everyone was still deep in thought, so he said in a frustrated voice, I've already told you everything I know. If you still stubbornly insist on staying here, then, good luck to that. After he left, Sujin began analyzing everything the young man said. He said to Yu Guangde, I've got an idea, but I'll need you and Mr. Yang to come outside with me. Sure, Yu Guangde agreed and called Yang Mo over. Sujin led both of them up a small hill behind the ancestral hall. This small hill was the source of their drinking water and the spring was somewhere on this hill. The three of them followed the stream of water up the mountain and climbed for slightly more than 30 minutes before they finally arrived at the supposed source of the water. Sujin told the other two to be vigilant, then bent down to inspect this water source carefully. See anything yet? Asked Yu Guangde. Sujin nodded and pointed to the source, look at where the water's coming from. I've looked carefully at it and it's a typical spring. Normally, water from such a source would be really clean and clear. He squatted down next to the flowing spring water. The stream of water was only about as wide as his palm, flowed at a steady pace and looked fairly clear. Then, he got up to look at the trees around them and led them further up the hill. They soon spotted a pond from afar. Compared to the spring, this pond was in a humid area, away from the sun. It was surrounded by dead and rotting leaves, and the water seemed slightly greenish. Algae was definitely flourishing in this pond. Sujin's ears twitched slightly. He could hear the faint sound of water flowing. Come with me. Sujin waved at the other two and began hunting for the source of this sound. The sound of the water was extremely faint. If the hill wasn't fairly quiet and Sujin hadn't enhanced his body twice and heightened his senses, no ordinary human could have heard this sound. The three of them followed the sound for a while and the sound of water slowly grew louder again. But that was because they had come back to the source of the spring. The sound of water flowing was coming from this downward stream down the side of the hill. Did I make a wrong guess? Sujin was rather surprised. He subconsciously started tapping his index finger on his nose as his eyes kept scanning the stream, as if he was trying to find something. Mr. Su, what are you looking for? Yu Guangde couldn't help but ask. Water. Isn't this all water? Yu Guangde couldn't understand what Sujin was talking about. This isn't the water I'm looking for. Sujin shook his head, then he suddenly noticed something strange about the ground. He took out the lighter he always carried and put it near the ground to take a closer look. His expression instantly grew grim. Yu Guangde and Yang Mo looked at the area that Sujin had illuminated with his lighter. There was a very thin line on the ground that was slightly darker in color compared to the rest of the ground, as if someone had painted this line. Sujin brought the lighter closer to the surface of the ground and the dark color began to lighten as it got heated up by the flame. Yu Guangde and Yang Mo were both surprised. The ground can change color, said Yang Mo. Sujin shook his head as he said gravely, I see. We've been duped right from the start. We've been duped? What do you mean? Who duped us? Yu Guangde asked several questions in a row. Sujin didn't reply to his questions. Instead, he took his boning knife out, then started digging around the area where the ground was a darker color. After digging for a bit, water started gushing out. It turned out that the ground was a darker color not because someone had painted it that way but because there was actually another stream of water beneath the soil. The soil looked like it was darker because it was wet. What on earth? Yu Guangde was stunned for a moment, then he turned immediately to look at the pond they saw earlier. Judging from the direction of this second stream of water, it probably came from that pond. It's the village chief. He misled us right from the start, set up a trap for us and waited for all of us to die. Sujin frowned deeply. If the village chief had planned all this right from the beginning, then they were facing not just an evil spirit but also the schemes of the villagers. What's going on? I still don't get it. Yang Mo didn't understand how this other stream of water had anything to do with the village chief plotting against them. We can safely conclude that it's the water that is problematic. The water acts like a medium and the evil spirit is only able to kill via this water. The first newbie who died, Mr. Zhang, and the newbie who died later were all killed only after they had drunk some water, said Sujin. That's right. You've already explained this earlier. Yang Mo nodded. Sujin continued, earlier on, when we entered the village and settled down in the ancestral hall, the village chief told us that the village has 3 sources of water. The spring, the pond, and the well. If we discovered that the evil spirit was able to kill a person because of the water we were drinking, we would immediately become wary of where the water we were drinking was coming from. We probably would have thought that the water was from the spring, since that's what the village chief said. So if we had to drink water, we would end up avoiding the spring water and start drinking from the pond water, which seems completely separate from the spring. But this secret second stream of water has mixed the water from the pond into the water from the spring. So in reality, we've been drinking from the pond as well. If we didn't discover this mixing of water and decided we'd just switch to drinking from the pond instead, we would still fall victim to the evil spirit. Yang Mo finally understood what was going on. He gasped and spat angrily, so that's what happened. But, since we've discovered this problem, let's just not drink water at all. In general, handbook challenges don't last for too long. We should be able to get by without drinking water. He's right. Since there's a problem with the water, we'll just not drink any water. We won't fall prey to his schemes anymore, said Yu Guangde in agreement. Sujin nodded and looked towards the pond again. Let's go over and take a look. Perhaps we'll find some answers there. The other 2 were agreeable to his suggestion, so all 3 of them headed for the pond. When they reached the pond, they instinctively pinched their noses. There was a terrible stench and a number of animal carcasses were actually floating in the pond. Ugh! Yang Mo was on the verge of puking. He turned away and muttered, oh my god! Just thinking about how some of the water we drank earlier came from here, makes me wanna puke. It's alright, if you feel like puking, just go ahead. You'd get used to it eventually, said Sujin with a grin. He sounded like he wasn't bothered by the stench, but he actually felt like retching as well, so he pinched his nose harder. The pond wasn't really that big and looked like it was about 20 or 30 meters in diameter. The greenish water was quite murky, so it was probably really filthy inside. Sujin squatted beside the pond to take a closer look. He used a finger to touch the pond water to find that it was more like glue instead of water. That was, Sujin spotted something from the corner of his eye as he scanned the pond. He thought he saw something that looked like the body of a baby in the middle of the pond. But when he looked again, it was gone. Before he could think about what just happened, a goat head floated towards him. Or rather, a skull with horns floated towards him. When he saw those horns, he suddenly felt this strange urge to pull it out of the water, and that's exactly what he did. He reached out to hold one horn in each hand and slowly fished it out of the water. As the horns moved out of the water, Sujin felt like he was being suffocated. He tried to fling the horns away but he simply couldn't. His arms felt like they were no longer being controlled by himself, as if someone else were controlling them. Is this why? Sujin continued to fight against the force that controlled him but his body refused to listen to him. He couldn't even shout or scream, as if he was watching an extremely realistic movie unfolding before his eyes. After the horns were out of the water, the skull was next. But Sujin didn't think that was the end of it. Just as he expected, a large forehead was stuck to the bottom of the goat's skull, as if that large forehead was wearing a hat. Gug, gurgly. Sujin tried his best to make some sort of noise in his throat in hope of attracting Yu Guangde and Yang Mo's attention. Tee-hee! The goat head was now fully out of the water and Sujin saw that the large forehead connected to it belonged to a baby. The baby was deformed and its face was red, and it looked like those paper dolls burned for the dead at funerals. It started making strange laughing noises at Sujin. A pair of short arms reached for Sujin's neck and wrapped its fingers around his throat. It looked like a baby, but this monster had incredible strength. Sujin's face instantly turned red and his neck was about to be crushed. Paper Ritual Offerings, The Vivid Underworld. Chapter 52, An Evil Baby Spirit. Sujin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets and he couldn't think straight anymore because of the lack of oxygen. He wondered if he was going to meet his end right here. Was both his life in the real world and his journey through the Handbook's challenges going to end like this? Ha! Just then, a loud shout resonated in his ears and the vengeful spirit in baby form let go of Sujin's neck in terror and jumped out of Sujin's hands, diving head first into the pond again. Sujin regained control of his own body and he quickly retreated from the pond as he took huge gasps of air. Mr. Su, are you all right? Yu Guangde helped Sujin up and Sujin noticed a bright red dagger in Yu Guangde's hand. There was a red mist swirling around it too. Thank you, Sujin thanked Yu Guangde. He knew that it was Yu Guangde who saved him just in time. You don't have to be so formal around me. We're allies after all, said Yu Guangde with a smile as he kept his dagger away. Sujin glanced at the dagger and asked directly, Brother Yu, are you a veteran? Ho! You know the term veteran? That's right, I'm a veteran. Yu Guangde confirmed Sujin's guess and didn't hide it from Sujin. What does that mean? Yang Mo seemed confused. It seemed like despite going through 5 challenges, he hadn't run into an owner with spirit power before. That's the term for owners with spirit power. Only those who have activated spirit power have the right to consider themselves powerful in the world of the Handbook. No wonder you've been able to get such a good team together, Brother Yu. A veteran would certainly be able to attract good teammates. Until now, Sujin had only met 3 owners with spirit power. He met Zhongli and Lu Yingying in the first challenge. He wasn't really sure exactly how powerful they were, but anybody who dared to hunt down a monster in a level B challenge like Zhongli did was definitely someone who was pretty powerful. Lu Yingying defeated the hunter without breaking a sweat too. The hunter had lost his weapon to Sujin but Sujin was sure that the hunter couldn't be that weak either. That proved that Lu Yingying must have been rather formidable herself. Yu Guangde was the 3rd one he had met so far. Having someone with spirit power by his side made him feel more assured and he had guessed that Yu Guangde had spirit power right from the start. That was why he wanted both Yu Guangde and Yang Mo to follow him here. His cautiousness had paid off. What was attacking you just now? Asked Yu Guangde as he glanced at the pond. Sujin asked puzzledly, you didn't get a good look just now. Yu Guangde shook his head. I didn't see anything, never mind, take a good look. I just noticed a pained expression on your face and guessed that you were being attacked by the evil spirit, so I used my spirit power to chase it away. I see. Sujin realized how lucky he was. If Yu Guangde hadn't noticed his odd behavior earlier, he would have been dead by now. The thing that attacked me just now was an evil spirit in the form of a baby. It had a pair of goat horns on its head, and once it took control of me, I couldn't move at all, said Sujin. The terror that he had felt from being controlled by an evil spirit was something he would never forget and never wanted to experience again. But now I know why the village allowed water from the pond to be mixed in with the spring water. They weren't worried about whether we'd find out about this. They wanted us to check out the pond. Sujin's expression turned frosty. The villagers had purposely mixed the water so that Sujin and his companions would notice a problem and eventually take a closer look at the pond. That way, that evil spirit could kill whoever came close enough. The other two understood what Sujin meant and had to admit that the villagers had laid a really good trap for them. Now that they knew what the problem was, they weren't going to stick around anymore. A murderous evil spirit lurked in the waters, so even though Yu Guangde had chased it away temporarily, nobody knew if that evil spirit had other means of killing a person. The three of them went back down the hill and saw that Xiang Nan had returned as well. He got them to enter the ancestral hall first, then said to them, I asked the village chief about the water. He said that the well is only for the villagers to use and that outsiders are not allowed to drink from it. When I asked him why, he refused to tell me anything. Thanks for checking with him, but that's not important anymore. We've figured out the water problem, Sujin thanked Xiang Nan, then said, did you find out more about this village? A little, but not much. All I found out was that this village was indeed called Rebel Village a few decades ago, but I'm not sure why the name was changed later. The older villagers refused to talk to me, so I only managed to get this much information from the younger ones. Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly. This information was nowhere near helpful. Oh! Never mind the village, I also heard that a young man from the village passed away. Guess who? Said Xiang Nan in a secretive manner. It's the young man who stopped the village chief's tractor when we came in, right, said Sujin without even pausing to think. You mean the one who kept telling us to leave this place? Asked Yu Guangde. Xiang Nan blinked in surprise and asked Sujin suspiciously, how did you know? Did you kill him? No, that's not it. He's the only young man we know in this village, so since you're asking me like that, it's got to be him, replied Sujin with a laugh. Xiang Nan burst out laughing as well. Sujin made it seem so obvious, but not everyone was able to make such links easily. He nodded and said, I heard he didn't die too far from here. But if we didn't kill him, who did? Is the evil spirit going for the villagers too? Sujin pondered this question for a while but didn't think this was possible. He asked Konoha if the young man came by again after he left the hall, but she said no. The young man hadn't taken any water from the hall either. Could he have gone to the hill to drink water? But why would he do that? Brother Yu, why don't you take a rest? Mr. Xiang, why don't you take a walk with me to check out what's happened? Sujin asked Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was more than happy to accompany Sujin to find out exactly what happened to the young man. Yu Guangde wanted to tag along as well because he felt that for as long as they were still unsure of what this challenge was about, it was better to have someone with spirit power to go with them. But Sujin felt that it was probably quite safe for himself and Xiang Nan to walk around inside the village. On the contrary, the people left behind in the hall were probably in greater need of Yu Guangde and Yang Mo's spirit power. Nobody else had spirit power, and one was a newbie while another was unconscious. After giving it some thought, Yu Guangde felt that Sujin was right and agreed to stay behind in the hall. Besides, it wasn't as if Sujin was completely unprepared either. If he really needed to use spirit power in a fight, he still had some to spare, so he didn't need to have Yu Guangde with him all the time. Sujin and Xiang Nan walked over to where the young man died. Sujin inspected the area and found that there was indeed something amiss. Xiang Nan said, You've noticed it too, right? Something's very wrong here. You're right. If this is where he died, then it's impossible to explain this. Sujin used his fingers to pinch a small amount of mud. It was moist and more importantly, all the mud around here was icy cold. Yup. This place looks like it's been soaked in water, which matches the way this evil spirit usually kills a person. But this isn't like the drinking water we have in the hall. This is snow. That young man died more than half an hour ago, so the snow has melted. But it doesn't snow in this village. You have to leave the village in order to reach a place with snow, and we did take quite a bit of time to reach the village on a tractor earlier today, said Xiangnan calmly. Sujin nodded and picked up where Xiangnan left off. Exactly. There would be no need to kill someone outside the village, then drag him all the way back here, unless the murderer wanted the villagers to discover his body. But if that's the case, then the murderer should have killed him within the village itself and saved himself the trouble. And even if the murderer were afraid that someone would notice and tricked the young man all the way out of the village to kill him, the time doesn't add up. The young man came to the hall a little more than 2 hours ago, so that's the time we last saw him alive. It would take so much time just to trick the young man into leaving the village, kill him and bring him back here. Even a tractor wouldn't be fast enough. Besides, all the snow would have melted along the way back. But judging from how wet this place is, the young man must have been covered in a lot of snow. Xiangnan smiled and continued, Mr. Su, you've analyzed this very well. So, here's one last possibility. Do you think it's possible for the murderer to have prepared some snow beforehand, killed the young man then piled the snow on top of his body? Sujin considered this possibility, then shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible either. We're at an intersection within the village, so almost everybody in the village would have to walk past this intersection to get to any other part of the village. But if you look at the wet areas of the mud, it's obvious that a large part of the snow was actually below the young man's body. It takes too much time to lay the snow, kill the young man and place him on the snow without being noticed. So, unless you've got a lot of accomplices, that's not a very smart way to kill someone. I think so too. So, if the chances of homicide are very low, then we'll have to consider the possibility that an evil spirit killed him, said Xiangnan solemnly. Both of them fell silent for some time, then Sujin broke the silence first. It's true that we've connected the deaths to the water, but perhaps the evil spirit of this challenge has more than one way of killing people. In any case, we should take a look at the young man's body. Perhaps his body would be able to tell us who killed him. Xiangnan agreed with his opinion, so they asked some passers-by and found out that the young man's body had been brought to the ancestral hall, so they didn't have to go elsewhere. They just needed to return to the hall. They hurried back to the hall in time to see the villagers carry the young man's body into the hall. The village chief was talking to Yu Guangde and the two of them seemed to be arguing about something. Brother Yu, what's going on? Asked Xiangnan. Yu Guangde was relieved to see that the two most intelligent members of the group were back. The village chief wants to leave this dead body in the ancestral hall and I don't think it's safe to do that. Sir, I think my friend here is right. You have living people staying in this place, so I don't think it's appropriate to leave a dead body here. Or, why don't you arrange for us to stay in some of the villagers' homes instead, said Xiangnan with a cheery smile. Sujin secretly gave Xiangnan a thumbs up for trying to flip the situation in their favor. He couldn't wait to hear how this village chief was going to deal with this situation. Chapter 53, A Medium. The living and the dead exist in two separate worlds. A dead person in the world of the living is nothing but a body without a soul. All of you look like the modern and educated sort, so I'm sure none of you believe in these superstitious things, right? Besides, as long as you remain respectful of the dead, I don't think his body will bring any trouble to all of you, the village chief rambled on and on but refused to change his mind. Sir, since you're so open-minded about this, why don't you bring him back to your own home? Xiangnan was very annoyed. His high levels of intelligence didn't matter as long as the village chief absolutely refused to budge. This man was the village chief and had the final say on such things, so there was nothing Xiangnan and the rest could do either. Young man, how could you say that? I'm already so old. What if something does happen? What am I going to do? Said the village chief very earnestly even though he just told Xiangnan that nothing would happen as long as he wasn't superstitious. Sujin tried not to laugh at the situation. Xiang Nan had made very clever moves, but not a single one worked on the village chief. All right now, it's almost night time, so have a good rest, everyone. The village chief waved at everyone in the hall and left with the other villagers. Sujin and Xiang Nan exchanged glances, then they went to check out the young man's body. The body had been placed behind the hall and was covered with a white cloth. They could feel a drop in the temperature just by going close to the body. Yu Guangd and the rest had also come along. Sujin pulled the white cloth back and froze on the spot. Xiang Nan noticed Sujin's reaction and leaned in to take a closer look, then froze in shock as well. I doubt this was done by a human. Sujin stared closely at the young man's body. The body hadn't just been covered by snow and ice on the outside earlier. The young man's nose and mouth were also full of ice and snow. From the looks of it, there was probably ice and snow all the way into his stomach. In other words, this young man had been frozen from the inside out. Is this the evil spirit's doing? Unless someone here has an industrial freezer, there's no way you can freeze a body to this extent. Yu Guangd reached out to press down on the young man's stomach to find that it was just as hard and frozen. Xiang Nan's expression was grim as he said, if it's the evil spirit, then we're in trouble. In short, it means that besides using the pond water, it has other ways of killing a person. The atmosphere grew heavy. Sujin had just solved the mystery behind the pond water, but now, it seemed like the evil spirit had more than one method of killing them. This thought made everyone feel very demoralized. I have two hypotheses. 1. The same evil spirit has two methods of killing people. 2. We've got two evil spirits with two different methods. After we found out how the first evil spirit kills, the second one started getting to work. Sujin tapped his nose rapidly. The dangers that came with either hypothesis were different and had to be dealt with differently. Two evil spirits, if that's the case, the threat to us will be a lot greater. Xiang Nan frowned, then asked, is there any evidence that can support this hypothesis? Sujin nodded. When this young man came to talk to us, he said that when he was a child, he had heard the village chief say something about how Rebel Village had let some woman down. In other words, there is a woman involved in this challenge's story, and she's a victim of sorts. Also, when I went up the hill with Brother Yu and Yang Mo earlier and arrived at the pond, the evil spirit that attacked me was in the form of a baby. If that woman had also died, then it's possible that we've got two evil spirits coming after us. Let Lily take over from here. Making use of her ability would be much easier than trying to speculate here. Yu Guangd suddenly spoke up. Miss Tian. Sujin raised an eyebrow. Xiang Nan explained, Lily has the ability to speak to the dead, but sometimes it doesn't work. Does Miss Tian have spirit power too? Sujin was rather surprised. According to his observations, only those with spirit power would attain some special abilities. Owners who hadn't activated their spirit power yet, would only be able to strengthen their physical bodies and use some tools and weapons that didn't require spirit power. All these items were very ordinary and there was no way any of them could communicate with the dead. A spirit power tool could probably do that, but that would also require spirit power. Xiang Nan shook his head. No, Lily hasn't activated her spirit power. Hi. Mr. Su, you don't have to be so surprised. This is my own special ability. Tian Lily walked over and Sujin saw her pupils begin to move. One of her eyes actually had two pupils. Lily is different from the rest of us. She's a famous medium in the real world. But once she's inside a challenge, her ability as a medium is greatly weakened, so we can't guarantee that this is going to work, explained Yu Guangd. Sujin and Konoha were surprised to hear that someone among them actually possessed this sort of ability. Then again, the handbook seemed to pick owners at random, so there was always the probability of being grouped together with someone like that. Tian Lily placed her hand on the young man's chest and started the process. This was going to take quite some time, so Sujin turned his attention to the newbie in the hall. This newbie wasn't like the other newbies. He constantly hid himself in a corner and his eyes always darted around timidly. During this time, he didn't ask to become part of the team, but didn't go through a mental breakdown nor run away. It was as if he was a wooden puppet or something. "Hello, what's your name?" asked Sujin quietly. But the newbie refused to answer him. He looked at Sujin with a fearful look in his eyes, then looked down without saying anything while hugging his handbook tightly. Konoha noticed what was going on and walked over. She observed the newbie for a while and whispered to Sujin, "I think he's autistic." "He's autistic?" Sujin didn't expect that. But Konoha nodded very confidently. This challenge had proved that the handbook really selected owners at random. First a medium, and now an autistic boy. "Hello there, can I take a look at your handbook?" "You're a newbie, so there might be some important information that only a newbie would have inside." Sujin tried to speak softly and gently to the newbie, but the newbie refused to respond to him. The newbie just kept his head down and held on to his handbook. Sujin scratched his head and wasn't sure what to do. This boy was the only surviving newbie and the handbook always gave newbies additional hints that could be very helpful to getting through the challenge. These hints also motivated old-timers to protect newbies and help them get through their first challenge. Sujin really needed this hint now. Konoha saw that Sujin's attempts ended in futility, so she gave it a shot instead. She squatted down next to the newbie and said gently, "Hello there, my name is Konoha. We really need to see the content of your handbook. Could you let us take a look?" The newbie lifted his head slightly and actually opened his handbook up. Sujin immediately rolled his eyes and felt like he had been slighted for no reason, while Konoha tried not to laugh at him. The newbie let Konoha read the additional information in his handbook. She read it carefully, then nodded. "Thank you." The newbie immediately shut his handbook again and went back to huddling in his corner. Sujin sighed. Someone like this boy was definitely going to end up dead in a challenge. Finding good people to work with was very vital to surviving a challenge. Even if this boy was lucky enough to survive this one, would he still be as lucky the next time? Konoha said to Sujin, "The additional information reads, when did the freezing snow leave this village for good?" Meanwhile, Tian Lily seemed to have successfully established a communication channel with the dead young man. There was even some frost forming on her eyebrows. "As usual, we get to ask 3 questions, said Yu Guang to Xiangnan and Sujin. He was clearly giving the two of them the chance to ask the questions. Sujin felt that this was really something that made Yu Guang an excellent leader. Yu Guang always assigned tasks to the person who would be able to do it best. Such a leader would be able to raise the standards of the team even if he didn't possess any special abilities. "Mr. Su, you go first." Xiangnan had faith in Sujin's analytical skills, so he allowed Sujin to ask the first question. Sujin nodded, deliberated for a moment, then asked, "When did snow stop falling on this village?" His question was basically a paraphrase of the hint he got from the newbie's handbook. Tian Lily's double pupils rotated and her voice replied hoarsely, 40 years ago. Whoa! Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. He had been mentally prepared for no answer, which would mean that he had wasted a question. Thankfully, he had gotten a concrete answer. "Where is Clear Pond Village's chronicle kept?" Sujin asked again. He didn't ask if the village kept one because if the answer was yes, he would have to ask a third question to find out where it was. "With the village chief," replied Tian Lily. Sujin gave a pleased nod, then motioned to Xiangnan to ask the next question. He had already used up 2 questions, so he had to leave the last one for Xiangnan. Xiangnan seemed to have thought of a question already, so he asked immediately, "Who killed you?" The moment this question was asked, Tian Lily's entire body lurched and she started to tremble violently as she clutched her head like she was in tremendous pain. "Crap!" Yu Guang exclaimed and quickly pulled Tian Lily's hand away from the young man's dead body. She immediately collapsed onto the floor once her hand left the dead body. Everyone quickly reached out to help Tian Lily up. She seemed to have lost consciousness and they could only see the whites of her eyes. Is she alright? Asked Sujin worriedly. She'll be fine. Lily is always extremely exhausted after each session and she'll be fine after taking a rest. But this is the first time she's collapsed from exhaustion. Before answering the third question, said Yu Guangde. Xiang Nan was upset as he blamed himself. It's all my fault. She collapsed because of the question I asked. It's my fault. You don't have to blame yourself. If I were you, I would have asked the same question. Sujin patted Xiang Nan's shoulder. Out of any other question he could have asked, that would definitely be first on the list because the answer to that question would help to confirm if there really was a second evil spirit or not. Just then, they heard some noise coming from the ancestral hall. Unlike actual polychoria where you're born with two pupils in your eye, this double pupil concept is like a Chinese version of having a third eye, so some believe that there are people who have a hidden third pupil that can see stuff or do supernatural things. It's quite common for small villages and towns to keep their own records of their layout, history, population, economy etc., so it's Google Maps, birth and death registry and Wikipedia page rolled into one. Chapter 54, Village Chronicle. The noise coming from the ancestral hall made everyone freeze immediately. Yu Guangde threw Xiang Nan a glance and Xiang Nan immediately started tiptoeing his way back to the ancestral hall. Sujin and Konoha followed behind him. Oh my, Xiang Nan exclaimed softly. He turned back and said, it's the three newbies who refused to come along when the challenge first started. Everyone walked back into the hall to see three familiar faces sitting inside and shivering. It was the three handbook owners who had refused to come along with Tian Lily and the village chief. They looked terribly exhausted as they sat down weakly in the middle of the hall. Did you guys find a way out? Yu Guangde asked sarcastically. The three of them looked rather despondent and one of them shook his head as he replied, no, we didn't. There was nothing but ice and snow everywhere. We were about to freeze to death, so we had no choice but to walk along the only path we could see and got here. Yu Guangde scoffed. If there was a way to literally walk out of a challenge, none of them would be risking their lives right now. In fact, he was surprised that these three managed to stay alive till now. Lucky bums, he thought. All three of them are still alive. Does that mean we would have been safe if we just never entered the village right from the start? An idea suddenly struck Yang Mo. Xiang Nan threw him a glance and said quietly, if we don't enter the village, the challenge won't be able to start. If the handbook realizes that we're not doing anything, it might wreak havoc on us. All of us might end up dead. Then, what if some came in and some stayed outside? Asked Yang Mo again. This time, Sujin was the one who threw him a glance. Firstly, the number of owners in each challenge are correlated to the difficulty level of the challenge. In other words, if there are fewer owners facing the challenge than originally planned, these owners may end up dying a lot faster than if all the owners became part of the challenge. Take this challenge for example, we've got 3 dead and 2 unconscious, of which 4 are handbook owners. That's almost half the number of people that first entered the village. Once all the owners facing the challenge are dead, anybody still outside will either have to wait to die or to face the challenge. And without those who died earlier, the probability that this latter group will die is just as high as the previous group. If you split the entire group like this, you're basically forcing each group to face a challenge that's too difficult for this smaller group of people to complete. That will do none of us good. Secondly, unless all of us are one team, I don't think you would want to face the dangers of a challenge and allow the others to just watch and wait without contributing, right? Thirdly, have you already forgotten the horrifying ways in which Hell's Handbook keeps us all in check? The handbook is not going to allow anyone to get away like this. The ones who stayed outside the challenge this time were 3 newbies, so the handbook let them off. If an old-timer had stayed out there, I'm very sure the handbook would have rained hellfire on him. Yang Mo could only nod as Sujin explained these 3 points to him. He glanced at the 3 newbies and grumbled, these 3 were really lucky. In any case, everyone was a little relieved now that the total number of people had gone up by 3. They carried Tian Lily to some tables that served as a makeshift bed and covered her with blankets, but she didn't look like she was getting better at all. She lay next to the unconscious Zhang Shihan with her head tilted to one side. The eye with the double pupils kept switching between one pupil and two pupils, so it was clear that a lot was still going on in her mind. What we need to do now is to get our hands on the village chronicle that's with the village chief. That's the most important thing in this whole challenge. Xiang Nan mapped out their next step. The chronicles that Sujin asked about earlier was definitely going to help answer all their questions. Let's go get it then, said Yang Mo. But Sujin shook his head. If I were the designer of such a game, I'm not going to let players get to the key that will unlock the game that easily. I don't think it's going to be easy to get our hands on the chronicles. Mr. Su is right. I think we'll need to gather our best fighters of the group to make sure we get the chronicles, said Xiang Nan resolutely. Yu Guang took a step forward and said, I'm a veteran who has unlocked my own spirit power, so I'm definitely part of this group. The ones who can fight right now are myself, Brother Yu, Mr. Xiang and Mr. Yang. Brother Yu's got to be part of this group for sure. Mr. Yang has some spirit power on hand, but we also need someone to protect the people in the ancestral hall, so please stay behind. Okay, Yang Mo nodded. Mr. Xiang and I are the analyst type, so we have to split up. Both sides would need someone like us. Sujin looked at Xiang Nan for his opinion. You're right. I'm not a very good fighter, but I can help to defend. I'll stay, Xiang Nan said to Sujin. Yu Guang looked a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Xiang Nan to want to stay. But he didn't say anything. If Mr. Xiang is going to stay here, then I'll go with Brother Yu. The last fighter on the list is Mai, so come along with us. Sujin decided to bring Konoha along as well. Yu Guang was the most powerful among them since he had his own spirit power. Sujin had taken 2 doses of body-strengthening elixirs, so his physical body was stronger than an average human, while Konoha was an excellent sniper with other skills suitable for long-range combat. They did make up a fairly formidable team. After exchanging some words, Sujin, Yu Guang, and Konoha set off. It was night time, so it was actually a good time to go on a thieving mission. Meanwhile, Xiang Nan watched the 3 of them walk away with a strange look in his eyes. Xiang Nan had already found out exactly where the village chief's house was earlier, so the trio could head there directly instead of having to ask around for directions. They soon arrived at the village chief's house in the cover of night. Sujin got Konoha to stay put in a high place outside the village chief's front yard as a backup, then climbed over the wall with Yu Guang. Yu Guang had a look of surprise once he landed in the front yard of the house. What's wrong? Whispered Sujin when he noticed Yu Guang's change in expression. Yu Guang furrowed his brows and whispered, there's a seal of sorts in this place. My spirit power has been sealed off, so I can't use it. Also, I don't think that's the only thing that's been sealed. Sujin stared at him in shock, then heard Blackie's familiar voice in his ears, you have reached an area that has a seal around it. The handbook's power has been sealed off so you cannot retrieve any items from inside. Spirit power cannot be used here either. So, owners can be weakened in this manner too. Sujin didn't expect the handbook to do something like this. He had been caught off guard, but thankfully the super strong body he was relying on the most was not subject to these issues. The 2 of them quietly made their way towards the house itself. After a quick discussion, they decided to split ways to look for the chronicle. The village chief's house wasn't very big, but it was split into 7 rooms. Besides the obvious living room, kitchen, and bedroom, the other 4 rooms were dark, so they couldn't tell what rooms they were. Sujin checked 2 of them to find that one was a storeroom for food while the other turned out to be a bathroom. The 2 that Yu Guang checked out was another storeroom as well as a study. A study. Sujin and Yu Guang's natural choice was to search the study first. After they snuck in, they began searching the place. But the study was a mess and many things were just randomly stacked on top of each other. It wasn't going to be easy to find the village chronicle, especially when they didn't even know what it looked like. Crash! Yu Guang bumped into a high stack of books, causing the entire pile to slide to the floor. The sound of the books sliding to the floor was extremely loud since the village was so quiet at night. Creak! Just as they had thought, the village chief walked out of his bedroom, walked into the study and turned on the lights to see the scattered pile of books on the floor. He looked around suspiciously and even checked behind the shelves and corners of the room, then finally shook his head and closed the room door again. Sujin and Yu Guang didn't even dare to breathe. Sujin was standing on the top of the study door frame with all 10 fingers stabbed into the roof, while Yu Guang was just hugging him tightly and hanging on for dear life. They were in a really awkward position. Just when they both thought it was safe to come down, the door to the study was flung open again. The village chief had suddenly decided to return to the room. Thankfully, Sujin hadn't removed all his fingers from the roof yet, so they didn't end up falling from above. Tisk, I'm going to scare myself to death if I'm always so paranoid, the village chief chuckled to himself, turned the lights off, shut the door again and actually locked it this time. The two of them remained where they were until Sujin could hear that the village chief had walked quite a distance away from them. They landed back down on the floor and Yu Guang breathed a huge sigh of relief. So, Mr. Su, you are well versed in the eagle claw technique. Oh please! My fingers held on because I've taken those body-strengthening elixirs. I'm just trying to ease the tension here. The two of them continued their search for the chronicle, but after spending more than half an hour searching through everything in the study, they still couldn't find anything. The study was just filled with some of the village's ledgers and the village chief's personal book collection. There was no sign of the chronicle anywhere. The chronicle has got to be with the village chief. But where else could it be if it's not in the study? Yu Guang scratched his head puzzledly. He had absolute faith in the answer that Tian Lily got from the young man. Sujin's eyes lit up as he slapped Yu Guang on the back. Brother Yu, you're right. Nobody said that something like a village chronicle had to be kept in a study. Then where could it be? If you had to hide something extremely important, where would you choose to hide it? Sujin asked Yu Guang. Yu Guang thought about it and said, if I had to hide something extremely important, well, if you're asking about my personal experience, I squirrel away some money into my socks, some is hidden in a container inside my toilet bowl's water tank, and I've also got a custom-made triple-layer pillowcase with a secret pocket. Seriously? You're a handbook owner and you still have to hide your money? What on earth? Sujin was flabbergasted. The amount of money he could exchange for with just a few points was enough to allow him to live very comfortably. Yu Guang looked slightly embarrassed as he said, young man, I see that you have no idea what a fantastic detective the organism called a wife is. Out of every organism I have come across, only Sherlock Holmes, Detective Conan, you, Xiang Nan, those K9 unit dogs and Lassie can compare to her. It was a great honor to be compared to the first two, and then after that, brother Yu, you're quite the smooth talker. Sujin grinned in amusement. Then he stopped laughing and said very seriously, if we look at this from a middle-aged or elderly man's perspective, I think the first two spots aren't as likely. The last one sounds about right. Young man, you're a smooth talker too. Brother Yu slapped Sujin's shoulder with a laugh. Eagle Claw History. Chapter 55, Motive for Killing. The study had been locked, but this wasn't a problem for Sujin. He grabbed hold of the door handle, then exerted some force, pulling the entire handle, lock and all, right out of the door. Exactly how strong is your body now? I can't believe you just did that. Yu Guang was shocked at how easy it had been for Sujin to pull the handle out so cleanly and quietly. Also, his fingers had carried both their weight above the door just now. Yu Guang had survived many challenges and seen all sorts of owners, but he had never come across anybody as strong as Sujin was. Sujin just grinned without answering his question and they headed towards the village chief's bedroom. They hid outside the door and Sujin put his ear against the wall to hear if anything was happening inside the room. Sujin's hearing was now so powerful that he could hear slight noises even through a wall. A few moments later, Sujin nodded slightly. He could hear even breathing coming from inside, which meant that the person inside had fallen asleep. Sujin proceeded to replay his feat of removing the bedroom's door handle and lock mechanism. After they crept into the bedroom, they immediately realized why their powers had been sealed off. The bedroom was covered entirely with talismans, including the walls and the furniture. Good heavens! This man must have done something really terrible, that's why he's so afraid of evil spirits coming to haunt him, thought Sujin. He glanced at Yu Guangde and noticed that Yu Guangde had the same judgmental look in his eyes. They exchanged glances and immediately tiptoed over to the village chief's bed and started trying to search for the chronicle. All of a sudden, the entire bedroom lit up. They two of them froze for 1 second, then quickly retreated from the bed and stood on both sides of the village chief. The village chief was now sitting upright with a book in his hand. How dare you do such a thing? I've already been so kind as to allow all of you to stay in the village, and now, you're actually trying to rob my house. The village chief glared frostily at the other two in the room. If I said we got lost and walked into the wrong room, would you believe me? Sujin grinned sheepishly. What do you think? The village chief moved like a flash of lightning as he pounced towards Yu Guangde. Neither Yu Guangde nor Sujin expected the village chief to be this formidable. Yu Guangde wasn't able to use his spirit power and was no match for the village chief, so the village chief sent him flying with a palm to his chest before Yu Guangde could even dodge. Sujin leaped over and caught Yu Guangde with one hand, hoping to absorb some of the impact on Yu Guangde's body. But a sharp pain in his wrist made him realize that not only was he unable to completely cushion the impact, but his own wrist had also gotten hurt as a result. He's so strong! Sujin was stunned. The village chief was ridiculously strong. Even Sujin wasn't as physically strong as him. The village chief soon made a pounce for them again. He was very skinny but moved quickly and viciously. Sujin's wrist was injured, but he had a weapon on hand. After he retrieved the boning knife earlier on the hill, he never put it back into the handbook, so it was now at his waist. The boning knife was especially sharp, so even though it didn't contain any spirit power, waving the sharp blade around was enough to keep the village chief at arm's length. Yu Guangde was bleeding from the mouth as he said to Sujin, "We've got to shift this fight outside." Sujin nodded. He picked up Yu Guangde and ran for it. The village chief's house had sealed off all their powers, which made the situation very disadvantageous to them. They had to bring this fight all the way beyond the fence. But the village chief wasn't going to let them run out of his bedroom so easily. He stomped a foot on his bed and a long sword flew out from his headboard. He grabbed hold of the handle and thrust it towards Sujin's back. Sujin sensed the sword coming for him and knew he was in danger, but it was too late to dodge the attack, so he had no choice but to swing his boning knife down on the sword. The force from the blades colliding into one another caused Sujin and Yu Guangde to fly away from the sword. But that also basically sent them flying right out of the village chief's bedroom. Once they landed, Sujin and Yu Guangde didn't pause to catch their breath and continued running. Sujin exerted force in his legs and jumped more than 10 meters into the air and smashed right through the fence of the village chief's house. After they ran out of the front yard, both of them were able to use spirit power, so Yu Guangde gave a low shout, activating spirit power. A red glow shot out from his body and his hair flew wildly in the wind. A red beam of light shot out from his red dagger, turning the short blade into a long sword. Don't kill him. I think he's linked to the story behind this challenge. Sujin instructed Yu Guangde. But if we don't kill him, how are we going to get the chronicle? Once we're in his house, our powers are sealed and will be no match for him. Yu Guangde felt that they would be able to kill the village chief with their powers combined, but it could be hard to try and keep the village chief under control. The village chief was even stronger than Sujin after all. You just need to stall him. We've got one more on the team, remember, said Sujin with a laugh. Yu Guangde was confused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Stalling him won't be too difficult. By the time they finished exchanging these words, the village chief had caught up with them. His first target was Yu Guangde, since he concluded that Yu Guangde was the weaker one after he was sent flying with a palm attack earlier. But Yu Guangde now had the assistance of spirit power. He thrust his red sword into the air several times and the tiny red sparkles quickly transformed into a ferocious tiger that pushed the village chief onto the ground. Scram! The village chief wasn't afraid of the tiger at all. He gave a low shout, grabbed the tiger with both hands and literally tore the tiger apart with his bare hands. Is that how powerful one's body can get in this universe? Sujin could hardly believe his eyes. He had heard of people tearing ghosts and spirits apart before, but this was the first time he was seeing someone rip an animal into two like that. Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help me out. Yu Guangde was shocked by the village chief's incredible strength as well. Trying to stall for time while minimizing injury was harder than killing the man. Sujin didn't say anything, but a black object with a golden glow quickly appeared in his hand, followed by a string of bullets. But the village chief was really a force to be reckoned with. Sujin's shooting skills were top-notch after his training with Konoha, but the village chief could dodge every single bullet. His reaction time was unbelievably fast. Of course, Sujin didn't intend to use black fire to kill the village chief. He was just using it to keep the man occupied. A few moments later, a figure hopped out from the village chief's house. Konoha had gone into the house to look for the chronicle while Sujin and Yu Guangde were stalling for time. She quickly gave them a hand signal and disappeared into the distance. Let's go. Sujin saw that Konoha had gotten what they needed, so he called out to Yu Guangde to quickly leave this place. Both of them coordinated their actions perfectly as Sujin shot a stream of bullets and flung rumor out at the same time while Yu Guangde swept a swathe of spirit power sparkles at the village chief. The village chief was powerful, but even he couldn't get through such an aggressive attack. Sujin and Yu Guangde quickly seized the chance to escape. The village chief didn't run after them even after he dodged their attacks. Instead, he frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong, so he ran back to his bedroom immediately, but the village chronicle was already gone. After all three of them got away safely, Sujin exhaled deeply. Gosh! I didn't expect the village chief to be this formidable. It's not really surprising, actually. Such formidable characters often turn up in challenges. But, everything seems to have turned out easier than we expected, remarked Yu Guangde puzzledly. The three of them had come fully prepared that at least one of them might end up dead. Konoha laughed and said, maybe we got lucky. But never mind that now, we'd better get back to the ancestral hall ASAP. When they returned to the ancestral hall, they saw that Xiangnan was sitting outside the hall with a cup of water in his hand. He breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw the three of them and gave them a tired smile. Why are you sitting out here? Asked Yu Guangde. I was waiting for you guys to come back. How did it go? Did you find the village chronicle? Asked Xiangnan as he got up. Konoha waved the book in her hand in response. Just then, they heard a commotion coming from afar. Sujin turned to look and saw that all the lights in the houses were on and there were many people headed for the ancestral hall with fire torches in hand. The village chief has gathered the villagers together and I think they're coming for us. Go back into the ancestral hall and lock the doors, said Sujin to the other three. They quickly ran into the hall and pushed anything they could find against the door to keep it shut. They had the village chronicle on hand now, so it was time to unravel the mystery of Clear Pond Village. But they needed some time to do so. When Sujin walked further into the hall, he noticed that Yang Mo had a disturbed look on his face. Yang Mo's lips twitched several times as if he was going to tell Sujin something but shut up when he saw Xiangnan and walked to the other side of the hall. The autistic newbie was still shivering in his corner. Sujin found Yang Mo's behavior rather strange. He turned to look at the other corner where the three newbies were lying motionless. Initially, Sujin didn't think much of it. But he soon realized something was amiss and approached the three newbies, only to find that all three of them were already dead. What? How did this happen? Sujin couldn't believe his eyes. He checked the three of them carefully and discovered that all of them looked like they had been drowned. There was water dribbling out from their mouths. Sujin turned back to look at Yang Mo and Xiang Nan. Yang Mo immediately avoided Sujin's gaze and refused to look at him, so Sujin looked at Xiang Nan instead. He took a deep breath and asked, "Mr. Xiang, what happened here?" Xiang Nan looked emotionlessly at the three dead newbies and shrugged. "The evil spirit killed them. I'm sure you could tell. The evil spirit uses water as a medium to kill humans, of course I know that. But how did that still happen to them?" questioned Sujin frostily. Since everyone here already knew that the water was the problem, there was no reason why these three newbies would die this way. "I got them to drink the water. All three of them were idiots, even until the last one dropped dead, none of them realized what the problem was," said Xiang Nan with a chuckle. Sujin marched towards Xiang Nan, then suddenly punched him in the face and sent him flying. Yu Guang caught Xiang Nan and gave his teammate a questioning look. "Why did you do that?" asked Yu Guang. He couldn't understand why Xiang Nan would do such a thing. Xiang Nan wiped the blood off his lips and he could feel that his teeth were a little loose. But Sujin had already held himself back. Otherwise, he was definitely going to lose more than just a few teeth. "Why? If I said it was to ensure your safety, would you believe me?" said Xiang Nan quietly. Chapter 56, Moral Boundaries and a Story. Sujin fell silent. He knew what Xiang Nan meant, but Konoha and Yu Guang had no idea what was going on. Sujin said in a quiet voice, "I know what you were trying to do. But did you really have to do it this way? What else could I do? There is always a certain order of things within the challenge. Since whatever you guys were doing would definitely incur the wrath of the evil spirit, I had to make the evil spirit kill someone else to keep all of you safe." Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly. He swirled the cup of water in his hand and said, "And if you guys had delayed a little longer, I was going to drink this cup myself." Konoha and Yu Guang understood what was going on now. The logic was simple. This challenge had a limit of killing only one person over a particular period of time. The evil spirit could only kill one person during this time, and this was already proven by the previous deaths. Also, the evil spirit would always choose to kill someone by water first and not by ice. With this pattern in mind, Xiang Nan tricked the three newbies into taking turns to drink the water from the pond. Since the evil spirit could only kill one person at a time, the three newbies had given the trio at the village chief's house quite a bit of time. The trio had not found the whole process too difficult, also because Xiang Nan had kept them safe by killing these newbies instead. Sujin was no saint. He knew that it was hard for anyone to survive a challenge, but it didn't mean that he could accept Xiang Nan's way of dealing with this problem. Xiang Nan had tricked someone into getting killed just so that he could live. He simply couldn't agree with this. "Mr. Su, you need to understand one thing. Kind-heartedness is a luxury in the Handbook's world," said Xiang Nan very gravely to Sujin. Sujin stared right back at Xiang Nan and said in an equally grave voice, "This has nothing to do with kind-heartedness. This is a matter of principle. A matter of moral boundaries. Stop being so naive. What moral boundaries? The only boundary we have in these challenges is to stay alive. That's the only thing we need to care about. Everything else doesn't matter." Xiang Nan suddenly raised his voice and yelled fiercely at Sujin like he was an angry tiger. The veins on his forehead bulged and his eyes reddened. "Both of you have different philosophies, so there's no need to convince each other." Yu Guang stood in between the two of them and sighed. "Look. What's happened has already happened. It's more important to save those who are still alive. If you two still want to convince each other, wait till we're done with the challenge." Sujin tried his best to hold his anger back and finally calmed down after a while. Xiang Nan had also calmed down as he asked quietly, "Just like what brother you said, there's no point in arguing about this now. I don't think you're stupid enough to take revenge for them, right?" "Tisk, I'm not interested in that sort of thing," scoffed Sujin. He didn't agree with what Xiangnan did, but fighting Xiangnan now was definitely as good as committing suicide. Good. Since you've gotten the village chronicle, it's time for us to get cracking. Xiangnan held his hand out at Sujin. Sujin threw the chronicle at him and Xiangnan caught it. He immediately started flipping through it to look for any records of what happened 40 years ago. At the same time, the sound of people knocking and banging on the door from outside could be heard. "I'll block them, you guys better hurry up," said Yu Guangde before heading towards the main door of the ancestral hall. He had spirit power, so it was more than enough to fend off some villagers. Xiangnan quickly looked through the information and quickly found what he was looking for. He murmured, 1967, winter. Snowstorm. Wait. Rebel village. The records in the village chronicle weren't that of Clear Pond village but of Rebel village. In other words, this village was still named Rebel village 40 years ago. The wind and snow was strong but it did not hit the village. But even though the village was not hit by the snowstorm, it was hit by a plague. 13 people died between late winter and early spring. The records dating back 40 years ago were very clear. The curse on the village started from there and a total of 13 people died that year. But the villagers of Rebel Village thought it was a plague and didn't realize that they had actually been cursed. "Keep flipping back. Find the previous snowstorm," said Sujin. "Here. 1959. There was a great famine, snowfall was heavy and the chilly winds cut like knives. Our crops on the mountain were barely enough to feed the village. An unexpected group affected by the famine came by. A few hundred of them were like hungry ghosts, willing to do anything for a meal. Some women sold their bodies, some sold their children. It was such a tragedy, yet the heavens did not pity them. How sad." Xiangnan read out what was recorded. Sujin paused to think, then said, "Try to see if anything strange happened between 1959 and 1967. Xiangnan nodded and continued flipping the pages. After a while, he paused and read, 1965. It was a good year. A woman came looking for her son and brought 13 goats as a gift of gratitude. She searched the village but failed to find him, so she killed the goats to perform a ritual, resulting in blood everywhere. Later, she went mad, cursing others while hugging a goat's head and eventually left." Xiangnan stopped there and looked up at Sujin. Sujin nodded and said, "I think we can confirm who that evil spirit is. In fact, we can pretty much guess the entire story." "That's right. But who did the woman pass her son to? Since she brought those goats along as a gift of gratitude, that means she made an agreement with someone in the village." "Someone in Rebel Village agreed to take care of her son," said Xiangnan with great confidence. Sujin took the chronicle from him and continued flipping. An entry in 1975 caught his eye. He read, 1975, Spring. One of our villagers has returned from studying. He was away for 16 years and his name is now Fang Leng. He brought glory to the village and the village celebrated his return. Fang Leng? 1975, since he was away for 16 years, that means, he left in 1959. Konoha's eyes lit up. Sujin continued flipping the records because he felt like he knew who this Fang Leng was. He eventually found another record and looked like he had found the answer to his questions. "Brother Yu, let them in!" Sujin yelled out. Yu Guangde had no idea what Sujin intended to do, but he allowed the villagers outside the ancestral hall to come in anyway. He kept his spirit power away and dozens of villages immediately poured into the hall. The villagers immediately started cursing and shouting as they entered the hall. Sujin frowned, took out black fire and shot an explosive round at one corner of the hall. The loud blasting noise shocked everybody and they fell silent immediately. "Everyone, I know you're all very angry right now. But could you let me say a few words? Once I'm done talking, you can do whatever you want to my friends and I," said Sujin while still holding black fire. Nobody dared to say anything since he was holding a gun. But the village chief came forward and said, you're nothing but a bunch of thieves. What do you have to say for yourselves? Thieves? At least we're not a murderer like you, snapped Sujin coldly. A murderer? Me? Of course I'm talking about you. I've lost 5 companions in this damned ancestral hall, spat Sujin in a hateful voice, as if he was really furious. The village chief scoffed. What has that got to do with us? I think it's more likely that you thieves didn't split the loot equally, so you ended up killing each other in a fight. Oh, really? Well, here's your village chronicle and I took a look at it just now. Over the past 40 years, this village has met with a terrible snowstorm 3 times, and today is the 4th time. During the last 3 times, at least 13 people in the village died and the worst one had 21 fatalities. What happened? Did they also fail to split the loot equally among themselves, said Sujin. That was a plague, said the village chief. Oh. Sujin smiled mirthlessly as he pulled a chair over, plonked himself down and started flipping through the village chronicle. Let me tell you a story. We don't have time to listen to you tell stories. You thieves must pay the price for what you've done. The village chief refused to give Sujin a chance to speak. Sujin raised black fire and shot several rounds in quick succession, sending waves of panic into the villagers. Sujin glared at them and sneered, "It's not up to you to decide whether you listen to my story or not. Everyone, since my friend wants to tell a story, why don't you give him a chance and hear him out? Otherwise, this theft case is going to turn into a massacre." Yu Guang stood next to Sujin, flipped his handbook open and retrieved a Gatling gun from inside. The end of the gun was now pointed at all the villagers. The Gatling gun was clearly a greater threat to the villagers, so even the village chief shut up. Sujin was sure that the village chief probably wasn't scared of the Gatling gun, since he was someone who could dodge bullets even while fighting a veteran. But if all the owners attacked him at once, the village chief might not stand a chance anymore. Sujin gave a pleased nod when he saw how everyone was cooperative now. He began speaking in a slow and steady voice. The story begins in 1959, and I believe a number of you weren't even born yet. When the village chief heard the year 1959, his eyelids twitched violently and he glared even more icily at Sujin. 1959 was a snowstorm year and it was also a year of famine. At that time, everyone was desperate to fill their stomachs, but Rebel Village, or as you know it now, Clear Pond Village, didn't have this problem. The geography of this village was such that there was enough for everyone to eat that year. But since the famine hit so many people, it was impossible for Rebel Village to be completely unaffected. It didn't take long for people from other villagers to find their way here. Rebel Village had enough to feed these people, but the food wasn't free. If one wanted to eat, one had to pay the price. According to the chronicle, many of these desperate people sold their children in exchange for food. One woman in particular, left her child with one of the villagers, or perhaps she used him as a guarantee. No mother would want to be separated from her child unless she had no choice. So the mother looked forward to better days, to a day when she could come back for her child. Some years later, things did get better. The woman returned to Rebel Village, and to thank the person who helped to take care of her child, she even brought 13 goats along as a present. But, not only did she fail to find her child, she also failed to find the person who agreed to take care of her child. She was heartbroken and absolutely furious. But that wasn't the end. This woman used her own way to find her child. She was a woman who knew some sort of magic, so she killed the 13 goats she had brought as a method of divination to find out where her child was. Hungry ghost. The clacker, Shinai, your Chad's back. Shinigami, heh 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 heh. Chapter 57, The Woman. That's ridiculous. What's this nonsense about divination? You're just blaming your own crimes on the supernatural, shouted the village chief angrily. I'm just telling a story, so you don't have to be so angry. Sujin smiled faintly at the village chief, then continued, the result of the divination brought great grief to the woman. The result must have been terrible. Later on, the woman died. Her angry soul eventually turned into an evil spirit that hides in this village so that she could exact revenge. Every time a snowstorm hits this region, the woman's evil spirit will emerge. She will take the lives of 13 people to continue the divination process in order to locate her child. Sujin paused to look at the villagers in the hall. He could see the terror in everyone's eyes, so he knew that regardless of whether this story was true, he had certainly triggered the fear buried deep in their hearts. The evil spirit has returned, and this time, she has already taken the lives of 6 people. Not just my companions, but also one of yours. Village Chief Fang, are you really going to continue hiding the truth? Why don't you tell us the truth of the matter? Then we could help you to lift the curse over the village once and for all. Sujin continued to dramatize his story. The village chief glared fiercely at Sujin, and he seemed a little convinced by Sujin. But he eventually grit his teeth and retorted, "Truth? What truth? Since you've got the village chronicle with you, then you can look through the records. That woman you're talking about was chased away and she didn't die. So how could she have become this evil spirit? You're right in saying that the chronicle has no records of the woman dying. But it doesn't say that she's still alive either. Every time there's a snowstorm here, Rebel Village will face the threat of losing a number of villagers. Did you think that was really a coincidence?" Sujin shrugged, then stared straight into the village chief's eyes as he said, "Besides, Village Chief Fang, you would best know exactly what happened to that child back then, don't you?" The village chief was taken aback and nearly said something he shouldn't, but calmed himself back down. "Why would I know anything about what happened to that child? This has nothing to do with me. Is that so? After the snowstorm in 1959, you left the village and returned in 1975 with a brand new name. After that, you became the village chief of Rebel Village and changed the name to Clear Pond Village. Why did you do that? Did you do that because of the child you threw into the pond behind the hill at the back?" Sujin sounded threatening and aggressive as he pushed the village chief into a corner. But actually, most of this was just his conjecture. The village chief looked like he was slowly breaking down under the pressure of Sujin's words. His eyes bulged angrily and he growled, "You're spouting nonsense. You know very well if I'm spouting nonsense or not. I've already seen the baby's evil spirit inside the pond behind the hill. Are you really going to continue being stubborn like this? Are you going to just let all the villagers pay for the sin you committed?" roared Sujin. "We don't want to pay the price for your sins. Village chief, did you really do such a thing? No wonder so many people die every time there's a snowstorm. So this is why." The villagers were riled up by Sujin's words and they started shouting and clamoring at the village chief even though there was no concrete evidence to prove that he was really the one at fault. "Enough! Shut up, you idiots!" roared the village chief furiously. His entire body was trembling slightly as he turned back to look at Sujin with droopy eyes and heaved a sigh. "All right then. What, how are you going to resolve this matter once and for all?" The village chief was completely broken after he finished speaking. As he admitted to his wrongdoing, Sujin breathed a big sigh of relief. Most of this story was guesswork and he wasn't really that confident of the details either. He couldn't even be sure that the village chief was really Fang Leng. He was just hoping that if the village chief did turn out to be guilty, he would eventually give in to the pressure and admit his guilt. Sujin was glad that it actually worked. "It's very simple. We just have to look for the one who created all this trouble in the first place. She's not just looking for her child, right? She's also looking for you," said Sujin. But the village chief argued, "Regardless of who she's looking for, how do you know if she's really dead? We only know that she left the village. That's recorded in the village chronicle too. She's dead. I don't know how she died, but I am very confident that she's dead and I have a good idea about where she is right now." Sujin looked towards Tian Lily. One of her eyes had been switching constantly between 1 and 2 pupils, but no matter how the pupils switched, they remained fixed in one direction. Sujin didn't think much of it at first, but after he noticed this, he started guessing why this was happening. Sujin walked over to Tian Lily, then followed her gaze all the way to a statue within the ancestral hall. "Brother Yu, help me shift this statue aside," Sujin called out to Yu Guangde. Yu Guangde nodded and got Xiang Nan and Yang Mo to help as well. They shifted the statue aside to reveal a corpse that had not fully rotted away. "Oh my god!" Everybody in the hall gasped in horror. This body was really strange, as some parts were so decomposed that you could see the bone, but some parts still had some flesh hanging from the bones that resembled cured meat. The head was the most intact, but it also looked like it had been cured with a layer of wax. If that's really that woman and her body hasn't fully decomposed despite being in such a place, then, that's truly shocking, blurted Yang Mo. Just then, the woman slowly raised her head to stare straight at the village chief. Freezing winds suddenly filled the air. "Crap! Yang Mo, activate your skill!" Sujin called out to Yang Mo. He didn't expect this to happen after they found the woman's body. Yang Mo quickly activated his skill and a white glow shot out from his body to cover everyone. Meanwhile, the villagers immediately ran for it. Nobody dared to stay here any longer. My child, return my child to me," roared the corpse of the woman as she charged towards the village chief. The village chief was a truly formidable fighter and remained calm even in such a situation. He clasped his hands together into a formation and thrust it outwards. The woman seemed genuinely afraid of this formation and stumbled backwards. "The challenge isn't coming to an end yet because there's still something else left to settle," mumbled Sujin to himself. His eyes suddenly lit up as he realized what else he had to do. "Brother Yu, help to keep this woman here, I'm going to get the last thing that will bring this challenge to an end." Come with me," yelled Sujin before dashing out of the hall without waiting for Yu Guang to respond. Konoha quickly followed him out without asking any questions. Yu Guang didn't have the time to respond to Sujin either. The freezing winds that the woman unleashed were terrifyingly cold. Anything it touched would instantly turn to ice. The barrier that Yang Mo activated could only barely protect them from these winds, so both Yu Guangde and the village chief had to combine forces to keep the woman at bay. They couldn't let her attack Yang Mo because he was the only one with spirit power besides Yu Guangde. If something happened to Yang Mo, everyone within his protective barrier was going to die instantly. Sujin and Konoha ran at top speed, covering several meters with just one step. They soon arrived at the pond behind the hill, but it looked different now. Several animal skeletons now stood outside the pond as if to guard the waters. These skeletons looked very weird as well because they were a random combination of animal parts. A goat head could be paired with the body of a dog, or a squirrel's body had a pig's head on it. Both the proportion of the animals and the combinations were simply absurd. I'm going near the pond. If you see me behaving strangely, use your soul whisperer to yank me back here, Sujin said to Konoha. She nodded and he walked towards the pond. As he approached the pond, those absurd animal skeletons charged towards him as well. But these animals were of no threat to him. As long as they didn't have the same power that baby evil spirit had, they were nothing but moving piles of bones. Sujin used his boning knife to slice through them all. These half-rotten bones were no match for his super-sharp blade. He continued walking closer to the pond because he was here to search for that baby. He was very certain of the whole story now. If that story he told the villagers earlier was right, then the woman was here to look for her son. Back then, the divination results told the woman that her son was dead, which both grieved her and infuriated her. But she couldn't find the body of her son, so she ended up hiding behind the statue inside the ancestral hall of Rebel Village and sacrificed her own life to bring a curse upon the village. Thereafter, she would gain strength every time there was a snowstorm. She had brought 13 goats as a thank you gift that year, but ended up killing those 13 goats in a ritual to find out what happened to her son. So now, she also used the lives of 13 people within Rebel Village to continue trying to find out what happened to her son. That was why at least 13 people would die within the village every time a snowstorm hit. Sujin stuffed a piece of super-oxygenated chewing gum into his mouth, then sat down next to the pond as he scoured the pond. It didn't take long for a baby with goat horns on his head to surface. He gurgled creepily at Sujin, then sank back down again. A second later, those horns appeared in front of Sujin. Just like before, Sujin felt the urge to pull those horns out of the water and he lost control of his body again. Just then, he felt something pull him backwards at high speed. Konoha had noticed his behavior and was using her soul whisperer to pull him back towards herself. The baby evil spirit in his hands got a fright and slipped out of Sujin's hands to clamber back to the pond. Sujin panicked immediately. He knew that if he couldn't bring the baby evil spirit with him this time, it was going to be hard to lure it out again. He didn't have time to think of a different method either because the lives of everybody inside the ancestral hall was at stake right now. I can't let you escape like that. Come back here. Sujin's body was still stiff as he yelled loudly in an attempt to make his body listen to him. In that instant, Sujin felt as though everything had slowed down. But his mind was still working at the same speed, so he felt like he was looking at something in slow motion. There was also a silver glow around the escaping baby evil spirit and it couldn't move anymore. Chapter 58, Spirit Power Activated. Congratulations, you have activated your own spirit power. Your spirit power type is psychokinesis. Blackie's voice resounded in Sujin's ears. Sujin was stunned for a moment because he simply couldn't figure out what he did to activate his spirit power. He also noticed something else. A number floated on the top right-hand corner of his line of sight and it was at 100. As he took the time to figure out what was happening, the number dropped to 99. At the same time, the world around him went back to normal again, so he continued being dragged backwards by Konoha's soul whisperer. That's my spirit power. Sujin realized what that number represented. The number showed how much spirit power he had left to use. Come back, thought Sujin, and the silver glow around the baby evil spirit carried the baby evil spirit back to Sujin. The baby evil spirit thrashed around desperately but simply couldn't get out of this silver glow. We need to hurry back, we don't have much time. Sujin didn't have time to explain things to Konoha now. He could see the number dropping at a rapid pace and he was going to run out of spirit power in less than 5 minutes at this rate. Sujin practically flew down the hill, especially since going down was easier than going up. His entire body seemed to have turned into nothing but a silver beam of light as he left Konoha trailing far behind him. Konoha was also rather puzzled by this sudden surge in speed. Sujin's physical body was very strong and he could definitely run very quickly, but he had never been fast enough to leave her so far behind. Also, that faint silver glow around his body seemed exceptionally bright in the dark night. Sujin ran full speed ahead and managed to get back to the hall before he completely ran out of spirit power. The hall was a complete mess. The autistic newbie's head had been severed from his body and Tian Lily was bleeding from every orifice. Yang Mo had lost his legs from his knees downwards and one arm had gone missing too. Xiang Nan was no better. He had a huge hole in his stomach, so his intestines had spilled out and he was lying on the floor and barely breathing. At the same time, Zhang Shihan had actually regained consciousness. It was probably because Sujin had fished the baby evil spirit out of the pond. Zhang Shihan and Yu Guangde were the best close combat fighters of their group, so they worked together with the village chief to trap her in a corner. But they looked like they were exhausted and Yu Guangde had run out of spirit power too. Aren't you looking for your child? I brought him here, yelled Sujin as he ran to where they were fighting and thrust the baby at the woman. The woman immediately stopped unleashing her attacks and a foul-smelling black gas slowly filled the air, which made Sujin knit his brows. But after the gas had cleared, the woman no longer looked like some half-eaten corpse. Instead, she had transformed into a sweet and gentle-looking woman. The woman reached her arms out to take the baby from Sujin and started crying once she held the baby in her arms. When her tears fell on the baby stopped struggling and looked curiously at the woman instead. As more tears fell on the baby, the baby transformed too. The goat horns on his head crumbled into nothing but white powder and the filth on his body disappeared. It only took a few seconds for this evil spirit to look more like the cherubim painted on the walls of ancient Catholic churches. A voice rang inside everyone's ears, Rebel Village challenge completed. Everyone breathed a big sigh of relief. Sujin shook his head as he scanned the ancestral hall. This level B challenge had resulted in the deaths of all the newbies and most of the old-timers were badly injured. Meanwhile, the woman stood in the middle of the hall, rocking her baby and singing gently. She was singing in a language that none of them understood, but it sounded so soothing to the ears. Hasn't the challenge ended? Why aren't we returning to our personal hell domains? Sujin was puzzled because he thought that they would be whisked off to their own hell domains once the challenge was completed. Don't worry about it. The challenge has indeed come to an end, but it has to complete its story. During this time, any injuries an owner is suffering from will no longer do any harm to the owner, explained Yu Guangde as he walked over. Sujin looked around and noticed that it was true that Yang Mo and Xiang Nan no longer looked like they were in pain even though one had lost 3 limbs and the other had a huge hole in his abdomen. We've been able to complete this challenge successfully thanks to you, Mr. Su. Yu Guangde stuck a hand out towards Sujin. Sujin shook Yu Guangde's hand and they smiled at one another. Brother Yu, you're too modest. Without the help of your small team, there's no way I could have survived either. Well. We've all helped each other in one way or another. If we ever run into each other again in a challenge, Team Wind and Rain is willing to form an alliance with Team Boning Knife, said Yu Guangde with a hearty laugh. Sujin was happy to hear these words and replied, I hope we get another chance to work together. Then he noticed Xiang Nan looking straight at him and frowned. Yu Guangde noticed this as well and said, Mr. Su, I really admire your insistence on sticking to your moral boundaries, but, when it comes to these challenges, as long as it's for the sake of one's own survival, no way of doing things is really the right one or the wrong one. Xiang Nan has a different set of values from you, but, he did all that for the sake of our team, after all. There is nothing wrong with ensuring the survival of the best people on the team in order to increase the survival rate of the larger group. I might not have the right to criticize anybody for the decisions they make, but I still don't agree with doing something like that. The challenge had ended but Sujin was still unable to agree with Xiang Nan's actions. Yu Guangde sighed but didn't comment further. He walked towards Yang Mo and said, You're not bad and this skill of yours helped to protect us for quite a while. Would you like to join Team Wind and Rain? Yang Mo was stunned by this sudden offer, then he laughed sadly and said, Brother Yu, I've already consumed all the spirit power in my battery, so I won't be able to execute this skill again. Are you sure you still want me in your team? Yu Guangde wasn't sure of what to say now. It was true that he approached Yang Mo precisely because Yang Mo had a useful defense skill. But this skill required spirit power and Yang Mo didn't have any left. This put Yu Guangde in an awkward situation since Yang Mo didn't have anything else to offer that would make him good enough to join the team. Sujin overheard their conversation and walked over. He pulled his handbook out and said, Brother Yu, if you don't mind, let me have Mr. Yang then. Your team is already very formidable, so why don't you give my new little team a chance to gather some members? You'd like to have him? Sure. I'll be happy to work with any of you in the future anyway, said Yu Guangde with a laugh and walked away. Yang Mo looked at Sujin and asked hesitantly, Are you serious about letting me join your team? Stop saying all these useless things. You won't get a chance once the handbook throws us out of here. Put your hand here. Sujin held his handbook out in front of Yang Mo. Yang Mo followed Sujin's instructions and put his remaining hand on Sujin's handbook. A black mist rose immediately from the handbook, engulfed Yang Mo's fingers and took the shape of a demonic hand. Sujin cut his finger and let one drop of his blood fall onto the demonic hand. The demonic hand instantly shattered and turned into little bits of mist that went into Yang Mo's arm and settled into the shape of a boning knife. All right. From now on, you're a member of Team Boning Knife. Sujin smiled at Yang Mo. Even though Yang Mo hadn't proved to be very powerful in any way, he had contributed everything he could without question, including consuming everything in his spirit power battery. Sujin didn't want to heartlessly make use of him and leave him in the lurch after that, so he asked Yang Mo to join the team to compensate him for his sacrifice. At the same time, the events of this story were coming to a close. The village chief was now repenting as he knelt before the woman and her child and started recounting exactly what happened back then. Back in 1959, a snowstorm hit and this woman had come to Rebel Village with many others in hope of finding some food. At that time, the woman had trouble even ensuring her own survival, much less feeding another child, so she left her child with the village chief along with all her money, hoping that the village chief could take care of her child during these hard times. Once the snowstorm was over and things got better, she would return for the child. The village chief accepted the money and the child and agreed to take care of the child. But the village chief was a young man back then, so after he got a large sum of money from the woman, he went to buy some alcohol to celebrate his good fortune. But because the village chief eventually blacked out from drinking too much and nobody knew about the baby in the house, the baby had already frozen to death by the time he woke up. In his panic, he threw the baby's body into that pond behind the hill. He was afraid that the woman might come back soon after to look for her child, so he left Rebel Village that same year and only returned more than a decade later, thinking that everything had probably blown over. But when he returned, he realized that none of this had blown over at all. Later on, he changed the name of the village to Clear Pond Village in hope that the luck that came with this new name would keep the baby's evil spirit in the pond at bay, but it didn't work at all. Most of Sujin's guesses had turned out to be correct. Everyone sighed as they looked at the village chief kneeling in the middle of the hall. The village chief used to be a good person, or at least he had enough kindness in his heart to agree to take care of a baby he didn't know. There was a famine everywhere else back then and food was extremely precious, so taking in a baby was undoubtedly a heroic act. Unfortunately, his negligence turned into a tragedy. Not only did he cause the death of a baby, but he had also brought disaster upon this village. When he came back 16 years later, he did think about how he could make amends, but it was already too late for that. The woman stretched her hand out towards the village chief and he stretched his hand out towards hers as tears streamed down his face. The moment their hands touched, the village chief's incredibly strong body instantly crumbled and turned into a heap of dust within seconds. The woman did not forgive him and punished him for his evil deeds in the end. After that, everything went dark and all the owners were sent out of the challenge. The challenge had officially come to an end. After the owners were sent away, something happened to the ancestral hall. The heap of dust on the floor came to life and became the village chief again, like it was a tape on rewind mode. The baby turned back into an evil spirit and returned to the pond behind the hill, while the woman also reverted to a half-eaten corpse and hid behind the statue again. Everything went back to what it looked like when the challenge started. They awaited the next cycle and waited for the next batch of handbook owners to come their way. But Sujin and the other owners had no idea this had happened. They had all returned to their personal hell domains. Chapter 59, Useless Spirit Power. Level B Challenge Rebel Village completed, 1000 points. Number of surviving team members, 300 points. Degree of challenge participation, A, 700 points. Analysis and deduction of challenge, 90%, 800 points. Completed optional mission of uncovering truth behind Rebel Village, did not eliminate special characters, 500 points. Points received, 3,300. Total points, 3,350. Remaining points, 3,350. Sujin stared at the string of numbers in his handbook with a despondent look on his face. He had earmarked the high-level body-strengthening elixir but his current points were nowhere near enough. The Rebel Village challenge had been his first real level B challenge and all the newbies had died. Of course, there could have been some old-timers among them as well, but they were all dead too. Even Team Wind and Rain had gone through so many life-threatening situations. If Sujin hadn't suddenly activated his spirit power at the end, they might have all perished. We only managed to make it because all of us had to drain whatever spirit power we had. Is that how hard real level B challenges are going to be? Sujin's heart was still pounding in fear. He was mentally prepared to use the Demon Lord's spirit power at the end if the baby evil spirit wasn't cooperative, but that would also have taken some additional time and everyone in the group might have died by the time he got back to the ancestral hall. Sujin's first challenge had been a level B challenge too, but it didn't seem as crazy as this one. Also, the newbies ended up in the same team, so half of them managed to survive because the handbook was usually more lenient towards newbies. The newbies this time round were a lot more unfortunate. They had chosen to team up with old-timers but ended up dead anyway. 3 of them had even been tricked into incurring their own deaths by Xiang Nan. Sujin now understood why Lu Yingying and Zhongli left them behind right from the start. Perhaps that was actually their way of protecting newbies as well. Sujin's greatest reward from this challenge was the fact that he had activated his spirit power. But the number in the top right of his line of sight was gone. Blackie, tell me more about spirit power, Sujin said to Blackie. I will now proceed to go through a basic introduction of spirit power. Spirit power is defined as a supernatural power that the owners of Hell's Handbook are able to awaken within themselves. Everything from magical powers to internal energy commonly referred to in Chinese martial arts can be considered a form of spirit power. There is an upper cap on spirit power after an owner activates it. Owners can cultivate your spirit power in order to increase this cap. Most spirit power weapons and equipment require a particular type of spirit power, so please be careful when selecting any item that requires spirit power to operate. At the same time, you will also receive an internal screen. This is specially meant for owners who have just activated their spirit power. You will be able to see how quickly you are consuming your spirit power so that you can get used to using your spirit power. Once you are familiar enough with using spirit power, this internal screen will disappear. That is all the information you are able to obtain regarding spirit power. Blackie introduced spirit power to Sujin very quickly. Sujin rolled his eyes. None of this information was new and most of it could be deduced pretty easily with some exposure to spirit power. The handbook's stance on spirit power was clearly to let the owners explore the possibilities themselves. So, I only get a maximum of 100 at the start. Sujin wasn't pleased with his spirit power's upper limit at all. 100 was only enough for him to use the Demon Lord's eye twice and the boning knife once. He wouldn't be able to use the Demon Lord's longbow at all. If some other owners heard Sujin grumble about how little spirit power he had, they might bash him up. The only difference between a veteran and an ordinary owner was spirit power, and spirit power gave veterans a huge edge. There were owners who had gone through more than 10 challenges without activating spirit power. Being able to activate spirit power after just 3 challenges like Sujin was definitely a rare case. Now that Sujin had spirit power, his survival rate in a challenge was going to increase significantly and it would be very helpful to his team as well. Sujin looked through the point exchange menu and noticed a few items that didn't look too bad, but he just looked at them and didn't exchange any points for them. But he couldn't resist buying lucky draw bags again. After he spent 500 points in exchange for 5 bags and opened them, he felt like chopping his hand off as a punishment. Thank you for purchasing a lucky draw bag. The first 3 bags contained nothing else but this message. So, the bags didn't always contain an item, thought Sujin. He had been very lucky the last time, that's all. He finally heard that familiar soothing music fill the air when he opened the 4th bag. A translation watch. Spend 100 points to start simultaneous interpretation of any language of your choice. A must-have for traveling overseas for work or going through a challenge. Whoa! This is not bad. Sujin wasn't sure if he would have to translate a foreign language often during a challenge, but as long as he needed to do that, this item would come in handy. Spending 100 points wasn't too expensive either, since being able to read anything during a challenge could make a huge difference. Wait a minute. This is actually for the lazy, isn't it? Sujin quickly realized there was something wrong here. Any owner could exchange points to learn languages inside their personal hell domain. There was pretty much no time limit on learning and you could learn almost any language in the world. So this was only useful to those who didn't want to waste time learning a foreign language from their hell domains. Of course, it wasn't easy for anybody to master a foreign language. But if everyone in the team could learn a few each, they would be able to cover most languages. He kept the translation watch away in his handbook and opened the last bag to see that it was just another pack of super oxygenated chewing gum. What the, oh, never mind. I'll just take it as replenishing my stock, said Sujin with a hollow laugh. Then again, this super oxygenated chewing gum wasn't a bad item either. Zhang Shuhan would have died instead of the newbie if he hadn't had this on hand. And if Zhang Shuhan had died, Team Wind and Rain would have had one person less to fight the woman during the final battle in the Ancestral Hall. He couldn't imagine how things might have ended if Zhang Shuhan hadn't joined the fight. He looked through the menu one more time to confirm that there wasn't anything he needed, then walked into the team's hell domain. Yang Mo was already looking around curiously inside, while Konoha had also just walked in from her own hell domain. Yang Mo immediately greeted them merrily when they walked in. His arm and legs had been restored, and he looked like he was in good spirits. You seem pretty hyped up. Sujin greeted him with a laugh. I'm so happy to be alive. This was a level B challenge after all. Yang Mo still couldn't believe how lucky he had gotten. I heard that the chances of surviving a level B challenge is no more than 20%. Oh? Is there such a thing? Asked Sujin curiously. Konoha smiled and said, yup, there is. For old-timers, your rate of survival for a level D challenge should be higher than 60%, 40% for a level C challenge, 20% for a level B challenge and, I heard it's not even 10% for a level A challenge. Sujin nodded. This Rebel Village challenge had gone relatively well, if that was the case. But while he would have loved for everyone to survive the challenge, guaranteeing his own survival in the face of the supernatural was already almost impossible, never mind the survival of other owners in the same challenge. By the way, Jin, you activated your spirit power right at the end, didn't you? Asked Konoha as she stared at Sujin. She had seen that silver glow around his body when they went to the pond behind the hill. Sujin nodded with a smile. Konoha instantly gave him a hug excitedly and Yang Mo had an equally excited look on his face. He was an old-timer who had gone through 6 challenges, so he knew how much more powerful an owner with spirit power could be. What type of spirit power do you have? Konoha asked. Psychokinesis. You, say that again. Psychokinesis. Konoha was speechless for some time, then she smiled sadly and shook her head. I didn't expect your spirit power to be this type of spirit power. Why? What's wrong? Is this spirit power bad to have? Sujin knew there must be something bad about this spirit power since Konoha looked so disappointed. She nodded. Yeah. Psychokinetic spirit power is also known as a useless spirit power. Useless spirit power. Sujin was stunned. He wasn't sure if he wanted Konoha to explain further. She tried to break it to him gently, let me put it this way. Spirit power is the one thing that sets a veteran apart from other owners, but a powerful veteran is not just anybody with spirit power. One needs to have a lot of spirit power. In other words, you need a very high upper limit. Sujin nodded slightly. Konoha continued, there's only one way to increase the limit, and that's by cultivating it. It's the same as martial arts. One needs to constantly practice martial arts in order to increase one's internal energy levels. If you got some magic type of spirit power, you just need to cultivate it by practicing similar magic techniques. All types of spirit power come with its own method of cultivation, but psychokinesis, it's not that there isn't a way to increase it, but the method is simply too difficult. Sujin didn't know what to say. If it was almost impossible to increase the upper limit of his psychokinetic spirit power, then it was truly a useless type of spirit power. But you don't have to be too sad. The point exchange system offers a potion that can erase your spirit power. If it's not working for you, just get rid of it, Konoha consoled Sujin. He thought about this option but shook his head. It's too hard to activate spirit power. As long as there's still a way to increase this spirit power, I want to give it a shot first. Otherwise, I might be dead before I get a chance to activate my spirit power a second time. Konoha didn't respond to that and just nodded slightly. She didn't want to dampen Sujin's spirits any further. After all, it was so disheartening to hear that the spirit power you had been looking forward to for so long had turned out to be useless. Anybody would feel lousy now. Sujin took a deep breath and put that aside for the time being. He looked up at the other two and said, "Let's look at what the Team Hell domain has to offer. Maybe we can find something that can increase your prowess. Yang Mo, you've used up everything in your spirit power battery, so you've got to find some other way to make yourself stronger." Yang Mo's expression instantly fell when he heard Sujin mention his spirit power battery. That was his trump card, but this challenge had used up all of it. He didn't know how he was going to face future challenges without any spirit power. "Don't worry, you've got us in the future." Sujin patted Yang Mo's shoulder. Chapter 60, A Powerful New Member. Yang Mo felt a lot more relieved to hear Sujin's assuring words. He looked at Sujin and Konoha a little awkwardly, hesitated for some time, then said, "Actually, I know that it's really hard for someone as useless as myself to survive these challenges and I'm already prepared to perish pretty soon. But, if you guys are okay with it, I really hope you'd help me when you can. I know it's very unreasonable of me to make such a request, but I promise to contribute everything I can to the team." "I promise? What are you talking about?" Sujin raised an eyebrow and said quietly to Yang Mo, "Of course we'll help you out. That's what a team is for, isn't it?" Yang Mo blinked in surprise. Konoha nodded at him with a smile as well, which meant she agreed with what Sujin just said. Yang Mo's eyes instantly reddened and he couldn't help but start crying. Ever since he became a handbook owner, he had been living in terror every single day. He had been lucky to get hold of a spirit power battery and his challenges thus far hadn't been too difficult. Being lucky had enabled him to survive thus far, but his luck had failed to reduce the terror he felt. But now, he felt like he didn't feel so scared anymore. It was hard enough to walk through life alone, let alone a road that was filled with difficulty and threatened to kill him at every turn. Perhaps what he really needed as a handbook owner was just companions on this same journey as him. Thank you so much both of you." Yang Mo wiped his tears away and smiled at the two in front of him. This was the first time he had given anybody a genuine smile since he was chosen to be an owner of the handbook. Sujin and Konoha smiled back. Yang Mo said, "I believe one day, we'll be able to get out of this universe. Let's work hard to reach that goal." The other two nodded gravely in agreement, then continued with looking through the menu for any suitable items. Konoha had a lot of experience in this area and she was the team member with the most number of challenges under her belt. Sujin also felt that Konoha was hiding some secrets. But there was nothing strange about that. Every person had their fair share of secrets. Every person had something that they didn't want others to know. He himself was hiding his deal with the Demon Lord too. Konoha started giving Yang Mo her opinion on what to choose. All of them felt that even though Yang Mo had gone through several challenges already, he had barely made it through each time, so he had gained very few points at the end and most of the items he had exchanged for so far weren't very useful to him. After listening to Konoha and Sujin's opinions, Yang Mo eventually chose items that were vital for keeping one alive. Sujin's plan was to make him the healer character of the team. He would be able to protect himself well and render medical aid to the rest of the team to keep them going. Yang Mo didn't object to this decision. He was now willing to do anything for the team, or rather, he had tied his own life to the team. With the addition of Yang Mo, we'll have 3 people on the team. But he might not be part of the same universe as us, so how do we communicate with one another, asked Sujin. Handbook owners could be sent into a challenge from different parallel universes, so Yang Mo did not necessarily come from the same universe as himself and Konoha. Konoha said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about that. Your handbook can communicate between universes like a phone. After the team levels up in the future, you could even unlock access to features that will allow us to travel between universes." "Oh wow, we can do that." Sujin didn't expect the handbook to allow owners from different universes to travel across universes. Sujin suddenly smacked his forehead with his hand, then gave Yang Mo 2 phone numbers. One was his own phone number while the other number belonged to Chu Yi. Sujin hadn't forgotten his buddy from his very first challenge. "This is my number, while this belongs to a guy named Chu Yi. We went through our first challenge together, but unfortunately, we belong to 2 universes. Try these 2 numbers when you get back. If my number doesn't work, you could try his number," Sujin said to Yang Mo. Yang Mo took note of both numbers and nodded. "Don't worry about it. I do hope we're from the same universe." After that, they returned to their own hell domains. Sujin glanced at the high-level body-strengthening elixir he had earmarked before leaving and figured that he would need to either go through another 2 challenges or kill a special character and complete a special mission in order to get enough points for it. Once he returned to his own hell domain, he exchanged points for some training time. If he wanted to survive the next challenge, he had to keep training himself up and become stronger. By the time Sujin returned to the real world, Konoha was already waiting for him. Also, his handbook had this red glow around it. He opened up his handbook to find that there was a call request from Yang Mo. He accepted the request and the handbook turned into a tablet of sorts as it started a video conference with Yang Mo. "Sujin, I've got a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" said Yang Mo. "Bad news first. I tried your number but I got an old lady." "I don't think that's your grandma, right?" asked Yang Mo with an awkward laugh. Sujin shook his head. He had been carrying his phone all this time, so the one who picked up the call was certainly no relative of his. In short, Yang Mo was from a different universe. "That's the bad news, huh? What's the good news then?" "I tried the other number and got someone named Chu Yi," said Yang Mo. Sujin wasn't expecting this. He just wanted Yang Mo to give the number a shot but didn't have high hopes of the number getting through. He didn't expect Yang Mo and Chu Yi to actually belong to the same universe. "In fact, I didn't just get in contact with him, but I also got him to come over. Bro, say hello to our team leader." Yang Mo moved aside and another young man's face appeared instead. "Brother Su, it's really you. I thought this fellow was lying to me." Chu Yi had a curious look on his face as he continued speaking without letting Sujin respond, "So, other parallel universes really exist. I thought you had just forgotten all about me, sorry for thinking that way." Sujin was equally excited to meet Chu Yi again. "I didn't expect you to be from the same universe as Yang Mo either. How have you been?" "I'm still coping. I've gone through 3 challenges, but I barely make it through each time. I think I'm going to die sooner or later." Chu Yi looked rather deflated as he thought about the challenges he had gone through. He probably had a really tough time. Sujin consoled him, "It's the same for me. The handbook challenges were designed to be extremely dangerous, after all. But don't give up hope. By the way, Brother Su, Yang Mo tells me you guys have your own little team. Can I join?" asked Chu Yi with a hopeful look on his face. Sujin didn't have an answer to this question. He turned to Konoha for an answer, since she seemed to be the most experienced member in the team with answers to almost any random question about the handbook. "That's not a problem. You can authorize Yang Mo temporarily, then send your blood over via the handbook and it'll work," said Konoha with a nod. Sujin followed her instructions to authorize Yang Mo temporarily. The mark of a leader immediately appeared on Yang Mo's handbook. "Put your hand here." Yang Mo had been through this before, so he started giving Chu Yi instructions. Chu Yi placed his hand on Yang Mo's handbook and a black mist emerged from the handbook to form a demonic hand around his. Sujin let a drop of blood fall onto his handbook and it went right through to the other side. It leaped out from Yang Mo's handbook and onto Chu Yi's hand. The demonic hand shattered upon contact with the drop of blood and turned back into a black mist that traveled up Chu Yi's arm, forming the team's logo in an instant. All right. Team Boning Knife welcomes you to the team. Sujin smiled brightly. Chu Yi had been great to work with, so Sujin was happy to have him on the team. Whoa! That's a really cool tattoo. Chu Yi admired the artwork on his arm and gave a pleased nod. Chu Yi, did you gain anything from the last few challenges? Asked Sujin casually. Chu Yi nodded vigorously and said in a secretive tone, becoming a handbook owner might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to me, but it's also fulfilled a wish of mine. A wish of yours? Yep. This. Chu Yi flipped his hand and a piece of paper floated above it. Konoha and Yang Mo were confused but Sujin's eyes instantly lit up as he asked in disbelief, You've got spirit power. Spirit power? It was Konoha and Yang Mo's turn to exclaim in shock. They couldn't believe they had run into another person with spirit power after just 3 challenges. That's right. But I prefer to call it internal energy. I enrolled myself into a martial arts academy because I'd seen this sort of thing in movies, and I naively believed that I could get internal energy if I trained hard enough. I was really disappointed when I found out that everything was just special effects, rambled Chu Yi. That's not being NAVE. That's just dumb, remarked Yang Mo in a snarky voice. I was just NAVE. If you say so. While the 2 younger ones were bickering in their universe, Konoha had a really shocked look in her eyes. A brand new team had 2 veterans on the team. That sounded insane to her. What's wrong? Asked Sujin when he saw that Konoha was in a daze. She shook her head and laughed. Team leader Sama, I think our team's future is getting brighter and brighter. Oh? Is it because the team has a charismatic and formidable leader? Asked Sujin shamelessly with a laugh. I guess so. Konoha indulged him and nodded with a laugh. Just then, Sujin's phone suddenly started ringing. When he saw who was calling, his expression fell but he picked it up anyway. My dear cousin. Where the hell have you been? That was Yayun yelling into the phone. Chapter 61, Be Brave in Love, Young Man. Sujin felt all his hair stand on end when he heard Yayun's voice. He would never forget how Tang Ning had essentially forced him to accompany Yayun to go bungee jumping. But there was no way he was doing that. He might have been really calm in the face of danger during the handbook challenges, but his fear of heights was something he had yet to overcome. My dear cousin, are you going to keep your promise or not? Hissed Yayun. I am. Sujin didn't sound very sure. But he had already put this off for a month and Yayun was clearly losing patience. Konoha couldn't help but put a hand over her mouth to laugh when she saw the stiffened expression on Sujin's face. After consuming that body-strengthening elixir, she could hear what Yayun was saying over the phone since she was sitting so close by. Okay, fine. Where are you now? I'll meet you there. Sujin saw Konoha laughing at him, so he grew indignant and decided to go ahead in a bid to save his pride. I'll see you at Amusement Valley. If you dare to stand me up, you'll experience the full spectrum of horrors a young lady can unleash. Yayun threatened Sujin. Don't worry, I'll be there. Sujin hung up with a sigh, then glared at Konoha who was still laughing at him. She ignored his glaring and said cheekily, your girlfriend. I wish she were, but given our situation, I think it's better not to get into a relationship. That would only hurt the other party, said Sujin with a big sigh. He did like Yayun very much. He had felt that way since he met her the first time. But so what? Should he fall for her, make her fall for him, then suddenly disappear forever sometime in the future and let her live in pain for the rest of her life? As long as he was still under the handbook's control, he felt that his future was bleak and uncertain. It was better to just hide his feelings than to pursue this relationship. That would be better for everyone. Konoha looked at Sujin strangely and said, "Your logic is really weird." Wah dash. Why? Sujin was surprised by her remark. It's true that we're all under the curse of the handbook and we might die anytime. But even if you weren't chosen by the handbook, would you be able to guarantee what will happen tomorrow? Life is uncertain in the first place. Success and failure in life is uncertain. Falling in love is uncertain. When and how you die is also uncertain. You can't possibly become like a duckling that hides in its mother's embrace all day just because you don't know what tomorrow holds. So instead of worrying or escaping, why don't you give it a shot? I might not be as good at analyzing challenges as you are, but when it comes to facing up to your own emotions, I think you need to take a few pointers from me. Konoha said a lot, but everything she said made Sujin think more deeply. Even if I end up dying next month, I should pursue this relationship. Sujin asked after a long period of silence as he looked up at Konoha. That's right. Why would you want to die with regrets? Also, how weak do you think we women are? So many couples break up every day in the world. As long as you're prepared beforehand, it's going to be just fine, said Konoha as she nodded very seriously. As long as you're prepared beforehand? What do you mean? Sujin couldn't understand. How did one prepare for a breakup? Konoha shook her head disappointedly and sighed. Why do you seem so obtuse when it comes to such things? Hey, I'm your team leader, you know? I have pride too. So? Do you care more about your pride? Or do you want some pointers? I'm sorry, my senpai. Please teach me your ways. Sujin didn't have a problem with putting his pride aside after being a low-ranked employee for so many years. Konoha was appeased when she saw that Sujin was contrite and said, "It's very simple, actually. You just have to record a voice message or write an email that states the reason for breaking up clearly, then set it to send at a certain time. If you don't survive the next challenge, this message will be sent to her automatically. Make sure the content is as awful as possible and I guarantee you that she will just assume that you were nothing more than a douchebag and she won't miss you." It sounds like a good idea, but, why do I feel like it's not a nice thing to do? Sujin looked reluctant as he said, "I'd have died with no regrets, but she." Konoha rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Fine. Do it your way then." The team leader of Team Boning Knife is a man of principle. A man who doesn't let women down. Sure. Carry on this one-sided relationship then. Goodbye. She pushed him all the way out of the house and slammed the door shut behind him. He grumbled, "Hey, this is my house." Sujin found Yayun very quickly once he got to the amusement park. She seemed to sparkle brightly like a diamond and attracted attention everywhere. Besides her good looks and the way she carried herself, the things she did certainly drew a lot of additional attention. When he found her, she was swinging a large hammer around at a booth that was supposed to measure one's strength. A large group had already gathered around the booth to watch, since this young lady was just swinging the hammer about like she was part of an acrobatic troupe and everyone was just cheering her on. Sujin felt that if she placed a bowl on the ground in front of herself, someone would throw a few coins in for sure. "Miss, are you going to play or not?" The person manning the booth was almost going insane. This large hammer weighed more than 10 kilograms and Yayun was swinging it about like it only weighed 10 grams, so the man knew that he was definitely going to end up having to give her a big prize once she slammed that hammer down. But instead of just getting it over and done with and allowing someone else to play the game, Yayun just held onto the hammer and entertained the crowd. The man looked more like he was about to have a heart attack. "That's quite enough, cousin." Sujin grabbed hold of the hammer from behind Yayun and took it away from her. "Hey! I haven't played the game yet. You can play again next time." Sujin pulled Yayun away from the booth and the man breathed a huge sigh of relief. But the crowd was very unhappy and kept yelling at Sujin for taking Yayun away. He got so annoyed by their clamoring that he spun around and slammed the hammer down on the machine. A piece of metal from the top of the machine was instantly sent flying out because Sujin had brought the hammer so hard, the indicator broke through the top of the machine. Everyone instantly fell silent. Sujin ignored them and dragged Yayun away from them. And since Sujin had actually turned up to go bungee jumping, Yayun couldn't complain too much either. You've been putting this off again and again. Is it because you're afraid of heights? Sujin's expression when he was first told to accompany her bungee jumping and the way he had avoided her for a month helped her to reach this conclusion quite easily. He nodded sadly. That's right. I'm afraid of heights. Oh. Then, we'll just do it fewer times than I had originally planned. Wait, what? You're going to do it more than once? Of course. It wasn't easy to get this chance, you know? I'm going to jump to my heart's content, said Yayun matter-of-factly. Half an hour later, the two of them stood atop a bungee jumping platform with a safety harness around each of their bodies. After the staff went through the usual questions to make sure they were good to go, the staff took a step back. Time to jump! Yayun excitedly called out to Sujin, then leaped off the platform with hesitation. Sujin had no choice but to jump off the platform as well. But because he was really scared, he paused at the edge of the platform, shut his eyes and threw himself off the platform a little too hard. Crayock! Crap! Sujin heard the sound of something breaking and his heart sank. He had pushed himself off the platform too hard, so the safety rope and part of the platform itself had broken off from the force. Oh no! The staff on the platform immediately gasped in horror. Such a thing had never happened before. The bungee jumping platform and equipment were all specially made and were extremely durable, so it was impossible for anyone to break it like this. Sujin went plunging at high speed and he fainted shortly after he had heard the sound of the platform breaking. He wasn't afraid of dying, he had fainted more from his fear of heights compounded by the sound of the safety equipment breaking. When he regained consciousness, he realized that Yayun was hugging him. But she was hugging him because the staff was now pulling them back to safety with Yayun's safety harness. Oh, you've woken up? I think you'd better close your eyes again, otherwise you're going to faint from fear again, said Yayun as she quickly used a hand to cover his eyes. I'm okay, I don't feel so scared anymore. Sujin blushed crimson red because while Yayun was on the skinny side, she had quite a full bosom. Hanging off her body with her chest against his made his heart pound wildly. Yayun didn't seem to notice anything amiss and only let go of him after they had been safely pulled back up again. The staff kept apologizing to Sujin and assumed that it was their equipment that was of poor quality, so they insisted on compensating Sujin. Sujin was rather embarrassed because he knew very well why the equipment broke like that. It was actually his own fault, so he felt bad accepting any compensation. The management of the amusement park was very grateful that Sujin wasn't going to pursue this matter, so they decided to cover Sujin and Yayun's expenses for the day and also let them stay at the attached hotel's presidential suite for the night. Sujin wasn't sure if he ought to laugh or cry at their insistence. So, even though he still felt bad for them, he decided to accept their kind offer. Yayun's eyes instantly lit up when she heard that their expenses at the park were going to be covered and got ready to make Sujin accompany her on every ride possible. Wait, presidential suite? Did the staff think we're a couple? Sujin's imagination ran wild after the manager handed him the keycard to the hotel's presidential suite. Chapter 62, Superhero. As Yayun quietly ate a chocolate sundae, Sujin secretly marveled at how this seemingly quiet and dainty girl could be such a daredevil. Hey, if you're so scared of heights, why did you agree to come out with me? Yayun asked Sujin with a spoon in her mouth as she blinked her large eyes at him. He smacked his forehead and sighed. Did you think I had a choice? Your cousin is my boss, so once she gives orders, I've got to listen to her. You're lying. Hi. Yayun narrowed her eyes and sneered, I'm not stupid, you know? There's no need for someone with such good fighting skills like you to remain at a desk job within my dad's company. If you wanted to, you could find a rich employer to hire you quite easily. My cousin wouldn't be able to order you around if you weren't willing to listen to her. Well, I guess you could put it that way. Then, if I told you that I was willing to listen to her because I've taken a liking to you, would you believe me? Sujin said these words very flippantly, but his heart was actually palpitating. Yayun tilted her head a little to consider his words, then nodded. Yeah. I'll believe that. Sujin's heart skipped a beat and he smiled a little stiffly as he said, You don't think I'm lying to you? I don't think so. I'm such a likable person, so it's only natural for you to take a liking to me, said Yayun without even pausing to think. Sujin didn't know how to respond to that. He scratched his head and asked, So, what's your opinion on this? Nah, you're my cousin, she replied with a big grin. He nearly fell off his chair. I'm not your cousin and you know that. I'm just teasing you. I'm really sorry, but I can't accept your feelings for me. Her expression grew serious as she turned Sujin down. He was very disappointed, but he forced himself to smile as he shook his head and said, It's all right. I was already prepared for you to say no. It's not because you're not good enough or anything like that. In fact, I kinda like you too and I think we really get along well, but, I have some personal reasons for rejecting you, so, I'm really sorry, she apologized to him. It's really alright, you don't have to feel so bad. But these personal reasons, are they the same reason why your behavior is so worrying? Asked Sujin. She hesitated for a while, then nodded. Perhaps you think I'm just being rebellious, but I really have my reasons for being like this and I'm really sorry about my behavior, but I can't tell anybody about this. He nodded silently. Everyone had their own secrets, after all. Since she had her own reasons, he wasn't going to force her to accept him. Just being friends wasn't a bad thing either anyway. They were a little downcast as they wandered about aimlessly in the park. Suddenly, they noticed a lot of people running in the same direction. Did something happen? Asked Yayun curiously. Sujin looked into the distance, since his vision was so powerful that he could see much further than the average human. Something's happened to the Ferris wheel. Sujin could see smoke billowing from the Ferris wheel and he could also hear faint sounds of people crying and screaming for help. Why are you just standing there? Let's go over and help. Yayun grabbed his arm and started running towards the Ferris wheel. Sujin didn't know what to do. He wanted to help but rescuing the people stuck on the Ferris wheel would require him to use his supernatural powers. He had always been careful to make sure he didn't do anything that gave him away when he was around Yayun. It would be very hard to explain himself if he were to display anything that looked remotely supernatural now. You go ahead, I'll go inform the staff. Sujin found a reason to go separate ways from Yayun. She didn't think too much about what he said and let his hand go. Yeah. Call the police and the fire brigade to come. I'll do that. Sujin nodded and ran off quickly. After he made sure Yayun was out of sight, he started thinking about what to do next. An idea came to mind and he quickly started looking around the park. He quickly located a performing area within the park and found a sky blue cape and white face mask in the backstage. I guess these will have to do. Sujin took off his jacket, put on the cape and wore the mask over his face. He looked at himself in the mirror, then purposely messed his hair up. Only someone very familiar with him would recognize him like that. After he had gotten changed, Sujin ran like a bolt of blue lightning and arrived at the Ferris wheel in less than half a minute. The center of the gigantic Ferris wheel had caught fire and there were several park guests shouting for help as they remained trapped in their capsules. But the Ferris wheel couldn't move because the mechanism was on fire and the park wasn't equipped with anything that could reach so high. They had to wait for the fire brigade to come, but it might be too late by the time they arrived. This can't wait anymore. Sujin realized how urgent the situation was. He ran to a section away from the smoke, then started climbing the frame of the Ferris wheel like an agile chimpanzee. What's that over there? Oh my god! Is that what I think it is? That's a human. But, How could someone climb like that? It didn't take long for someone to notice Sujin, but nobody could believe that a human could climb a Ferris wheel. Every leap that Sujin took brought him a few meters higher. But Sujin didn't have time to worry about what everyone else thought. He had tried his best to avoid the smoke, but as he climbed higher and higher, it became impossible to avoid the smoke. He stuffed a piece of super-oxygenated chewing gum into his mouth and the fresh supply of oxygen instantly perked him up. The smoke obstructed his vision, but he wasn't so worried about poor visibility since he could still feel his way around easily. "Daddy! Daddy! I'm scared!" Sujin heard the cries of a young child coming from one of the capsules, but there was no response from the father. "I smell blood!" Sujin immediately jumped over, stuck his hands into the gap in the door of the capsule and yanked the door right out with his bare hands. A boy who looked around 5 or 6 was hugging his father and crying loudly. His father probably hit his head, so his forehead was covered with blood and he was unconscious. "Don't be scared. Uncle will carry you and your daddy out of here." Sujin tried to assure the little boy, then carried the father with one arm. "Hang on to me," Sujin said to the boy. But the boy seemed very afraid of him and tried to keep his distance. Sujin did look like a strange person right now, so he deepened his voice and said, "I am actually Superman. Brave young man, I am here to rescue you and your daddy." "Superman?" The boy's eyes lit up and wasn't afraid of Sujin anymore, so he held on to Sujin as Sujin instructed. "You are a brave young man indeed. Close your eyes now. Once we reach safety, I'll tell you to open your eyes again, okay?" Sujin encouraged the little boy. The little boy immediately shut his eyes. Sujin made a quick escape plan, then retrieved Rumor from his handbook and held it in his hand. At the same time, a silver gleam flashed in his eyes. Sujin proceeded to jump right off the Ferris wheel. Everyone watching below gasped in horror. Jumping from that height was as good as suicide. But just before Sujin hit the ground, he shot Rumor out and a faint silver thread seemed to be connected to Rumor. This was Sujin's psychokinetic spirit power at work. He had spent a long time in his personal hell domain to perfect his use of his spirit power and was now able to use it with ease. Rumor lodged itself in the frame of the Ferris wheel, slowed Sujin's speed of descent down and enabled him to land safely on the ground. He put the boy and his father down, then patted the boy's head as he said, "Go over there and ask those uncles and aunties to help send your daddy to the hospital. Superman has saved you, so it's your turn to save daddy, okay?" "Okay. I'll go save daddy now." The boy nodded vigorously. Sujin gave the boy a pleased nod, then pulled his hand back to spring back upwards like Spider-Man. Once he got back onto the frame of the Ferris wheel, he stopped using his spirit power since he didn't have a lot to spare. He continued to save the people in the next few capsules, but the fire was getting bigger and it was going to be difficult for him to save everybody by himself. He could only grit his teeth and try to move faster. "Hi!" Sujin was stunned for a moment after he opened the next capsule because he noticed another person in a cape hold onto 2 guests and jump off the other side of the Ferris wheel. After he was puzzled for 2 seconds, he realized that this other person was very likely to be another handbook owner. He didn't think there was any technology available right now that could enable a person to move like that. As he observed the other person, he noticed that this person wasn't very tall but was able to move nimbly between the metal beams and seemed even more flexible than himself. He also noticed a strange glow appear around this other person from time to time. Spirit power. So, this other person is a veteran too. It was already hard enough to find another handbook owner, much less another veteran. He was surprised that there was another one right here. But this wasn't the time to go say hello to a fellow owner. It was more important to save everyone on the Ferris wheel right now. Sujin stopped thinking about the other veteran and continued his rescue mission. Having 2 superhumans on the rescue team made everything go faster. Every guest trapped on the Ferris wheel was brought to safety in no time. Once Sujin was sure that there was nobody else left on the Ferris wheel, he heaved a sigh of relief. But when he tried to look for the other superhuman on the Ferris wheel just now, he realized that the other party had disappeared. At the same time, he noticed a large group of people running towards him with microphones and cameras, so he ran off as quickly as he could. At the same time, another person in a cape was hiding in a secluded place. After pressing down on a red button on her chest, her cape and mask disappeared to reveal a beautiful face. If Sujin were here, he would have shouted in shock, because this person was Yayun. Chapter 63, Department of Supernatural Affairs. As the capital city of the country, B City had the best team of extraordinary people. Some were martial arts experts, some dabbled in secret arts, while others were professionals in extremely obscure occupations. But the star of the day was Situjin. Situjin was the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs in B City. He wasn't a high-ranking civil servant, but he had tremendous influence in B City. Every government official had to tread carefully around Situjin, because the department he headed was allowed to take action without prior approval. Mr. Situ, here's the footage we just received from S City. A female administrator opened her laptop and played a video for Situjin. The footage was a video of the Ferris wheel on fire in Amusement Valley. In the video, people kept falling out of the capsules, but strangely enough, they would suddenly stop just before reaching the ground, as if they had been caught by someone. This sort of thing again. Situjin furrowed his brows. He had watched such footage many times ever since he became the head of this department. The content of these videos was also basically identical. An action that was clearly orchestrated by a human was happening, but any video or camera would fail to capture an image of the person. According to eyewitnesses, 2 superhumans in capes rescued these people, and there were more than 100 eyewitnesses, so I'm quite sure this is a legitimate incident. The administrator wore a neatly ironed suit and a pair of black-framed glasses. She seemed very stern and disciplined. Situjin nodded, then watched the video again several times, but failed to spot any signs of a human doing the rescuing. He looked up and said to the administrator, "Call the department in for a meeting." "Yes, Mr. Situ." It didn't take long for 6 people to enter Situjin's office. They covered a wide range of ages and didn't look any different from any ordinary person on the street. But if you looked carefully, you would notice that there was a gleam in everyone's eye, an alertness that made them look like they were keenly observing everything they saw. You can all take a look at this. It's the same as the previous situation we saw. This time, we have more than 100 witnesses and there are no signs of any chemicals or drugs used, so this is not a mass illusion of sorts. Situjin turned the laptop to let everyone in his office watch the video. After watching the video, everyone remained silent. This wasn't the first time they were watching footage like that. But other than staring at the video in a daze, there was nothing else they could do. In the 1960s, the previous iteration of this department, the Supernatural Investigation Unit, had discovered such happenings and managed to capture a man who called himself an owner within the next decade. But this man soon died inside his jail cell and the unit didn't get any information out of him. All they know is that these so-called owners definitely have something to do with these incidents. Situjin paused, then continued, "Other people have been able to see them, but it's impossible to catch them on camera. Such people pose a threat to our country. I'm sure all of you know that, right?" Everyone in the office nodded. Public security had improved tremendously over the last few decades, mostly because of advancements in surveillance and video capture technology, since that made it difficult for anybody to engage in criminal activity without being caught on camera. But these seemingly superhumans couldn't be caught on camera at all, so if they engaged in criminal activity, it would be almost impossible to track them down. Many important places considered these cameras that could capture everything in real time as their highest mode of security. If these superhumans decided to try anything funny, they could cause a lot of harm without getting caught at all. According to the information from the unit back then, the owner they captured was unable to tell them anything in detail. The only thing he could tell them was that he was an owner. But when they asked him what that meant, he lost his ability to speak, followed by an inability to control his bodily movements and more. After that, several other agencies around the world managed to capture such people, but the result was the same. Eventually, both government agencies and private organizations gave up researching these people, but these people have continued to exist, said Situ Jin quietly. Mr. Situ, you're thinking of, someone asked. I'm thinking of investigating these people again. Their existence is an unknown threat to society after all, said Situ Jin with a grave look on his face. Another person asked, but how do we go about investigating these people? There aren't a lot of them in the first place and it's so hard to capture any of them. And even if we do capture them, what do we do with them? Situ Jin pursed his lips and said, we'll talk about that later. What we need to do now is to capture one of them first. But we don't have any clues at all. Even though this incident just happened, it's impossible to capture the person involved unless we had already laid a trap beforehand, said the administrator to Situ Jin. Situ Jin paused to think, then said, Amusement Valley is a place that requires one to show their ID when they buy tickets. Wen Yin, get me the list of people who bought tickets for the day. Got it. Wen Yin nodded and left Situ Jin's office to get this done. Laddie, I want the surveillance camera footage from Amusement Valley. And I mean footage from every single camera, especially during the time this incident happened, Situ Jin said to a small-sized younger man. Why would you want that? I thought those owners never appear in the footage, said Laddie in a confused voice. Situ Jin chuckled. That's exactly why I want the footage. Since we can't confirm who they are with the video, then let's go by elimination. We'll strike off everybody who appears in the footage, then investigate whoever's left on the name list who didn't appear. Laddie was enlightened and smacked his head before leaving Situ Jin's office to carry out his boss' instructions. Situ Jin dismissed everyone else as well, but instructed everyone to remain contactable at all times. After everyone had left, he watched the video again very carefully. Owners, who on earth are you people? I'm going to get to the bottom of this and I'll make sure you don't upset the social order of this country. There was a glint in his eyes as he narrowed them slightly. Meanwhile, the chaos in Amusement Valley had finally come to an end, so Sujin went to meet up with Yayun again. This major rescue operation had left Sujin rather exhausted and he had used up almost all of his spirit power. Hey, why do you look like a withered carrot? Yayun laughed merrily as she poked at his waist. But he wasn't afraid of tickles and let her poke all she wanted. I was helping to carry the injured people into the ambulance, so I'm pretty tired from that. Sujin looked up at the TV in the rest area. It was showing footage from what happened at the Ferris wheel earlier. Hi! Sujin immediately noticed something amiss. The TV was showing the rescue process, but all he saw were people flying down from the Ferris wheel. He didn't see himself at all. What on earth? Sujin was terribly shocked. He wasn't some ghost. He could see himself in the mirror and taking photos wasn't a problem either. He had taken some photos with his sister the last time he went to visit her and they had turned out perfectly fine. What's wrong? Yayun noticed the stunned look on Sujin's face and asked out of curiosity. He quickly tried to hide his emotions and said, Oh, nothing. I just found the footage really strange. Those people jumped from such a high place but none of them were injured. Isn't that amazing? Yayun glanced at the TV for a while, then laughed and said, I suppose it's some new high-tech rescuing equipment. Anyway, it's getting late. Don't you think we should be heading home soon? Sujin looked up at the sky and agreed that it was getting late, so they got up to leave the amusement park. But once they stepped out of the park grounds, they froze in shock. Every road leading out of the park was completely jammed. The only vehicles allowed to pass were ambulances. It was going to be too hard to even walk out of this place, never mind catch a bus or a cab. What are we going to do? Yayun groaned. Sujin was frustrated at first too, then he remembered that he had a key to a room in the hotel right next to the park. He waved the card in front of Yayun and said, or, how about a presidential suite? Yayun glared at Sujin, then grabbed the cart and started running while yelling, "The last one to get there doesn't get to sleep on the bed." Sujin stared at Yayun, who had left him far behind her, and sighed in amusement. "That's the wrong direction, silly." He ended up waiting at the hotel for more than half an hour before she finally came walking in. He grinned as he approached her and said, "What's the point of running so quickly? You should have gotten the right direction first. Why didn't you tell me that I was running in the wrong direction? Why didn't you run after me? Aren't you afraid that something bad might happen to me since I'm a girl just running about out there all by myself?" Yayun started blaming him instead. He ignored her ranting, took her hand and pulled her towards the elevator. She didn't struggle and let him pull her along. They arrived at the room number stated on the card, and Sujin couldn't help feeling overwhelmed when he opened the door. This presidential suite could be described in 2 words: pure luxury. But before he could snap out of his daze, Yayun hopped into the room like a little bunny and dived head first onto the bed. She looked at Sujin and declared proudly, "The slower one doesn't get to sleep on the bed." Sujin didn't know whether to laugh at her or not. As the man, he was going to let her have the bed in the first place. But since she wanted to tease him, he was going to tease her back. He sauntered into the room, plonked down on the bed and leaned back as he said loudly, "No way. This is the park's compensation to me. Either I get the bed, or we'll have to share. You choose." But, my dear cousin," Yayun whined pitifully at him, but he was already prepared for her to do that, so he pretended to be unaffected by her whining. "Tisk. I've never stayed in a presidential suite before, so I'm not backing down." Sujin stood his ground. She puffed her cheeks out, pulled the blanket over herself and snapped angrily, "Big deal. We'll just share the bed then." "Humph. Good night." "Good night." Yayun's compromise left Sujin in shock instead. Chapter 64, Intruders. In the end, nothing happened between the two of them. Or rather, nothing that anybody imagined a man and a woman alone in the room would have done. All they did was to sleep with their backs facing each other the entire night. After going through such an intensive rescue mission, both of them got some of the best sleep they have had in recent months. They checked out and left Amusement Valley first thing the next morning. Shortly after they left, a car with a government official license plate drove in. It was Situjin. Situjin snubbed his cigarette out and exhaled the last of the smoke in his mouth, which floated into the air and disappeared completely. "Laddie, are you sure the suspects were staying here?" Situjin asked his subordinate. Laddie looked at his information again and said confidently, "Yes, that's right. Last night, they used their IDs to check in and stayed in the presidential suite of this hotel." The 2 men walked into the hotel and the staff was very cooperative once they flashed their badges. After all, not even a fellow government agency could refuse to cooperate with the Department of Supernatural Affairs. "I'm really sorry, sirs, but the 2 people you are looking for have already checked out and left." The hotel manager wiped his sweat away as he came running back with this report. These 2 men were from one of the highest authorities in the land, so he made sure to act as quickly as possible. Situjin was dismayed, but he nodded and said, "What did these 2 spend on during their time in the amusement park? Could you give me a rundown?" "No problem. Amusement Valley has records of our guests' expenditure in our computers, so I'll bring you over to take a look." The manager nodded vigorously, gave one of his staff a call, then led the 2 men to the management office. Half an hour later, the 2 men sat down with a park employee to look through all the rides and attractions Sujin and Yayun went through. It didn't take long for them to see the records on what happened with Sujin at the bungee jumping platform. Was this a result of someone pulling extremely hard on it? Situjin held up the broken bungee rope and asked the employee. The employee scratched his head and said, "Well, I can't really confirm that, but it's more likely to be a quality issue. This sort of rope can take way more force than a human can exert." Situjin nodded slightly and smiled faintly as he said to Laddie, "Mark Mr. Sujin as an important target. I think we need to pay him a visit." Laddie nodded and took his phone out to contact his fellow teammates. Shortly after that, he said to Situ Jin, "I've called King Kong, Spectacles, and Grandmaster along just in case. Good job. If this Mr. Su does turn out to be one of our targets, he is very likely to be an extremely good fighter," said Situ Jin with a nod. They left Amusement Valley and their next destination was Sujin's place. Once they met up with their other team members, all 5 of them drove to Sujin's place immediately. Sujin had just gotten back himself. Konoha was pestering him for details on what happened the night before, but Sujin didn't want to tell her that despite sharing the bed with Yayun the whole night, nothing happened at all. There was nothing wrong with that per se, but he felt like saying that made him look like a loser. Wait a minute. Sujin was about to tell Konoha to stop asking when he heard the sound of a car coming to a sudden stop outside, followed by several footsteps. Someone's here and they don't seem like ordinary people. Sujin could tell that these weren't just normal visitors. Their footsteps were heavy and forceful, unlike ordinary people's footsteps. Sujin didn't think anybody who walked like that was here for a nice afternoon chat. Konoha knew when to be serious and she trusted Sujin's judgment, so she nodded and went to hide herself somewhere in the house. She wasn't good at close combat, so it was better for her to find a vantage point and assist Sujin from afar. But of course, Konoha's lack of close combat skills was only a disadvantage in a handbook challenge. She was formidable enough in the real world to take on even experts in martial arts. Sujin shut his eyes and listened to the footsteps. There were 5 of them and not all of them were headed for his front door. They had gone separate ways and were approaching the house from different directions. These people were definitely up to no good. Sujin's lips curled upwards slightly as he decided to walk towards one of them. This person had climbed over the back fence of his home and saw Sujin right in front of him immediately after he got over the fence. This man was nicknamed Grandmaster and he was considered the fighting maniac in the Department of Supernatural Affairs. He was an expert in various fighting techniques and used to be a military general. But he accidentally killed an opponent during a friendly match and the military fired him. Situ Jin eventually got him to join the Department of Supernatural Affairs instead. And because the department was given a lot of resources, he managed to get his hands on a lot of items that were crucial for his martial arts development. That made him the best fighter in the entire department. Perhaps he was very confident of what he was capable of. Grandmaster's first reaction when he saw Sujin wasn't to escape but to run towards Sujin while swinging his arms at Sujin's ears like a pair of whips. "Wow!" exclaimed Sujin with admiration in his heart. Grandmaster was using the momentum from his running to increase the force in his whip-like arms. Bang! Grandmaster's arms hit Sujin's ears hard and he was gleeful at first. But his glee soon turned to absolute shock. Logically speaking, Sujin should have lost consciousness immediately. But Sujin was still conscious and had even taken a step towards himself. Mountain leaning technique. Grandmaster cursed inwardly. He knew this technique that Sujin was unleashing because this was one of the best Chinese martial arts techniques for close combat. A martial artist who used this technique well could use it to break a thick tree trunk with his bare hands. But Grandmaster was a martial arts expert himself, so instead of retreating, he bent his body so that he now moved like a supple willow in the wind. No matter how hard one attacked a willow, you wouldn't do it much harm because it was limp and flexible. Pfft! To Grandmaster's surprise, Sujin changed tactics too. Sujin approached him with the usual mountain-leaning technique steps, but the moment Grandmaster switched to something else, Sujin's shoulders suddenly moved such that his arms turned into whips. Grandmaster sprayed blood from his mouth from the impact and flew out like a kite with a broken string, then crashed heavily onto the ground and lost consciousness. Sujin didn't stop and quickly turned to face the next person. This fellow had also climbed over a wall, but he was better at moving stealthily and landed without any noise. But Sujin blocked his way after he had just taken a few steps. This man's nickname was Spectacles, and unlike Grandmaster, he didn't know much about fighting. But he was an expert in poisons, and his nickname was a reference to the venomous snake, the king cobra. Spectacles took several steps back when he saw Sujin, then touched the air with his fingers, which sent a foul smell towards Sujin. Sujin frowned and immediately realized there was a problem with this smell. He suddenly felt dizzy and nearly tripped over himself. Ha ha, this is something I've taken much time and effort to concoct. But don't worry, it's not fatal. You're just going to sleep for a little while, said Spectacles proudly. He had a large variety of poisons on hand, and if he wanted to, he could knock an elephant out in seconds. But since Situjin said that he wanted Sujin to be captured alive, Spectacles didn't use anything fatal. Sujin sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. His body was a lot more powerful than an elephant now, so even though the poisonous fumes made him feel a little discomfort, he felt okay again after taking those few breaths. Someone who knows how to use poisons, eh? How troublesome, muttered Sujin as he patted his cheeks to sober up. Spectacles was stunned to see that Sujin was perfectly fine. Then he realized that he was in great danger, so he quickly slid several vials of poison out from his sleeve. If Sujin came too close, he was going to use these poisons to protect himself. But Sujin wasn't going to walk towards him at all. He said to Spectacles, I had a good rest last night, so it's hard for me to fall asleep now. Why don't you take a nap? The moment he said that, Spectacles collapsed onto the ground. Sujin gave a pleased nod. He hadn't used any weapons at all. He had used his psychokinesis to cause Spectacles to faint. Now that he was done with a second person, Sujin turned to a third one. Compared to the first two, the third one wasn't as sneaky. He actually walked in through the front gate. This man was nicknamed King Kong. He was well versed in making all sorts of equipment and weaponry. King Kong wasn't a good fighter, but he was able to make a variety of tools and weapons that helped him with any mission. Sujin noticed that King Kong was wearing some strange equipment and decided it was better not to go too near to King Kong. If King Kong were to have some hidden weapons or poison like Spectacles, Sujin would get hurt if he were to get too close. So, Sujin decided to settle this very simply. It only took him a thought to cause King Kong to collapse onto the floor unconscious. Unless King Kong had something that could counter psychokinesis, his equipment was pointless and only became an additional burden. Out of the 5 who had invaded his home, Sujin had knocked 3 of them out in less than a minute. Meanwhile, the other 2 had already entered the house. But while Sujin didn't have much money in the house, what he had was one ridiculously formidable Konoha, so he wasn't too worried about that. He strolled back into the house and saw Konoha dragging 2 men by the collar. After she flung the 2 men into the middle of the living room, he saw that Situjin had a swollen bruise almost as large as a child's fist on his forehead. Konoha had attacked him without holding back. Who are these people? Burglars? Asked Konoha curiously. Sujin shook his head with a laugh. I don't think so. They're pretty good fighters, so I highly doubt they'd waste their skills on being a bunch of burglars. I think it's better to wake them up and ask them instead. Could you bring some cold water over? You just want cold water? But I've just boiled a full kettle of water, said Konoha very earnestly. Or the Tishan Ko of Bajiquan, of which anybody interested can attempt these pictures lol. The common name for a cobra in Chinese is bespectacled snake because when it extends its hood, the color of the scales on the back of the hood resemble a pair of spectacles. Chapter 65, Altering Memories. Sujin carried the other 3 men in, flung them into the middle of the living room, plonked himself comfortably onto the couch, then took the cold water from Konoha and proceeded to shower the 5 men with it. Besides Spectacles and King Kong, the rest woke up with a start. Sujin guessed that the 2 of them weren't able to regain consciousness so easily because he had used his spirit power on them, so he just left them alone for the time being. All right, you 3. Your other companions might have to sleep for a while longer, but since at least 3 of you are awake, I think it's time you told me why you decided to barge into my home. Sujin sat on the couch with his hands clasped together, while Konoha hid herself in a dark corner. As an expert sniper, she seemed to prefer hiding herself like this, especially when faced with unknown dangers. Situjin was the leader of the group, so he decided to speak up. He observed Sujin carefully for a while, then said, "You're the one who attacked us. Oh wow, you make it sound like I was the one who barged into your home and knocked all of you out." Sujin chuckled, leaned back and asked nonchalantly, "Let me repeat myself. Why did you barge into my home? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" said Laddie in a threatening voice as he glared fiercely at Sujin. Sujin nodded, then snapped his fingers. Laddie instantly froze, then lost consciousness. "I'm sorry, but I really don't like having to repeat myself so many times, and I don't like others threatening me either." Sujin had a mirthless smile on his face as he stared coldly at Situjin. He was quite sure that Situjin was the leader of this small group, given their responses. Situjin wasn't too agitated when he saw Laddie collapse onto the floor. Laddie had lost consciousness, but his breathing was normal, so his life wasn't in danger. "We just wanted to find out a little more from you. Sorry for not introducing ourselves. We're from S City's Special Police and our unit is in charge of investigating any unexplainable or supernatural occurrences within S City," said Situjin without batting an eyelid. He was an excellent liar because that was part of his job, regardless of whether he was doing his work or reporting to his superiors. Sujin raised an eyebrow. He thought that such a unit only existed in storybooks. Then again, he had become a handbook owner, so nothing was really too crazy for him to believe anymore. "I see. Special police, eh? But don't you find your standard procedure very strange? Is barging into a citizen's home part of it?" asked Sujin. "Of course not. But you're not an ordinary person. You're someone with formidable fighting abilities, and I was afraid that you might escape, so I tried to think of a way to pin you down first. I felt that doing that would make everything else easier and keep the situation under control. But, it looks like I've underestimated you, Mr. Owner," explained Situjin calmly. Sujin's pupils constricted instinctively. Not just anyone would use the term owner in such a context. But he quickly calmed down again. If Situjin knew about Hell's Handbook, he would have gone further than just calling him an owner. Sujin guessed that Situjin must have found out about owners somehow and was trying to use this word to get more information out of him. $*##. Sujin suddenly uttered some words that Situjin couldn't understand at all. "What was that?" Situjin stared at Sujin. "Nothing, I just used my hometown dialect to say something nice about you," said Sujin with a smile. Just like he had thought, only handbook owners were able to tell one another about anything within the handbook universe. If they tried to tell a non-owner about the handbook, their words would sound like gibberish to the other party. Situjin didn't believe what Sujin had just told him. Before this, he wasn't sure if Sujin was really an owner or not, but he was very certain now. The department had records stating that when that owner they captured tried to tell them more about his secret, his speech became impaired or incomprehensible. Both parties got the information they wanted, but Sujin had the disadvantage. It was going to be very difficult to hide his identity now. "I hope that you can cooperate with me. Going against a government agency is definitely not a wise thing to do, even if you're an owner. According to our records, people like you aren't invincible," said Situjin very resolutely. He was now threatening Sujin in hope that Sujin would listen to him. Sujin nodded slightly and said, "You're right. Going against a government agency is not a wise thing to do, but even though I can't afford to cross them, I can always hide. Trust me, you can't hide either. I know about you, so if I can find you this time, I'll be able to find you a second time. And it will only get easier each time." Situjin knew that Sujin was able to kill them easily if he wanted to, so he tried to pressurize Sujin and make sure Sujin knew that his team wasn't a group that he could kill and get away with it. "Like I said just now, I don't like to be threatened. And once I kill you, you wouldn't be able to find me a second time," said Sujin with a smile. Situjin smiled too. "Did you think we were here on an ad hoc mission? I can guarantee you right now that if we die, you will never be able to escape from the government for the rest of your life. The government is powerful enough to make sure you have nowhere to run or hide. Sujin pretended to look really enlightened and said, "You're right. That would make things so difficult for me, and I'm someone who absolutely hates trouble." He got up and stood in front of Situjin, then said, "You're a clever one, but you're too complacent. You think that your mission is definitely going to succeed and you think you've got everything under your control. You've used something you know nothing about to sound me out and you think you've got what you've wanted. But actually, you've not gotten anything at all. This sentence might sound grammatically incorrect, but you're about to not get anything. And which intelligent person isn't complacent? You are no better." "Grandmaster," yelled Situjin. He felt that Sujin might kill him anytime and immediately decided to give it one last shot. To him, Sujin calling him complacent was the pot calling the kettle black. Sujin was just as complacent, which was why he left all of them on the floor without restraining them at all. Grandmaster bounced up like a bow whose string had been released and pounced towards Sujin like a tiger hunting its prey. He knew that Sujin was an expert in martial arts, so he wasn't hoping to defeat Sujin in a fight. All he needed to do was to hold Sujin back long enough for Situjin to escape. Situjin and Grandmaster coordinated their timings perfectly. As Grandmaster made his attack, Situjin moved backwards and ran for the nearest window. While talking to Sujin, he had looked around and concluded that escaping through the window was his best bet. Their plans were perfect in theory, but pointless in reality. Grandmaster's body crashed heavily back onto the floor mid-air, while Situjin tripped over himself and fell just before he reached the window. Sujin shook his head and muttered, "Besides bringing terror to its owners, Hell's Handbook gives them tremendous power as well. The power that veterans can wield makes them seem like gods to ordinary people. Jin, it's not wise to just keep relying on the power you have." Konoha walked out from the shadows. She had been on standby this whole time so that she could help if Sujin's life were threatened. Sujin nodded and laughed. "I'm just thinking out loud. Power is relative, after all. If we were really gods, we wouldn't be having so much trouble surviving challenges." "How do you intend to deal with these people?" asked Konoha. "These people are quite troublesome, but I've learned a useful skill from my hell domain. I just need to do a little surgery on their memories." Sujin pulled Grandmaster up, pressed a finger on Grandmaster's head and started activating his spirit power. "You have the ability to alter memories." Konoha wasn't particularly surprised. Spirit power contained 1,000,001 possibilities and was something that every handbook owner wanted to have. The fact that Sujin was able to use his spirit power to change an ordinary person's memories didn't sound too far-fetched to her. A few moments later, Sujin removed his finger from Grandmaster's forehead. He looked a little tired as he said to Konoha, "This is making me more tired than I thought. Thankfully I don't have a lot of memories to alter, or I might collapse before I get through them all. Thankfully, you got this psychokinetic spirit power. If you got some internal energy type or magic type of spirit power, you wouldn't be able to do something like this," replied Konoha. Sujin remarked curiously, "You said that psychokinesis was a useless sort of spirit power the last time, but I learned so many ways to use it from my hell domain. This spirit power is great at both attacking and defending, so I don't see why it's so bad." Konoha nodded and said, "If you're talking about what it can do, then I'd agree that psychokinesis is one of the best spirit power types to have. Also, it carries a characteristic that no other types have." "What characteristic is that?" "It's a universal type of spirit power," said Konoha in a serious voice. "Most spirit power equipment have requirements on the type of spirit power needed. If you don't have the right type of spirit power, you won't be able to use that particular item. But psychokinetic spirit power isn't like that. It can be used to operate any spirit power equipment, so it's as if you've got every class in the game." Sujin nodded in shock. He had spent a year's worth of time in his personal hell domain to learn and train himself in using his psychokinesis, discovering many new techniques in the process. But he wasn't told anything about how this spirit power could be used universally. If that's the case, this spirit power isn't useless at all. This is a truly amazing type, exclaimed Sujin. But Konoha proceeded to burst his bubble as she said, but it's simply too difficult to train and cultivate psychokinesis. As long as your upper limit remains low, your spirit power is as good as useless in a challenge. I'm pretty sure your current upper limit can't even power a medium-level spirit power weapon. Sujin's expression instantly fell because he knew Konoha was right. The skill that came with the Demon Lord's longbow, the Roar of the Demon Lord, required 150 points of spirit power for each use. Sujin's current upper limit was at 100 points, which meant that he couldn't even use this skill once. If he didn't have sufficient capacity for spirit power, he wouldn't be able to use it much in a fight. It didn't matter how powerful or amazing his spirit power type could be. Yet, this was the one weakness he couldn't seem to overcome. Chapter 66, Bodyguard. Sujin stood in front of his door and laughed along politely as he saw Situjin and his team out of his house. He shook their hands and said, "I'm so sorry that I couldn't be of much help to you guys." "Oh, no, don't say that, Mr. Su. We're already very grateful that you were willing to cooperate with our investigation. Also, it was not right of us to barge into your home like this as well. The chemicals that Spectacles used earlier will not be of any harm to your body, but if you do feel any discomfort, please contact me at this number, we will compensate you accordingly," said Situjin apologetically. He had brought his team here and barged into Sujin's home and even tried to attack Sujin. But Sujin had been such a model citizen by cooperating with them without even getting angry. This made the team really sorry for being so hostile before. "Thanks. If you still have any other questions to clarify, please feel free to drop by." Sujin shook Situjin's hand again and bid them farewell. After the five of them left, Sujin walked back into the house and Konoha asked, "Are you sure everything is going to be okay?" "Well, nobody can be really sure about that. I used my spirit power to look through some of their memories, then overwrote them with false memories. Theoretically speaking, everything should be fine. But, that Situjin isn't stupid, so it's hard to say if he would smell a rat or not." Sujin shook his head. He didn't think there was any lie that could be covered up forever. He had fudged their memories and this should work out perfectly, but he still felt that there would still be a loophole somewhere. There were many intelligent people in the world and Sujin felt that he was possibly the most intelligent out of 10,000 people. But there were some who were the most intelligent out of 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people, or even 10 million people. Depending on their circumstances and personalities, these people might not always get a chance to display their full potential, but there were definitely others who were able to use their intelligence to its fullest. The thought of having someone like that having an eye on himself terrified Sujin. Meanwhile, Situjin and his men had driven quite a distance from Sujin's place. Laddie grinned and said, "Mr. Situ, this man was our biggest suspect but we've already eliminated him. So, who's our next target? Who said we've eliminated this man as a suspect? Call up S-City's special police and tell them that I need their best people to watch this place 24/7, said Situjin as he pulled out a cigarette and tapped it against his palm. Laddie was feeling fine but Grandmaster wasn't. Grandmaster pressed a hand against his chest and looked rather troubled. Situjin noticed this and asked, "Grandmaster, what's wrong?" I'm fine. I suppose I've been practicing a little too hard recently and I might have injured something in the chest area," said Grandmaster with a smile. Everyone instinctively rolled their eyes. They knew how obsessed Grandmaster was with martial arts. This wasn't the first time he had gotten injured from practicing too hard. Laddie got into contact with S-City's special police as instructed and both parties quickly arranged to meet in an office building in the heart of S-City. Leading the team from the special police was a man in his 60s. Accompanying him were a young man and a young woman who looked like they were 23 or 24 years old. "Ho ho, Mr. Situ, I've heard so many wonderful things about you," said the man with a hearty laugh as he shook Situjin's hand. I'm sorry about this situation. The special police is special after all, so we rent our own place instead of using a government office. I hope it wasn't too much trouble getting here. Mr. Yang, you're too kind. If you hadn't asked to retire from the Department of Supernatural Affairs because of your age, I wouldn't have had the chance to take up this position, said Situjin very politely to the older man. Then he turned to his team and said, this gentleman over here is Mr. Yang Tianzheng, who used to be the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs. Mr. Yang, these men joined the department not too long ago. This is Laddie, he's an expert in gathering information. This is Grandmaster, a martial arts expert who's well versed in a large variety of fighting techniques. This is Spectacles, our poisons experts who's also researching some useful chemicals for the department. And over here we have King Kong, our equipment and facilities researcher who's a real nerd when it comes to technology. All four subordinates stood up straight in the presence of Yang Tianzheng. They had heard all about this legendary man who had to face extraordinary and dangerous people from foreign lands in the 1980s and was a national hero who had protected the country from these attackers. Yang Tianzheng smiled brightly and nodded as he listened to Situjin introduce his team. He remarked, not bad. The young people these days are more energetic than we were back then. Then he turned to introduce the two young people he had brought along, these two are my protégés. This is LV Jinchanj, he's learned a thing or two from me. This young lady is Han Menjao, she's an expert in tracking and tracing, plus she has some expertise in drugs and chemicals. If you need someone to follow a target, this girl will be the best person to do that. Well, since you're the one making the recommendation, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll have to trouble you, Miss Han. Situjin hadn't gotten to his position just by doing his work well. He knew how to get along with others and make use of his connections when necessary. Besides, he also trusted the judgment of the legendary Yang Tianzheng. A man like Yang Tianzheng wouldn't recommend an incapable person. Since he recommended Han Menjao, then it meant that she must be very capable. Han Menjao looked rather excited and she only calmed down and gave Yang Tianzheng a cheeky grin after he glared at her. Situjin got serious and said to Yang Tianzheng, I've already done a check on this man and even though everything seems fine on the surface, I still think that there's something amiss here, so I'd like your help with this matter. If it's possible, I'd really love for Miss Han to continue following this person in secret without alerting him. Sure. I'll take a look at this person's case and come up with a plan personally. I hope that will assure you, Mr. Situ, said Yang Tianzheng with a laugh. Situjin immediately broke into a smile and said, you're dealing with it personally, that alone is assuring enough. Since that's all settled, we won't stay any longer in S City. There are many matters in B City that we need to settle. Oh dear, I was hoping all of you could stay for a meal. But since you need to hurry back, I'll get Jinchanj to send you to the airport, said Yang Tianzheng. Thank you so much, Mr. Yang. We're off. Situjin got up and walked out of the building with his team and LV Jinchanj. After they left, Yang Tianzheng said to Han Menjao, Menjao, this is your first mission, so make sure you come up with a good plan, don't embarrass us. Got it, Shifu. I've been waiting for this day for so long now, besides, you're going to help me too, aren't you, said Han Menjao with a cheeky grin on her face. He shook his head a little exasperatedly and said, get someone to check on the person Situjin wants you to follow. If you want your mission to go well, you've got to do your homework well. Yes, sir. Han Menjao saluted Yang Tianzheng, then left to find out more about Sujin. Of course, Sujin had no idea that despite his efforts to alter Situjin's memories, Situjin was still on his case. After staying in his house for 2 days, Tang Ning called him back to the office. The first person he ran into when he arrived at the office was Li Zikai. Li Zikai seemed very happy and chuckled as he said, you're really doing well these days, aren't you? I heard from your greatest nightmare that you've been promoted. Why didn't you tell any of us? You call that a promotion? I'm still just an employee at the end of the day. She just needs to make a phone call and I have to come running back to the office ASAP. Sujin drooped his shoulders sadly. Just then, Li Man walked towards them and Sujin wanted to say hello to her, but she let out a scoff and walked past him without even casting him a glance. Li Zikai noticed the awkward expression on Sujin's face and patted Sujin's shoulders. Haven't you heard? It's better to offend a lowlife than to offend a woman. What are you talking about? How have I even offended her? Sujin was confused. He hadn't done anything to Li Man. Li Zikai sniggered and said, well, you gave this woman a dream, then destroyed it with your own hands. To a woman, that's a crime worse than if you murdered her parents. You've offended her, my buddy. Sujin shook his head in exasperation. There was nothing he could do about that. After chatting with Li Zikai for a while, he headed for Tang Ning's office. Once he entered the office, he saw that Kevin and Thomas were around as well. He nodded at them to greet them, then said to Tang Ning, Miss Tang, why did you want to see me? Well, our security subsidiary company has a new client who wants only the best we have. Also, the other request they have is that the leader of the team must be Chinese, said Tang Ning solemnly. Sujin didn't need Tang Ning to go on. He knew why she had called him in. Miss Tang, you know that I'm not interested in this role. In fact, I was thinking of resigning. Even if you want to resign, you still need to serve 1 month's notice. So, you can still be a bodyguard for this client for that month, said Tang Ning. Sujin began to wonder if Tang Ning was his nemesis or something. He was quite an intelligent fellow, but Tang Ning was always able to out-talk him in any situation. He could never seem to find a way to counterattack. Mr. Su, if you could work with us, that would be the best thing that has happened to me since I arrived in this country, Thomas suddenly piped up. Sujin threw him a glance and said, what's the second best thing that's happened? The day I knocked you out cold. Well, Thomas didn't know how to respond to that. Tang Ning ignored their conversation and threw a set of documents to Sujin. Take a look at these documents first. The company really needs someone for this job and this deal is very important to us as well. I hope you can help us out. Oh well, all right then. Sujin sighed as he agreed to take up the job. He flipped through the documents that Tang Ning had given him and was a little surprised. The person they were hired to protect was a young lady. He looked at her photo and read her name out, Han Menjao. The clacker, Shinai please, leave the poor man's surname alone lol. Shinai, my boomer translator tells me that it is in fact LV and not Lu, so I'ma leave this alone. For now. Bruh. Chapter 67, Han Menjao. According to these documents, this Han Menjao is 23 years old and was a Chinese living overseas. She had come back to look at the investment situation back home, and if the circumstances were suitable, she was prepared to live permanently in China. But her parents' identities overseas were a secret and it seemed like they had a feud with many difficult enemies. That was why they wanted to find a good security agency to be in charge of protecting their daughter. We're quite safe here, actually. But since her parents are being so careful, they must have a lot of powerful enemies, thought Sujin as he tapped a finger on his nose. He said to Tang Ning, I don't mind helping you, but I'm not going to provide 24-hour service. I still have other matters to attend to. Other matters? The company doesn't pay you enough so you have to moonlight, asked Tang Ning with a joyless smile. No, it's my personal issue, said Sujin with a smile. I'm going to woo your cousin. Are you serious? Tang Ning was surprised. She looked Sujin up and down a few times, then gave him a thumbs up. You've got guts. How very manly. Your self-sacrificing act of offering yourself to a tiger is admirable indeed. Sujin burst out laughing. Hey, she's your cousin, not a tiger. And it's because she's my cousin, I know her well. Plenty of guys have tried to woo her, but none have survived more than 3 days with her. You've spent more than a month and you still want to woo her, so it's only natural for me to feel great admiration for you. If I don't volunteer to be tortured, then who will? So? Are you going to agree to my conditions or not? Well, given your fearless attitude, I have to agree to your demands. But over the next 2 days, I need you to be there with the client. After that, I don't really care about how you schedule your time. Tang Ning made her requirements very clear and was also very supportive of Sujin's initiative to woo her cousin. Since his superior had been so agreeable, Sujin had to show his gratitude. Don't worry, Miss Tang. I'll make sure the client is satisfied with our services over the next few days. Tang Ning said to Kevin, Mr. Kevin, I'm sure you heard him. I hope all of you will work well together over the next few days. Of course, of course. Thomas has shown great admiration for Mr. Su's Chinese Kung Fu and has been pestering me to arrange for him to learn from Mr. Su. This is a wonderful opportunity for Thomas to learn from Mr. Su, said Kevin with a laugh. Then he turned to Sujin and said, Mr. Su, we'll be in your care for the next few days. Of course, of course. Before this meeting, he had knocked Thomas out while Yayun had threatened to slice Kevin's arm off, so he felt a little awkward about this situation. But Thomas rushed up to Sujin and said excitedly, Mr. Su, I really have tremendous respect for Chinese Kung Fu, so I hope that you can give me a few pointers. Are you sure about that? Chinese martial arts requires one to learn how to be beaten up before you can learn how to beat others up, you know, said Sujin with a cheeky grin. Thomas's smile froze upon hearing that. He remembered how terrifying Sujin's punch that day was. He was an elite bodyguard who had been through war and other dangerous missions and wouldn't have come here if not for the significance that Thor Security Services had placed on their deal with Stellar Skies. In fact, when he had first arrived, he hadn't thought too highly of these Asians who had a much smaller build than himself and felt that their average size made them unsuitable for becoming fighters. But Sujin and Yayun had really opened his eyes to more possibilities. Not only had he suffered at the hands of Sujin, but even his team leader, one of the top 10 bodyguards of Thor Security Services, had been unable to defend himself against the seemingly frail and weak Yayun. After hearing about what happened between Yayun and Kevin after he had been knocked out, Thomas became even more determined to learn Chinese martial arts. Then, could you go a little lighter on me the next time? Asked Thomas a little more timidly. Sujin shrugged in response. Tang Ning told him that he had to meet the client the next morning, so after leaving the office, Sujin gave Yayun a call to ask her out for a meal, but he couldn't get through to her. Her phone's off? Or did it run out of battery? Sujin scratched his head. The next morning, Tang Ning brought Sujin, Kevin, and Thomas to a bungalow in the suburbs. It was located in the suburbs but it definitely cost a bomb. It looked about as large as the place that Konoha's friend owned and Sujin estimated that it cost a few $100 million. Besides being rich enough to afford the land, one needed the right connections to obtain such a large piece of land in S City. After entering the bungalow, someone inside brought them to see his employers, who was the person stated in the documents, Han Menjao. She was practicing taekwondo in an arena within the bungalow. Hello, Miss Han, Tang Ning greeted Han Menjao. Han Menjao wiped her perspiration away, took a sip of the water that her servant had brought and nodded at Tang Ning. Oh, you guys are here. Please make yourselves comfortable. Everyone sat down and Tang Ning said, Miss Han, this is the team of bodyguards the company has put together for you. Mr. Kevin is one of Thor Security Services' best bodyguards and he has prior experience in protecting important political figures from various countries. Mr. Thomas is an expert in a wide variety of fighting techniques. Mr. Sujin is Stellar Skies Security Services manager and he is extremely well versed in Chinese martial arts. Sujin did a double take when he heard Tang Ning announce his position as Security Services manager. He couldn't believe that Tang Ning had seriously given him a managerial position. He instinctively wondered if his salary was also going to increase. Chinese martial arts? I've learned that before too, but Chinese martial arts takes too long to master and you can't achieve much in a short time, so I turned to other forms of martial arts instead, Han Menjao said to Sujin with a smile. That's very true, Sujin nodded in agreement. When did you start learning martial arts? Han Menjao asked casually. Sujin paused to think of a good answer, then said with a laugh, oh, I was pretty young. I don't really remember anymore. The Special Police and the Department of Supernatural Affairs had already done a thorough investigation on Sujin's background, so Han Menjao knew everything about Sujin. In fact, she possibly even knew him better than he knew himself. She knew that Sujin came from a poor family, so it was impossible for him to have learned martial arts from a young age. As the old adage goes, the poor don't practice martial arts. Anybody who practiced martial arts had to consume large amounts of meat and other rare herbs to build up their bodies, so it was impossible for a poor person to learn martial arts. Well, even though I gave it up years ago, I still have great interest in learning it. I wonder if I could exchange some pointers with Mr. Su. Han Menjao suddenly got up and posed this question to Sujin. As Sujin hesitated, Tang Ning agreed to it on his behalf. Mr. Su, I think Miss Han is afraid that we're not up to the job. Why don't you show her what you're capable of? Sujin had no choice but to stand up as well. Han Menjao stood in front of him and said, Mr. Su, I've learned Taekwondo, Karate, Kendo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so I'd advise you to tread with caution. He was surprised to hear that this woman was trained in so many techniques, but he nodded slightly and motioned to her to start sparring. Han Menjao took a small leap forward, twisted her body slightly and brought her right leg up in a kick towards Sujin's neck. After training for so long in his hell domain and having a superhuman body, Sujin was very well versed in many fighting techniques now. He was very surprised by Han Menjao's kick because he could tell instantly that she wasn't here to spar with him. That kick could kill a person. Also, she was lying earlier. Not only did she know Chinese martial arts, but she was an expert in it. Sujin curled his toes so tightly that his shoes tore, while he took a deep breath and let out a ha, that pushed his chest in so hard that all the air seemed to go into his neck and make it swell up just as Han Menjao's foot hit it. Bam! Sujin remained in the same position. Han Menjao went flying backwards instead. Actually, even if Sujin hadn't done that, Han Menjao's kick wouldn't have hurt him in any way. But if he didn't do something physically obvious like that, it would make him seem impossibly superhuman, so he did it just for show. After Han Menjao landed, she slammed a palm against the floor, rolled over and used one arm to lock itself around Sujin's legs in hope of using a jujitsu technique to bring him down. But his toes were firmly curled into the ground like 10 steel nails, so Han Menjao quickly discovered that she couldn't move him at all and brought her other fist up to punch him in the balls. Sujin lost his temper at this. There was definitely something very wrong with this Han Menjao. She was definitely making fatal attack after fatal attack on purpose. On top of that, she didn't need bodyguards if she could fight like this. Not even Kevin or Thomas was her match either. He stretched a palm out to block Han Menjao's fist, then twisted his legs hard. Han Menjao let out a yelp of pain as Sujin's legs hurt the very arm she tried to hurt him with first. Tang Ning could sense something wrong with the situation and quickly tried to cool things down. It's just a friendly match, isn't it? Let's end it here. Sujin remained expressionless as he relaxed his legs and pulled Han Menjao up. He smiled and said, it's normal for a martial artist to be fired up at times. Han Menjao let him pull her up, then smiled back and said, you're right, Mr. Su. I was too excited about finding a sparring partner and went overboard. I hope you won't take it to heart. Wow! That was awesome. Thomas started clapping and cheering loudly for them. He was into muscle training and control as well, so even though he didn't know much about Chinese martial arts, he could see that the two of them had combined technique and strength perfectly as they fought. Han Menjao beamed at Tang Ning and said, Miss Tang, I am very pleased with this team you've brought today. I'll count on them to take care of me. I'm glad you're pleased with them. It's a deal then. Tang Ning shook Han Menjao's hand, then said to the three men, I will leave Miss Han to the three of you. I still need to attend to other matters in the office, so I'll leave first. After Tang Ning left, Han Menjao instructed her servants to prepare rooms for the three men, then left them, pretending that she was going to bathe. She walked to the second story and walked into one of the rooms. Yang Tianzheng was sitting in the balcony. He had watched Sujin and Han Menjao's exchange earlier. Shifu. Han Menjao stood in front of Yang Tianzheng and said respectfully, "What are your thoughts about Sujin?" "He's not an ordinary person," said Yang Tianzheng. Chapter 68, Situjin. "You think so highly of him?" Han Menjao was shocked by her mentor's high praise for Sujin. She had been Yang Tianzhen's protégé for more than 10 years now, and she had never heard him compliment any of the great masters they worked with previously like this. Yang Tianzheng glanced at Han Menjao and said, "Your current level of martial arts is very commendable. You have Chinese martial arts as your foundation and you have been able to combine it with other fighting techniques from all over the world. I believe you would be able to hold up against even the best martial artist in China." Han Menjao felt smug hearing her mentor say that about her. She was an intelligent girl and had a gifting for martial arts. And according to Yang Tianzheng, she was a woman who could become one of the greatest grandmasters in martial arts history. Someday in the future, once you become more steady in your technique execution, I think you might actually stand a chance at becoming the best. But if you're now at a point where you stand a chance in the future, I'm afraid Sujin is already number one in the world, said Yang Tianzheng slowly. Han Menjao stared at her mentor in disbelief. How can that be? He's about my age, so no matter how gifted he is, he couldn't possibly be number one at such a young age, right? Yang Tianzheng suddenly smiled as he murmured, "Situjin, I think I know why you want me to investigate this young man. So, he's an owner." An owner? Han Menjao had no idea what he was talking about. Yang Tianzheng stood up without explaining anything. Instead, he said to her, "Menjao, doesn't the special police have a few cases that have been unsolvable for many years now? Take this chance to get Sujin to handle them." Are you referring to those cases?" "That's right. But haven't we already classified those as supernatural activities? It's been really hard to find anybody who's active in this area in recent years, and any experts we've tried to contact are currently in seclusion. Those are cases that we haven't been able to explain at all. Isn't sending him to work on those cases as good as sending him to his death?" Han Menjao couldn't understand why Yang Tianzheng wanted to do such a thing. Those were cases that were not just marked as unsolved but unsolvable and had been put into cold storage. Unless those experts in the country decided to come out of seclusion and help, nobody was allowed to talk about these cases. But Yang Tianzheng chuckled and said, "I think Sujin has the ability to deal with these cases. Besides, Situjin is a really sharp fellow. I can't believe he's found us another owner in less than 40 years. But that's just in time to help us with these matters." Han Menjao couldn't help but ask again, "Shifu, what are these owners that you talk about?" Yang Tianzheng looked up and paused to think as if he was wondering how he should answer Han Menjao. After some time, he finally said, "They are unknown people with unknown powers who can deal with the unknown." This answer was so useless that Han Menjao felt like laughing. But judging from her mentor's solemn expression, she knew that he wasn't joking with her. These owners were clearly a formidable group of people. Meanwhile, Situjin had returned to B City. Immediately after he arrived, he received a notice to go for a full-body checkup. He lit a cigarette and snapped impatiently, "No need for that. I know my own condition better than anybody else. Mr. Situ, this checkup is not about your health," the female administrator tried to explain in an exasperated voice. He frowned and asked puzzledly, "What do you mean by that? You mean the main point of this checkup is not whether my body is healthy or not?" She nodded and pushed her black-framed glasses up. "This checkup is to confirm if the gadgets inside your body are working normally." His eyes instantly burned with rage as he raised his voice angrily, "What do you mean by that? There are gadgets inside my body? Why don't I know anything about this?" She calmly replied, you knew about them and you were the one who asked for these gadgets to be implanted into your body, then got someone to erase those memories. He was puzzled for a moment before realizing that she was probably right. He exhaled deeply and said, "That does sound like something I'd do." After a short pause, he added, "After doing the checkup, please implant the latest gadgets into my body." She was a little hesitant at first, but she decided to try convincing him otherwise. "Mr. Situ, as your colleague, it is not my place to say anything. But as your friend, I hope you will reconsider this decision. You know what sort of effect those gadgets will have on your body." He smiled and nodded. "Oh yeah, thanks for your concern. Those things will eventually eat into my body, but they are also extremely useful." "Useful?" "More than half of the gadgets in your body are meant to kill you in an instant. And even those that aren't going to kill you now are going to start torturing you as the years go by. You're still young now, so your body is able to handle the damage they create. But when you grow old, in fact, no. In just 10 years or so, you will begin to suffer tremendous torture from these things." "Is it really worth it?" asked Boya earnestly. He smoked hard on his cigarette and swallowed all the smoke in his mouth. There was a fierce glint in his eye as he said in a low voice, "Of course it's worth it. You know very well what sort of office I hold. If a foreign power manages to capture me and gets even the slightest bit of information out of me, it could bring great calamity to our country. I have to make sure that I can self-destruct when necessary." His response really broke her heart. Boya had known this man for more than 13 years now. She could still remember her first impression of him. He shone as brightly as the sun, was gentle, humorous and reliable. He was practically perfect. 13 years had passed since then and he had become the head of the most highly classified department of the country. In order to ensure the survival of this country, he was willing to become a shadow in the darkness, walking in a place that nobody could see and contributed everything he had to ensure the security of the country. Boya had heard many people call him arrogant, uncouth, full of himself, a slave to the government. She had heard them all. But besides the team who worked for him, nobody knew how gentle this man's smile once was. "Can't you take on a little less? You still have us." Boya mustered her courage to say these words to Situjin in a loud voice. "Thank you." A genuine smile spread across Situjin's hardened face. Boya blinked in surprise. This was the same gentle smile she remembered of him. "She's right. Boss, unless we're all dead, we won't let anybody capture you," said someone in a loud voice as he leaped out from the shadows. "Who allowed you to even speak? Can someone just throw this idiot out?" "Mr. Situ, laddie is stupid but he's right." "That's right, boss. We'll always be by your side. With me around, there's no way you're going to die even if you wanted to." After Laddie made his appearance, the rest walked out too. These were the elite members of the Department of Supernatural Affairs: Laddie, Grandmaster, King Kong, Grey Wolf, Spectacles, and Doctor. Situjin's smile grew warmer. He snubbed his cigarette out and chided them jokingly, "Dang! You guys are so good at buttering me up, so I've got to treat everyone to dinner tonight. Of course. Our boss is the best. If you're treating, then we've got to pick somewhere fancy." Boya smiled as she looked at her excited and supportive colleagues. She pushed her glasses up and said, "If you want him to treat you guys to dinner, you've got to wait until he's done with his checkup." She chased everyone out of the office, then got Doctor to bring Situjin to get his checkup done. King Kong came along too. Doctor was in charge of all medical treatments and services required by the department. He graduated from the best medical college in the country, was familiar with both Western medical practices and Chinese traditional medical practices and was known as a genius in the field. King Kong came along because most of the gadgets inside Situjin's body had been created by King Kong. Situjin lay unconscious as his body was being scanned by the enormous scanner. Doctor and King Kong looked on nervously as the checkup went on for an hour. "How's everything?" asked Boya. Doctor said, "His body's condition is stable, but his condition has begun to deteriorate. It doesn't look very serious right now, but as time goes by, he will find it harder and harder to cope with his condition and his body might break down. This wasn't new information to the team and it was something that Situjin was also aware of. But King Kong had something new to say. Most of the gadgets are stable, but the nanometer safety fuse of one of them in the brain is broken. What does that mean? Asked Bo Yat. King Kong explained, to put it simply, it's like an electric fuse. This gadget monitors his brain waves, so when there are large fluctuations in his brain wave activity, this fuse will burn out. So what are the implications? Bo Ya asked again. King Kong shook his head. I don't know either. Boss was afraid of overly complicated gadgets because the margin of error was higher on those, so I designed something very simple like this. All I can tell you is when the fuse burned out, but I can't tell you more than that. 3 hours later, Situjin slowly regained consciousness. He received a full report from Bo Ya with details on his body condition as well as the status of the gadgets inside his body. That's it? How about the new gadgets? If possible, I'd like to implant these too, said Situjin as he read through the report. Suddenly, he spotted the comment on his unusual brainwave activity. King Kong, what are your thoughts on this? Situjin asked King Kong. King Kong thought about it for a while, then said, assuming the gadget did not malfunction, that means that your brainwave activity at the time was unusual. But this gadget was built very simply, and to quote your words, the simpler something is, the less likely it is to make a mistake. Situjin smiled faintly and nodded. That is correct. It seems like that model citizen we visited earlier, isn't as simple as he looks. But what happened back then? I don't think this has ever happened before. King Kong shook his head. The gadget is too simple, so we aren't able to gather much information. Situjin nodded. He put on a jacket and walked towards the door when he suddenly stopped to say to Bo Yat, you mentioned someone hypnotized me so that I would forget that gadgets had been implanted into my body. Can you ask him to come over again? Chapter 69, General's Tomb. Back in S-City, Sujin, Kevin, and Thomas had been brought by Han Menjeo to an offshore island. This island was apparently privately owned and they had to board a specially chartered boat to get there. My father hopes to make some investments here and New Moon Island is very important to the future of his business. Unfortunately, we heard that there are some problems with this place, so I was hoping that the three of you could help me with these issues, Han Menjeo said to the three of them. Sujin frowned. Miss Han, our job is to ensure your safety. Everything else is, not within our job scope. You are right, Mr. Su. So, I don't need any of you to do anything, just ensure my safety, said Han Menjeo with a sly look in her eye. Sujin sighed inwardly. Han Menjeo was determined to use them for anything she liked. He turned and said to Kevin and Thomas, New Moon Island is very famous here. Rumor has it that, this was where a military general was buried. In other words, it's a tomb. A military general. That's right. This military general had killed a lot of people when he was alive and is apparently still not satisfied. Apparently, anybody who sets foot on the island will be attacked by the spirit of the general, Sujin continued to explain. The spirit of the general? Ha! I don't believe in this sort of thing. If such things really existed, someone in our line of work would have run into one by now, said Thomas with a loud laugh. He didn't believe what Sujin just said at all. Actually, Sujin didn't believe in such things either. Even though he had run into evil spirits and vengeful ghosts during the challenges, he hadn't run into such things in the real world. Furthermore, while the rumors surrounding this island were frightening, nobody had ever heard of anyone actually running into a mishap here. I would advise all of you to take it seriously. From the information that I have gathered, it seems that this island is indeed problematic but only on a full moon night. We've got a full moon tonight, and it's said that only those who go to the center of the island will run into trouble, said Han Menjeo very solemnly. Sujin was confused. Miss Han, if you're so sure that there's a problem with this place, why not give it up? I don't think there's a need to risk your life, right? Han Menjao smiled and shook her head. Mr. Su, I'm sure you know that every inch of land in S City is worth millions. My father doesn't have that much money to invest, so he has no choice but to look at places like this island. If we can resolve the issues with this place, I'm sure you can imagine how much profit we will be able to reap. Sujin already smelled something fishy about Han Menjao from the start, but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. But she was his client after all. Since she wanted to explore this island, he had no choice but to follow her. Han Menjao led them to the center of the island where the general was supposedly buried. Some said that a general had really been buried here, while others felt that the government had made up this story and built something just to attract tourists. But Han Menjao knew that this was really the tomb of a general. It wasn't built later by the government, and all the rumors about it were real. If the tomb of a general were perfectly fine, it wouldn't be standing here in one piece anymore. Grave robbers would have emptied the entire tomb, and it might even be in ruins by now. According to the information she had, one would just lose their way and eventually come crawling out hours later if one entered the tomb on a normal day. But if one entered the tomb on a full moon night, then you were dead meat for sure. And the dead person would be found outside the tomb the next day, as if the person had been flung out of the tomb or something. What I intend to do is to go in and take a quick look. It'll be best if we can get out before nightfall, Han Menjao said to the three men. Kevin and Thomas didn't believe in ghosts, so they were fine with it. Sujin wasn't afraid because he had psychokinetic spirit power now. Even if there were to be evil spirits hiding inside, he was sure that at least he could get out of there safely. Han Menjao had prepared a number of tools, including daggers, gas masks, rope, torch lights, some medical supplies and even some explosives. Other than the explosives, each of them got one of every item. Sujin took a set of the items as well so that he wouldn't stand out. The entrance to the tomb really surprised Sujin. This was a hole that had been dug diagonally into the ground and looked like it had existed for quite a while. It was a tunnel that grave robbers typically dug. It's a general's tomb after all, so there was a period of time when grave robbers wanted to try their luck here. But the only thing they left behind besides their lives were these tunnels, said Han Menjao. She told everyone else in her entourage to stay outside the tunnel and went in with only Sujin. Kevin and Thomas wanted to go along, but this tunnel was clearly meant for someone smaller. Sujin could barely fit, never mind the two taller and more muscular men. But Sujin didn't mind this arrangement. He felt that Han Menjao was up to no good, so anything happened, he didn't want to end up hurting Kevin and Thomas for nothing. It was probably easier for him to see what Han Menjao was up to if he was alone with her. They followed the tunnel down around 30 meters or so, then the space in front of them suddenly widened. This was a fairly large tomb, which did sound very likely for a real general. They took a few steps forward and immediately saw two rows of statues that resembled soldiers. Each one of them held a long spear in their hands. Be careful. Even though it's not nighttime yet, one can still get lost in here. If we get lost in here and can't get out by nightfall, we'll be in danger, said Han Menjao to Sujin. Since you know it might be dangerous, why did you purposely choose to come today, asked Sujin. She laughed and said, it's simple. If you want to know a person, you've got to get close to him. Since I want to know the truth behind this tomb, I've got to pick the most dangerous time to come. Forgive me for being rude, but you're seriously insane, said Sujin in a playful voice. She grinned and shrugged, then continued walking. They walked inside the tomb for more than 30 minutes and Sujin suddenly felt that something was amiss. He took his dagger out and made markings on the wall as they walked on. After another 30 minutes had passed, Sujin said, stop. We've been going round in circles. He pointed to the markings he had made on the wall earlier. Han Menjao nodded and asked, what should we do now? What should we do now? Didn't you have a plan at all before coming in here? He asked in horror. She shook her head immediately without even hesitating. Sujin sighed. He looked around, then squatted down to touch the soil on the ground. He picked up a bit of it, smelled it, then flung it back onto the ground. There's a slight inclination in the ground that we can't sense, since our bodies would adjust itself as we walk. We've been following this path that's in the shape of an 8 all this time without realizing it, explained Sujin. She looked a little doubtful and asked, how do you know this? When I threw the soil down just now, it rolled a little. If you look carefully enough, you'd realize this, said Sujin nonchalantly. Han Menjao asked, how do we get out then? We'll go by a path that we can't go through, replied Sujin immediately. Go by a path we can't go through. Han Menjao was even more confused now. He didn't bother explaining and kept walking, except that this time, he kept his body close to the wall. She noticed that he was sliding his toes along the wall like a knife, and he quickly cut through a lot of the wall. Han Menjao suddenly realized what Sujin was trying to do. He was going to slam right through the wall. Using brute force on a wall inside a tomb sounded crazy and futile at the same time, but Sujin was capable of doing such a thing. As Sujin followed the wall and made sure he was going forward at all times, he seemed to arrive at a dead end. But his lips curled into a smile and he smashed his fish against the wall. A hole appeared in the wall to reveal a space on the other side. That's the actual tomb. Han Menjao became extremely excited. She had brought others to check out this tomb before but nothing ever came out of it. The team always just got lost and eventually just walked out without finding anything. She was pleasantly surprised that Sujin had not only solved the mystery behind why they always got lost but had also found a hidden tomb behind the wall. But Sujin wasn't as excited. He had realized they were going round in circles not because he was smart but because he had used his psychokinesis to scan the place and realized where the problem was. But he was also very sure that there was something strange about this place. The moment he smashed through the wall, he felt an eerie and chilling feeling that he only got when he entered a handbook challenge. Miss Han, I suggest we go back the same way we came in right now. There's something here that we can't deal with. Sujin narrowed his eyes and noticed a figure seated in the distance slowly getting up. Since we're here, we should go in and take a look. Han Menjao didn't want to leave at all. She had come here so many times and this was the first time her exploration of the tomb actually got somewhere. But Sujin ignored her. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her to the side as a violent force shot out from inside like an arrow, reducing the wall where they were standing earlier into dust. What was that? Han Menjao was initially annoyed by how Sujin had rudely dragged her away like that, but once she saw what happened to the wall, her displeasure instantly turned into terror. I don't know, but I'm sure it's something we shouldn't have disturbed, said Sujin as he ran back up the tunnel. He meant what he said, he could sense that whatever was in there was extremely dangerous. If he had a team like Team Wind and Rain, he might stand a chance. Otherwise, he was definitely doomed. The minute he finished saying that, he could hear something chasing after them. Thankfully, they had arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. Once he leaped out, he said to Kevin and Thomas, "Seal this entrance as quickly as you can." Thomas immediately grabbed a stick of dynamite, lit it and threw it in. The tunnel collapsed instantly with a loud boom. "Leave the island right now and make sure nobody can get to it," said Sujin immediately. He didn't think that blasting one tunnel could stop the thing inside the tomb from coming out, since it seemed as dangerous as a monster inside a handbook challenge. Everyone had to leave this island right now. Chapter 70, Going to Die. Han Menjao's subordinates worked very quickly, so the boat was ready to go by the time the four of them arrived at the jetty. At the same time, a red fog filled the air rapidly behind them. The red fog was coming out from the tomb. Even as the boat left the jetty, the red fog did not stop pursuing them. It finally stopped going after them after the boat was a few kilometers away. But the fog didn't dissipate and continued to hang over the island. How did things turn out this way? Han Menjao asked Sujin. Sujin smiled politely and said, "Why are you asking me? You're the one who insisted on coming." I'm only in charge of ensuring your safety, and I think I've actually done a pretty good job of that. Tisk. Han Menjao rolled her eyes at him. But she was really shocked by this turn of events. Before this, both the Special Police and the Department of Supernatural Affairs had sent teams here to check out the tomb but didn't find anything significant. A few seniors noticed something amiss, but before they could do anything about the island, they went into seclusion and cut themselves off from the rest of the world. She didn't have high hopes when she brought Sujin over either. She figured that they might end up returning with nothing again. To her surprise, they triggered something inside the tomb and caused the entire island to be surrounded by a red fog. It was going to be hard to explain this away to the citizens of S City. We'll head back to S City immediately, said Han Menjao. She turned to Sujin and the other two men with him and said, I'm feeling a little tired, so you're free to go elsewhere, I'm going to take a nap. After she walked away, Sujin turned back to look at New Moon Island. The thing inside the tomb was extremely powerful, and if Han Menjao wasn't around, he might have tried to explore a little more. But he couldn't guarantee her safety if he had done that, and now, there was no way he could get back on that island. Just then, he felt a warmth near his chest. A look of shock colored his eyes as he realized that was where he had placed his handbook. In short, the handbook was reacting to New Moon Island. No, I have to leave this place as soon as possible, thought Sujin. He didn't want to be implicated in anything related to the handbook now. The boat didn't take long to reach the other side. His handbook finally quietened down and no longer emitted heat only after Sujin had gotten off the boat. The day before Han Menjao and the rest went to explore New Moon Island, Doctor and King Kong stood inside the operating room of the Department of Supernatural Affairs and prepared for surgery. All the latest gadgets made by King Kong had been placed in a special container and Situjin was lying quietly on the operating table. Are you too confident? Bo Ya was rather worried. Doctor and King Kong had told her just now that the gadgets they were implanting this time were much more intricate. The more intricate they were, the more room for mistakes there were. Doctor was in charge of this surgery and he started getting nervous after hearing Bo Ya's question. He smiled stiffly and pleaded with her, Sis, could you leave the room? Any distractions at this time could result in disaster. Didn't he ask you to find the person who wiped out his memories the last time? Why don't you attend to that instead? Bo Ya realized she had put unnecessary pressure on Doctor and nodded apologetically before walking out immediately. Once she had left, King Kong exchanged glances with Doctor and they nodded solemnly to each other. The bright light above the operating table was turned on and Doctor began the delicate job of operating on Situjin. King Kong stood by his side to explain what each gadget was for and where it should be placed, as well as serve as Doctor's assistant. Time slowly ticked by and Doctor's expression slowly grew more and more nervous. Perspiration kept dripping from his forehead and King Kong's heart began to sink as he helped to wipe Doctor's sweat away. Something must have gone wrong, he thought. Sew him up, said Doctor. King Kong immediately proceeded with suturing. His suturing skills were as good as any professional surgeon. Once the operation was over, King Kong immediately asked Doctor, Doctor, did something go wrong? Your expression didn't look too good just now. Doctor nodded quietly and King Kong became even more anxious. What happened? Did the implanting go wrong somewhere? It wasn't the implanting. But when I put in those gadgets, I noticed that there's something wrong with part of his body. Doctor sighed and went on before King Kong asked more, a large part of Boss' lungs have hardened. His lungs have hardened? What does that mean? King Kong was an expert at suturing but he wasn't trained in medical school. Doctor explained, it means that once too much of it hardens, Boss will no longer be able to breathe and he will eventually die from suffocation. King Kong was too shocked for words. This wasn't the answer he expected. What caused this? Is it his smoking habit? Will the hardening slow down if he quits now? Doctor shook his head helplessly. His smoking habit might have worsened it, but that's not the main cause. From what I can see, the batteries that run some of those gadgets have seeped into his lungs. And I think boss has probably noticed a decline in his own health. Why didn't he say anything? King Kong couldn't understand what Situjin was thinking. Because he's the boss, that's why. If we didn't do this round of implanting, we would probably only find out after he's dead, said Doctor as he shook his head sadly. King Kong nodded. That was certainly something Situjin would do. He was a stubborn man who also formed the backbone of the Department of Supernatural Affairs. He could die, but he made sure he never looked frail or weak. Should we tell the rest about this? Asked Doctor. King Kong thought about it, then shook his head. Since boss doesn't want us to know about it, we'll let things be. But doctor, could you think of a solution? His lungs might be dying, but I'm sure there's a way to fix this. Doctor nodded. Their hearts were heavy as they woke Situjin up. He noticed how crestfallen they looked and asked puzzledly, what's with this expression? Did the surgery go badly? No, everything went well. Doctor forced himself to smile, then helped Situjin to sit up. Boss, you've got to thank Spectacles. If not for the drug he concocted, I don't think you'd be able to sit up like this for at least a few days. Situjin stretched his limbs, then looked at his wound. A greenish liquid had been applied on it and his wound was barely visible even though it had only been 20 minutes after the surgery. This was the work of Spectacles. Spectacles is indeed gifted in this aspect, but he's always engaged in very dangerous experiments and I'm afraid he might hurt himself someday. Doctor, make sure we keep all the antidotes properly. We might need them to save this fellow's life someday, said Situjin with a smile. Doctor quickly nodded in response as Situjin got off the operating table and started walking towards the door. But he suddenly tripped over himself and fell forwards. King Kong was right beside him, so he caught Situjin before Situjin hit the floor. He noticed that Situjin's face was turning grey, so he quickly yelled, Doctor! Doctor! Doctor got a shock and he got King Kong to put Situjin back on the operating table again. Doctor quickly hooked up a large number of equipment to observe Situjin's vitals and looked grimmer and grimmer as he checked the data. After some time, he looked away and shook his head without saying anything. King Kong was almost going insane with worry. He grabbed hold of Doctor's shoulders and said, Don't just stand there and shake your head. What the hell is going on? The infection within his lungs is very unstable. It might remain the same for several days, but it might also suddenly worsen in minutes, said Doctor quietly. Situjin slowly opened his eyes again and coughed a few times. King Kong and Doctor rushed over to help him up. Situjin took a few deep breaths, calmed down, then said, There's no need to make such a big fuss. I know my condition well. I'm not going to die yet. Boss, leave your work to us for the time being, I'll call the top brass to let you take medical leave, said King Kong. Situjin shook his head. You think too poorly of me. Also, if taking a rest from work improved the situation, I would have applied for medical leave a long time ago. But since it's pointless, I'm not going to waste time on doing such things. I don't have much time left, so I've got to make full use of every minute I have. Situjin got off the operating table again and said to Doctor, Call Bo Ya for me. I'm sure she's managed to contact the person who erased my memories the last time by now. 10 minutes later, Situjin changed back into his own clothes. He walked into the department's guest lounge to see a man teasing Bo Ya. Bo Ya, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. The man looked around 25 or 26 years old, had his long hair tied up in a ponytail and had such delicate facial features that made him look as pretty as Bo Ya. If he didn't say anything, someone would mistake him for a woman. Su Ran, I think I need to find you a girl to keep tabs on you, said Bo Ya with a sigh. Situjin frowned at the other man in the room and said in a stern voice, So, it was really you. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked Bo Ya to call a little bastard like you over. The man turned around to look at Situjin and grinned. The feeling is mutual. If Bo Ya wasn't the one who asked me for help, there's no way I would be willing to help an idiot like you. Bo Ya felt really awkward. These two would be at each other's throats every time they met. They hadn't met for a few years now, but they still treated each other like that. Su Ran glanced at Situjin and looked rather surprised, then he laughed hollowly and said, well, well, well. Congrats, you look like you're not far from death. Situjin snorted and sat down across from Su Ran. Enough of this nonsense. Since you're the one who wiped out my memories the last time, help me to recall some of it now. I didn't wipe out anything important the last time, so why are you so anxious to get it back? Or, did you discover that I had also wiped out the part about me owing you money? But that's impossible. I'm sure I did a very clean job the last time. Su Ran flippantly dug his ears as he continued being annoying. But Situjin remained calm. He knew that this was just the way Su Ran talked. I'm not asking you to get back the memories you wiped out the last time. I suspect someone erased some of my memories just a few days ago. I want those memories back. Chapter 71, Going to Die. After hearing Situjin's request, Su Ran was a little surprised. He stood up, walked over to Situjin, stretched his hand out and rapped a knuckle on Situjin's forehead a few times. Hey, Situjin, have you become stupid or something? Su Ran teased Situjin without holding back. Bo Ya felt like her heart was about to leap out of her mouth when she saw what Su Ran just did. She knew her boss temperament the best. Even though Su Ran and Situjin were old friends who grew up in the same orphanage together, she was sure that Situjin wasn't going to take this sort of treatment lying down. Situjin was born an orphan and had relied on government scholarships and sponsorships for his education, his living expenses, and finally made it all the way to this position, so he had a loyalty to the nation that was stronger than most. On the contrary, even though Su Ran had grown up the same way, he wasn't particularly loyal to the country. At most, he would assist certain government agencies from time to time. But he had indeed grown up in the same orphanage as Situjin and they were real friends. Just as Bo Ya had imagined, Situjin gripped Su Ran's shoulder suddenly. What are you doing? Ow! Su Ran let out a wail as Situjin nearly flung him onto the table. Situjin's lips twitched violently, then he let go of Su Ran, took a deep breath and sat back down again. He covered his face with his hands and muttered to himself, "Stay calm. I must stay calm. This asshole is deliberately trying to provoke me." Su Ran straightened himself up and turned to face Situjin again. He gave Situjin a cheeky grin and said, "Not bad. You've finally matured. In the past, you would have bashed me up by now." Situjin moved his hands slightly to reveal his eyes as he brought his leg up to kick towards Su Ran's face. Thankfully, Su Ran had quick reflexes and managed to dodge the kick. But the table wasn't as fortunate. Situjin's kick caused a large section to crack. "That's quite enough, both of you. Are you two here to fight or to get work done?" Bo Ya raised her voice in exasperation. She realized that if she didn't stop them now, the two of them would eventually end up in a physical fight. Su Ran quickly ran back to his own chair, then sneered disdainfully at Situjin, "Mr. Situ, did you think erasing someone's memory is an easy thing to do? I'm very sure there are no more than 3 people in the world who can do it, and I've only seen one before, me. I don't know if the other 2 even exist." "Cut the crap," hissed Situjin as he tried to hold his temper down. "I didn't say the memories have definitely been erased. I just want you to take a look." Su Ran sighed and said, "So, you're not going to give up even if it costs you? I admire that. Since that's what you want, then, it's sleepy time." He snapped his fingers and the seething Situjin suddenly drooped his head as he fell asleep instantly. Su Ran had a lecherous look on his face as he sniggered, "Ha! Let me check if you've been harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards Bo Ya." "Su Ran!" Bo Ya glared furiously at Su Ran as her face flushed crimson. He burst out laughing and said, "Bo Ya, what does this expression of yours mean? Do you want me to check or not?" "Su Ran, can you please be serious?" said Bo Ya in a frustrated voice. Okay, everyone in this department is too uptight and straight-laced, how boring. Su Ran shook his head before suddenly putting on a serious face as he placed a hand over Situ Jin's forehead. Half an hour later, Situ Jin slowly woke up. He saw that Su Ran was still shamelessly teasing Bo Yat and wanted to say something when he realized he had some additional memories in his brain. He was in S City, in that apartment, with that man who kept a smile on from start to finish. King Kong, Grandmaster, Laddie, Spectacles, and himself were lying in the middle of the living room and answering that man's questions. It's exactly as I had expected. Situ Jin smiled. It had taken a bit more effort, but he managed to find a loophole after all. He got up and said to Bo Yat, gather everyone. We need to go to S City immediately. Hold up, said Su Ran suddenly. He glanced at Situ Jin, then asked slowly, are you really going to make trouble for that man? I'm not making trouble for him. This is part of my job, replied Situ Jin. Su Ran smiled and shrugged as he said, I don't care if it's your job or not, and I'm not going to stop you if you prefer to die. But as a friend, let me leave you with a warning, it's better not to do anything rash. Given your team's caliber, making trouble for that man will only result in your deaths. Situ Jin fell silent for a moment, then he said to Bo Yat, forget it. Keep this under wraps for the time being and don't tell anybody else about it. Bo Yat, please get both of us some tea. Got it. Bo Yat nodded and walked out of the room. Spit it out. What do you need from me? Su Ran was old friends with Situ Jin and knew that Situ Jin had purposely gotten Bo Yat out of the room so that they could talk in private. Help me out. Deal with that guy, Situ Jin went straight to the point. Since his team couldn't handle Su Jin, he had to turn to this friend for help. But Su Ran shook his head without hesitation. I refuse. Why? If I go, I probably might be able to handle that fellow, but I won't have any additional energy left to protect you guys, so it's very likely that all of you still have to die, said Su Ran. Situ Jin said, if that's your reason, then it's not really a problem. You just have to go look for him yourself, the rest of us won't go. What the fu, Situ Jin, how could you even say such a thing? Are you asking me for help or are you asking me to sacrifice my life? Snapped Su Ran angrily as he pushed some of the fringe that had fallen over his eyes back. He looked a little wild and crazed now, but he still looked so beautiful. Not even his cursing could hurt his image. Situ Jin made a face and ignored Su Ran's outburst. Aren't you usually unafraid of anything? Seriously, if you didn't come from a proper sect and all, the first suspicious character I would investigate would be you. Yeah, whatever. In any case, I'm not going, you can go look for someone else. Su Ran turned to leave. Situ Jin quickly called after him, fine. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. But at least give me a few suggestions. Suggestions? My suggestion is that you hand your work over to someone else ASAP, otherwise the entire department is going to run around like headless chickens when you suddenly drop dead, said Su Ran calmly. Situ Jin narrowed his eyes a little, then sighed. When I saw your expression earlier, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Please help me to keep this a secret from the rest. Don't tell anyone about this. But why? You're in very bad shape and I think you're going to collapse in a little more than a month. If you're unlucky, you might not even live to see tomorrow, so why bother keeping it from them? I think it's better to tell them right now so that they are prepared for what's coming, said Su Ran frankly. Situ Jin frowned as he pulled a cigarette out and was about to light it when Su Ran took it from him, crushed it and threw it onto the floor. Surprisingly, Situ Jin didn't get angry. He laughed bitterly and put the pack of cigarettes back into his pocket. I know I don't have much time left. But that man, I want to deal with him before I die. If I tell the rest about my condition now, I'm afraid it'll be hard for them to focus on their work. Don't look down on your subordinates, they're much stronger than you imagine them to be, said Su Ran quietly. He exhaled deeply and suddenly asked Situ Jin, if you had the chance to get well and live on, what sort of price would you be willing to pay? Get well and live on? There's no way that can happen. I know my situation very well. My lungs have been polluted by certain chemicals, so death is just a matter of time, said Situjin as he shook his head. I didn't fucking ask if you had a way to get well. I asked what if you had the chance, snapped Su-ran unhappily. Situjin smiled sadly and said in an indignant tone of voice, I would pay any price. I have so many more things I want to do. Honestly, I really hate the idea of dying so early. I need time, but time is something that money can't buy, neither can I rob someone of it nor beg someone for it. Su-ran nodded slightly and said, I would still advise you not to go after that fellow. At least not now. You're not powerful enough. Also, I'll drop by again in the afternoon. I have something for you. After saying that, Su-ran turned to leave, only to find Bo-ya standing at the door with a tray of drinks. He glanced at her and immediately noticed the tear stains on her cheeks, so he helped her to wipe them away and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, he's not going anywhere, Su-ran whispered comforting words and she nodded in response. She had overheard everything outside the door earlier. But since Situjin didn't want anybody else to know about his condition, she decided to pretend that she didn't know anything. Situjin didn't notice anything at all. He took a cup of tea from her tray and said with a frown, Bo-ya, postpone all my afternoon meetings, I need to attend to some matters. He didn't know what Su-ran was going to give him, but since Su-ran was both his friend and nemesis, he felt that it was important to give this frenemy some airtime, even though he didn't have that much longer to live. After leaving Situjin's office, Su-ran headed for Clear Moon Temple within B City. This was a Daoist temple that was not open to the public and did not take any donations or offerings. Su-ran headed straight for the abbot's room and nobody dared to stop him along the way. Inside the room, an elderly man with white hair and beard was seated in a lotus position. Su-ran grinned and greeted the old man cheerfully. The old man opened his eyes slightly and nodded at Su-ran to acknowledge his greeting. Su-ran walked closer to the old man and thrust his hand right into the chest of the old man. The old man did not look like he was in any pain at all as Su-ran proceeded to pull a book right out from his chest. Su-ran looked at the book in his hand and smiled to himself as he said, My dear Situjin. You were the one who said you were willing to pay any price, so, I suppose even if you were to become that sort of person, you wouldn't mind, right? Chapter 72, Handbook Owner Situjin. Situjin waited in his office for the entire afternoon but Su-ran never turned up. He was about to blow his top when Bo-ya came walking in with a box and an envelope. Mr. Situ, Su-ran sent these here and said that you have to look at these alone. Also, he said you must read the letter first. Bo-ya put the items down on the table, walked out of Situjin's office and closed the door behind her. Situjin ripped open the envelope angrily and unfolded the letter. It didn't take long for him to furrow his brows. To my dearest friend, respected brother, and dumbass Situjin. Don't you dare blame me for not saving you from dying. The item in the box might possibly save you but, don't be in a hurry to open the box and make sure you finish reading everything first. This item might kill you immediately too, but the worst part about it is that it will turn you into the sort of person you hate the most, and I'm not referring to a change in personality. You can decide for yourself if you want to use this thing or not. But remember what I said. The letter wasn't too long and half of it was gibberish, but since it was gibberish from Su-ran, Situjin didn't dare to take it too lightly either. It was clear that the item in the box was a gamble, but it was definitely able to help him get well. So, Situjin didn't hesitate for too long and opened the box. A book with a red cover lay inside the box and it was completely unmarked. Situjin flipped the book open puzzledly and instantly felt a chill envelope his entire body, as if the most terrifying thing in the world was about to happen. The general has survived 100 wars and has returned a mighty soldier after 10 years. I have seen countless bodies strewn carelessly without anybody to bury them after years of war. Returning home is hard but protecting my home is even harder. I have spent more than a decade at war but now, my country is in shambles and my family is dead. I am filled with hatred, hatred for how unjust the heavens are, hatred for how heartless humans are, hatred for how useless I am. Hatred fills my very soul. A bitter and vengeful voice filled with hatred resounded in Situ Jin's ears. It was as though even the holiest of water would not be able to wash that hatred away. When Situ Jin saw light again, he found himself with several others and they were all standing in front of a general's tomb. Meanwhile, Yang Tianzhang was in S City and had been alerted about what had happened at New Moon Island. He got his staff to make sure that no unauthorized persons could even go near the shore and also got his other disciple, LV Jincheng, to observe the island from afar. A glint shone in LV Jincheng's eye as he looked into the distance. Shifu, I can't see anything at all. The red mist has completely obstructed my view, said LV Jincheng as he shook his head helplessly. Yang Tianzhang wasn't surprised. After a short period of silence, he said, when I was in charge of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, this red mist appeared in various parts of the country more than 100 times. It always appears in a place that's supposedly haunted or where something out of the ordinary happened. Apparently, this has happened very frequently in other countries as well. Back then, many countries sent representatives into the red mist to investigate further, but none of them came back alive. Back then, we didn't have such advanced technology. What if you send a robot in now? Asked LV Jincheng. Yang Tianzhang shook his head. It's useless. The red mist carries a strange magnetic force, so any machines that enter the area fail to work. Do you know Priest Chu Chan from Clear Moon Temple? Priest Chu Chan? You mean the man known as a living national treasure of our country and a highly respected figure in Daoism? LV Jincheng straightened up. He possessed a special pair of eyes because Yang Tianzhang had asked a Daoist priest to conduct a special ritual for him, so LV Jincheng did know a thing or two about the local Daoists. Yang Tianzhang nodded. That's right. Back when I was in charge of the Department of Supernatural Affairs and we saw this red mist, the federal government sent Priest Chu Chan to help us. But Priest Chu Chan has incredible Daoist expertise and has godlike powers. I tried to stop him but he barged into the red mist anyway in order to find out what was going on, and in the end, he turned out to be the only one who came back out alive. Isn't that a good thing? Priest Chu Chan is extraordinary indeed, said LV Jincheng with admiration. But Yang Tianzhang shook his head. A good thing? I'm afraid not. After Priest Chu Chan emerged from the red mist, he seemed to have gone mad and only came back to his senses after a chance encounter 5 years ago with a young man. A chance encounter with a young man. LV Jincheng was surprised. Was that young man so handsome that his face could bring someone back to his own senses? Yang Tianzhang smiled and said, Daoists believe deeply in fate, so perhaps it is by fate that Priest Chu Chan met him. Priest Chu Chan eventually took that young man in as his direct disciple, so that young man is extremely senior within the Daoist community. Who is this young man? Asked LV Jincheng curiously. He's Situ Jin's friend, the future abbot of Clear Moon Temple and possibly a celestial master in the future, Su Ran. Each statement Yang Tianzhang made was more incredible than the last. When put together, LV Jincheng realized that this young man must be a truly powerful person. As the two of them spoke, the red mist over New Moon Island suddenly began disappearing rapidly. Less than a day had passed since the red mist covered the island. It's over. Yang Tianzhang had a lot of experience as he had seen this happen many times during his time as the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs. This red mist appeared very suddenly and quickly, but once it disappeared, it was no longer a threat to human life. At the same time, Sujin was still looking at New Moon Island from afar. When he saw that the red mist had cleared up, he decided to leave the place. Even though he really wanted to explore the island again, he knew that the first people allowed back on the island would be representatives from the government. It would be a while before members of the public were allowed on the island again. Konoha was in the house when Sujin returned. She asked curiously, "Where did you go?" "New Moon Island. That offshore island a short distance away from the city?" Did you guys have a picnic there? She asked casually. He shook his head. No. Some strange things happened there earlier. He proceeded to tell her everything about New Moon Island and the general's tomb. She remained calm as she listened to the entire thing and said, I see. A handbook challenge must have started, so besides the owners that were chosen for the challenge, nobody else is allowed to go anywhere near that place, or they'd die. A handbook challenge started there. Sujin was surprised that Konoha seemed so familiar with how this worked. She nodded, poured him a cup of tea, served him a slice of cake she had baked earlier, then sat back down and took a sip of her own tea. It's nothing, really. You already know about how there are multiple universes and the handbook challenges occur across the various universes. The red mist appears so that the challenge isn't interrupted by any forces that exist in that particular universe. As long as you don't force your way in, nothing bad will happen, explained Konoha. Sujin nodded. In that case, the general's tomb was probably central to this particular challenge. He remembered that thing inside the tomb very clearly and pitied whoever had to run into it. Now that he knew what was going on, he was no longer concerned about it. He had gained a day off because of what happened on the island, so since he didn't have to follow Han Menjao around, he decided to look for Yayun. When he got to her place, he found that she was actually fishing by the swimming pool in her house. She had to be the only person he knew who could come up with something like that, he thought. Sujin waved to Uncle Yu from afar, then approached Yayun. Fishing? How romantic! Yayun glanced at Sujin, then went back to her fishing. He squatted down, put his hand into the water and swished it about. But the clear waters didn't even have a leaf in it, never mind fish. Are you fishing for fish or fishing to pass time? My dear cousin, asked Sujin with a big grin. She looked at him for a while, then flung the fishing rod aside. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly said to him, Sujin, I have something I need to tell you. Oh? What is it? Sujin's chest tightened when he saw the serious look on her face. Was this girl really in some sort of trouble? Back at Situjin's office in the Department of Supernatural Affairs in B City. Situjin felt like he had just walked out of the darkness. He sat in his chair and looked both dazed and shocked. Hell's Handbook. So, that's what this owner thing is all about, murmured Situjin to himself. He lit up a cigarette, finished smoking half of it in one breath, then lit another. He wasn't concerned about his health anymore, since his dying health had been completely restored during his time in his personal hell domain. Situjin wasn't a fragile man at heart by any means, but he still needed some time to accept the existence of Hell's Handbook, even though he had just gone through a challenge at the General's tomb on New Moon Island. He had nearly died in that challenge and managed to survive only with the help of several old-timers. He had experienced zombies and evil spirits during this challenge, and everything that happened played back again and again in his mind like a movie. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. Come in, he called out, and Bo Ya walked in. She placed the report in her hand on his table and said, Mr. Situ's city just had a red mist incident. He nodded and picked up the document on the table. He had received several reports about this red mist suddenly appearing, but nobody had been able to find out the reason behind it. The only thing the government could do was to make sure that nobody came close to it and died by accident. But after reading the details, he stared at the document in shock. The red mist had covered the general's tomb on New Moon Island. That was where he experienced his first challenge. At the same time, Situjin understood that Sujin was definitely a handbook owner just like himself. But if he were an owner as well, why didn't he appear at the challenge just now? Situjin was puzzled for a moment, but he quickly arrived at an answer. It was clear that these challenges happened quite frequently and each challenge chose a different set of handbook owners to participate. Mr. Situ, the incident has come to an end because the red mist on New Moon Island has just dissipated. Mr. Yang Tianzhang has ensured that no members of the public can get onto the island and he'll get his team to send another report once they've completed their investigations, continued Bo Ya. She didn't notice that Situjin wasn't really paying attention to the report anymore. Got it. Bo ya, I'm feeling a little tired, could you let me rest for a while, said Situjin with a sad smile. Bo ya thought that Situjin's health had taken a turn for the worse and quickly nodded before quietly leaving the office so that he could rest. But after she walked out, Situjin took out his copy of the handbook and stared at it quietly for a long time. Chapter 73, Fairy Tales of Horror. Sujin sat in Yayun's room and watched as she packed her things. He sighed and asked, "Are you seriously going to run away from home?" "Yeah." Yayun nodded gravely. But as he watched her pack suitcase after suitcase, he started to wonder if she could even make it out of this estate. "Do you know where you're going? Since you want to run away from home, surely you've got a destination in mind, right?" said Sujin lazily. He was always able to relax and be himself in front of Yayun, which was probably one of the reasons why he liked her so much. Yayun paused to think, then shook her head. "Nope. I'm just going to leave first and I'll think about that later. Don't you dare tell my parents, or I'll kill you." Sujin sighed. He simply couldn't figure out what was going on in this girl's mind. He leaned back in his chair and said, "So why did you bother telling me? I'm afraid that if nobody knows about it, nobody will be able to find me when the time comes," said Yayun as if this was a normal thing to do. Sujin nearly fell off his chair. There were times when he really couldn't keep up with her thought process at all. He sighed and said, "So, when would be a good time for me to tell your parents? I'll call you." After she finished packing everything into suitcases, she stuffed everything under the bed and just slung a backpack over her shoulders. "If you didn't intend to bring all this stuff along, why did you pack them? Shouldn't one pack your own room from time to time?" "No, that's not the sort of packing I'm talking about," said Sujin as he smacked his forehead. "Look, your parents and your cousin are going to go absolutely bonkers once they realize you're gone. Doing this is as good as seeking death. I don't care anymore. I ought to challenge myself sometimes anyway. In any case, as long as I don't tell you to do so, you are not to tell my parents about where I've gone." Yayun opened the window and hopped onto the windowsill. "Do you really have to go out by this way? Your parents aren't even home, why don't you just walk out of the main door?" asked Sujin. She replied, "No, Uncle Yu is downstairs and he'll try to stop me." After saying that, she jumped down. But he wasn't worried about her since she was so good at this. Jumping out from the second floor wasn't going to kill her. After she left, he got a message from her. The content of the message was to warn him, "Mr. Sujin, you'd better remember what I said just now." He typed back, "You didn't even tell me where you're going, so there's no point in me telling your parents anything." She replied, "Oh silly me. You're right. I'm so smart. Well, that's that. Bye, cousin." He looked out of the window to see Yayun squirrel out of her own home like a little fox, disappearing within seconds. He wanted to ask her to stay, but it was probably pointless to do so. This girl was very unpredictable, so even if she agreed to stay for the time being, she would eventually find some other way to leave. And if she left without telling anybody anything, it would be impossible to locate her. If she wasn't willing to tell anybody where she was, she might not even pick up his calls. At least she was still willing to stay in touch with him now. Once Yayun had completely disappeared out of sight, Sujin went back downstairs. He spotted Uncle Yu and said, "Uncle Yu, I need to inform you about something." "What is it?" asked Uncle Yu as he smiled politely at Sujin. Sujin was supposedly the cousin of the young mistress of the house, so he treated Sujin with the same respect. "Oh, well, Yayun has run away from home." Sujin was afraid of giving Uncle Yu a heart attack, so he tried to speak as gently as he could, hoping it would give Uncle Yu sufficient time to take it in. "What did you say?" Uncle Yu was still smiling and didn't seem to have heard Sujin the first time, but before Sujin could repeat himself, the smile on Uncle Yu's face disappeared. Sujin could hear that Uncle Yu's breathing had quickened and he quickly pulled a chair over for the older man to sit on before trying to calm him down. Uncle Yu, relax, relax. She's left home, but she hasn't been kidnapped or anything like that. Yayun's a tough cookie, you know that. Just pretend that she's gone on holiday, okay? Mr. Su, please, this is not a joke. No, I need to call Mr. and Mrs. Ye right now. Uncle Yu wobbled as he tried to get up again. Sujin helped to steady him and said, Uncle Yu, there's no point in telling her parents now. They won't be able to do anything about it now. Please don't get so agitated. I will talk to them about it, so don't worry. Uncle Yu was quite trusting of Sujin since his employers trusted this young man a lot, so Uncle Yu eventually decided to listen to Sujin. In that case, I'll count on you to take care of Miss Ye. Uncle Yu seemed to have misunderstood Sujin and thought that Yayun had gone to stay with Sujin. Sujin felt really awkward, but there was no point in trying to explain anything now, so he just went with it. Then again, he didn't think a misunderstanding like that was necessarily a bad thing either. Unfortunately, over the next 3 weeks, Sujin never got another message from Yayun and she didn't pick up any of his calls either, which made him feel very uneasy. But his 4th challenge was almost due. He had to get through this challenge before he could have the time and energy to look for her. Sujin contacted Yang Mo and Chu Yi via his handbook, then he and Konoha sat in his house and flipped their handbooks open together. I heard that Snow White has escaped and Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter likes Alice and the ugly duckling will turn into a swan. I heard that Peter Pan never grows up and Jack has a magic harp. I heard there's a candy house in the forest and that Cinderella has lost her favorite glass slippers. Only the wise river water knows that Snow White left the castle because she wanted to go out and have fun. Little Red Riding Hood wears a large red cloak that stops herself from becoming a wolf. There's always a rainbow-colored river that winds through the town of fairy tales. It's filled with the willfulness of magic, yet it bends when it comes to love. The never-ending stream of water sprays water in all directions, then flows down straight like a screen. Time is like water, making every once upon a time eventually reach the point of happily ever after. I heard that Sleeping Beauty has been buried and the Little Mermaid is looking towards the Golden Palace. I heard Apollo became a 3-legged crow and a saber-toothed tiger runs through the fields. I heard Pinocchio always lies and Rumpelstiltskin has a chest filled with jewels. I heard a tree of life grows along the cliff and the red shoes keep dancing tirelessly. Only the wise river knows that Sleeping Beauty wanted to escape from her suffering. The Little Mermaid turned sunshine into her eyeshadow and leaped into the embrace of bubbles. There's always a rainbow-colored river that winds through the town of fairy tales. It's filled with the willfulness of magic, yet it bends when it comes to love. The never-ending stream of water sprays water in all directions, then flows down straight like a screen. Time is like water, making every once upon a time eventually reach the point of happily ever after. There's always a surreal-looking river that winds through the town of fairy tales. It separates ideals from reality, then meets again at the river mouth. The never-ending stream of water sprays water in all directions, then flows down straight like a screen. Time is like water, making every once upon a time eventually reach the point of happily ever after. And everything becomes strange again. A melodious voice started singing in Sujin's head. He had heard this song before. It was a song written by a few people and strung many famous fairy tales together. But he couldn't think of how this song was connected to a handbook challenge. He opened his eyes and saw that besides his 3 teammates, there were 5 others. The total number of people involved in this challenge was 9 people. He didn't bother saying anything and flipped his handbook open immediately. Besides the lyrics of the song he heard earlier, the difficulty level and missions of the challenge were listed. Fairy Tales of Horror. Difficulty level, C. Mission 1, find the treasure within the fairy tales. Mission is considered complete upon finding 3 treasures. Finding 5 treasures will earn you an additional 1000 points, finding 7 treasures will earn you an additional 2000 points. There were no other missions to choose from this time, but the main mission was already a lot to deal with. You could also say that the main mission did give owners a choice as well. On top of that, the mission didn't seem as difficult as Sujin thought it would be. He thought that this one level C mission might be as difficult as a level B mission. Then again, it wasn't really that strange actually. It only took 3 items to complete the mission, and obtaining more items came with such a huge reward. In other words, as long as one didn't insist on getting more than 3 items, it was likely that the main mission could be completed pretty easily. Okay everyone. Are there any newbies here? Asked a fairly energetic woman in a loud voice. She looked like she was in her 30s, wore a tracksuit and carried a long item wrapped in cloth on her back. It looked like a long sword of sorts. Everyone looked at each other and surprisingly, not a single person raised their hand. In short, all 9 owners of this level C challenge were old-timers. This clearly surprised everybody else too. Konoha had a puzzled look on her face as she whispered to Sujin, "Something's not right." In general, every challenge would include newbies, unless it's a team challenge. But you have to make a special application for that. Sujin wasn't too bothered by this matter, so he whispered back, "I think it's fine." Perhaps, this rarely happens, but it doesn't mean it never happens, right? Konoha had no answer to that. Meanwhile, Chuyi walked over and gave each other a big hug after grinning at one another. "Brother Su, I just knew we'd meet again," said Chuyi with a smile. Sujin smiled back and patted Chuyi's shoulder. "That's right. I didn't expect it to be so hard to meet you again, but I'm glad it all worked out." The woman in a tracksuit spoke up again, "Since everyone's an old-timer, then that's great. My next question, is any of you a veteran?" Everyone immediately perked up at this question. They looked at one another with a hopeful look in their eyes, as if they were hoping that there were veterans among them. "We're veterans, but we haven't gone through a lot of challenges yet," said Sujin as he patted Chuyi's shoulder. He felt that the presence of veterans would probably keep everyone calm and less nervous. And just as he had expected, everyone immediately had excited looks on their faces when they realized that there was not 1 but 2 veterans among them. After all, veterans were highly prized in a challenge. If there was a veteran around, everyone's chances of survival would increase significantly. This is a real song, Town of Fairy Tales by Chen Yifar, apparently based off the US TV series Once Upon a Time YouTube. Chapter 74, Splitting Teams. "I'd need both of you to prove it," a muscular man suddenly spoke up. Everyone was happy to hear that someone among them had spirit power, but they preferred to err on the side of caution. Sujin and Chuyi exchanged glances. Sujin flicked his finger and the man immediately started trembling all over as he clutched his forehead. "That's enough," hissed the man. Sujin immediately stopped using his spirit power to attack the man, since every point of spirit power he had was extremely precious within a challenge. He wasn't going to waste any if he didn't have to. Chuyi had an even easier time proving himself. He thrust a palm out and sent an invisible wave of air out that instantly pushed the man backwards. Everyone was really assured now. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of fairy tales. Please allow me to introduce this world to you," a voice suddenly resounded from behind everyone. All of them got a shock, but their reaction times showed which ones had more experience and which ones were still rookies. The woman in a tracksuit and the muscular man reacted the most quickly and were even faster than Yang Mo and Chuyi, while the remaining 3 were a lot more jumpy. A shadow emerged from the darkness. He turned out to be a young man in a suit and top hat. He bowed slightly towards the crowd and smiled gently at them. Sujin turned to look at Konoha. He had developed a habit of asking Konoha questions every time he didn't understand something about the Handbook's universe. Konoha realized he was looking at her, so she explained, "This does happen sometimes during a challenge, where a special NPC would give an explanation right at the start of the challenge." Everyone was relieved to hear Konoha say that. At the same time, they realized that they were still within the safe time frame of the challenge, so even if this young man turned out to be some monster, he wouldn't be able to hurt them for now. What are you able to tell us? Sujin took a step forward to ask the young man a question. The young man smiled and said, I will tell you about the treasures of each fairy tale. You will just have to find the items that I will list out for you now. So that was what this young man was for, thought everyone. Then again, the mission hadn't stated exactly what those treasures they were supposed to find were, and it was going to be pretty difficult to find anything without any further details. They were pleasantly surprised that the handbook was actually going to give them a list. Please explain the treasures to us, said Sujin. The young man nodded and said, there are many treasures inside the world of fairy tales. There's Snow White's poisoned apple, the Little Red Riding Hood's red jacket, the Mad Hatter's hat, the Ugly Duckling's feathers, Peter Pan's wings, Jack's harp, the Candy House's delicious candies, Cinderella's glass slipper, the Little Mermaid's fish scales, Apollo's house, the saber-toothed tiger's teeth, Pinocchio's wooden head, Rumpelstiltskin's gems, the tree of life's fruit and the red shoes themselves. The young man rattled off a long list of items without stopping, but thankfully Sujin's memory had also improved along with his physique after drinking those strengthening potions, so remembering everything the young man had just said wasn't an issue. Besides, these were all items from the fairy tales he had heard as a child, and most of them were items associated with the main characters of these stories, so they weren't too hard to remember either. Are there any items that are more valuable than the others? Or are there any items that we must find? Asked Sujin. The young man shook his head and said, no, there is no distinction. You just need to find 3 and you will be able to activate the teleportation door. However, the door only opens once every time 3 treasures are found, and it will remain open for a limited period of time. If one of you finds 13 treasures, then there will be fewer than 3 treasures left. If anyone is still left behind after the door opens the first time in such a situation, there will be no way out of here. This made everyone's heart thump with worry, and they couldn't help but become more wary of the others. If there was an owner who wanted more in order to gain more points at the end of the challenge and kept most of the treasures for himself, the rest of them were going to die here. Sujin felt like cursing the handbook. It had sent them an NPC that sounded helpful at first, but it only took a couple of sentences from the NPC to instantly make the little trust the owners had in each other disappear completely. All right now, everyone. I am going to open the door to the land of all fairy tales. You can choose which ones you want to enter and you can go look for those treasures. Please take note of one more thing: if you did not participate in the search and attainment of the treasure, you will not be eligible to pass through the door even after it opens. The young man bowed slightly at them again, then waved his hand. A row of portal doors instantly appeared before them and sparkled brightly. A classic fairy tale character could be seen within each door. There was Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Ugly Duckling, and more of such characters. These were all familiar characters to anyone who was old enough. But Sujin was still thinking about what the young man had said earlier. That last bit had clearly eliminated anybody's plans to just remain here and just wait for the others to come back with treasures, then complete the challenge without having to do anything. The handbook was basically forcing every owner to be part of this challenge and making sure nobody got a free ride. The rest of the challengers weren't thinking so hard about all that. They knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so some of them approached Sujin and Chuyi to ask to join their teams, since being in the same team as veterans was clearly the safest option. Sujin was a little overwhelmed by the other owners asking to form a team with him, so he said, "Everyone, please, the 4 of us are already one team. But I think that if all of us work together as a team, it's not going to be too hard to get through this challenge. It's only a level C challenge after all. You're a veteran, so that's easy for you to say. A level C challenge might not be dangerous for you, but for the rest of us, even a level D challenge might kill us," said the woman in a tracksuit with a sigh. Sujin quickly formed a plan and said, "Tell you what, let's team up randomly, shall we? There are 9 of us, so let's pair up and search for treasures. How about that? The extra 9th person can come with me." All of them accepted Sujin's proposal. Sujin had exactly 4 in his team, so each one of them would be paired with someone from outside the team. That way, he could ensure that none of them was going to run away with all the treasures and leave the rest here to die. In the end, Sujin agreed to go with a girl who had only gone through one challenge and a bespectacled otaku-looking man who had only gone through 2 challenges. Konoha was paired with the woman in the tracksuit. She had gone through 6 challenges, so even though she wasn't a veteran, she was pretty formidable. Yang Mo was paired with the muscular man, who had also survived 6 challenges. He was better at fighting, so he was a good pair with Yang Mo, now that Yang Mo was a healer sort of character. Chu Yi was paired with the last person, a girl who had passed 3 challenges. She looked only about 17 or 18 years old and seemed really young, but if a young lady like her could get through 3 challenges, it meant that she was probably quite a force to be reckoned with. Sujin did not allow himself to look down on anyone just because they were new or young. This was only his 4th challenge and he knew that some rookies held great potential. If anybody here was suitable to join the team, he was happy to extend an invitation to them. Once they were all paired off, the next thing they had to do was to decide which group entered which fairy tale. All of them agreed that since Sujin was the team leader of Team Boning Knife and was a veteran as well, he could make the choice for them. Of course, Konoha and Yang Mo didn't have any objections. Not only was Sujin their team leader, but he was also the brains of the group. It made sense for him to take charge of this. After giving it some thought, Sujin finally settled on the fairy tales of Snow White, the Little Mermaid, the Ugly Duckling and Little Red Riding Hood. Out of the 4 stories, 3 of them did not include any supernatural elements. The Little Mermaid was a mermaid, but at least she was a kind mermaid. The biggest problem was probably the witch living at the bottom of the sea. Sujin decided that he would enter the world of the Little Mermaid. He had psychokinetic spirit power and the Demon Lord's Eye, so he could handle any monsters that might come his way. Yang Mo and the muscular man entered the world of the Ugly Duckling, while Konoha and the woman in a tracksuit entered the world of Snow White. The Little Red Riding Hood story was a little more dangerous since it included the big bad wolf, so Chu Yi and his partner were allocated that story. Nobody had any objections to Sujin's arrangement, but all of them felt equally uneasy. These were supposed to be fairy tales of horror, so there was no way these fairy tales were going to proceed like the fairy tales they knew. They would just have to find a way to deal with the dangers as they came. Shortly after the 4 groups entered the doors to their respective fairy tales, a strange smile crept across the young man's face. He removed his top hat and stuck his hand in, as if he was looking for something inside. His eyes suddenly lit up like he had found what he wanted, but he ended up getting sucked into the hat instead. The world within the top hat was dark and was empty except for multiple cracks within the space. The young man swam through the space and quickly arrived at a crack that resembled an island. A middle-aged man was talking to another person. "Are you certain that he has that sort of ability? We've pulled so many owners into the fairy tales of horror over the years, but not a single one has been able to complete that task," said the middle-aged man in a low voice. "None of them were able to complete the task because firstly, all of you didn't want to work together, and secondly, you didn't have the help of someone from outside the fairy tales of horror, and thirdly, not all owners have that sort of potential," said a voice from across the middle-aged man. "Ha ha, I've followed your instructions and pulled that person into the world of fairy tales. I hope he's as capable as you say he is, otherwise, I'll gobble him up." The young man seemed to be joking, but also seemed serious at the same time. It was really hard to tell. "Ho ho, trust me, he will not disappoint any of you. But you must do what I told you before," said the voice of the individual standing across the middle-aged man again. "But he's quite an interesting one. Or at least, he's pretty smart," said the young man with a smile. The middle-aged man bowed slightly at the person across from him and said, "Don't worry, I will follow our agreement very strictly. But if it doesn't work out, you shall suffer my wrath. Farewell." After that, the middle-aged man left the little island with the young man. It was only then that the light fell on the person who was across from the middle-aged man just now. There stood, a middle-aged woman standing in a small front yard. Chapter 75, The Prince's Sailors. The salty sea breeze blew against Sujin's face. He was now moving along a vast beach. The sea waves seemed to go on forever. Well, now that we're here, my name's Sujin and this is my fourth challenge. What are your names? Since they were going to work together, the very least he could do was to get to know them. The girl answered first, my name's Ningmeng and this is my second challenge. My name's Gu Ming and this is my third challenge. Is this really only your fourth challenge? You've survived just one more challenge than I have? Can you tell me how you activated your spirit power? Gu Ming stared at Sujin and simply couldn't understand how someone with just one more challenge completed than he did could have obtained spirit power. But if Sujin had an answer to that question, then both Konoha and Yang Mo would have been able to activate theirs by now. He could only shake his head and say, I'm really sorry but I'm afraid that there isn't anybody with an answer to that question. The activation of spirit power is not within our control at all. You might have to ask a fortune teller or something. Gu Ming was very disappointed to hear this answer. Out of the 3 challenges he went through, he had met a veteran during his first 2. He still couldn't forget how powerful that veteran had been. So, what should we be doing next? Ningmeng didn't know as much about the handbook as Gu Ming did, but she knew that she had to do something. Sujin said, we're in the Little Mermaid's story and the treasure is her fish scales. So clearly, that's our aim. Do we have to go into the sea? But I don't know how to swim, said Gu Ming anxiously. He couldn't even swim in a small stream, let alone the vast sea waters. Sujin said, it might be a bit too difficult for us to go around looking for the Little Mermaid, so I thought it would be better to look for someone who would definitely come into contact with her. Are you referring to Prince Charming? Gu Ming realized what Sujin was driving at. The Little Mermaid's meeting with Prince Charming was the driving point of the story, so if they could find Prince Charming, they would eventually find the Little Mermaid. But where do we go to find him? Asked Ningmeng puzzledly. The sea was so vast. Trying to find the prince at sea was just like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sujin looked into the distance and saw that a gigantic naval fleet was slowly approaching them. They looked like kings of the sea, as the countless small boats moved in one formation. Looks like we don't have to go looking for him. Sujin laughed and said, let's go. Since the boats are headed this way, there must be some harbor nearby. We've got to find a way to get ourselves on those boats. The 3 of them left the beach and headed towards where the boats seemed to be going. It didn't take them long to arrive at a port city that was bustling with people. From a distance, Sujin already noticed that everyone in the port city ahead were dressed in Western mid-century clothing. If the 3 of them tried to approach these people without changing their clothes, they would look very out of place. We've got to find a way to get our hands on some of these clothes, otherwise it'll be hard for us to get around, mumbled Sujin to himself. Would these do? Immediately after Sujin muttered those words, Ningmeng retrieved some clothing from her handbook. These clothes did look like what the people here were wearing. She saw the strange looks on their faces and said a little awkwardly, well, my personal hell domain offered me a wardrobe of wonders, so I exchanged my points for that. Women. Gu Ming shook his head. To him, points were very precious in this universe. It was the best way for an owner to make himself more powerful besides getting spirit power. He couldn't believe Ningmeng would waste it on an item like that. But Sujin didn't think the same way. There were times where a wardrobe of wonders would be useful, like the situation they were in right now. If they didn't have any clothes to change into, they would stick out like a sore thumb and quickly become a target. That would make things very difficult for themselves. With the right clothes, they would be able to blend in with the crowd and move about unnoticed. In fact, if this wardrobe of wonders didn't cost too much, Sujin was considering getting one too. After they got changed, the 3 of them looked at each other and tried not to laugh. They now looked more like they were about to put up some theater production. The clothes looked so strange on themselves. Ningmeng, do you have something more? suitable for commoners? These clothes look like the type that only nobles and aristocrats wear, so I don't think they'd be any better than our own clothes," remarked Sujin as he let out a laugh. Ning Meng was rather apologetic about her selection and quickly retrieved another 3 sets of clothing. These clothes looked a lot more ordinary, so they quickly got changed. They finally started walking towards the port city after they had changed a second time. This city was extremely busy and was filled with all sorts of people. Judging from their clothes, most of them were probably merchants or sailors. But the 3 of them were stopped right outside the city gate. It turned out that they needed to pay taxes before they could enter the city, but none of them carried the currency of this city. Ning Meng and Gu Ming didn't know what to do. On the contrary, Sujin glanced around, then walked towards a merchant who looked fairly wealthy. After walking around that merchant, Sujin walked back to his 2 companions with a large pouch of money in his hands. "Wow! Mr. Su, you're really incredible!" Gu Ming exclaimed. Sujin rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly. He wasn't some regular pickpocket, but his body was now at a level of agility and speed that surpassed an ordinary human's. If he wanted to become a pickpocket, he would be a grandmaster of pickpockets. Stealing a bag of money was a piece of cake to him. They paid the necessary tax and finally made it into the city. Compared to the bustling port area, the city itself was a lot more orderly. There were even soldiers patrolling the city to ensure public safety. There was a notice board near the city gate that had several notices pinned to it, but none of them could understand what the notices said. The words on the notices looked like English, but not quite. Thankfully, Sujin had a translation watch on hand. After he had spent 100 points, he was now fluent in this language. "These are recruitment ads." Sujin looked carefully at the notices and realized that they were mostly ads looking for workers. There were ads for everything from bartenders to waiters. Also, there were no requirements or qualifications needed. As long as you could do the job, it didn't matter if you were a bandit or a robber before this. "This one is hiring sailors." Sujin's eyes lit up. This particular ad had been put up by the prince. He was looking for sufficient sailors to search for treasures in the sea. But this prince was rather stingy and the benefits were even worse off than the ad for a cook. There was one clause that was extremely attractive though. The prince promised to share the loot. This prince is more like some shady salesman, making people slog for him for possibly nothing in return. Sujin shook his head. But the 3 of them had no choice but to take up this job. "My friends, do the 2 of you get seasick?" Sujin asked Gu Ming and Ning Meng with a cheeky grin. Sujin took note of the address on the notice and led the other 2 towards the place where the recruitment exercise was being held. Gu Ming sighed and said, "Mr. Su, I agree that this is a good plan in theory. But I don't know how to swim. How can I become a sailor at this rate?" "Mr. Gu, you just don't have enough confidence in yourself. Luffy doesn't know how to swim either, but he aims to become the king of the pirates," said Sujin gleefully. "Who's Luffy?" Gu Ming looked completely confused. "You don't read comics?" I'll read some when we're done with this challenge," said Gu Ming a little embarrassedly. "Oh. I've got a pile of recommendations for you. I'll give you a list later." Sujin was a typical otaku who got really excited when it came to his hobbies. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The man in charge of the recruitment exercise looked like a typical scrivener you would find in a children's book, a skinny man with glasses hanging off his nose. "Esteemed sir, my siblings and I would like to become part of His Highness' fleet," said Sujin very politely to the scrivener. Sujin was a little apprehensive about this whole thing because in most cultures around the world, women on board a ship was generally regarded as bad luck and could bring disaster. But this didn't seem to be an issue here. The scrivener nodded without any hesitation and said, "Thank you for your interest. It will be your greatest honor to become part of His Highness' fleet, but whether you become a sailor for His Highness or not depends on whether you're someone he needs. Esteemed sir, the 3 of us are very capable, so I'm certain that His Highness would need us," said Sujin with a big smile. That's not a decision for you to make. Men! The scrivener gave a low shout and 3 men dressed like sailors walked over. They were extremely muscular and looked like they were good at fighting. Gu Ming and Ning Meng immediately gasped and took a step back, which were signs that neither could fight. But while it made sense that as a new owner, Ning Meng didn't know how to fight, Sujin was surprised that Gu Ming didn't know how to either. Good heavens, didn't you even try to level up your fighting abilities for future challenges? Sujin hissed quietly at Gu Ming. I leveled up my archery skills. Gu Ming whispered through his teeth without moving his lips, as if he were a ventriloquist. Esteemed sir, the 3 of us are good at different things. I am good at fighting, my brother is good at shooting, while my sister, Sujin glanced at Ning Meng. Ning Meng quickly piped up, I'm good at cooking. I can cook the most delicious food in the world and I'm sure His Highness will enjoy it. The scrivener frowned and said, each one of you has to defeat one of His Highness' bodyguards. That is the rule that His Highness set. If you can't do that, then I'm afraid I can't let you join the fleet. Sir, do you think we could approach this differently? Why don't you let me take on all 3 of them by myself? Sujin came close to the scrivener and secretly put the bag of money he had stolen earlier in the scrivener's hands. Well, there's nothing wrong with being flexible at times and His Highness does like clever servants. I'll let you take them on by yourself then. But you have to fight all 3 of them at the same time. The scrivener had to give in a little since he had accepted a bribe from Sujin, but he didn't think the skinny-looking Sujin could possibly defeat the 3 bodyguards. This arrangement worked out very nicely for the scrivener. He could keep this money without going against the prince's rules. Kaizaku Ouni or Wa Nara. Yo ho 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 ho. Chapter 76, The Evil Version. As you wish, esteemed sir. Sujin was now practically superhuman. If he were to participate in an MMA competition in the real world, he might kill someone with just one punch. Moreover, he now had the help of his psychokinetic spirit power, so even if some boss-level monster appeared right now, Sujin probably still stood a chance. Come with me. The scrivener walked off with the 3 bodyguards and Sujin and his companions quickly followed behind them. They came to a fighting arena with several fighting rings. More than a dozen others applying to be a sailor were engaged in combat here, but all of them were fighting a bodyguard one-on-one. You're up. The scrivener waved his arm and the 3 bodyguards got into the ring. They stood at 3 points of the ring to form a triangle and left the middle position open for Sujin. At the same time, the scrivener's hand gave off a white light and the 3 bodyguards were now armed. Once inside the ring, you must be the last one standing to win, shouted the scrivener loudly. What the fuck, cursed Sujin inwardly. The scrivener had taken his money but was going to send him to his death anyway. These 3 bodyguards were obviously armed for war. This challenge wasn't named the fairy tales of horror for nothing, none of the people here were fairy tale-like at all. In fact, they were all scheming in their own way. One of the bodyguards had full body armor and a giant shield, one carried a spear and wore chain mail, and the last one had a bow and arrow in hand. This was a perfect combination for war. They covered defense, long-range combat as well as close combat. Mr. Su, are you sure you'll be okay? Ning Meng was clearly rather worried. Sujin didn't answer her. He got into the ring and stood in the middle of the ring. Once he got in, the fights in the other rings stopped and everyone turned to watch Sujin, since a 3 versus 1 match was clearly going to be more exciting. Let the fight begin, yelled the scrivener. Sujin shook his wrist slightly and retrieved Rumor. At the same time, he heard the sound of something swooshing through the air. His eyes glinted as he sent Rumor flying out along with himself as he aimed straight for the bodyguard with a bow and arrow. Having someone who could attack from afar in such a fight was definitely his biggest problem. Clang! Rumor struck the archer's arrow and returned to Sujin's hand almost immediately after that. Sujin threw it out again without even turning back because he could sense that the other 2 bodyguards were coming for him. The fighting ring wasn't that big, so even though the other 2 bodyguards had such heavy armor on their bodies, they could get close to Sujin pretty quickly. The bodyguard with a shield used the shield to block Rumor's attack, but besides being sharp, Sujin could use his psychokinesis to change its trajectory. Swoosh! Rumor flew right past the shield and stabbed right through the throat of the bodyguard with a spear. This bodyguard was wearing chainmail and the only part of his body that wasn't covered was his throat. The bodyguard with a shield was surprised that his shield hadn't managed to block Rumor's attack. While he was still trying to figure out how that had happened, he suddenly saw something black flying towards him. Sujin had flung Rumor out again after it had returned to his hand. The bodyguard with a shield wasn't afraid of Rumor's attack because he was covered in a full body armor. Even if Rumor hit him, he wouldn't die. But Sujin hadn't thrown Rumor at this bodyguard to kill him. Sujin was just using this attack to slow the armored bodyguard down enough for him to kill the archer first. The armored bodyguard instinctively lifted his shield to block Rumor's attack. By the time he put it down again, Sujin's hand had already punched right through the archer's chest. The armored bodyguard was really terrified now. Sujin had killed his two companions in a matter of seconds. Ha! The armored bodyguard raised his shield and charged at Sujin. He was in charge of defense, but since the two bodyguards he was supposed to help defend were dead, he switched to attacking instead. He didn't have any weapons on hand, but his heavy armor was almost as solid as a tank and could mow an ordinary person down easily. But Sujin wasn't an ordinary person. He flung the archer's dead body aside, then lowered his center of gravity and charged towards the bodyguard with the same stance. One was a heavily armored man while the other was a skinny young fellow. Everyone was sure that Sujin was on the losing end, but the actual result completely floored the crowd. Bam! The armored bodyguard was sent flying like a kite with a broken string after slamming into Sujin. In order to stand his ground, Sujin had stepped so hard on the ground, his feet made a dent that was about a meter wide. Sujin made an angry growl as he held up his arms in front of him. All the spectators remained silent. They were so terrified and shocked by the way Sujin growled like an animal and the vicious attack that didn't match their expectations of what he was capable of. The scrivener himself was just staring wide-eyed in shock. He had indeed intended to take the bribe money and leave Sujin to die, but now, he simply couldn't process what just happened. Sujin rotated his shoulders to relax them, then turned to shrug at the crowd, with an expression that looked disappointed in how weak the three bodyguards had been. But even so, nobody was offended by Sujin's complacency. After all, Sujin had proved that he was truly a mighty fighter. If someone like Sujin didn't have the right to be boastful and arrogant, who did? At the same time, Ning Meng and Gu Ming were beaming from ear to ear. They were so excited at how powerful this veteran in their team was. With such a powerful person around, they didn't have to worry about anything. Impressive. Very impressive indeed. I am about to go on a sea expedition and I need a true warrior to protect me. Will you be willing to be the captain of my bodyguards? A voice resounded from behind. Sujin turned around to realize that this voice belonged to one of the main characters of this fairytale, the stupid prince who was beloved by the Little Mermaid but still had no clue about how much she had sacrificed for him even at the end of the story. Sujin smiled faintly as he figured that the fairytale wasn't going to take too long to happen, otherwise it was going to take too much time to find 7 treasures. He just needed to do something and it would push the story forward, and his hypothesis turned out to be correct. Your Highness, it is my great honor to be able to serve by your side. Sujin immediately bowed before the prince with a devout look on his face. The prince was dressed in an elegant white armor and did look like what one would imagine Prince Charming to be like. His facial features were handsome and approachable, so Sujin was sure that this man would have succeeded in the real world as an idol who made money with his looks alone. The prince gave a pleased nod and he turned to say to the rest, to everyone who is willing to serve me. I don't care if you were a commoner or a thief. As long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, I shall grant you glory and honor. Long live His Highness! Sujin suddenly felt like he was watching some TV drama set in ancient times. Everyone was shouting Long live His Highness so loudly and excitedly as if they were on drugs or something. Everything went smoothly after that. As the captain of the bodyguards, Sujin was allowed to bring 2 trusted people on board as well. So Ningmeng didn't have to become a cook. She could just follow Sujin around. Sujin looked at the armor he was given and felt like he had benefited from this challenge already. If he could bring this back to his personal hell domain, he figured he could exchange it for some points. The gold armor on Sujin sparkled brightly in the light and made him look impressive, but Sujin felt that the prince had purposely given him this shiny gold thing so that in case of any danger, the enemy would spot Sujin's gold armor first and target him instead. But Sujin wasn't really bothered since he wasn't truly loyal to the prince. If he ran into any danger, he would just remove the armor. Ningmeng and Guming, on the other hand, didn't get such pretty armor. They were given brass armor and barely looked like they were in the same team as Sujin. "My brave warrior, we are about to meet the punishing winds of the sea. Are you prepared for it?" said the prince as he stood at the bow. The fleet was about to depart. Besides Sujin, the other person next to the prince was that scrivener. Sujin was now the captain of the bodyguards, so he had to play the part. "Your Highness, I am prepared to go through even the gravest of dangers for your sake." "Excellent. I like confident people. But you need to know our aim in going out to sea." The prince was pleased with Sujin's display of loyalty. Then, he turned to look out at the distant sea as he held onto the railings of the boat. "So, why are we going out to sea?" Sujin's eyes lit up. The story was finally getting somewhere. "Do you know any legends surrounding mermaids?" asked the prince as he looked towards the sea. Sujin nodded. "I know a few. Legend has it that mermaids are the most magical creatures of the sea. Their voices are mesmerizing and they are a very kind race." The prince nodded and he suddenly started smiling. "You're right. Mermaids are magical creatures indeed. But that's not all. Mermaids also possess a very special ability, or rather, they are useful in a very special way. Do you know anything about that?" Sujin was stunned for a moment as a nasty legend came to mind. This was a legend surrounding Japanese mermaids in particular and he didn't expect this to surface here. "Are you referring to the legend where one will gain immortality after eating the flesh of a mermaid?" asked Sujin in a low voice. Guming and Ningmeng shuddered when they heard what Sujin said. This was a famous legend, but it didn't sound like the stuff of fairy tales at all. "Oh ho! I didn't expect a commoner like you to know about this legend as well. But you are right. I am to become the king of this nation in the future, so I want to be king forever." A bright smile spread across the prince's face and even the scrivener next to him was full of smiles. Sujin and his 2 companions couldn't help but feel a shudder down their spines. These were fairy tales of horror, all right. This man was an evil version of Prince Charming and he was wicked beyond redemption. Sujin wondered if the Little Mermaid's side of the story was equally tainted. "Don't worry, we just need a small piece of flesh and I will be able to live forever. So, I'll share the rest with all of you as a reward for your loyalty," said the prince with a hearty laugh. "Long live your highness!" "No, wait. May your highness live forever," the scrivener scrambled to butter the prince up. "May your highness live forever!" Sujin and the rest echoed the scrivener. Chapter 77, Coral Reefs. The fleet moved at an insane speed and Sujin was certain that these boats had been modified somehow. Otherwise, there was no way any boat in an era that relied solely on wind energy could move at this sort of speed. "So, we're about to face some sort of supernatural power, huh?" murmured Sujin to himself. Even though he was already mentally prepared for that to happen, actually having to face it would mean that his journey ahead was going to be very dangerous. "Captain, we have already reached the mermaid territory. You'd better be on standby, a battle may break out any time now." The scrivener had suddenly appeared next to Sujin and said these ominous-sounding words to him. After this fellow took Sujin's bribe and failed to get him killed, he had been very curt to Sujin. But Sujin wasn't bothered by him anymore. These fairy tales of horror were clearly filled with a bunch of nasty people. "Sir, do you know what sort of enemies we are about to face?" Sujin asked suddenly. The scrivener glanced at Sujin, looked at the sea, then said in a slow voice, "What's wrong? You're getting cold feet even before coming into contact with the enemy." Sujin shook his head. "No, I just want to know what I'm about to face. That way, I'd be able to deal with them better." "You want to know? There's no hurry. You'd be sent out to take a look at the situation tomorrow, so you'll become the person who knows what sort of enemies we're up against the best." The scrivener cackled after saying these words. It was obvious that it was the scrivener who came up with this idea. But the scrivener's evil schemes actually worked out in Sujin's favor. Sujin was here to get one of the Little Mermaid's scales, and he had only joined the prince's fleet in hope of doing that. Being sent into the sea was actually going to be helpful to Sujin's mission. After spending a night on board, the fleet arrived at some coral reefs the next morning. The boats couldn't go any further, or they would run aground. "My captain, since you displayed such tremendous prowess before, I would like you to go and check out the situation among the inhabitants of the sea. Are you courageous enough to go observe the sea people?" the prince asked Sujin with a smile. Sujin couldn't possibly say no. He replied politely, "Your Highness, I have enough courage, but while I do not fear death, I'm afraid that if I go as I am, I would die without being able to send any information on the sea people back to you. I need your help." "My help?" The prince looked puzzledly at Sujin. "That is correct. Your Highness, you are going to become the king of this nation in the future, so I'm sure you have some powerful item that can help your loyal subject here." Of course, as your loyal subject, I will most certainly return this treasure to you." Sujin didn't know if the prince had anything magical like that, but there was no harm in trying. The prince hesitated for a while. Then again, even if Sujin took this item, Sujin would have to come back here and return it to him, since they were literally in the middle of nowhere. Besides the prince's fleet, Sujin had nowhere else to go. Moreover, even though Sujin was formidable, he was about to face the sea people, and it was true that he might not come back in one piece if he wasn't given any extra protection. So, the prince thought it was fine to render Sujin some help. "Very well. In that case, I'll let you use this cloak." The prince removed his cloak as he spoke. This was an exquisitely made cloak with several mysterious symbols on the inside. Sujin didn't have any magic powers, but he could tell that these were likely to be magic runes of sorts. Sujin bowed as he received the cloak. The prince said, "This is my family heirloom and a treasure of my country. Once you put this on, you will be able to defend yourself against almost any attack. Ordinary attacks will not be able to hurt you at all. Your Highness, thank you for your generosity. I will definitely bring a mermaid back." Sujin was secretly pleased that the prince had been so easy to fool. The prince was actually lending him such a powerful item. But at the same time, the prince wasn't that stupid. This cloak was a very special one that could find its own way back to its owner. So even if Sujin never came back or died at the hands of the sea people, he would still get this cloak back. Otherwise, the prince would never have left such a precious item in the hands of someone who might perish in the sea. "Your Highness, I will also need the two of them. The three of us make a good team, so with their help, the chances of completing this mission will increase." Sujin wasn't going to leave Guming and Ningmeng here. Since the prince had even been willing to part with his magical cloak, letting Guming and Ningmeng follow Sujin into the sea wasn't a problem. He nodded in agreement, then said to the scrivener, "Cast the spell on them too." The scrivener nodded, then stretched his arms wide towards the three of them. Green sparkles began to gather in front of his chest, then they flew towards the other three and covered them in a thin layer of sparkles. "This is a spell that will enable you to swim in the sea without the need for air," the scrivener said to them. "You will be able to swim like a fish in the sea, but I'm warning you, this spell will only work for 7 hours. If you are still underwater after that, you will die. Do you understand?" The reason why the scrivener had done this was obvious. He was afraid that the three of them might choose to escape by swimming. But there was no way they could get to the nearest shore within the next 7 hours. So they had to either get the job done, or die. The three of them walked to the front of the boat where there was a gangplank. Sujin had always been curious about this whenever he watched movies set in this era. But when he actually had to walk the plank, his fear of heights overtook him again. Do we really have to jump? Gu Ming gulped fearfully as well. Instead, Ning Meng turned out to be the bravest of all three. She closed her eyes and jumped right off the plank. Sujin and Gu Ming didn't have a choice and jumped as well. But really, Sujin's fears were unfounded. The plank was so close to the surface of the water, nothing bad would have happened even if he was jumping off into a pool of mud. The mud would suffer more damage than he would. After diving into the sea, all three of them realized that they were really able to swim freely without the need for oxygen tanks or any other diving equipment. But Sujin wasn't taking any chances and retrieved some of his super-oxygenated chewing gum. These pieces of gum could provide them with 3 days of oxygen after all. Sujin swam around to take a quick look, then decided that he ought to swim deeper into the coral reefs. Both of you can just stay here. If I get the treasure, I'll come back to look for you two immediately. Sujin decided to work alone since Gu Ming and Ning Meng were obviously poor fighters. If they got into a fight with the sea people, they'll all end up dead. The two of them had no objections, so Sujin left them one piece of super-oxygenated chewing gum each before leaving, just in case anything untoward happened. After that, Sujin headed straight for the coral reefs. This magic spell was a fairly interesting one. Sujin didn't have to swim. He could just walk in the sea water as if he was walking on land, which made it much easier to move about. The coral reefs were colorful and filled with plenty of fish and other sea creatures, but it didn't take Sujin long to discover the sea people because they were very different from the rest of the sea creatures. Most of them had at least one human body part. He saw an octopus with a human upper body, and a giant lobster with human legs. All of them looked like this. Sujin dared not go too near because he didn't want to end up having to fight them if they noticed his presence. He tried his best to walk in the shadows, and if he couldn't find a place to hide, he had to use his psychokinesis to blind the other creature temporarily. This psychokinetic spirit power of his was really incredibly useful, and it could be used in 1,000,001 situations, both as an attack and a defense. There was almost nothing it couldn't do. The only problem was that his upper limit was way too low, so if he didn't have to use it, he didn't. But even so, he had already used up 1/3 of it by just sneaking past the sea people. Well, I still have the Demon Lord's spirit power, but it's best that I don't use it if I don't have to either. Sujin's trump card was his backup storage of the Demon Lord's spirit power, which was enough to power the terrifyingly brutal Demon Lord's longbow that had the skill of Roar of the Demon Lord. But making use of these items came at a cost to Sujin himself. Thankfully, while there were plenty of sea people roaming the coral reefs, the sea was vast and Sujin's careful steps did not attract any attention. He soon came to the middle of the coral reefs, where it looked like the city center of the sea. There were houses made from scallop shells, shiny stones on the seabed that resembled gemstones, as well as submarine volcanoes that added an interesting touch to the reefs. Everything did look like they belonged to a fairy tale world, but Sujin wasn't sure if other dangers lurked beneath the surface since he was now in a horror-inducing version of The Little Mermaid. In the original story, the Little Mermaid was from the royal family. In that case, Sujin's attention was drawn to the largest structure in the area. It looked like the prettiest place around here. He quickly made his way over but was a little disappointed when he actually got there. This was no palace. It looked more like a temple of sorts. Since this wasn't the place he was looking for, Sujin turned around to leave. But his way was soon blocked by a huge group of fish. Several sharks with a horn growing out of their heads kept swimming back and forth while giving Sujin aggressive looks. Sujin held Rumor in his hand, ready to strike at any time. Unfortunately, none of his black fire bullets were suitable to shoot underwater. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around my sea people temple?" A graceful and elegant woman emerged from behind the wall of sharks. Sujin wasn't sure if she was supposed to be a cuttlefish or an octopus, but she had a sexy woman's body on top and more than 10 tentacles helping her move her body along. Sorry about that. If I said I got lost, would you believe me? Sujin grinned at her. If possible, he didn't want to stay here and fight with a woman who could command a bunch of sharks. I'm not like those foolish sea people. Of course, if you don't wish to tell me why you are here, I have other means to find out. She raised her head high and pointed a finger at Sujin. A black beam shot out from her finger towards Sujin. Sujin immediately moved to one side as quickly as he could. The spell cast by the Scrivener was still in effect, so he could still move as easily as he did on land, which helped him to dodge that black beam easily. If I want the sharks to go away, I've got to get their commander first, thought Sujin as he saw that the sharks were headed towards him. He didn't think that killing them was hard, but doing that would attract unnecessary attention, so the best plan now was to take their leader down. Chapter 78, The Little Mermaid. Sujin moved quickly and had nearly reached the mollusk woman when her tentacles suddenly wrapped themselves around him. Whoong! A black beam shot out from one of the tentacles. Sujin couldn't dodge the attack in time and cursed inwardly, but just then, the cloak he carried unfolded, and blocked the attack for Sujin. Good job, thought Sujin to himself. Then, he realized that the mollusk woman wasn't moving anymore. That's Triton's cloak. Why do you have this item? Exclaimed the mollusk woman in shock and stared at the cloak around Sujin's body with wide eyes. Sujin realized that the mollusk woman stopped attacking merely because she was too stunned by the appearance of this cloak. He didn't know why she seemed so shocked, but he had heard the word Triton. He shouted at her, "Since you can see that I've got Triton's cloak, then you'd better let go of me." Her expression changed several times before she finally calmed down again and scoffed. "It's just his cloak, not him. I just have to kill you and that cloak is mine." Wow, seriously? Who made up all these murderous characters? Sujin grumbled in his mind as he used his strength to break a tentacle around him and send rumor flying towards her eyes at the same time. She reacted very quickly by using a tentacle to block rumor. Rumor cut through that tentacle, but her eyes weren't hurt. "Lowly human, give me Triton's cloak and I can give you some other treasure in return," she bellowed and looked determined to get her hands on that cloak. Sujin thought about it, then said, "Deal. If you can bring me one of the Little Mermaid's scales, this cloak is yours." She was surprised for a moment but a smile soon returned to her face. "I see. You're another one of those idiots who are hoping to live forever. But her scales are useless. You have to eat her flesh for that to work. I guess you could say I have an acquired taste? Never mind why I want it. In any case, if you want this cloak, you must bring me one of the Little Mermaid's scales. Make sure it's a scale from Triton's daughter." Sujin spelled his terms out clearly. She pondered this deal for a while, then nodded in agreement. "Fine. I'll get you a scale from the Little Mermaid. Wait here for me." She made a strange noise and all the sharks disappeared. "No problem." Sujin nodded. But after she had walked off, Sujin followed behind her. He wasn't serious about striking a deal with her in the first place. He just wanted to use her to locate the Little Mermaid. As he followed the mollusk woman from a distance, he had to use his spirit power to conceal himself from time to time. By the time they arrived at their destination, Sujin realized that he had already used up more than half of his spirit power. And this was only the first treasure. Sujin could only hope that the other teams were doing fine. "Greetings, sacred goddess." This was a residence guarded by several sea people bodyguards, but it didn't look like the palace. The bodyguards bowed and greeted the mollusk woman. She was actually the sacred goddess to the sea people. If that's the case, then she must be that sea witch that helped the Little Mermaid get her human legs, right? Sujin slapped his forehead as he realized who this woman probably was. The mollusk woman strolled through the corridors easily, but it wasn't as easy for Sujin to keep up. He was running out of spirit power and would have to kill his way in if he ran out before finding the Little Mermaid. Just when he got ready for the worst, he finally caught sight of the little mermaid. But when he actually saw her, he was taken aback. It was little wonder that the prince in this version of the Little Mermaid wanted to eat her instead of getting romantically involved with her. The mollusk woman stood in front of the Little Mermaid, or to be more accurate, the mollusk woman was standing in front of a half-rotten clump of flesh. She smiled and said, "My dearest princess. It's been quite a while, but you're still as beautiful as ever." The clump of flesh started moving, but Sujin couldn't understand what it was trying to say at all. But the mollusk woman burst out laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Why are you so angry? I saved you from turning into sea foam back then so that you could enjoy pain and suffering for the rest of your life. It's too bad that you can't die, that's all." Her expression became wicked and vicious, as if she was filled with hatred for the Little Mermaid. Sujin nearly gasped in horror. If this was the result of saving the Little Mermaid from turning into sea foam, that means the Little Mermaid had already gone through the entirety of the story he knew. He continued to put the pieces together, and combined with the cloak he was wearing, he had pretty much the full story already. The Little Mermaid had fallen in love with the human Prince Charming and was willing to sacrifice anything for him. This mollusk woman was the sea witch who agreed to help the Little Mermaid grow human legs in exchange for Triton's cloak. But in the end, the Little Mermaid chose to let herself become sea foam while the cloak remained in the prince's hands. The mollusk woman furiously pulled the Little Mermaid halfway through her transformation into sea foam, which was why the poor mermaid was now a clump of rotten flesh. But because mermaids were able to live forever, she was now destined to remain in this state forever as well. So now, a descendant of that prince had returned to this part of the sea, perhaps after finding out from his elders about the Little Mermaid and wanted to attain immortality. But because Sujin had appeared, Triton's cloak had also been inadvertently brought back to this place. "When you left Triton's cloak with the humans, you thought I'd never be able to get it, didn't you? Guess what? It's come back. A human has brought it back to me." The mollusk woman laughed maniacally and seemed extremely excited. The clump of flesh stopped moving as vigorously as before, and even Sujin could sense the despair emanating from the clump of flesh. The mollusk woman gently caressed the clump of flesh and said, "But in order to get that cloak, I still need your help. I'm taking this scale with me." There was only one scale left on the Little Mermaid, so the mollusk woman reached for it. Sujin didn't intend to exchange his cloak for the scale, so he threw Rumor out and it cut through the mollusk woman's hand. "Ah!" she cried out in pain. She was a witch, but her physical body couldn't hold up against weapons like that, so she started shrieking in pain after Rumor cut her hand off. Sujin pounced onto her and used his boning knife to cut off all the tentacles that tried to attack him. "We had a deal. You promised me. You can't get that scale without me," she started shrieking in horror. Sujin couldn't believe this woman was still thinking about the cloak despite being in grave danger. But he couldn't be bothered to talk to her at all. He turned the knife the other way and sliced her head right off. Everything had happened in a matter of seconds, and she hadn't even had enough time to shoot any black beams at him. As the mollusk woman's lifeless body crashed to the ground, Sujin ran towards the clump of flesh. The mollusk woman screamed so loudly just now, so he was sure that the bodyguards outside must have heard her. He had no time to waste. When he got closer, he realized that actually this clump of flesh had all the correct parts, but they were in haphazard positions and were also of the wrong proportion. "Please, kill me," an extremely soft voice came out from the clump of flesh, pleading with Sujin to kill her. "You want my scale, but only sea people can remove it. I'll give the scale to you, but please, please kill me," she continued to plead in short spurts. Sujin frowned as he remembered what the mollusk woman said just now. So, he needed a member of the sea people to remove the Little Mermaid's scale. No wonder the mollusk woman said that he needed her to obtain the scale. "I promise to do that. But first, you must give me your scale." Sujin was running out of time and had to agree to anything she wanted. The Little Mermaid was very trusting, so once Sujin agreed to her request, the one and only scale on her body fell off. You must turn me into powder, or else I cannot die, the little mermaid said to Sujin. He sighed heavily. This was going to be more troublesome than he had hoped. The only thing he had that could turn her into powder was the Demon Lord's longbow, but using that needed him to use the Demon Lord's spirit power. But Sujin still decided to agree to it because he knew that these challenges might actually be real happenings in another universe. He sympathized with the little mermaid and was willing to end her suffering. He picked up the scale, then retrieved the Demon Lord's longbow from his handbook and activated the roar of the Demon Lord. A stream of sparkles roared towards the clump of flesh and it was instantly shattered into a million pieces, causing colorful bubbles to appear in the water. In the midst of the bubbles, Sujin trembled as he felt the Demon Lord's spirit power eat away at him. But just then, he suddenly felt a warmth rise from within his body. He heard the sound of the bodyguards rushing in, but at the same time, a white light enveloped him and he realized he was back where they had started. The bright portal door to the Little Mermaid's story slowly closed itself. Mr. Su. You got the Little Mermaid's scale. That voice belonged to Gu Ming. It turned out that Gu Ming and Ning Meng had been teleported back here after Sujin got hold of the scale. Sujin nodded and touched the cloak on himself. The cloak had left the story with him, which meant that the prince couldn't take it back anymore and it was now Sujin's. But what caught Sujin's eye was the number in the corner of his eye. What used to be his 100-point spirit power limit now read 110 points. His upper limit had increased by 10 points. Sujin started analyzing what could have happened and realized something. After activating the roar of the Demon Lord's spirit power ate away at him as usual, but the last bit of psychokinetic spirit power he had left also got to work. Sujin's psychokinetic spirit power resisted the attack of the Demon Lord's spirit power on Sujin and increased in this process. This came as a pleasant surprise to Sujin. So, his psychokinetic spirit power would only increase under the pressure from other spirit powers, or perhaps it only had the chance to develop further when he was in grave danger. If that was the case, then the remaining Demon Lord spirit power inside the Demon Lord's eye was like gym equipment to his own spirit power. Meanwhile, somewhere in the crevasses of space and time, Auntie Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. She grabbed hold of the wooden fence and roared furiously, "No! That's impossible! There's nothing has ever been able to resist my power." What? How did that happen? Chapter 79, Cinderella. Sujin had quite a bit of Demon Lord spirit power left, but now, he had one more consideration to make before using it again. He had to find out how he could best use the Demon Lord spirit power to his advantage. As he was thinking about these things, two figures came running out from another portal door. The two of them looked terribly exhausted. It was Chu Yi and his partner. "How are you two? Are you guys hurt?" Sujin asked Chu Yi. He didn't have to ask about whether they got the treasure because he could see a red jacket in Chu Yi's hands. Chu Yi panted heavily as he shook his head. "Good God, that was terrifying. I'm going to be very scared of all these Lolita-looking girls from now on." "Was the Little Red Riding Hood very hard to deal with?" asked Gu Ming curiously. Chu Yi immediately nodded and shivered slightly as he said, "The Little Red Riding Hood was all right, actually. The problem was dealing with her after she had transformed, and she transformed not once, but twice." "What do you mean?" Gu Ming was a little confused. The other girl started explaining, "After we entered the story, we didn't run into any dangers and we found the Little Red Riding Hood rather quickly too. In fact, she was very willing to hand her jacket over to us. But, once she gave us the jacket, she instantly turned into the hunter." Sujin and his two companions widened their eyes as they heard how odd this other fairy tale had also become. Chu Yi picked up from there, "The hunter wasn't really too bad, actually. It took quite a bit of time but I eventually killed him off. But once the hunter died, the wolf leaped out of his stomach. This wolf's attacks could cause a lot of damage and nothing could hurt it besides my spirit power. We were chased down like a pair of criminals." Judging from how exhausted Chu Yi looked, Sujin guessed that the wolf must have been really tough to handle. Otherwise, there was no reason why a veteran would end up looking so worn out. So, how did both of you get rid of the wolf? Gu Ming asked. The girl shook her head and said, we didn't get rid of the wolf. We just kept running and eventually spotted a bright light that looked like a portal door, so we ran right out and got back here. They continued chatting while waiting for the other two teams to return, but even after waiting for 3 days, Konoha's and Yang Mo's teams didn't come back. Sujin became anxious. Could something have happened to them? He tried to walk into the portal door leading into the story of Snow White, but the door refused to let him in. The challenge was ongoing and nobody else was allowed to enter at this juncture. Brother Su, do you think they're alright? Asked Chu Yi worriedly. Sujin shook his head and furrowed his brows as he started regretting his decision to split the group this way. Splitting the group made completing the challenge more efficient, but the risks were also higher. He initially thought that a level C challenge wouldn't be too difficult for old-timers like Konoha and Yang Mo, but it was clear that he had underestimated the challenge. We can't just sit here and wait. Even if Mai and the rest can't complete their missions, I think they would still be able to come back alive. So, instead of just waiting around, why don't we try the other fairy tales? That way, even if Mai and the rest never come back, the rest of us will complete the challenge. It was impractical to hope that everyone would make it out of a challenge alive, after all. In fact, Sujin was already mentally prepared that he might lose his teammates in a future challenge. But that didn't mean he just resigned his team to that fate. He would still put in his best efforts to protect his teammates. However, there was only so much he could do, so he could only try his very best. Since he couldn't help Konoha and Yang Mo directly, the only thing he could do right now was to search for the other treasures from the other fairy tales. The others had no opinion on Sujin's decision. After some discussion, they decided to enter the story of Cinderella. This time, Sujin didn't split them into 2 groups. The fact that Konoha and Yang Mo's teams still hadn't come back told him it was better that all of them moved together. They walked through the portal door and found themselves standing in the midst of a bustling city. The people here wore similar clothing to the people in the Little Mermaid story, so Ningmeng got clothes from her wardrobe of wonders for everyone again. It seemed as though she could retrieve clothes from this wardrobe infinitely, and eventually everyone had a set of suitable clothing. Sujin, Guming and Ningmeng kept away the armor they got from the Little Mermaid story into their handbooks, and Sujin also kept his Triton's cloak away. I'll just recap the story for everyone, alright. Even though Sujin was pretty sure that everyone knew this story, he decided to go through it anyway. Cinderella is a Grimm brothers story, and it's basically the story of a kind girl who gets abused by her stepmother. A fairy godmother helped her to get a chance to attend the ball at the palace and caught the prince's eye. But because the effects of the fairy godmother's magic started wearing off, Cinderella ran off before the effect wore off completely, leaving a glass slipper behind. The prince went around looking for Cinderella with that glass slipper. Many women who hoped to marry the prince for materialistic reasons thought of all sorts of ways to fit their feet into the glass slipper, with some going as far as to chop their heel off. But all fairy tales end well. The prince eventually found Cinderella, the stepmother was punished, while Cinderella and Prince Charming lived happily ever after. Chu Yi paused to think, then said, since we need Cinderella's glass slipper, I suppose we need to head for the palace. That's not necessarily true. If the story has come to the part where the prince is looking for her, then we'll have to get one side from the prince, and I'm afraid we might have to get the one that's with Cinderella as well. If she hasn't gone for the banquet yet, then we just need to look for Cinderella, said Sujin. Everyone nodded, but they gave up on attempting to look for Cinderella. It was going to be quite hard to track down a young lady secretly being abused by her stepmother in such a big city. In the end, they decided to just head for the palace directly. Along the way, Sujin noticed several notice boards, but there weren't a lot of people walking around. Upon closer inspection, the few people walking around were all male. That's really strange. Sujin was a firm believer that no anomaly happened without a reason. This couldn't be happening for no good reason. Sujin approached one of the notice boards and realized that the language used here was the same as the one in the Little Mermaid's story, so he didn't have to make use of his translation watch again. But after he read the notices, he finally understood why there wasn't a single woman in sight. The notices read, summoning all women to the palace to try on a glass slipper. Any woman whose foot fits the glass slipper will become the prince's wife. The content of the notice was very simple, but Sujin still found it strange. Even if there was a summon for all women to head to the palace, did it seriously include every woman regardless of age? If that was the case, this prince must have some really strange fetishes. Well, given how our fairy tales were distorted and made more evil than we remember them to be, this isn't completely impossible either, said Chu Yi with a sad laugh. But it didn't take long for Sujin's group to become part of this problem. A group of soldiers representing the prince stopped them and said that all women had to go to the palace right now, including Ning Meng as well as Lu Jingjing, the girl paired with Chu Yi earlier. They were to report to the palace right away to try on that glass slipper. Sujin and the rest didn't put up a fight and followed the soldiers to the palace. Once they entered the palace, the soldiers proceeded to escort the two ladies towards a different part of the palace. Be careful! Sujin instructed the two of them before the group was split up. Sujin and the other two boys were allowed to take a rest, and Sujin immediately noticed something amiss. He spotted someone familiar. The Scrivener from the Little Mermaid story was here too. Either all the officials in the stories are identical, or these two stories' universes are connected. Sujin realized that they might be in trouble if that Scrivener noticed himself and Gu Ming. Gu Ming had clearly discovered this problem as well, so he kept throwing worried glances at Sujin. Sujin nodded slightly and motioned to him not to do anything. The Scrivener slowly strolled towards them and suddenly flashed a smile at Sujin. "Hello, gentlemen! What a surprise to see you two here," said the Scrivener with a mirthless smile. "Now!" Sujin shouted loudly. The Scrivener clearly recognized them, which meant that all of this could be a trap. There was no point in trying to pretend that they didn't know the Scrivener. Chu Yi reacted the quickest and thrust a palm out towards the Scrivener's face. But a layer of green sparkles immediately surrounded the Scrivener and Chu Yi's attack completely failed. Double chi thrust, ha! Chu Yi gave a low shout as he threw a punch with spirit power, which broke through the green sparkles around the Scrivener. Attack of the Demon Lord. Sujin retrieved his boning knife and used its skill without hesitation in hope of killing off this Scrivener as quickly as possible. The Scrivener didn't expect Sujin and Chu Yi to attack him so aggressively at once. He didn't even get the chance to escape and was sliced into half by Sujin's attack instead. Die! The Scrivener had already been sliced into two, but managed one last angry roar just before dying. His body turned into nothing but green sparkles and exploded on the spot. Sujin and Chu Yi were too close to the explosion and didn't have time to get away. But just then, a layer of dust suddenly rose and formed a protective barrier around them. Gu Ming had made use of a magic scroll to protect the two of them. After the impact of the explosion had faded, the protective barrier fell apart and they realized they were now surrounded by a large group of soldiers. But as long as none of the soldiers were as powerful as the Scrivener, the three of them could deal with them easily. "Come on, we've got to go. I'm afraid that Ning Meng and Jingjing are in trouble," said Sujin as he dashed out first. The soldiers were no match for Sujin's swift, nimble, and strong body and his razor-sharp boning knife, so Sujin slashed a path through them in no time. After all, if trying to get the treasure the clever way didn't work, then they would have to use force. Chapter 80, Demigod. Sujin didn't have any experience in actually fighting a war of any kind and had only engaged in very small close combat fights. But he had a body strengthened to a level above an ordinary human, a sharp blade as well as a gun that worked very well when he wasn't underwater. Black fire worked best when it was used on a large group of people. Chu Yi's body didn't seem much weaker than Sujin's. He had his very own spirit power, and the good part about his was that it strengthened the owner's body as it increased. In other words, while Sujin needed a higher level body strengthening elixir to increase his physicality, Chu Yi just needed to keep training up his spirit power and he would catch up or even surpass Sujin. Faced with these two superhuman bodies and their weapons, the soldiers couldn't hold up at all and were quickly slaughtered. Gu Ming just followed behind them as he wasn't good at fighting. Sujin was worried about the two girls, so he just focused on slashing his way through the soldiers. He grabbed one of them and forced the soldier to tell him where the two girls were, but the soldier remained loyal to the prince and refused to tell him anything. Sujin used his last bit of spirit power to look into the soldier's memory and found out where the two girls had been sent to. The three of them killed their way to the main palace and they couldn't help but stop in horror when they stepped past the entrance. The hall of the palace looked more like purgatory, women's dead bodies were strewn everywhere. Regardless of age, their naked bodies were lying randomly on the floor, and some had even begun to pile up. Gu Ming was the first one to vomit, while Sujin and Chu Yi's faces paled. They quickly walked further into the palace and realized that many of these women's feet had been mutilated by a knife, while some other women had the flesh from the other women's feet pasted onto theirs. "Brother Su." Chu Yi tugged at Sujin and motioned to him to look in front. Sujin followed Chu Yi's gaze and realized that Ning Meng and Lu Jingjing were suspended in midair. Their expressions were terrified because a man in white armor was standing next to them with a sharp knife in one hand while comparing the two girls' feet against a bloodied glass slipper. Swoosh! Bang! Bang! Sujin threw out Rumor and pulled Blackfire's trigger at the same time. Rumor headed straight for the man's head while the two bullets snapped the rope that held the girls up. Chu Yi also dashed out and used his spirit power to create two whirlwinds that blew Ning Meng and Lu Jingjing back towards the group. The man held his hands up and his white armor blocked Rumor's attack. When he put his hands down again, he glared at Sujin with bulging eyes. "It's you. You're actually still alive." This man was none other than Prince Charming. But compared to what he looked like in the Little Mermaid story, the prince seemed to have aged a little here. "It looks like I've left for some time, eh?" Sujin smiled as he caught hold of the returning Rumor and got ready to fling it out anytime. The prince smiled faintly and nodded. "That's right. It has been 10 years, but all of you look the same." "I see. You must have eaten mermaid flesh back then." Sujin didn't expect the prince to interpret the circumstances this way, but he couldn't be bothered to explain things. Chu Yi had already rescued the two girls, so the only thing he needed to do now was to get that glass slipper from the prince. "Has it been 10 years already? It seems like your highness' interests have also changed. You're no longer interested in deep-sea treasures and you're now a necrophiliac." Sujin purposely tried to agitate the prince in hope of finding a chance to snatch that glass slipper away. But the prince wasn't affected at all. Instead, he nodded and walked to one of the bodies on the floor. He tried to put the glass slipper on her feet, but this woman's feet were clearly way too large for the shoe. The prince sighed and shook his head. He withdrew his long sword and a few quick movements later, the woman's feet were completely covered with blood. But when the prince tried to put on the shoe on her bloodied foot, it fit now. Sujin narrowed his eyes. The prince had obviously gone completely mad, but this action of putting the glass slipper on random corpses was a good thing, because that made it simpler for him to snatch it away. But the prince's incredible control of his sword was something to be careful of. "Brother Su, what should we do now?" whispered Chu Yi. "Both of us will focus on fighting the prince, Gu Ming, and the rest can try to find a chance to get that glass slipper," said Sujin in a low voice. Grabbing a glass slipper didn't require any special skills or the ability to fight, so he figured that the other three shouldn't have any trouble with this. After he gave those instructions, Sujin charged at the prince and Chu Yi followed suit. Sujin had already used up all his spirit power, but he still had Demon Lord spirit power on hand. He didn't have to worry about the Demon Lord spirit power eating into him because that only helped to train up his own psychokinetic spirit power. On top of all that, Chu Yi himself still had remaining spirit power to help fight the prince. The two of them moved as quickly as lightning and appeared in front of the prince in the blink of an eye. In fact, Chu Yi was slightly faster than Sujin. Double chi thrust. Ha! Chu Yi threw a punch at the prince's breastplate, which trembled before imploding. Boom! The prince flew backwards and Sujin was already waiting for him there. He threw rumor and black fire into the air, held the boning knife tightly with both hands, then used the knife to slice the prince's back. Clang! The prince's white armor was sliced open from behind. Sujin stabbed the knife into the floor, then caught both rumor and black fire again. The sparks from rumor as it hit the prince coordinated perfectly with black fire's bullets as they attacked the prince's back without stopping. Triple chi thrust. Demon Tiger emerges. Chu Yi gave a low shout as he clenched his right fist and a layer of spirit power surrounded it, then punched the prince hard in the chest. Boom! 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 3 layers of chi hit the prince as ferociously as a tiger. The prince's chest literally caved in. With Chu Yi attacking with such force from the front and Sujin sending non-stop attacks from the back, Sujin was very sure that nobody would be able to survive this. But the moment their attacks slowed down for a moment, a frosty smile appeared on the prince's face. He ripped the battered armor off himself to reveal a healthy and practically uninjured body. His seemingly indestructible body was giving off steam from the impact of the triple chi thrust, while his back had one white mark as well as a bunch of red tiny dots all over his skin. Those were made by the boning knife, black fire, and rumor. Sujin gasped in shock. The boning knife was so sharp, it could slice through metal as if it was merely tofu. But it had only left a white mark on the prince's back. What was this guy even made from? You foolish humans! Did you think you could really defeat a demigod? The prince scoffed and raised his palm. Sparkles gathered and quickly formed a long spear in the prince's hand. Crap! Cursed Sujin as he retrieved the demon lord's longbow and shot the roar of the demon lord without hesitation. The sparkles from Sujin's arrow collided with the prince's spear, and even though the spear was powerful, it couldn't hold up against the power of the demon lord. The spear instantly shattered and the sparkles surrounded the prince. Get the glass slipper and run! The prince is still alive, yelled Sujin before collapsing onto the floor. Shooting rumor out earlier had consumed demon lord's spirit power as well, but it was only 1 point at a time. The roar of the demon lord had used up 150 points at once, but he had less than 10 points of psychokinetic spirit power left, so it was impossible to hold up against the attack of the demon lord's spirit power. Sujin's body immediately fell to the floor from the pain he felt inside. Chu Yi quickly caught hold of Sujin before his head hit the floor. Meanwhile, Gu Ming and the 2 girls tried to take the glass slipper off the dead woman's foot. But the moment they caught hold of the glass slipper, the dead woman suddenly sat up and grabbed hold of Gu Ming's neck. Ugh! Ghhhh! Gu Ming's eyes widened. The dead woman was holding onto his neck so tightly, he was about to suffocate. Move aside! Shouted Chu Yi as he put Sujin down and pounced towards the dead woman. Double chi thrust. Ha! Chu Yi's attack hit the dead woman's arm, causing it to explode and release Gu Ming in the process. Chu Yi then thrust another palm out towards the dead woman's legs in hope of completely destroying her. But the dead woman seemed to be able to predict what Chu Yi was trying to do, so she jumped backwards and dodged the attack. Just then, Ning Meng suddenly exclaimed, "Chu Yi, watch out!" Chu Yi's attention was focused on the dead woman and the prince, but the prince was still enveloped by the sparkles from Sujin's arrow while the dead woman had jumped away from him, so he couldn't understand what to watch out for. But soon felt a terrible pain in his back and he turned around in disbelief. One of Gu Ming's hands was enveloped in black smoke and now looked like a hand belonging to a demon. That demon hand had flung a long sword at Chu Yi and it was now sticking out of Chu Yi's back. You! Chu Yi couldn't understand why Gu Ming had done such a thing. Was he under the control of the prince? Ha ha, don't blame me for doing this. I have to kill one of you to gain your points at the end of the challenge. That's the only way I can become stronger. Strong enough, to survive. Gu Ming was clearly fearful and his eyes were filled with terror, but greed could also be seen in his eyes. The handbook has a personal mission that says that if you kill another owner, you will receive all the points the owner should have gotten at the end of the challenge. Ning Meng shouted loudly. But at the same time, Chu Yi saw that Lu Jingjing had raised a sharp knife behind Ning Meng. A traitor deserves to die. Chu Yi suddenly bellowed loudly and his body trembled as his internal energy forced the long sword in his back to fly right out again. That was the power of a veteran, the power of spirit power that was beyond the imagination of any ordinary handbook owner. Gu Ming was so terrified that he tried to escape, but Chu Yi slammed a palm towards Gu Ming, so he collapsed weakly onto the floor and stopped breathing. Meanwhile, Chu Yi had also aimed the sword that had flown out of his back towards Lu Jingjing and it sliced her head off her neck. Mere mortals, time to meet your maker. Just then, the prince actually managed to break out from the sparkles. He was completely naked and the flesh on his chest had been eaten away by the sparkles, so much that one could see his ribs clearly. But the prince didn't seem affected by this huge lack of flesh at all. He grasped the air with a hand and Chu Yi and Ning Meng immediately started struggling, as if he was strangling the both of them from afar. Their vision dimmed and they eventually lost consciousness. The prince looked at the owners lying on the floor before him and cackled. Such fools! This is what you get for being so audacious in front of a demigod. Is that so? That sounds like what I would say to you. Sujin stood up from behind the prince with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 81, The Demon Lord Reappears. The prince was stunned for a moment, then he stared puzzledly at Sujin as he asked in a hostile voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Well, you are indeed a demigod, even though you barely got to this stage by using a special treasure. You're not very powerful, but at least your power is real." Sujin smiled wickedly as he looked around somewhat curiously at the palace and walked about nonchalantly as if the demigod prince meant nothing to him. "You pseudo-demigod! How dare you be so rude to a true god?" Sujin suddenly bellowed at the prince and glared fiercely at the prince, as if his gaze alone could incinerate the demigod prince on the spot. The prince shuddered as he stared in terror at Sujin and murmured, You're a real god. But that's impossible. After that era ended, all the gods disappeared, so how could someone at the god level possibly appear here? Just like what you said, you're a fool. The gods have never disappeared. They have merely gone into hibernation. This body is an extremely important tool to me, so if you dare to destroy him, I will slaughter you. Sujin narrowed his eyes slightly as they flashed murderously. The prince was initially terrified, but he soon regained his composure. He stared straight at Sujin and said, "You're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. This is not your world. Even if you used to be a god, you're no match for me here. And you think you could really slaughter me? Ha! If you were capable of doing that, you wouldn't have to take possession of this human and try to save him." The prince was fairly confident of this. Once upon a time, the world of fairy tales had many people who had reached god level. Some of his own ancestors had reached that realm too. But as time passed, these gods died. Time had been cruel to them, but their legends continued to be passed down from generation to generation. As the main character of the world of fairy tales, Prince Charming was very familiar with the concept of gods. And now, he had attained demigod status and this was his world. So even though the Demon Lord was at god level, the Demon Lord might not be able to do anything about him even if the Demon Lord appeared in his true form. But the Demon Lord wasn't here. Only a fraction of his consciousness had possessed Sujin, so that didn't pose a threat to the prince. "Do you really think so?" Sujin, or rather, the Demon Lord scoffed. It was true that he had possessed Sujin in order to keep him alive, because he needed Sujin to continue working for him. The Demon Lord had initially hoped to use his Demon Lord spirit power to gradually overtake Sujin's will and eventually take control of Sujin's body, but of all the things to happen, Sujin activated the one spirit power that could fight his Demon Lord spirit power. Absolutely any other type of spirit power would have worked out just fine, but Sujin had psychokinetic spirit power. Psychokinetic spirit power was considered a high-level spirit power and one of its special characteristics was its resilience. When Sujin used Demon Lord spirit power for the first time after he had activated his psychokinetic spirit power, the effect of the Demon Lord spirit power had been suppressed by a very small amount of psychokinetic spirit power. Not only had the Demon Lord spirit power failed to take over Sujin, but it had also become a way for Sujin to increase his psychokinetic spirit power's upper limit. The Demon Lord had almost despaired when he realized what was happening, but things suddenly took a turn for the worse. A demigod actually appeared within the fairy tales, which was something that not even the Demon Lord's two allies could have predicted. In order to fight this demigod, Sujin had no choice but to use the attack of the Demon Lord and the roar of the Demon Lord several times. He had barely any psychokinetic spirit power left and was unable to fend off the effects of the Demon Lord spirit power, which gave the Demon Lord a chance to possess Sujin's body. Under normal circumstances, the Demon Lord wouldn't have cared about saving a mere mortal like Sujin. But he needed Sujin's help to find a way to free him, so even though he was reluctant to do so, he had no choice but to try and save Sujin from this sticky situation. But this was also thanks to the agreement he had reached with his two allies from the world of fairy tales. Otherwise, there was no way the Demon Lord could have possessed Sujin's body, since Sujin was not within the Demon Lord's world. Just like what the prince pointed out, it was indeed almost impossible for the Demon Lord to even appear in this world, much less fight a demigod who belonged to this world. This fact really infuriated the Demon Lord. After all, when the Demon Lord was at the peak of his power, he could kill a demigod with a flick of his fingers, never mind a pseudo-demigod like Prince Charming, who had forcibly used a special item to increase his powers to become equal with a demigod. No? I'm going to kill him now. If you're really that capable, you can try stopping me. The prince was extremely confident. He held his sword in one hand, then grabbed the air with the other, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The Demon Lord frowned, then suddenly said, "You foolish demigod! If you kill this body of mine, then you will lose the one and only chance you get to find out how to become a god." "What did you just say?" The prince trembled in shock. The Demon Lord cackled. "Isn't that something you've always wanted to know? After all the gods in the world of fairy tales died, you had no way of finding out how they became gods, right? If you're willing to leave this place right now, I can tell you how." The prince trembled even more violently. Becoming a god was something he had pursued all his life. Both his search for mermaid flesh and this insane ritual of feeding the glass slipper with the flesh and blood of women was part of his quest to become a god. If you really tell me how one can become a god, I will leave this place." The prince started wavering. Just like what the Demon Lord said, after the gods in this world died, his dream of becoming a god became an impossible dream because he didn't know where to start and what direction to take at all. The Demon Lord gave the prince a pleased nod and said, "Excellent. Gods cannot tell lies, I'm sure you already know that. Come over here and I will tell you how to become a god." The prince nodded. He had heard about that in the legends. He walked over to where the Demon Lord and the Demon Lord whispered into his ear. After hearing what the Demon Lord said, the prince looked utterly shocked. That's how one becomes a god." The prince was in disbelief. "How else did you think one became a god? Gods are heartless creatures. In any case, that's how I became a god. Whether you want to do it or not is up to you," snapped the Demon Lord as he waved his hand to shoo the prince away. "It's time you left this place. That's what you promised me." The prince left in shock, and once he had left, the Demon Lord suddenly started smiling gleefully to himself. "Gods don't tell lies, but I'm a Demon Lord, so I'm not subject to that. But I can't blame him for falling for it, the world of fairy tales doesn't have a Demon Lord." The Demon Lord looked around at the mess around him, then touched his forehead with a finger. One of Sujin's eyes immediately went back to normal, but he looked even scarier now. His left eye was normal, but his right eye was completely black, as if he was a soul-sucking demon. "Get out of my body," yelled Sujin. He had gotten his consciousness back but he didn't have any control over his own body. The Demon Lord was too powerful, so even though the Demon Lord had only sent out some of his consciousness to this world, but it was enough to completely suppress Sujin's consciousness. If the Demon Lord did not allow Sujin to wake up, Sujin could very well sleep forever. Why are you so angry? If I hadn't saved you, you'd have become like one of these bodies here, Sujin spoke in the Demon Lord's voice. His body was now possessed by two different souls. Sujin fell silent. It was true that if the Demon Lord hadn't intervened in time, all of them were dead meat. But Sujin still had a bad feeling about this. What do you want to do now? Are you going to take possession of my body? Asked Sujin. Excuse me, I'm a god, you know? How could you think so poorly of a god? We had an agreement before and all I wanted was for you to help me regain my freedom. I don't care about the rest, said the Demon Lord in righteous-sounding voice. Sujin felt like the Demon Lord was insulting his intelligence and went straight to the point, is that so? You've been using your spirit power to eat into me. That's clearly an attempt to take control of my body. If I hadn't activated psychokinetic spirit power, you would have already become the owner of this body, wouldn't you? Ah, don't be so sensitive, I just happen to have a very infectious sort of spirit power. Besides, I think you've completely forgotten about helping regain my freedom, haven't you? We're no better than each other, said the Demon Lord with a smile. Sujin couldn't deny this. Both of them had been scheming against each other right from the beginning. Sujin had been hoping to use the Demon Lord's power to survive the Handbook challenges, and he had indeed managed to get out of several life-threatening situations with this power. On the other hand, the Demon Lord wanted to take control of his body, but unfortunately for the Demon Lord, Sujin had activated psychokinetic spirit power. Fine. What do you want now? Asked Sujin quietly. I just want you to find a way for me to get out. That's all I've wanted right from the start, said the Demon Lord in a pitiful-sounding voice, as if he had suffered tremendously. Sujin wasn't buying it. Even if I wanted to do that, I'm not powerful enough now. You need to give me time. Of course, of course. I'm not an unreasonable client. I'll give you time and I'll even give you some other benefits, replied the Demon Lord. Other benefits? Don't you need my spirit power to train your own up? I can modify the Demon Lord's eye such that it can regenerate Demon Lord spirit power. That way, you don't have to be afraid that you'd run out of Demon Lord spirit power to train up your psychokinetic spirit power. Sujin paused for a moment. The Demon Lord was offering him something that sounded too good to be true. So, what do you need from me in return? Sujin cut to the chase. Haha. Like I said before, you're a very intelligent one. Of course, in order to make sure you never forget your promise to me, I want your heart, said the Demon Lord. Sujin was stunned and asked puzzledly, do you mean this, literally? Or figuratively? Literally. I'm going to take your actual heart away to make sure you work hard and honestly for me, said the Demon Lord. But without a heart, I'd die. How am I supposed to work that way? Sujin was still confused. Don't worry about that. Of course I'm not going to let you die. This thing will replace your heart temporarily and keep you alive. The Demon Lord took out a round ball, which was actually a Demon Lord's eye. The Demon Lord stabbed a hand right through Sujin's chest to yank his red beating heart, then used his other hand to implant the Demon Lord's eye back where Sujin's heart should have been. Sujin felt like his very soul was about to shatter during this process. Having his heart dug out caused him unbearable pain, but once the Demon Lord's eye had replaced his heart, everything went back to normal again. That's settled then, I'm off now. I hope you'll be able to continue on your journey through the world of Hell's Handbook this way. But I'd like to remind you that I'm not in a very good state right now. If you take too long to find a way out for me, I'll turn into dust. Your heart will also turn into dust along with me, and the Demon Lord's eye will also lose its source of power, so you will die too, said the Demon Lord just before leaving. So, work hard. You don't have a lot of time left. Chapter 82, Lost Lives. A small front yard stood alone on a broken piece in the void. A woman with only one eye smiled eerily and opened her palm. Blood instantly gathered within her hand to slowly form a beating heart. "Young man, I'm counting on you." The one-eyed woman turned to walk back into her room. A little more of her front yard seemed to have disappeared. Meanwhile, Sujin had fully regained control over his own body. The eye that had turned completely black had also slowly returned to normal, but Sujin didn't feel any happier despite being more powerful now. With the Demon Lord's eye inside him, he was now fully entangled with the Demon Lord and he didn't even get the chance to say no. If he had said no, the Demon Lord would have probably destroyed him. "Oh, forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time." Sujin was very tired by all this. He saw that Chu Yi and Ning Meng were lying unconscious on the floor, while Gu Ming and Lu Jingjing had already died. Since the prince had already left, the dead woman wearing the glass slipper was no longer a threat as she lay lifelessly on the floor. Sujin took the glass slipper off her foot and there was a white flash as all the survivors of this story was sent back to where they started. Sujin woke Chu Yi and Ning Meng up. He had to find out from them why Gu Ming and Lu Jingjing had died. Sujin's consciousness had already been suppressed at that time and had no idea what happened. Personal mission. Sujin was surprised to hear this. He knew that such missions did exist after his experience at the Temple of the Origin of Heaven, but this mission was given to the owner at the start of the challenge, not appear suddenly halfway through the challenge. Something didn't sound right here. By giving out these personal missions at the beginning of the mission, it gave the other owners time to discover who was for them and who was against them. On the contrary, giving out a personal mission like that in the middle of the challenge was definitely going to incite war between the owners instantly. The handbook challenges were terrifying, but there was always a chance to survive, as long as one could find the right combination of decisions. None of their missions would result in immediate deaths. But this personal mission was clearly getting owners to kill another owner directly. "I got this personal mission too, but I didn't expect them to." Ning Meng still looked distraught. "I can't really blame them. The promise of getting all the points the other owner would have received is a very tempting one indeed, and it would be worth going all out to get it," said Sujin with a sigh. If one could kill a few other owners, then the total points for this one challenge would be equivalent to completing several challenges. "Ning Meng, could you let me take a look at your handbook?" Sujin asked Ning Meng. Ning Meng immediately opened her handbook for Sujin to take a look, but the blank pages threw her into confusion. Why is it completely blank?" I was very sure I heard the mission being given out." "You heard the mission being given out?" Sujin looked confused as well. As far as he knew, any mission from the handbook would be clearly stated inside the book itself. Nobody he knew had ever heard of a mission being announced to the owners. But I heard the voice of my personal Hell Domain butler." Ning Meng didn't know how to explain any of this. There was nothing in her handbook pertaining to a personal mission. What's going on? Chu Yi was also perplexed and Sujin couldn't figure it out either. Sujin looked towards the portal doors to Snow White and the ugly duckling and became extremely worried. He was pretty sure that supposed personal mission must have appeared to the others as well, so he wondered if Konoha and Yang Mo had run into similar misfortunes. His arrangement was such that he and Chu Yi had taken the weakest owners since they were much more powerful veterans, leaving Konoha and Yang Mo with less powerful but more experienced owners. If those owners suddenly decided to turn on them, Konoha and Yang Mo were in grave danger. "I really hope nothing bad happens," Sujin murmured to himself. Not even his first challenge had made him feel so nervous. Teehee! Teehee! Just then, a strange laughter came from the darkness and caught their attention. They turned to look at where the laughter had come from and they slowly saw a young man wearing a top hat slowly walk out as he doubled over in laughter. "Personal mission? Haha! That's so hilarious!" The young man laughed and shook his head at the same time, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Sujin narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the young man's face to see that the young man's nose was much longer than before. His heart sank. Damn it! If he still didn't know who this young man really was, then Sujin had failed as the brains of his team. I'm sorry, I've just not seen such a foolish person in a long time, or rather, it's been a long time since I've actually seen a human. The young man bowed politely at the three owners with the same smile on his face. Mr. Pinocchio, I suppose you're the one behind all of this. Sujin addressed the other party directly by his name. Pinocchio. Chu Yi and Ning Meng were still obviously clueless as to who this young man really was and was surprised to hear what Sujin just said. The young man shrugged and grinned. Don't you think this is all very interesting? For the sake of self-gain, one can find it in himself to even murder a fellow comrade who fights alongside him. That's human nature for you. That's not true. Not everyone would do that. I think they must have been too pressured by the stresses of the handbook's challenges. Ning Meng suddenly retorted loudly. She was the only one who did not make any attempt on Chu Yi and Sujin's lives, so Pinocchio couldn't accuse her of such thoughts. Tisk, how laughable! Pinocchio remained disdainful anyway. Sujin narrowed his eyes and said to Pinocchio, if you're here, then if I walk into Pinocchio's story, where would the Pinocchio from that story go? Tee-hee-hee. Did you see Cinderella after walking into her story? Besides, this is me after I became a boy, so my wooden self is still inside the fairytale, said Pinocchio gleefully. What on earth are you trying to do? You're part of the challenge itself, no wait. You're an elder god. Sujin suddenly realized what was going on. When Ning Meng mentioned the handbook, Pinocchio looked like he knew exactly what she was talking about, and he also had the power to affect owners. In that case, there was only one possibility: Pinocchio was an elder god just like the demon lord was. Pinocchio burst out laughing. Did you finally realize that? I thought you wouldn't notice. Why are you doing this? Are you just making a fool out of us? Sujin gritted his teeth angrily. He never thought that the entire group would have been a target of an elder god right from the start. Pinocchio shook his head and looked so offended as he said, how could that be? I'm a god, so I wouldn't do something as pointless as that. Then again, this was actually really fun too. Sujin was furious, but there was nothing much he could do to a god. Chu Yi and Ning Meng were equally furious. If Sujin didn't hold them back, they would have tried to attack Pinocchio even though he was way more powerful than both of them combined. As for what I'm trying to do, you're going to find out real soon. Pinocchio smiled mysteriously, then pointed a finger at the portal doors. Just then, the door to Snow White's story flashed and Konoha appeared. Her entire body was covered with blood, and there was a wound on her waist was so deep, it nearly sliced her in half. Her beautiful face had a gaping hole in it, as if someone had stabbed a spear right through it. She was also holding onto a bloodied red apple. My! Sujin got a shock, but before he could recover from it, the portal door to the ugly duckling story flashed as well, and Yang Mo came tumbling out. He was in even worser shape. His lower half was nowhere to be seen and his entrails were just hanging out of his upper half. His face was distorted in pain, but he was holding onto a feather in his hand. Sujin grabbed the feather and the red apple and yelled loudly, "End the challenge! End the challenge right now! We've gathered enough treasures to end the challenge, so end it right now!" The only way the two of them would survive was to send them to their personal hell domains right now. Pinocchio nodded as he slowly took the feather, the glass slipper, the scale, the jacket, and the apple from Sujin. But at the same time, Sujin noticed a sneer on Pinocchio's face. Sujin quickly pulled his hands back but was only able to hold onto the glass slipper and the apple. Pinocchio was holding tightly to the other three items. "Oh, did you notice something?" Pinocchio looked a little displeased. You don't intend to end this challenge at all. Or perhaps the requirements to end this challenge weren't the correct ones to begin with. You lied to us right from the start. Sujin shook his head in horror. He felt that his hypothesis was probably right. That's right. Everything was a lie right from the start. But I'm not the one who lied to you. Otherwise, my nose would have grown much longer than this. Pinocchio laughed and pointed at Konoha and Yang Mo. Oh look! Your companions are about to die. Sujin turned to look at Konoha and Yang Mo to see that Chu Yi and Ningmeng were trying their best to attend to their injuries, but the two of them were too severely wounded. Only their hell domains would be able to heal them. Sujin did still have one all-purpose healing pill, but that wasn't helpful for such severe injuries. What on earth do you want? Sujin roared angrily. You're going to know very soon. Pinocchio floated into the air and seemed to sit down on an invisible chair and crossed his legs, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Sujin rushed over to Konoha and Yang Mo's side as he blamed himself for being too careless. If he had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Jin, I'm sorry, I don't think I can continue this journey, with you. I'll have to leave the team in advance. She was still beautiful despite the gaping wound on her face, but this beautiful flower was about to wilt. No. You're my very first teammate. I will not let you die like this. I will not. Sujin held onto her hand tightly, wishing that if he held onto her tightly enough, she wouldn't leave him. Konoha smiled faintly and shook her head at Sujin as her voice grew weaker. I'm really sorry, but I think you've always been prepared for a day like this, so from today onwards, you know what you need to do. Farewell, my team leader. Konoha's hand fell limply from Sujin's and the smile on her face slowly faded. He could no longer hear her heartbeat nor her breathing. She was already gone. No, no, no! Sujin yelled hysterically. Owners were constantly dying throughout Handbook challenges, but these owners had been strangers to Sujin. But Konoha was different. They had been through a few challenges together now and were also very good friends in the real world. You're biased towards pretty girls after all, Sujin. Thank you for taking care of me. I'll go accompany Sister Mai now. Yang Mo was afraid of dying, but it had come to a point where he was now resigned to it. He had no choice but to face his fears. Sujin let go of Konoha's hand and tried to hang on to Yang Mo's, but it was no use. Yang Mo had already breathed his last, so there was no way to turn back time. Looks like it's time. Pinocchio took his top hat off and shook it slightly. A man came walking out of the hat. The ka in Kano means flower, so. NGL, I did not expect Kano to die. Dang. Chapter 83, The Mad Hatter. The man who walked out of the hat grew bigger and bigger until he became life-size, like he was a magic trick of sorts. He was a middle-aged man in a black suit who bowed slightly towards Sujin and seemed very gentlemanly. On the contrary, Sujin's eyes were bloodshot and he held the boning knife in his hand. Even though he knew that there was no way he could win a fight against this man, he felt the urge to attack him right now. You're very angry, very good, very good. The middle-aged man gave Sujin a pleased nod as he said with a smile, I haven't introduced myself. They call me the Mad Hatter. Sujin spat his name out before the man could introduce himself. The Demon Lord's eye had become his heart now, so he activated its skill when the middle-aged man appeared, but the only information he got was his name. That's right, I'm the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. The Mad Hatter smiled. I don't care where you're from or what you are, shouted Sujin angrily. The Mad Hatter shook his head and smiled gently. I can understand why you're so angry. When Alice died, I was just like you, or even angrier. You have no idea how hard I searched for a way to revive Alice. You? Sujin blinked. He could see where the Mad Hatter was going with this and asked, did you succeed? No, I failed. Alice had died for too long, so the method I found could not revive her. The Mad Hatter shook his head and Sujin could see the deep pain and regret in his eyes. Sujin and Chu Yi's hearts started pounding. What the Mad Hatter was implying was clear. There was a way to revive the dead, but they must not be dead for too long. I get it now. This was your plan right from the start. You dangled a carrot in front of the other owners and tricked them into killing my friends in order to force me into getting that item for you. What is it you want? Is it the fruit from the tree of life? After putting the Mad Hatter's words together with everything that had happened so far, Sujin more or less understood what the Mad Hatter was up to. Sujin realized that the missions he saw in the handbook were probably filled with misinformation too. The reward for finding 7 treasures had been too good to be true. The ones who needed 7 treasures were actually Pinocchio and the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter nodded. That's right. I need that item, and your team's performance thus far has been fairly impressive, since you managed to get 5 items. So, take your pick. I can send you into the story of the Tree of Life and you can pick its fruit to save your friends, or if you prefer, I can consider these items to be mission accomplished and end the challenge right now. He was certain that Sujin would accede to his request. Sujin didn't even need to think. He took a deep breath and said, "Open the portal to the Tree of Life's world." The Mad Hatter nodded. "Very well. But let me remind you, you must bring back 3 of the Tree of Life's fruits. And why should we listen to everything you say? Even if we agree to it now, what makes you trust our word?" retorted Chu Yi. He was very upset by how the Mad Hatter seemed to be completely in control of this situation. "Firstly, we are more than able to make sure that even if you only bring 1 fruit back, that fruit will be mine. Secondly, the fruit can only revive them for a short time and they will still need to return to their hell domains in order to be fully restored, otherwise they'll still die. And we are the only ones who can send you back," explained Pinocchio with a gleeful smile. Sujin and Chu Yi quickly realized that they simply had no choice. There was no way for them to fight back nor to say no, or they'd all perish here. "Ning Meng, this whole thing has nothing to do with you, so you can just stay here and wait," Sujin said to Ning Meng. She had been an innocent victim in this whole situation and there was no need for her to risk her life for 2 dead people she didn't even know. Furthermore, she wasn't of any help to Sujin and Chu Yi, and was probably more of a burden than anything else. They would probably end up having to spend additional energy to take care of her if she came along. Ning Meng knew what Sujin meant and didn't raise any objections. Every portal represented great danger, so if she didn't have to be part of it, she didn't want to either. "Open the portal to the Tree of Life," Sujin said to the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter quietly tipped his hat and a portal door appeared. The Mad Hatter said to Sujin and Chu Yi, "A reminder to the both of you, the fruit of the Tree of Life must be consumed immediately after they have been plucked from the Tree of Life. Once you get all 3, I will send you back here. 1 of them will be for me, and the other 2 must be given to your friends immediately." Sujin nodded, then he and Chu Yi glanced at their dead companions lying on the floor before dashing into the world of the Tree of Life with determined looks on their faces. After the 2 of them had left, Pinocchio asked the Mad Hatter a little worriedly, "Back then, the Tree of Life was a demigod. We've left for so many years, so it might have reached the next level. Do you think they'd be able to accomplish this? Why didn't you get them to go into another story instead? We don't have a choice. If we want to open that door, we need the purest form of energy, so a fruit from the Tree of Life would be our best choice. If I could send them elsewhere, I wouldn't have caused the deaths of their friends in order to force them into the world of the Tree of Life." The Mad Hatter shook his head. Sujin and his team weren't the first team of owners to arrive at this challenge, but almost all of them had died by this juncture. Only a small number had found some treasures and chose to leave. Not a single one had actually accomplished what the Mad Hatter wanted. Of course, if the Mad Hatter pulled together a group of the most powerful veterans, the chances of completing this mission would be much higher. But high-level veterans were extremely powerful and might not listen to him, so the Mad Hatter had to find owners who could remain under his control. Sujin and his team had worked out perfectly so far and there was just one last step to go. After stepping through the portal door, Sujin and Chu Yi found themselves atop a hill. This world was very dim and dark clouds covered the sky. Barely any sunlight made it through the dark clouds, so this world seemed especially cold and dreary. "Brother Su, I suppose the Mad Hatter and Pinocchio are trying to make us find 7 treasures, right? But even if we manage to get all the fruits they want, it would only be 6 treasures in total. We can't let them have their way. Let's think of a way to escape when we get back. Chu Yi now bore a grudge against Pinocchio and the Mad Hatter, so he refused to let the two elder gods have their way. But Sujin sighed listlessly and said, "It's no use. Besides, they don't need 7. They just need 6. The mission was a lie to begin with, and they put this mission there so that we wouldn't realize that it was all a sham. As long as I became tempted by the prize we would get from collecting so many treasures, I would have fallen for the Mad Hatter's scheme already. When we got 5 treasures, the Mad Hatter made use of their ability to affect the other owners to make them try to kill one of us. As long as at least one of us died, the rest of the team would be forced to enter the world of the Tree of Life to find its fruits, and they would have the right number of treasures." Sujin was so angry with himself now. In the words of Situ Jin, all intelligent people were complacent. Sujin had underestimated the difficulty of a level C challenge. He thought that a group of old-timers wouldn't have any trouble completing it and would be able to deal with any problems that came their way. So, they only need 6 treasures. No, they need 7. But, they already have the 7th one, said Sujin with a sigh as he shook his head. Chu Yi frowned for a moment, then he suddenly realized what the 7th item was. That hat. One of the treasures needed is the Mad Hatter's hat. You finally realized it. Sujin chuckled as he patted Chu Yi's shoulder, then looked serious again as he said, "In any case, we still have time to reverse this situation. As long as we find the fruits of the Tree of Life, we'll be able to save Mai and Yang Mo." They walked down the hill and wandered about within this unknown world. But their hearts grew more and more anxious as time passed, because no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see the tree anywhere. Were we sent to a part of the world that's super far from the Tree of Life? Chu Yi couldn't figure out why they couldn't find the tree at all. Sujin shook his head. "I don't think so. The Mad Hatter needs this fruit as urgently as we do, so there's no reason why he would make things difficult for us if he didn't have to. Did we miss out something?" He looked around, but the entire world seemed to look exactly the same. It was dim, gloomy, and void of any structures, as if no humans had ever lived here. Wait a minute. A thought struck Sujin. He activated the Demon Lord's eye skill and looked in a random direction. His eyes instantly widened in shock. The Tree of Life, a magical plant that exists only in the world of fairy tales, has fruits that can grant long life to humans and also raise the dead to life, only if the person has been dead for no more than 7 days. After going through the long passage of time, the Tree of Life has begun to merge with the world of fairy tales. Sujin gasped. If he understood this piece of information correctly, the Tree of Life had become the world itself. They didn't need to find the Tree of Life because they had been on it the whole time. "Brother Su, did you manage to find the Tree of Life?" Chu Yi asked curiously when he noticed the change in Sujin's expression. Sujin nodded and looked at Chu Yi. "I've found it." "Where is it?" "It's everywhere. These mountains, these vast lands, everything." "Seriously? That's insane." Chu Yi's eyes widened as well as he looked around him. Chapter 84, Gift of Life. Sujin looked up at the sky and found the dark clouds very strange for some reason. After observing them for a while, he realized what the problem was. These dark clouds didn't move at all. It was as if they were permanently suspended in that position. "The fruits of the tree are in the sky," said Sujin as he pointed at the dark clouds. Chu Yi looked up but couldn't understand. If the entire world was the tree itself, why would the fruits be above them? "Those aren't clouds at all. Those are the leaves of the tree. But because they're huge, they end up casting a shadow on everything below it, and so they resemble dark clouds," explained Sujin. Chu Yi blinked in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and realized that these dark clouds didn't behave like clouds at all. But it still sounded crazy to him. How big did the tree have to be in order to have leaves as large as clouds? If the fruits are really up there, how are we going to get there? "I can't fly," said Chu Yi dejectedly. Sujin was also thinking of a way around this problem. Even if Konoha were here, her soul whisperer couldn't possibly shoot this far up. They had to find the tree trunk or at least a branch to climb. He looked around and quickly noticed that a mountain in the distance looked somewhat odd. It was very dim where they were, so he couldn't see the peak of that mountain. But it was also possible that he couldn't see the peak because it was actually a branch of the tree, so the top part extended beyond the clouds. "Come with me," said Sujin before he started running at full speed. He was very strong now, so he could run at a speed that was even faster than the world's fastest sprinter. Even the best runners in the animal kingdom would lose to Sujin now. Not only did Sujin have a lot of stamina, but his muscles did not produce any lactic acid, which enabled him to run at the fastest speed possible for a long time without feeling any muscle aches. Chu Yi's situation was slightly different. His body wasn't as strong, but his spirit power helped him to overcome various physical limitations. So, even if his muscles produced lactic acid, his spirit power would be able to break it down instantly, thus his movements would not be affected either. The two of them ran as quickly as lightning, but the mountain was much further from them than they realized. They ended up running for 3 whole days. Sujin couldn't even estimate the distance they must have covered during this time. I was right. Thankfully, Sujin's guess had turned out to be right. This mountain wasn't a mountain at all. It was one of the tree's branches. The two of them couldn't help but stare in awe at the tree. This tree was practically a miracle in itself. The tree was the world and the world was the tree. They couldn't imagine how incredible this was. "Come along, we've got a long way more." Sujin snapped himself back to reality and hopped onto the branch. The branch was huge and the bark wasn't slippery, so they could move upwards very easily. 1 full day later, the two of them had finally reached a point where they could touch the dark clouds. Sujin reached out to touch the leaves and found that these leaves were as tough as steel. He tried to cut one of them with his boning knife, but was only able to make a small cut in the leaf. A green sap flowed out of the leaf and just a whiff of the sap made both of them feel refreshed immediately. The exhaustion they had accumulated over the past 4 days of running and climbing had disappeared completely. Even the mental stress they were under had been lifted significantly. This is really good stuff. This could definitely count as a treasure of sorts. Sujin and Chu Yi were both very impressed. There was always a chance to take back all kinds of treasures found in the handbook challenges. Sujin's boning knife, Demon Lord's longbow and Triton's cloak were all amazing items he had picked up along the way. "Brother Su, why don't we collect some of these leaves?" Chu Yi was very interested in these leaves. Sujin nodded in agreement. It was definitely worth collecting some of these leaves. Unfortunately, the only thing that could cut through the stems was Sujin's boning knife. Chu Yi even tried his triple chi thrust to no avail. There was no other choice but for Sujin to use his boning knife to cut the leaves one by one. Several hours later, he had only managed to collect 30 leaves. They didn't have time to spare any more, so once they had collected 30 leaves, they continued making their journey upwards. Moving through the leaves was actually very difficult. The gigantic tree leaves were very solid and overlapped each other. The boning knife was sharp enough to cut through them, but Sujin would probably die from exhaustion if he had to cut through them all, so they chose to go through any gap they could find. After they finally got through a thick layer of leaves, they were almost blinded by a light in front of them. The bright orbs in front of them made them feel like they were looking at a galaxy. "Are these the fruits of the tree of life?" Chu Yi stared in shock. But he soon felt that he must have guessed wrongly, because each orb was as large as a knoll. If these were the fruits they were looking for, then plucking them was a problem in itself. "I'm afraid they are." Sujin's lips twitched. The tree of life was so ridiculously huge, even its fruit was humongous. Besides, even if they managed to pluck the fruits and bring them back, how were they supposed to feed it to Konoha and Yang Mo? Sujin used the Demon Lord's eye skill on one of the bright orbs and got information on it immediately. Just as Chu Yi had guessed, these bright orbs were the fruit of the tree of life. Fruit of the tree of life. It contains the essence of vitality and can be used in 1,000,001 ways. Status: unripe. Oh! Sujin raised an eyebrow at the word unripe. If these orbs were unripe fruit, that meant that there were ripe ones somewhere else. They started walking around to observe the various fruits they could see and finally found the difference. Even though every fruit gave off light, the light was a different color, and each color corresponded to a different size of fruit. There are green ones, yellow ones, and purple ones. The green ones are the largest, followed by the yellow ones, and the purple ones are only as big as an earthen pot. In short, the smaller the fruit, the riper it is, said Sujin after checking all three types he could see. The smallest purple one was almost ripe. In that case, a fully ripened fruit would probably be around the same size as a normal fruit, said Chu Yi. Sujin nodded. The riper the fruit, the higher up it is. We have to keep going up. Let's go then. Chu Yi swung his arms like he was warming up, then he exerted force into his legs and shot upwards like a rocket to hop from one fruit to the next. He was treating the fruits like a trampoline. Sujin followed his example and they used the fruits to move upwards. They quickly reached another thick layer of leaves and had to find gaps between the leaves to continue upwards again. This has got to be the highest point of the tree, right? Blurted Chu Yi immediately after they made it out of the leaves. He went into a daze as he stared at the view around him because it was simply too shocking. Are we in outer space? Sujin was equally lost for words. It was rather cold up here and they could see the stars. The orbs they could see in the distance weren't fruits but actual planets. But if we're in outer space, why aren't we having any difficulty breathing? Asked Chu Yi quizzically. He didn't know much about outer space but he had some basic general knowledge. Sujin pondered this question for a while, then said, perhaps the tree of life makes a difference. Trees give off oxygen, after all. We're surrounded by the tree of life, so it makes sense for us to still have sufficient oxygen to breathe. Chu Yi nodded, then looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up and he tugged at Sujin. Brother Su. Those things over there, those must be the ripe fruits, right? Sujin turned to see several red orbs floating in the distance and immediately checked on them with his skill. Chu Yi was right. Those were indeed the ripe fruits of the tree of life. Bingo! Sujin nodded and they immediately dashed towards the fruits. But the moment they came near to one, the fruit floated away from them. Why are they able to move? Sujin didn't expect that to happen. But unlike the unripe fruits they saw earlier, these ripe ones weren't attached to the tree by a much longer and thinner stem, so they looked as though they were just floating about randomly and were thus able to move away with ease. Let me try, said Chu Yi. He got himself into a half-squat position and adjusted his breathing pattern. Sujin watched as a gust of wind formed around Chu Yi's body. Go! Chu Yi gave a low shout as he thrust his hands out, sending the gust of wind towards one of the fruits. But just before the wind could reach the fruit, Chu Yi heard something shooting towards him, so he quickly moved aside. He turned back and saw that the place where he was standing earlier was filled with several large wooden splinters. Watch out! Sujin saw those splinters and immediately became wary of his surroundings, but couldn't find where this sudden attack had come from. Was it the tree itself? Chu Yi was the victim, so he had a better idea of what happened. Sujin narrowed his eyes as he traced the splinters' trajectory based on the angle at which they had stabbed into the ground. He soon found the source of the splinters. Some thorns were sticking out of the tree of life's branch. It's really the tree of life protecting its own fruit. Sujin sighed. He had guessed as much, since it made sense for such a majestic source of life to be sentient to a certain extent. Just then, Sujin noticed something from the corner of his eye. It looked like a human's face, but it was covered by the tree bark. Sujin used his boning knife to cut some of the bark away and froze when he saw that face clearly. That face belonged to Prince Charming. Chapter 85, Prince Charming reappears. Why is it this guy again? Chu Yi was shocked to see the prince here. Let me out! Just when Chu Yi was staring at the prince suddenly opened his eyes and yelled so loudly that Chu Yi got a fright. Chu Yi took several steps back and even felt all his hair stand on end. What the fuck was that? I'll send you straight to hell someday, I swear. Chu Yi yelled back angrily from his shock. Sujin pulled the agitated Chu Yi aside and told him to calm down, then said to the prince, "Why are you here?" "Humph. That's none of your business, you mere mortal. You are not qualified to speak to me. Only the fellow who possessed your body is qualified." The prince was behaved arrogantly because mortals like Sujin were as good as worms in the ground to a demigod like himself. "The fellow who possessed your body?" Chu Yi was confused. Sujin immediately replied, "If you want us to help you get out of there, then you have to answer my question honestly. I asked you, why are you here?" The prince hesitated for a moment but eventually decided to cooperate with Sujin. He had been trapped here by the Tree of Life, so unless the tree decided to let go of him, he could only break free with the help of someone else. "I came here to look for a chance to ascend to godhood," grumbled the prince. Ascend to godhood? Sujin had no idea that the demon lord had previously spoken to the prince, and also didn't know about how the demon lord had lied to the prince. "A mortal like you wouldn't understand. I've got to swallow the Tree of Life. That's the only way I can become a god," snapped the prince in an arrogant voice. Sujin more or less figured out what was going on. The prince had tried to fight the Tree of Life in order to become a god. This gave Sujin an idea. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the Tree of Life was going to guard its fruit like that, then Sujin needed someone powerful to distract the tree. "Why are the two of you here?" "Oh, I know. Both of you want to swallow the tree as well. You foolish humans. You're so weak and you have such lofty dreams? What a joke." The prince was already a little off his rocker to begin with and now, he seemed to trust his own guesses more than anybody else. Sujin scoffed and said, "I'm not interested in the Tree of Life. I'm here on an unexpected mission. I can help you to get out of there, but, you have to agree to one request I have. Mere mortals are not qualified to negotiate with gods. Get me out now, otherwise I'll hack you into a million pieces once I'm out of here," the prince threatened the two of them. Sujin and Chu Yi almost burst out laughing. This prince was pretty formidable in terms of his skill and power, but his brain was certainly not worthy of the title demigod. "Brother Su, let's move on. Let's just leave this demigod prince to have fun on his own. We don't have to get him out of there, it's no loss to us." Chu Yi deliberately provoked the prince as he pulled at Sujin and pretended like he wanted to leave right now. "Wait." The prince was stubborn in speech, but he did need Sujin and Chu Yi's help very badly, so he finally chose to humble himself. "Fine, you little mortals. If you help me out of here, I'll agree to one condition of yours." "That's great." Sujin gave the prince a pleased smile. "It's very simple. I want you to defeat the Tree of Life." The prince was stunned for a moment before a crazed grin took over his face. "Haha. If that's all you want, then that's not a problem. Even if you didn't ask me to do that, I would have done it anyway. So, get me out of here right now." Sujin nodded as he took out his boning knife and used the attack of the Demon Lord multiple times. The tree bark finally gave way under the continuous attack. But the moment the bark split open, Sujin and Chu Yi suddenly realized that they couldn't move. "You stupid mortals! Did you think you could really negotiate terms with a demigod?" The prince suspended a clenched fist in the air as he stared at them with a sinister look on his face. Sujin was convulsing because using this spirit power that didn't belong to him continued to cause him pain and suffering even though the demon lord's eye had taken the place of his actual heart and he didn't need to worry about it being eaten away by the demon lord anymore. Yet at the same time, the pain he was going through would help to increase his psychokinetic spirit power levels. Are you really going to kill me?" Sujin trembled as one of his eyes suddenly turned completely black. "Do you want him to come here instead?" The prince froze for a moment. He remembered that eye. The owner of that eye was the one who had told him the way to become a god. The prince hesitated for a moment, then put his clenched fist down, and both Sujin and Chu Yi could move again. "Fine. I'm grateful to that fellow for telling me his secret, so I'm just repaying the favor this way, snapped the prince frostily before turning to take large strides in the opposite direction. The prince was more afraid of the demon lord than grateful to him. The tree of life was already tough enough to deal with. After his first battle with the tree of life, he had ended up getting trapped in the tree bark. If he caused a god to come here because he had killed Sujin, then the prince might end up dying. Sujin fell to the ground as he gasped for air. His body was still trembling slightly. His eye had reverted to its normal state again as well. His eye hadn't turned black because the demon lord had possessed him. He had just used the demon lord's spirit power within him to recreate this illusion, and this was the best he could do. Demon lord's spirit power wasn't his own spirit power after all. Thankfully, the ruse worked. Meanwhile, the prince had already gone quite some distance from them. He suddenly gave an angry shout and leaped into the sky. Chu Yi! Prepare to get those fruits! Sujin endured the pain he felt and got up. He was hoping that the prince was powerful enough to keep the tree of life occupied while they plucked the fruits. Chu Yi nodded and mustered up all his spirit energy. This was their best chance at getting a fruit. If they still couldn't get a fruit this way, then they were probably doomed to return without any. It didn't take long for explosive sounds to resound from above, as if 1,000 bombs had just gone off in the sky. They could even feel the tree shaking. Haha! Just let me swallow you whole. The world of fairy tales haven't had a god in a long time now, so let me become god and I will reshape this world, declared the prince in a maniacal voice. Are you insane? That's not how one becomes a god, Prince Charming. You've been tricked. A mighty voice filled the air and clearly belonged to the tree of life. But the voice didn't sound like it was coming from afar. It seemed to boom inside their own heads. You're the one trying to fool me. You're just afraid to die. If you're willing to sacrifice yourself, the world of fairy tales can go back to what it once was, so let me swallow you. Isn't it your dream to reshape this world? The prince's maniacal voice shouted back. That's enough. You have been so foolish. If swallowing another power is enough to become God, I would have swallowed the entire world of fairy tales by now. You wouldn't even get a chance. The tree of life was getting angry now and Sujin and Chu Yi realized that countless vines were growing upwards towards the sky. Now, yelled Sujin. This was their chance. Chu Yi immediately sent all his spirit power swirling towards the ripened fruits. The tree of life was too busy fighting the prince, so it wasn't able to give its fruits any attention or energy. Even though the fruits were able to move on their own, they could not overcome Chu Yi's spirit power and Chu Yi was able to stop them from moving away. Woohoo! Sujin was overjoyed. There were 5 ripe fruits in total and they were all within Chu Yi's control now. Chu Yi had to focus on controlling his spirit power, so he couldn't move from his spot. Sujin struggled to get up so that he could cut the fruits off their stem. He stumbled over to each one of them and used his hand to pluck the fruits. But Sujin wasn't greedy and only took 3 of them, since the Mad Hatter said that the fruits shriveled up quickly after they had been plucked from the tree, so he couldn't keep any for future use. We're done. Sujin nodded at Chu Yi and Chu Yi immediately released the other 2 fruits. By this time, the tree had also noticed that someone had plucked its fruits without permission, so the vines that had shot up earlier came back down to catch the 2 thieves. But at that exact moment, Sujin and Chu Yi were surrounded by a white light and immediately after that, they appeared before the Mad Hatter. Sujin immediately threw one of the fruits at the Mad Hatter, threw another one to Chu Yi, then brought the last one to Konoha. He pushed the fruit into her mouth and it instantly turned into a beam of red light that went straight into Konoha's body. The same thing happened to Yang Mo. Once the red light went into their bodies, color returned to their faces and they started breathing again. Send us back now! Sujin shouted to the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter didn't intend to go back on his word. He replied, give me the 2 treasures you are still holding onto. Sujin was in no position to negotiate with the Mad Hatter, so he threw the other 2 treasures to the Mad Hatter as well. The Mad Hatter caught them both and put them inside his hat like the other items. Before leaving, I'd like to leave you with some last words. Their physical bodies will be restored by their hell domains, but their souls are temporarily restored by the power of the fruit of the tree of life. This power will eventually be used up and they will still die after that, the Mad Hatter said to Sujin. Sujin glared at him and raised his voice, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If I said so, would you have given up getting the fruit to revive them? Since you did such a good job in getting all of this done, let me give you a suggestion. Try to find something that can boost their soul strength. Also, the stronger your physical body is, the faster you will consume your soul strength." The Mad Hatter ended with a cackle. Sujin tried his best to suppress his anger since losing his temper was pointless at this point in time. He said to Ning Meng, "We're about to return to our hell domains and we might never see each other again. So now, I want to ask if you want to join my team." Sujin was inviting Ning Meng to the team purely because Ning Meng had been able to hold up against the temptation of killing a fellow owner and even warning Chu Yi to be careful. This was a character trait that was hard to come by and Sujin was sure that nobody would object to having a trustworthy teammate like her. Ning Meng was very excited and she nodded. "Yes. Good. Put your hand here. Hurry," Sujin said to Ning Meng. Ning Meng placed her hand on his handbook. Sujin quickly squeezed a drop of blood out and the demonic hand that appeared turned into the familiar boning knife symbol on Ning Meng's arm. At the same time, Sujin heard Blackie's voice announce, "Congratulations, your team is now complete. You have unlocked a new area, Hell's Bar." Chapter 86, Good Items or Pointless Items. Meanwhile, the Mad Hatter and Pinocchio stood side by side in the midst of the darkness. The Mad Hatter held up his hat carefully and 6 different colored lights glowed from within. "Is it working?" Pinocchio looked a little anxious as he focused his gaze on the glow in the hat with a yearning look in his eyes. "Wait a while more, just a while more." The Mad Hatter licked his lips nervously. He hadn't felt so nervous ever since he became a god. And now, the anxiety he felt was so overwhelming, he started trembling. The Mad Hatter shook his hat slightly and his breathing quickened. The hat itself turned into a beam of light that enveloped the other 6 lights. All 7 colors merged into one bright orb and trembled in the air in front of the 2 of them, as if it might explode any time. The trembling became more and more violent and the darkness they were in seemed like it was about to fall apart. "Are you ready?" the Mad Hatter asked Pinocchio. Pinocchio shook his head vigorously. "You're going to leave just like that? What else?" the Mad Hatter asked in return. "What about the world of fairy tales? Prince Charming and the Tree of Life are still fighting and we're going to just leave? We're the only 2 gods left from the world of fairy tales, so we should be protecting it." "Shut up, you stupid blockhead! Don't you get it? The world of fairy tales doesn't exist anymore. Look at those dark stories. That disgusting world. Everything is different now. What we need is revenge." The Mad Hatter's previously elegant and gentlemanly demeanor was now distorted with rage. Dark flames of fire illuminated his body when he got angry. He grabbed hold of Pinocchio's neck and they glared at each other like a pair of ferocious dogs. Pinocchio sighed and pulled the Mad Hatter's hand away. He walked towards the portal doors and saw that the portal doors were already crumbling to pieces, which meant that the world of fairy tales was also crumbling to pieces, including the story he should have been part of. "All right then. We'll go with what you said. But, who should we look for to take revenge?" Pinocchio changed his mind after watching the world of fairy tales slowly fall apart. "I don't know, but we'll eventually find out. Let's just leave the world that has trapped us all this time first," said the Mad Hatter gently. He caressed the trembling orb of light, then smashed it with a mighty punch and a brilliant beam of light shot out from within. The light was so brilliant that everything it hit was destroyed, including the darkness they were in right now. A smile spread across the Mad Hatter's face. This was what he wanted. He had wanted to put all these treasures together for this very moment. It's opening up," the Mad Hatter yelled with a smile. The darkness they were in was now engulfed in light. I don't know where it leads to, but it's better than being stuck here. Pinocchio shrugged. They leaped together into the light. After they leaped into the light continued to destroy everything around it. Any part of the world of fairy tales that had not crumbled earlier was sucked into the light and destroyed. Several moments later, the light slowly dimmed and the entire place was dark again. Level B Challenge Fairy Tales of Horror completed, 1000 points. Number of surviving team members, 5, 400 points. Degree of challenge participation, A, 700 points. Completed optional mission of destroying 7 treasures, 2000 points. Points received, 4100. Total points, 7050. Sujin gave the point calculation a quick glance. The field he cared about the most was the fact that all 5 of his team members had survived, which meant that Konoha and Yang Mo had indeed made it back alive. This made him breathe a big sigh of relief. But to his surprise, the reward for the supposedly fake mission turned out to be the same the reward that the handbook was actually giving, except that the mission of collecting 7 treasures had become a mission to destroy 7 treasures. So, those 7 treasures have been destroyed. Sujin was quite puzzled, but since the challenge had been completed, what happened to those treasures had nothing to do with him. Do you need to appraise any of your items? Blackie's voice piped up as it reminded Sujin that he had taken some items back from the challenge. Are you talking about these? Sujin flipped open his handbook. Triton's cloak, that gold armor and 15 leaves from the Tree of Life were inside. That's right. It will cost you 3000 points to appraise the cloak, 1000 points for the armor and just 200 points for the leaves. Blackie quickly listed the cost of appraising the items. Sujin's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. He was getting them appraised, not buying them. The price of appraising the cloak was enough to buy a high-level spirit power weapon. Just a reminder, the price for appraising the item is in proportion to the value of the item. If you do not appraise the item, you will not be able to use them at all, Blackie reminded Sujin, as if Blackie knew what Sujin was thinking about. Sujin thought through this for a while. He had hoped to exchange his points this time for the high-level body strengthening elixir, but if the cost of appraisal was proportionate to the value of the item, then it meant that Triton's cloak might be even more powerful than the high-level body strengthening elixir, since the elixir only needed 6000 points to purchase. All right then. Please appraise the cloak for me, said Sujin through gritted teeth. The fact that the cloak was able to protect its owner automatically from most attacks was already quite incredible in itself. If it possessed other skills after the appraisal process, then it would definitely be a lot more useful to him than the elixir. Alright. Appraisal complete, 3000 points deducted. Blackie was super efficient. A beam of light scanned the handbook and the appraisal process was completed. Earth-level spirit power item, gift from the gods. It is a powerful item that has the blessings of the gods, so once charged with spirit power, you will have the power of the gods temporarily. Skill 1, Protection of the Gods. Activated with 200 points of non-negative spirit power. Any elemental attacks will have no effect for 10 minutes, cooldown period is 24 hours. Skill 2, Walking on Air. Consumes 10 points of non-negative spirit power for each minute used. Gives owner the ability to walk on air. Passive skill, Protect Owner. The gift from the gods has basic sentience and will protect the owner from all ordinary physical attacks. Sujin stared in shock at the cloak that was now called the gift from the gods. This cloak's passive skill was already very formidable, but its 2 main skills were even more incredible. Calm down. Calm down. This is a very good item to have, but it requires way too much spirit power. The protection of the gods not only consumes a lot of spirit power, the cooldown time is extremely long too. It will not make sense to use this skill unless absolutely necessary. Sujin shook his head. Skill 1 sounded insanely awesome, but it required too much spirit power and he didn't even have enough spirit power to use it once. Since it needed non-negative spirit power, he was pretty sure Demon Lord spirit power wasn't going to work. In short, skill 1 was out of the picture for him. But skill 2 caught Sujin's eye. Walking on air was basically as good as flying. It would cost him 10 points of spirit power per minute, so he could deal with that but not for long. As for the cloak's passive skill, Sujin had already experienced it and it was a really good skill to have. Having this gift from the gods was definitely an advantage in a challenge that didn't involve the supernatural. The cost of appraisal is indeed proportionate to the value of the item. Sujin was very pleased with the gift from the gods. He looked towards the gold armor. It cost quite a bit to appraise this thing too. I'll appraise this one too. Sujin was the type who loved opening loot boxes in the first place, and this appraisal process was quite similar to opening a loot box, so he simply couldn't resist the temptation. Appraisal complete, 1000 points deducted. Once Sujin gave the go-ahead, Blackie appraised the item in an instant. Level A Spirit Power Item. Gold Armor. Defense is not its strongest suit, but it comes with abilities that other Spirit Power items do not have. Skill, Heir of an Overlord. Requires 100 points of Spirit Power. It carries a high probability and no differentiation of targets, shocks and makes surrounding targets giddy for 1 second. For ordinary targets, it carries a high probability of adding on the effect of admiration. What's this? A group control function. Sujin nearly burst out laughing. To put it simply, this was a skill that could be used on a group. He wasn't sure what was this about having no differentiation of targets, and what on earth was this effect of admiration all about. The skill name alone sounded hilarious to him. The last item he was left with were the leaves from the Tree of Life. Appraising this item was cheap compared to the rest, but it was definitely not a spirit power item, so 200 points suddenly seemed quite expensive. I'll just appraise the leaves too. It was the last item, so Sujin decided to just go ahead with appraising it too. Appraisal complete, 200 points deducted. Sujin looked into his handbook again and his eyes finally lit up. The leaves from the Tree of Life come from the magical giant tree from the world of fairy tales. Contains a huge amount of the essence of life. The essence of life can be obtained by juicing the leaves. Consuming the essence of life can restore one's physical energy quickly and can restore one's spirit power slowly. The leaves can be eaten without being juiced, but overconsumption will cause the person to turn into wood. If one described the handbook challenges as a video game, then these leaves were a healing potion of sorts. Its ability to restore spirit power was what caught Sujin's attention. In general, Sujin was rather pleased with these 3 items. The gift from the gods and the gold armor were very powerful items, but they were not very useful to him at the moment. The gift from the gods required too much spirit power and Sujin didn't have enough to use its skills. The gold armor's ability to control masses was more hilarious than anything else, but since there was no differentiation in targets, Sujin had to be careful if he used it. The leaves of the Tree of Life were a good healing potion, but the fact that overconsumption would turn one into a tree meant that Sujin had to be careful with using that as well. The other information he had gained from this appraisal was that the gift from the gods was considered an earth-level item. He did know about the fact that spirit power items were split into different levels. His Demon Lord's Boning Knife and Demon Lord's Longbow were level B and level A respectively. The handbook challenges were also split into 4 levels, from A to D. But this new level classification bothered Sujin. If there was an earth level, did that mean a heaven level existed too? And was there anything higher than heaven level? Were these levels applicable only to equipment, or were there challenges with these levels as well, just that he hadn't experienced them yet? In any case, the description of the gift from the gods as an earth-level item made Sujin think about many other things, and he felt that he could actually confirm some of them. The name in Chinese can sound either like the heir of an overlord or the heir of a douchebag/asshole/bastard. Chapter 87, Full Team. Sujin closed his handbook and asked a question that had been on his mind since the challenge ended. He wanted to know more about this Hell's Bar. Blackie, what is the Hell's Bar? Hell's Bar. Once an owner has completed 20 challenges or a small team gets 5 members, access to Hell's Bar will be granted. Hell's Bar is a place where owners can gather to exchange items, recruit new members, ask for information and more. Entry into Hell's Bar will cost 100 points. 4 teams, the team leader needs to pay 200 points and the whole team can enter the bar, explained Blackie in great detail. Sujin blinked in surprise. He didn't expect such a place to exist. He thought that besides meeting other owners during a challenge, the only other way was to run into them by chance in the real world. How do I get in there? Asked Sujin. As long as you're in a place that doesn't have any non-owners, you can open your handbook and choose to go in. Sujin nodded. Entering the bar was easy and this was a great place to have access to. Besides the possibilities of making exchanges of items and information, the fact that the team members had a physical place to gather besides the challenges themselves was great for the team. He also took a quick glance at his spirit power. After going through the last challenge, his psychokinesis had gone from a maximum of 100 points to 140 points. Demon Lord spirit power had clearly been of great use to the improving of his own spirit power. The only drawback was the terrible pain. Sujin would never forget that sort of pain. Well, either way, at least I've found a way of pushing the limit upwards, muttered Sujin with a sigh. The process was painful, but the improvement was significant. He suddenly shut his eyes. The Demon Lord's eye was now his heart, so if he wanted to check its status, he just needed to shut his eyes. It's really recharging itself. The Demon Lord's eye showed that it still contained about 2,000 points of Demon Lord spirit power. During the challenge, Sujin had used Demon Lord spirit power several times and had definitely used way over 1,000 points in the process. So, the fact that he had 2,000 points left meant that the Demon Lord's eye was indeed regenerating Demon Lord spirit power. After a few moments, he entered the team domain and saw that the other 4 were already waiting for him inside. They had obviously been waiting for some time. Boss! Yang Mo waved excitedly at Sujin. Konoha sat next to him and smiled faintly as she nodded at Sujin. Sujin broke into a smile and walked over as he said to Konoha and Yang Mo, "How are both of you?" "Still alright. I'm alright I guess. Just feeling a little tired." Yang Mo scratched his head, looked himself over, then patted his chest to show that he was fine. Sujin turned to look at Konoha and she smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The more you insist you're fine, the more worried I am," said Sujin with a sigh. Konoha was the type who didn't want others to worry about her, so even if something was wrong, she probably wouldn't mention it. She smiled even more brightly and patted Sujin's head. "It's alright, it's alright. My Onisan is standing in front of you in one good piece, isn't she? Oh, and before I lost consciousness, I heard someone bawl really loudly too." Sujin rubbed his nose embarrassedly while everyone else tried hard not to laugh. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, hey, by the way, the team has activated a new function. Ha ha ha. Jin, you're so cute." Everyone knew that Sujin was just trying to change the topic, so they all burst out laughing, which made Sujin even more embarrassed. Konoha helped him to get out of the situation by saying, alright. We've got a new function. Don't you guys want to know what it is?" "Yes," the other 3 responded in unison. But they were still clearly laughing at him. Sujin proceeded to tell them about Hell's Bar with a straight face. "Well, I don't know about anything else, but..." Chu Yi's expression was serious as he spoke up and only broke into a smile when everyone looked at him. "That means Brother Su's gonna give us a treat at the bar." Sujin laughed and nodded. It wasn't always easy being a team leader after all. We need some items that can boost their soul strengths, so Hell's Bar will definitely be of great help to us in this aspect. I hope we get some useful information there." Sujin sighed. Konoha and Yang Mo weren't in the clear just yet. Their souls could fade anytime, so they had to find a way to boost their soul strength as soon as possible. The only thing left to do was to strengthen the team. Konoha and Yang Mo couldn't strengthen their bodies any further in order to conserve soul strength, but since one was a sniper and the other a healer, it was alright not to strengthen their bodies. They just needed to fortify their other characteristics. Sujin was still hoping to get the high-level body strengthening elixir, but he didn't have enough points, so he could only look at it. Chu Yi, on the other hand, was going to rely on his spirit power. You might get involved in a physical fight, so why don't you get some weapons, suggested Sujin. But Chu Yi shook his head. No need. The true meaning of martial arts is to fight with whatever you've been given. Weapons are what the weak and cowardly use to help them feel braver. The moment Chu Yi said such insulting words, everyone else started berating him. All of them needed to rely on weapons in some way or another besides himself. Hey, that's a mean thing to say. Yang Mo was very unhappy to hear these words. He had a healer's role, but he too needed some sort of weapon to defend himself. Chu Yi quickly smiled and apologized to everyone as he said, No, that's not what I meant. None of you are martial artists or have any innate ability to fight. I'm referring to martial artists. The ones who have to fight on the front lines. Excuse me. Sujin narrowed his eyes. What Chu Yi said had eliminated everyone else except Sujin, which made it personal now. Chu Yi suddenly realized what he just said and apologized again, Brother Su, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, oh, forget it. I won't say any more. Everyone burst out laughing again when they saw how miserable Chu Yi looked after all his attempts to explain himself had failed. When they were alone, they didn't get a chance to laugh to their heart's content like this. This team wasn't the most powerful right now, but it was a safe and assuring haven for them. Since we're all set, then, Ning Meng, do you have any ideas on what sort of role you want to play? Sujin turned to look at Ning Meng. This was only her second challenge, so she didn't know what she wanted to strengthen herself in. Ning Meng thought about it for a while, then said, I'll go with whatever the team needs and strengthen myself in any area we're still lacking in. She was a very agreeable character, but Sujin didn't think it was appropriate to just pick something random for her either. Chu Yi and himself were the melee fighters, Konoha was their long-distance expert, while Yang Mo was the medic. This team was actually considered an all-rounded team with just 4 persons. You definitely need something that will help with your own survival, and as for what the team needs now, why not be the team's stealth user? Konoha suddenly piped up. Everyone's eyes lit up and Sujin nodded. That's a good idea. Being able to go undercover or disguising yourself will help to keep yourself safe, and you'd also be able to help the team to conduct reconnaissance or assassinate someone. Ning Meng, what do you think? I'm good with that. Ning Meng was willing to do anything that would benefit the team, which was the smart thing to do. If she was useful to the team would value her and protect her. She would become an indispensable member of the team and be in a safer position that way. She only received the basic 1000 points from her first challenge and she had used most of it on various items already. Luckily, she had received high points this time round. After the system confirmed that everyone had destroyed the 7 treasures, Ning Meng had received a total exceeding 3000 points. Speaking of which, can these supposed gods seriously become so powerful that they can change the world of the handbook? If that's the case, what should we do if we run into such characters again? Konoha was really worried. Sujin shook his head and laughed sadly. Our concept was wrong to begin with. I think, even the gods in these challenges are not powerful enough to change anything in this universe. So why did the actual mission differ from what we saw initially? Chu Yi was still confused. Sujin pointed to his eyes and said, think about it in another way. They can't change anything in this universe, so it means that they can change what we are able to see. Everyone was stunned by this possibility. They believed in Sujin's judgment, but this only made them feel even more terrified. If these gods could decide what they could see, then could they still believe what they saw in the handbook the next time? What if they ran into a god again? How could they tell what was real and what wasn't? Don't worry too much about it. Even gods would be subject to certain parameters. We ran into two gods, the Mad Hatter and Pinocchio, yet all they could do was to alter what we saw very slightly. Also, I think it has something to do with their own personal characteristics, Sujin assured everyone. Everyone was a little more assured after hearing these words. Ning Meng proceeded to choose the items she needed under the guidance of the rest. She was quite lucky, so she managed to get a camouflage cloak, which could help the user to conceal themselves to a certain extent. Once that was all done, everybody returned to their personal hell domains to either spend some points on training or return to the real world immediately. That was not something Sujin could interfere with. As usual, Sujin spent points on training. He wanted to see if using Demon Lord spirit power in this space would help him to gain more psychokinetic spirit power. After his training period was over and he returned to the real world, he noticed that the upper limit of his spirit power hadn't increased by much. It was nowhere near the increase that he had gotten during the challenge. It seemed like he was only able to increase it significantly when he was in great danger. Now that he didn't have to worry about a challenge for the next month, Sujin tried Yayun's number again. She had gone missing for nearly a month now, so he couldn't just let her be anymore. Chapter 88, Strange Orphanage. As usual, Sujin's call didn't get through. Things had been like this for nearly a month now and Sujin was getting really worried. Yayun was a good fighter, but she was all by herself and she was a real troublemaker at times too. There was a real chance that she might offend somebody too powerful for her to fight. After thinking about it for some time, Sujin decided to make a phone call to another person. This person not only picked up quickly, but also immediately started ranting at Sujin. "Damn you, Sujin! You finally remember that I exist? Dude, you haven't called in years. Have you completely forgotten about me?" The person on the other line was male and he was probably on very good terms with Sujin. Sujin grinned and said, "Well, I'm not doing spectacularly well, you know? I'm too embarrassed to meet you guys. What the hell? Is that what you think of me? I, Mu Kyaming, do not care for your money. Whether you're doing well or not is none of my business," snapped the man before continuing, "Enough of this nonsense. Are you coming over? Or you want me to go over? You're still in S City, right? No, don't come over. Even if you do, I don't have time for you. When I'm done with my work here, I'll go visit you," Sujin quickly interjected. "Ha! That's a promise. I'll send you my address in a while, so if you stand me up, prepare to meet my wrath." Mu Kyaming stopped teasing Sujin and said, "Clearly you're not calling me to catch up, so, what do you want from me? Spit it out. Help me check where this particular phone number is right now," said Sujin. "Give me the number." Sujin gave him Yayun's number. He was very confident in the abilities of this best friend from his university days. After all, Mu Kyaming was someone who had been headhunted by almost every international tech firm even as a student. Before long, Mu Kyaming laughed merrily and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Yayun's quite pretty. Are you trying to become a stalker now? She's a friend and she's been missing for nearly a month now," said Sujin defensively as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. He was so glad that Mu Kyaming couldn't see how awkward he looked over the phone. "Done. I'll send you the address right now. But seriously, dude, I'm so glad to hear that you're going after a girl," said Mu Kyaming cheekily. "Thanks bro. I'll visit you in B City once I'm done with everything here. I'll be waiting." They hadn't met in many years, but they were still best of friends. Actually, Sujin did miss this buddy of his, but he wasn't doing very well before and was a little embarrassed to meet up with old friends. He was doing well now, but his life was constantly in danger, so he didn't want to interrupt his old friends' everyday lives either. 2 addresses were sent to him in quick succession. One was Mu Kyaming's current address, while the other was where Yayun was right now. Starlight Orphanage. Sujin didn't expect to find out that Yayun was actually at an orphanage within S City. But this orphanage was in the rural part of town, so it wasn't within the city center. As far as he remembered, city had been trying to ensure that all social welfare services were located in the city, because the government had placed a lot of emphasis on such organizations. Even commercial buildings had to make way. So he found it very strange that there was an orphanage so far flung from the city center. Konoha suddenly appeared in front of Sujin. She had just finished her training time in her personal hell domain. I'm going to the suburbs for a while. You're very tired, so just stay here and rest. Sujin said all this to Konoha very rapidly, grabbed a jacket and ran out of the house. He flagged a cab and found himself in front of Starlight Orphanage in slightly under an hour. His first impression of the orphanage was that it was old and run down. That really surprised him. Given how the government had been supporting such organizations directly and how the flow of donations had been very transparent in recent years, it didn't seem possible for any welfare organization to suffer a lack of funds or for their funds to have been siphoned off without anybody noticing. As he walked closer, he began to stare puzzledly at the signboard. The signboard was crooked and it looked a bit weird. It's written in pencil. Sujin finally realized what was wrong with the signboard. The name of the orphanage had actually been written in pencil. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed. He was even more curious about this orphanage now. The orphanage was old and run down, plus it had a signboard written in pencil. This orphanage didn't even look like it belonged to this era. The main gate was really 2 wooden panels. He pushed it open to find that there was almost nothing inside. It was just a large front yard with a pile of oil barrels. Swoosh! Sujin heard the sound of something flying through the air towards him. He dodged to the side and a small stone hit the wooden gate behind him. When he looked at where the stone had come from, he discovered several children huddled together. The eldest looked like he was 15 or 16, and that small stone had been launched from his catapult. When the children realized that the stone hadn't hit Sujin, they quickly scampered off. The smallest child looked about 3 or 4 years old and tripped over himself as he ran. The eldest one picked him up and continued running. Sujin raised an eyebrow but didn't run after them. He yelled, "Hello there! I don't mean any harm. I'm just looking for someone." The children ignored Sujin and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't a problem to Sujin. He had psychokinetic spirit power and it was enough to locate even the stealthiest murderer in the world. My friend has gone missing for nearly a month now. I checked her phone's last location and it led me here. If she's here, can you ask her to come out and talk to me? Her family is very worried and they're all looking for her. Sujin continued to shout as he started walking about. Just then, the eldest child walked out. One of his arms seemed to have been badly injured before, so it hung limply by his side. The boy stared at Sujin very cautiously and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Sujin. What about you?" Sujin kept a friendly smile on, hoping that he would look approachable. "You're Sujin." The boy let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly passed a phone to Sujin and said, "Sister Ye said that someone will definitely try to look for her, so if either a person named Sujin or Tang Ning comes, I'm supposed to pass him or her this phone. There's one video clip inside here that you must watch." Sujin quickly took the phone from the boy and found the video clip that he mentioned. The first thing he saw on the screen was the glint of a knife, then Yayun appeared within the frame. The entire video was barely a minute long, and it was basically Yayun fighting a few guys. He furrowed his brows as he watched the video clip. The men attacking Yayun weren't very good at fighting, but they were very bold and aggressive. Every move they made was meant to be fatal. Yayun had knocked out everybody by the time the clip was almost done. She looked straight at the camera and said, "Tang Ning. Sujin. Regardless of which one of you ends up watching this, come to Yunchen in Z province in 3 months' time to pick me up. I'll be waiting." After the video ended, Sujin was even more confused. Who were those people fighting Yayun? Why did she want him to pick her up from Yunchen in Z province only after 3 months? What was even going on? Brother Su, did something bad happen to sister yet? The boy asked Sujin worriedly. Sujin patted the boy's head and said, have you watched this video before? No. Sister Ye said that it was for you to watch, replied the boy. Don't worry, your sister Ye is fine. She's just gone on a holiday and will only be back some time later. Sujin wasn't going to tell the boy exactly what he just watched. Then he asked curiously, why do you know Ye Yun? How are you related to her? Sister Ye often gives us food and clothes. She's a very nice person, the boy replied. That wasn't the answer Sujin was expecting, but he wasn't surprised. Ye Yun seemed very fierce on the outside, but she was actually a very soft-hearted and friendly person on the inside. It would have been very easy for her to provide for these children since she hailed from a well-to-do family, but she didn't seem to have taken any money from the family at all. This place isn't actually an orphanage, right? Asked Sujin. Yet. This is actually an abandoned factory. Sister Ye said that nobody would come here, so she told us to live here, said the boy with a nod. Sujin started processing all this information. It seemed like Ye Yun had purposely arranged for these children to live here. He asked another question, are all of you orphans? Why don't you stay at one of the government-run orphanages? Sister Ye says they're not safe. They're not safe, mumbled Sujin to himself. He tried to think of a possible reason, but couldn't. Yet there had to be a reason why Ye Yun found them unsafe. How long have you guys known Ye Yun? Asked Sujin. I've known her for more than 3 months, some have known her for 2 months, some 6 months. Xiaoan has known her the longest. She got to know Sister Ye nearly a year ago, said the boy as he pointed to a girl in the distance. Sujin nodded and waved at Xiaoan. Xiaoan didn't seem afraid of him at all. It was as if the children trusted him just because he was a friend of Ye Yun. Xiaoan, were all of you brought here by Sister Ye? Sujin asked Xiaoan gently, afraid to frighten her. Xiaoan nodded and pointed to the other children. Yet. Xiaoan came first. They came later. Sujin concluded that Ye Yun brought these children to this place at different times for their safety. She was trying to protect them from something. Xiaoan, what happened to your parents? Asked Sujin. Xiaoan stared at him in surprise before her eyes were filled with tears. Her eyes blinked as her voice cracked, Daddy and Mommy are dead. They've been killed. Once she started crying, all the other children started crying as well. The whole place echoed with the sound of their cries as they shouted the exact same thing. Daddy and Mommy have been killed. Chapter 89, Hell's Bar. The fact that all the children were crying and wailing the exact same words really shocked Sujin. All the children here had met with the same predicament, their parents had been murdered. This country had always been fairly safe, so even the police would have found it hard to find so many children orphaned because both parents had been killed all at the same time. Sujin was really puzzled now. Where did Ye Yun find all these children? Why did she want to hide them here? Why was it safe here? What did safe even mean? Were the people who killed their parents after these kids as well? Many questions popped up in his mind, but he wasn't going to get any answers until he got to see Ye Yun. But it also seemed like he was going to have to wait another 3 months before he got to see her again. I'm afraid this place might not be very safe anymore either. If you guys are okay with it, you can come and live with me instead, said Sujin to the children. He noticed that the place where Ye Yun had fought those men in the video was actually not too far from where they were standing right now, so he didn't think this place was really that safe. But the eldest boy shook his head and said, it's alright, Sister Ye told us that this place is definitely safe. She told us not to go anywhere until she comes back. Sujin nodded. Since Ye Yun had already made such an arrangement and the children insisted on listening to her, then there was no point in forcing them to come along with him. Do you guys need anything? Food? Clothes? I can help to buy stuff for you, offered Sujin. Xiaoan shook her head and said, thank you, Brother Su, but we don't need anything. We just need you to bring Sister Ye back safely. Don't worry. I promise to bring your Sister Ye back, said Sujin solemnly as he patted Xiaoan's head. After that, Sujin left the orphanage. Immediately after he left, two men in black hoodies appeared. They looked in Sujin's direction to make sure he had left, then walked towards the orphanage. But just when they got close, they seemed to have hit an invisible wall and couldn't take a single step further. Damn it, we're still not able to get in, one of them cursed angrily. It's an Earth-level formation after all, so anybody with ill intentions will not be able to enter. Let's just wait for a while more. Once boss and the rest succeed, they'll find a way to get through this thing, said the other man in a sinister voice. The two then turned and disappeared into the darkness again. Of course, Sujin had no idea what happened after he left. Once he returned to his own house, he gave Tang Ning a call and told her that Yayun called to say that she had gone on a holiday and that her family didn't have to worry about her. Tang Ning was annoyed with Sujin and blamed him for not doing a good job of watching her. Sujin had no choice but to just let her rant at him. At the same time, Tang Ning knew that there was no way anybody could stop that cousin of hers from doing whatever she set her mind on, so even though she berated Sujin, she didn't actually blame him for what happened. Sujin was very worried about Yayun, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he left it aside for the time being. He called Konoha over, then contacted Yang Mo, Chu Yi, and Ning Meng via the handbook. Ning Meng was unfortunately all by herself in a third parallel universe and hadn't been lucky enough to share the same universe as any of them. Everyone, I'm going to activate our Hell's Bar access, so get ready to enter the bar. Sujin gave his teammates a heads up, then paid the fees via the handbook. A black tunnel immediately appeared in front of him and Konoha. They exchanged glances, then walked into the tunnel. In the other two universes, Yang Mo, Chu Yi, and Ning Meng also selected Hell's Bar inside their own handbooks. A similar black tunnel appeared and they walked in too. Once they reached the end of the tunnel, they found themselves in an actual bar. The layout and decor looked like it had been heavily influenced by the bars in old cowboy movies. The lighting was a little dim, which was to be expected, since the name of the bar had the word hell in it. The size of the place was surprisingly huge. Owners of all ethnicities sat around the numerous tables, discussing matters in low voices or cheering and drinking. It's seriously a bar. Sujin thought that it might have been an euphemism for something else. He didn't expect it to seriously be a drinking hole. Just then, a gorgeous-looking man approached them. He was wearing a typical bartender's uniform and bowed slightly towards Sujin and Konoha. Mr. Su, Miss Kano, Team Boning Knife's table is over there, please follow me. The man had very delicate features and spoke equally gently, but his eyes did not seem to contain any human emotion at all and looked more like a talking doll. He was actually very creepy. You know who we are? Asked Sujin as he followed behind the bartender. The bartender replied with a smile, of course. Your team's information was sent to me immediately after Team Boning Knife was given access to Hell's Bar. You could say that I was created for Team Boning Knife. Sujin and Konoha got it now. Hell's Handbook had created this bartender specially for the team. He was probably another AI robot like Blackie. Is your look fixed? Asked Sujin curiously. He felt that this bartender looked like the most handsome an East Asian man could possibly be. He was gorgeous, yet still looked manly, unlike many of those new and young celebrities on TV who looked too effeminate for Sujin. The bartender shook his head and said, my look is randomly generated. If you don't like this look, I can change it anytime. Like this. He smiled faintly as his body seemed to liquefy for a moment, then solidified again into an equally gorgeous woman. Sujin didn't expect the bartender to suddenly start demonstrating his abilities. Not to your liking? What about this? The bartender thought that Sujin's stunned expression meant that he didn't like this look, so the bartender started the process again, but this time, he turned into a muscular man. Sujin was even more stunned. This bartender had clearly misunderstood his reaction. Still no? Is it a race problem? The bartender tried to think of what else could be the issue and changed himself once more. This time, he turned into a minotaur. In fact, he now looked so much like the Bull Demon King in one of the Journey to the West live-action adaptations Sujin had watched. The bartender's smile looked even creepier now. The first one was fine. Sujin didn't dare to make any more facial expressions without explanation and quickly asked the bartender to revert to his first look. At the rate the bartender was going, who knew what else he was going to become? The bartender nodded and went back to his first look. By this time, they had reached an empty round table. The symbol of Team Boning Knife was clearly inscribed on the table, since this was the table that the handbook had prepared for their team. This table is Team Boning Knife's table. Please wait here, your other teammates have arrived, so I need to welcome them as well. The bartender pulled out 2 chairs for Sujin and Konoha, then left them alone. A few minutes later, Chu Yi, Yang Mo and Ning Meng were all led to this table by the bartender. Ning Meng was practically staring holes into the bartender's head. If the bartender weren't an AI robot, he would have run far, far away from the way Ning Meng stared at him. Boss! Yang Mo waved at Sujin. Chu Yi and Ning Meng also liked calling Sujin boss now, which was fine by Sujin. It was just a form of address, so he didn't really care. Are all the people here owners? Chu Yi looked around curiously at the huge bar. There were nearly 100 tables. If each table represented one team, that meant that there were nearly 100 complete teams at the moment. The handbook had enslaved so many people across the various universes. That's right. Besides the bartenders like myself who have been created by Hell's Handbook, everybody else is an owner. Anyone with team access will have their own table, while anyone with personal access will not get their own table. They would normally be found around the bar counter instead, explained the bartender. Sujin looked over and saw many people by themselves standing around the bar counter. But while they were alone, they were not to be underestimated. You needed to survive 20 challenges in order to gain access to the bar, so they were clearly very formidable characters. Sujin had only survived 4 and had nearly died each time. He wasn't even sure if he could really survive 20. I'd like to ask around for some information. How do I do that? Sujin asked the bartender. There are 2 ways. One is to ask via the handbook and the boss will name his price depending on what information you need. I wouldn't recommend it because even though his information would be accurate, it usually costs way too much. The second way would be to ask other owners for information. Even though you can't pay for the information in points, you can exchange items for information. The only problem is that you can't verify the veracity of the information. But it's definitely a lot cheaper than asking the boss, explained the bartender. The boss. Sujin's team was very curious about this person. The bartender pointed to a bald man wiping down the wine glasses at the bar counter as he spoke to the owner standing in front of him. He's also one of the handbook's creations, asked Ning Meng curiously. It was hard to blame her for asking this question. The bald man's mannerisms and gaze was completely different from the AI bartenders. The bartender shook his head. I do not know. The boss is at a much higher level than myself, so I am not allowed to know anything about him. I'll go over and talk to him myself then. Sujin got up and walked towards the bar counter. He found himself a seat and said to the boss, I'm here to ask for some information. Everyone who approaches this bar counter is here to ask for information. But we've got a rule here, you have to buy a drink before you're allowed to ask. Since you're new, your first drink's on the house. The boss glanced at Sujin, then placed a glass containing an amber-colored liquid in front of Sujin. Bull_demon_king. Chapter 90, Divine Finger. The amber-colored liquid gave off a mesmerizing glow. The boss motioned to Sujin to go ahead and drink it, since this was for Sujin's first time in Hell's Bar. I came with some friends, so if you're going to treat me to my first drink, why don't you treat all 5 of us, said Sujin with a big smile. When he walked over, he noticed someone exchanging points for a drink, and it had cost that owner quite a bit. Now that the boss was offering a free drink, Sujin was going to make full use of it. The boss laughed and said, "Don't worry about that. All first-timers to the bar will get one free drink to welcome you here. Theirs are already on the table." Sujin turned to look and saw 4 identical drinks on the table that looked just like the one in front of him. "Thanks." Sujin thanked the boss, then took a mouthful of the amber-colored liquid. His eyes instantly lit up. The drink tasted much more amazing than anything he had drunk in the real world, but the more surprising part was that after he had taken just one mouthful, he noticed that the upper limit of his spirit power had actually increased. "Oh!" Before Sujin could say anything, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of euphoria. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, and his body couldn't help but tremble in response. "It tastes good, doesn't it?" The boss flashed a smile at Sujin. Sujin suddenly panicked and asked with a frown, "What's in this? Is it?" "Don't worry. It's not one of those cheap tricks that demons use to beguile humans. This is a drink made with the diluted blood of dragon ancestors, and it has the ability to increase the upper limit of an owner's spirit power. But this only happens when you drink it for the first time. Did you really think Hell's Bar would give you a cheap drink as your first drink?" The boss finished wiping the glass in his hand and reached for another with a rather smug look on his face. Sujin looked at the liquid in the glass and took another gulp. The feeling of euphoria hit him again, and he could see his spirit power's limit increase again. After he finished the entire glass, his spirit power limit had reached 170 points. "This is good stuff!" Sujin exclaimed. But it was too bad that only the first glass had this effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending points on this drink even if it cost him a lot. Of course. Everything in Hell's Bar is the best that all the universes can offer. "So, what do you want to know?" said the boss with a shrug. Sujin put the glass down and realized that once the feeling of euphoria was gone, he didn't miss it at all. In other words, this drink didn't contain anything that would make it addictive. He looked around and felt that the other owners were too close to him, so the bar counter wasn't really a good place to chat. "Don't worry about that. Every seat here has its own special sound barrier in place, so nobody else will hear about your secrets besides myself," explained the boss when he could see what Sujin was worried about. "I need some items that can boost soul power." "Do you know anything about that?" asked Sujin. The boss put down the glass he was wiping, then put both palms on the countertop and leaned forward as he said to Sujin, "Young man, Hell's Bar has everything that you want to know, as long as you can afford it. My team's personal bartender said that you'd name the price." "That's right. This information you want is worth 1,000 points. 1,000? Sujin was flabbergasted. This was very expensive for just information. He frowned and said, "Are you going to just give me information? Or are you going to provide some other sort of help as well?" "Just information. That's the rule around here. Besides alcoholic drinks, the only other thing Hell's Bar provides is information." The boss smiled and straightened up, making him look like the perfect butler in an English household. He seemed so trustworthy. "I'll need a while to think about it before making a decision, sorry about that." Sujin started walking away from his seat. Since the price that the boss offered was too high, he was going to try the second method instead. "There's a notice board on the leftmost side of the bar counter, you can paste a notice with your query on it. If someone has information, they'll contact you." The boss wasn't angry and even gave Sujin directions. "Thanks." Sujin thanked the boss, then walked to the leftmost side of the bar. But the bar counter was so long, it took Sujin a full 5 minutes to reach the leftmost side. Just like what the boss had mentioned, there was a gigantic notice board here. To be more specific, it was really a giant wooden board. Several notices were randomly stuck to the board. Some had special symbols on them, so those were probably put up by the various teams. Others were just ordinary parchment paper, so those were probably put up by the owners without a team. Sujin looked through the notices and saw that their contents varied quite a bit. Some were asking for a specific item, some were looking for information like himself, while others were trying to sell items. As he read the notices, he came to the end of the notice board and saw a door next to it that glowed faintly. He walked over curiously but wasn't able to go any further once he reached the door. Blackie's voice resounded in his head, "You don't have sufficient access to enter." Oh! Sujin took a step back and tried to look beyond the door, but couldn't see anything at all. He figured that this access was referring to his team's level of access. Back then, Konoha had already told him that the team would be able to gain higher levels of access as they complete more and more challenges. Hell's Bar was a place that required the team to reach a certain level in order to enter, so he concluded that whatever was behind this door needed his team to level up first before he was allowed in. But even if I want to put up a notice, I need some paper. Just as he spoke, a brown piece of parchment paper with the symbol of his own team on it appeared out of nowhere. He touched the paper and was impressed by its quality. A feather pen was floating next to the parchment. He chuckled in amusement as he took the feather pen and began writing on the floating piece of paper. The contents were simple. He just wanted information on anything that could boost one's soul power. After he finished writing what he wanted, the paper disappeared and reappeared on the notice board, awaiting someone with information to come by and read it. Sujin then returned to his team's table to find that they were talking about their complimentary first drink. Chu Yi's first comment was, "It's too bad none of you have spirit power yet. What a waste." The three of them rolled their eyes at Chu Yi. There were times when Chu Yi was too direct and insensitive with his words. "I don't think we've gained nothing at all. At least for myself, the strange sense of exhaustion I had been feeling before this has reduced by quite a bit," said Yang Mo. "You're right. Perhaps this drink contains something that can strengthen one's soul power," suggested Konoha. Sujin sat back down and said, "That would be best. I've already put up a notice, so hopefully someone will contact us soon. Do you guys want more drinks? We're not just going to sit around and wait, right?" suggested Yang Mo after noticing that all the other owners were drinking. "Just let me know what you'd like to drink." Their personal bartender pulled out 5 menus from nowhere and placed one in front of each person. Sujin briefly glanced through the menu and his eyes widened. The names of the drinks here were fairly strange, but the surprising part was that some of them came with special effects. The complimentary drink from the boss earlier was called the Dragon Ancestor's Dreams. It was a drink that could increase one's spirit power limit when drunk for the first time, and was also able to boost one's soul power. The Dragon Ancestor's Dreams is really good stuff, but it's so expensive. Sujin shook his head. Each glass cost 2,000 points, which meant that their welcome drink was actually worth 10,000 points. "Give me 2 songs of purity and 3 energizers. Put everything on my tab." Sujin went ahead to place an order without asking the rest. Song of Purity was a drink that could boost one's soul power and cost 200 points. Energizer was actually just an ordinary drink, but it still cost him 10 points each, so 5 drinks set him back 430 points. The bartender nodded and left, then returned with 5 glasses after a short while. Sujin smiled and said, "It's our first time drinking together as a team, so this one's on me." "All right. Got it. Of course, your boss. I won't stand on ceremony then." All 4 of them quickly picked up their glasses merrily and took a sip. Every drink offered by Hell's Bar was truly of the highest quality. Even the drinks that didn't come with any special effects were just as tasty. As they chatted, a man who looked like he was in his 40s approached their table. He looked at the group as if he was trying to confirm if he had found the right people. "Are you the ones looking for something to boost soul power?" asked the man after he lit a cigar and took a deep puff. His voice was extremely low. Sujin didn't expect someone to respond to his notice so quickly. He got up and said, "That's right. Do you have any information for us?" "Of course. But first, let's talk about the price. The man snapped his fingers and a chair appeared in front of him. He proceeded to sit at their table as if they were all friends. I don't need anything very specific. I just want something that's useful, the man said to Sujin. Sujin thought about this request for a while. They didn't have many things on hand to exchange, but there was one thing that was definitely worth exchanging for. What about this? Sujin opened his handbook and showed the man the description of the leaves he had gotten from the Tree of Life during the Fairy Tales of Horror challenge. The man read the description carefully and gave a pleased nod. He then opened his own handbook and showed one of the pages to Sujin. The Finger of Anubis. Sujin saw the image of a shriveled finger on that page, and the description made his eyes widen. The Finger of Anubis. Anubis was the ancient Egyptian god of the dead. This finger is able to lead an owner into Anubis mausoleum. This was a finger that once belonged to a god. Chapter 91, Guiding Object. Anubis was the ancient Egyptian god of the dead, often appearing as a man with a jackal's head, and enjoyed a very important place in Egyptian myths. And now, one of his fingers was inside this man's handbook. Sujin was more concerned about the part where the description said that this finger could lead an owner to Anubis mausoleum. If taken literally, this item would lead him straight to Anubis himself. What is this part about leading an owner into Anubis mausoleum about? What does that mean? Asked Sujin puzzledly. The man blinked in surprise at this question and he quickly realized that all the members of Sujin's team were staring at him blankly as well. Oh! None of you have run into something like that before, I see. To put it simply, if you complete a challenge and get a grade better than an A, you'll get a prize similar to this. Better than an A? Sujin raised an eyebrow. He remembered how the gift from the gods was graded as an Earth-level item. So, there were other aspects that were given grades beyond A to D. That's right. Since none of you seem to know, I'll explain this for free. The man took the cigar out of his mouth, thought about how to explain this clearly, then said, after you complete a challenge, you'll get a review of your performance. I don't have to explain this to you, right? Of course. But we've never gotten a grade better than an A before, said Sujin with a nod. Indeed, such a situation is hard to come by. You have to complete a challenge perfectly, and that's only possible if you get a level D or a simple level C challenge. If you get a level B and above challenge, it's pretty much impossible. But if you do complete a challenge perfectly and get a perfect score on it, Hell's Handbook will give the owner a guiding object, like this Finger of Anubis. What a guiding object does is to send an owner to a place where a challenge has happened before, explained the man slowly. Sujin nodded and said, but that's still very dangerous, isn't it? The challenge is over, but many of these places remain very dangerous. If someone is sent there all by themselves, it would be very hard for him to deal with any dangers. The man nodded and smiled. Your worries are valid, but that's the good part about these guiding objects. If an owner runs into a situation where his life is endangered, the guiding object will pull the owner out of that place, unless the owner himself is unwilling to leave. But why? Why would someone risk their life like that? Chu Yi asked with a confused expression on his face. It's not hard to understand why one would do that. If whatever the owner is looking for is more important than his own life, then it would make sense for him to risk his life to get that item, said Sujin. The man nodded again. That's right. There will always be some precious items that people are willing to risk their lives for out there. Guiding objects are just there to lead the owner to the right place. If the owner's will is strong enough and refuses to leave, the guiding object will not go against the owner's wishes. Got it? So, what item inside Anubis Mausoleum is able to boost one's soul power? Asked Sujin. The man flipped through his handbook and showed Sujin a different page. The item shown on this page was a bright red liquid. It resembled blood, but the color was a little more striking. Blood of the heart's soul. Legend has it that the heart is actually where the soul lives. After one dies, one drop of blood of the heart's soul will flow from the heart. It carries a large amount of soul power, and there are rumors that this is the core of every new soul the god of the dead makes. Anubis Mausoleum has this liquid and I got one drop the last time, explained the man. Oh? Could you sell that drop to us? Asked Sujin immediately. If he could get one drop right now, either Konoha or Yang Mo could use it and they could see how effective it was. But the man shook his head. I'm sorry, but I've already used it. If you want any, you'd have to pay Anubis Mausoleum a visit. Sujin didn't even hesitate and immediately agreed to this exchange. But he had no idea how this worked, so once the older man confirmed with Sujin that he wanted to go ahead, the man stacked their handbooks on top of each other. You just need to think about which item you're exchanging and what you're exchanging it for, instructed the man. Exchange done. The two handbooks emitted a glow. The man took his handbook and told Sujin to open his to check. Sujin saw that his handbook now contained the finger of Anubis, while the other man's handbook now contained a leaf from the tree of life. It works so simply. What if I'm thinking of exchanging my item for something more valuable than what we agreed? What would happen then? Chu Yi asked. The man stuffed his cigar back into his mouth and laughed. If the two parties are not thinking of the same items, the exchange will not happen. Also, don't you dare try anything sneaky like that. The boss of this bar is not one to be trifled with. Thank you so much. How do I address you? Sujin asked the man. But he got up and waved his hands about. Never mind what my name is. Once you know someone's name, you'll start a relationship with that person and form an attachment. But the world of the handbook is a place where you could die anytime. Someday, we might walk in here again and realize that the friends we used to know are no longer around and we'll only make ourselves sad for nothing. We'll see each other again if we're fated to. By the way, that finger of Anubis was from a level C challenge, so whoever you pick to go to Anubis Mausoleum, you'd better be mentally prepared for that. He then turned and walked away. Yang Mo watched the man walk away and laughed. What a deep guy. But he's right about one thing. Knowing too many people within the handbook's universe isn't always a good thing. Sujin didn't disagree. But at least now they had something that could help them to get an item that would boost soul power. The five of them continued sitting in the bar for quite a while, but nobody came forward to offer them any deal. It wasn't that easy to get information even though so many experienced owners were gathered here. But going through an item exchange with another owner did seem a lot more worth it compared to just getting information from the boss. Besides adding something new to what they already knew, information from the boss did little else. Please be reminded that time in Hell's bar flows at the same rate as the real world, their personal bartender suddenly spoke up. Chu Yi jumped up instantly. What? Crap! I've got an exam this afternoon. I'm doomed. If you go back now, you might still be in time to hand in your blank script, said Yang Mo as he sniggered. Sujin was surprised that the flow of time in Hell's bar was the same as the real world. He said to Chu Yi, "It's all right, I'll go to Anubis Mausoleum myself." Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. He and Sujin were the team's most formidable members and it would be safer for one with spirit power to go to such a place. Since Sujin was the team leader and he had made this decision, Chu Yi didn't argue with him. "All right then, I'll help the next time," said Chu Yi. The five of them waved each other goodbye and returned to their own universes. Sujin and Konoha also reappeared in their house. Sujin decided to use this finger of Anubis immediately, since there was nothing else he needed to prepare and his body was in good shape. Konoha looked worriedly at Sujin and said, "You're going all by yourself to a place where a challenge took place. This really sounds way too dangerous. Why don't you put this aside for the time being? When did you become the type to procrastinate? Don't worry, if the situation gets really dangerous, I'll come back." Sujin smiled at her and retrieved the finger of Anubis from his handbook. As per the instructions provided, he crushed the finger and disappeared immediately, leaving behind one very worried Konoha. Meanwhile, in B City, Situjin sat by himself in his office. The word annoyed was written all over his face. Bo Yi had just informed him that Su Ran was refusing to meet him because he had gone into seclusion. Su Ran, you're still such an escapist. Situ Jin knew this childhood friend of his very well. Whenever Su Ran couldn't resolve something, he would immediately run from the problem. Situ Jin couldn't believe he was still the same even after so many years. Unfortunately, Su Ran was no ordinary man. Since he had declared that he was going into seclusion at the temple and could not be disturbed, Situ Jin couldn't do anything about it despite being the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs. In fact, not a single person in the entire country was allowed to disturb Su Ran while he was in seclusion. Situ Jin looked at his handbook on the table. Nobody else could see it at all. He was feeling very conflicted right now. As far as he could remember, he had gotten to know Su Ran from his first day at the orphanage. He had heard that Su Ran had been abandoned immediately after he was born. But Situ Jin's case was different. He had been sent to the orphanage only when he turned 7. He had gone through different things and had a different dream altogether. Situ Jin saw himself as the country's guardian. His existence was to make sure that any mysterious forces that could not be controlled were extinguished before they became too big to handle. He didn't think the country needed mutants or supernatural occurrences. The country needed peace. The last thing Situ Jin had expected was to become the very sort of creature he hated the most. This caused him great inner turmoil. But as he looked at the faint glow around his handbook, he suddenly seemed to have sorted out something in his mind and a smile spread across his lips. As the saying goes, fight fire with fire. Perhaps the heavens have allowed me to become such a person precisely to help me reign in their powers. Situ Jin suddenly felt like he had found his direction in life again as he gripped his handbook tightly with a rather frightening look on his face. The handbook seemed to respond to Situ Jin as the glow around it became brighter. Situ Jin and the handbook then disappeared from his office as Situ Jin began his second challenge. Su Jin stood atop a high platform and looked at the countless monsters in front of him. He didn't seem to have come at a very good time. These monsters looked like they were gathered for some special purpose. "Would you believe me if I said I got an invitation to this party?" said Su Jin with an awkward laugh. Chapter 92, Where the God Sleeps. Countless monsters, including mummies and other half-human creatures like Anubis, were bowing down in worship. Su Jin had appeared right on top of the altar they were bowing to. Damn it, damn it! Su Jin knew that he had to escape right now. He didn't expect this guiding object to put him in a pickle like this. This was as good as pushing him into a blazing fire. But at the same time, it didn't seem like it was about to pull Su Jin back to the real world either, which meant that his life wasn't in any danger right now. Su Jin patted his handbook and a flash engulfed his body as the gold armor covered his body. The metal shone prettily in the light, but it always made him feel like some nouveau riche flaunting his wealth unnecessarily. At the same time, the gift from the gods appeared on his back as well. Roar! A terrible roar thundered in the desert. The monsters weren't going to believe Su Jin was their god. The fact that something else besides their god had appeared on top of their altar was an unforgivable thing in itself. They charged towards Su Jin as they roared, like a flowing river of creatures, so densely packed that looking at them could make one's hair stand on end. Su Jin looked around him quickly. The huge pyramid was behind this army of monsters. According to ancient Egyptian traditions, the pyramids were the pharaoh's resting place. As an Egyptian god, it made sense for Anubis to be worshipped like this. Heir of an overlord. Su Jin charged at the crowd and used Demon Lord spirit power to activate the gold armor's skill. An invisible wave of air spread out from Su Jin, covering about 500 meters or so. All the monsters within this radius suddenly stopped and looked blankly at each other. That was the dizzying effect this skill had. Su Jin moved as quickly as lightning, seizing this chance to run in between the gaps. After 1 second passed, a portion of the monsters actually turned around and started killing their fellow monsters. Is that the effect of admiration? Su Jin didn't understand what this effect meant, so he didn't expect it to turn out like this. These monsters were actually considered to be on par with ordinary humans. That meant that these monsters just looked scary but weren't really all that powerful. The infighting helped Sujin to get through them very easily, but all the other monsters that hadn't been affected by the air of an overlord continued to chase him down. Just then, a faint smile crept over Sujin's lips as he started to walk upwards. He had activated walking on air, the skill that cost him 10 points of spirit power for every minute he spent walking in the air. Betcha didn't expect that. I can actually fly. Sujin continued to walk swiftly above all the monsters towards the pyramid, but was soon hit by something in the back. Pfft! Sujin sprayed a mouthful of blood out as he started hurtling towards the pyramid. The thing that hit Sujin's back was a giant crossbow bolt. It didn't pierce him, but it hit his back hard enough to send him flying at a much higher speed than before. If he continued flying towards the pyramid at this rate, he was going to at least break some bones. But the force from the bolt made it impossible for him to physically slow himself down. Stop! Sujin let out a roar and a white light flashed in his eyes. His psychokinetic spirit power went down by 50 points as he suddenly stopped midair. Many owners felt that psychokinetic spirit power was useless because it was very difficult to train up and increase. But because it was good for both attack and defense, it was also regarded as one of the best spirit power types to have. The upper limit was indeed a problem, but if one could overcome that limit, this spirit power came with endless possibilities. Sujin winced as he landed gently on the ground again. That bolt had hit him really hard. If his gift from the gods had not protected him from the full impact, he would be even more injured now. The monsters became even angrier when they saw that Sujin had reached the pyramid. They started charging towards the pyramid, but they were too far to be of any threat to Sujin. Sujin quickly climbed the pyramid and reached the top in no time. There was an entrance into the pyramid from the top, which was different from most pyramids that had entrances from the bottom. This pyramid belonged to a god, and gods descended from above. He jumped in without hesitation and everything around him changed. He was engulfed in complete darkness and he realized that instead of falling at a rapid rate, he was actually floating down slowly, as if the gravitational pull inside the pyramid was much lower than outside. He took a torchlight out to look at his surroundings, but the light illuminated very little and there wasn't anything around him at all. Just then, Sujin heard the sound of metal clinking. Before he could attempt searching for the source of the sound, the area around him turned blood red. He looked up and everything was just as red. It was as if the darkness he came from earlier didn't exist at all. Now that it wasn't pure darkness anymore, he could see better. The thing that was making that clinking sound also appeared in front of him. The sound had come from several metal chains. These chains were intertwined and each one was almost as thick as his own waist. He couldn't see where they started nor where they ended. It was like the chains went on endlessly, cutting through this empty space. All of a sudden, Sujin's feet hit the ground. He had arrived at the bottom of the pyramid. The light wasn't so harsh here, but if he looked into the distance, all he could see was still nothing but this mix of black and red, as if the two spaces had merged. This is a place for the dead, living soul. Why are you here? A voice rang in Sujin's ears in a language he had never learned, yet he could understand without any problem. Sujin didn't respond. He looked around him cautiously and saw a figure walk out from the darkness towards him. Situ Jin. Sujin's eyes widened. The man standing in front of him right now was the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, Situ Jin. Are you very surprised? Situ Jin moved his shoulders about. Sujin immediately sensed that something was amiss. Firstly, it didn't make sense for Situ Jin to appear here. Secondly, even though this person looked just like Situ Jin, there was something about the way he carried himself that was completely different. The Situ Jin he had met was aloof and proud, but he still displayed normal human emotions. This man, however, was smiling and seemed friendly, but Sujin couldn't see any human emotion in his gaze. His gaze was calm and seemed to contain nothing in it, yet also seemed to know everything. In any case, this man didn't have the gaze that a human would have. No. You're not Situjin. Who are you? Asked Sujin fiercely. The fact that this man could appear in the form of someone he knew greatly disturbed Sujin. Situjin smiled even more brightly as he shrugged. I'm just me. But immediately after he said that, his face became a blur and he transformed into Konoha. But less than 2 seconds later, he transformed into Yayun, then Suqing, then Chu Yi, Yang Mo, Ning Meng, Tang Ning, Uncle Yu, Li's Hikai, Yang Zikan, Zhang Jing. The person's face changed very rapidly from one person to another and finally stopped at Zhang Jing. That was the woman from his first challenge, the one who told him to smile even in hard times. Sujin wasn't a saint by any means, but he was willing to help others out. However, Zhang Jing had died right before his very eyes at Fengzi town. Her life had been very miserable, but before dying, she told Sujin how important it was to smile. And now, Sujin always kept a faint smile on, perhaps because he subconsciously remembered what Zhang Jing said to him. In any case, Zhang Jing and Yang Zikan were his companions who died during his very first challenge, so they remained a scar in his heart. Zhang Jing represented his frailty, his indignation, and his inner struggles. Don't you remember me anymore? Zhang Jing looked pitifully at Sujin. Her features were just as charming as when he had first met her in Fengzi town. Sujin went into a daze as he took a step forward and bit his lips hard. He reached a hand out to touch her face with sadness and indignation in his eyes. But just when he was about to touch her face, his outstretched palm suddenly clenched into a fist and he swung a punch at Zhang Jing. However, all he hit was air. Zhang Jing seemed to have vanished into thin air. Living soul, you have great willpower. Not bad, said Zhang Jing with a pleased smile as she emerged from a different direction. Sujin was furious as he retrieved the demon lord's longbow, pointed it at her and said, "Who are you?" "Who? I'm not human." Zhang Jing shook her head and frowned at the weapon in Sujin's hand. "Living soul, the item in your hand is very dangerous. That carries a power that surpasses a god, so you must use it carefully." Sujin could deduce from Zhang Jing's words that whatever this thing was, it wasn't at god level. That's why this longbow posed a threat to it. But Sujin was also certain that this creature wasn't easy to fight too. "If you don't try to harm me, I won't use it," said Sujin evenly. Zhang Jing laughed and said, "I only guard the spirits of the dead and have no interest in the living. But you have barged into my palace, so don't you think you ought to pay the price for doing so?" Sujin's eyelid twitched as he smiled and said, "Guardian of the dead, the great Anubis, why don't you use your real face when dealing with an ordinary man like me?" Zhang Jing sneered. "An ordinary man? No, not too long ago, others like yourself barged into this place as well. None of you can be considered ordinary. You are not as powerful as I am, but my instinct tells me that someday, those like you will threaten my safety." As she spoke, Zhang Jing's features slowly faded to turn into a muscular man with a jackal's head. It was none other than the god of the dead from ancient Egypt, Anubis. Chapter 93, Atonement. Sujin knew that Anubis was a god that was worshipped by a great civilization, and yet when Anubis stood in front of him, he didn't really feel that much pressure. In fact, he felt even less pressure here when compared to standing before the Mad Hatter and Pinocchio. Perhaps despite being the god of the dead, it had not reached the level of the elder gods within the Handbook world. "Living soul, what is your purpose in coming here?" asked Anubis in a deep voice. He held a scepter in his hand and his muscular body seemed even more imposing in the dim light. "I'm looking for blood of the heart's soul. Please give it to me," Sujin said directly. Since this god was willing to talk, Sujin was happy to settle this matter without having to fight. Anubis was initially surprised, then it hit the ground hard with its scepter before barking fiercely, "How dare you! Do you know what the blood of the heart's soul is? It's the main ingredient in creating new souls," said Sujin. He remembered what the older man in Hell's Bar had told him. "Since you know that, then you must also know that it is vital to my role as the god of the dead." How could I possibly give that to you, said Anubis. Sujin knew it wasn't going to be that easy to get this item, so he explained patiently, I have two friends whose souls are about to wither if left alone, so I need this blood of the heart's soul to boost their soul power. Please, I only need 2 drops. I really hope you can give these 2 drops to me. Humph. As I said, the blood of the heart's soul is vital to my role. Every drop counts, said Anubis very sternly. But he added, however, if you are able to redeem yourself, I could give you 1 drop. Redeem myself. That is correct. Redeem yourself by atoning for your own sins and I will give you 1 drop of the blood of the heart's soul, said Anubis. It suddenly pointed its scepter at Sujin and warned him, I also need to remind you that even though you are much more powerful than an ordinary person, you are still no match for me. If you attempt to snatch the blood of the heart's soul from me, I will strike you down. Anubis thumped its scepter on the ground again, causing the entire place to shake. The sort of pressure Sujin felt from Anubis was no greater than the elder gods, but it was greater than Prince Charming from the fairy tales of horror. Sujin paused for a moment. Just like what Anubis said, trying to fight Anubis for the item he wanted was unlikely to work, so he had no choice but to give this self-redemption thing a shot. Alright then. I'll go through this self-redemption. The finger of Anubis would transport him back to the real world if he was in a life-threatening situation, so he wasn't really too worried about this. Anubis gave a pleased nod and waved its arm. Something came flying towards Sujin from the back, taking away his gold armor, his demon lord's longbow, the gift from the gods and even all the clothes on his back before he even realized what was going on. All he was left with was a terrible pain in his back. You need not worry. You have agreed to go through self-redemption, so your weapons and clothing have been hidden temporarily. Once you complete this process, they will appear again, said Anubis slowly. Sujin had already fallen to his knees from the pain in his back. The pain seemed to reach deep into his very bones. The pain subsided slightly after a while, so he tried his best to touch his back, only to feel something cold and hard there. Anubis raised a finger and a mirror appeared before Sujin, showing him what was actually on his back. A metal chain had been stabbed directly into his back and was chained to his spinal cord. That was why the pain was so excruciating. What's this? Sujin asked Anubis. These are sins. Every person in the world has sins. Minor sins weigh 5,000 kilograms, while major sins weigh 50,000 kilograms. These sins are now stuck to your back. Do you see that door over there? If you make through that door, you will be free of all your sins. Anubis pointed to a glowing door that was a few hundred meters away from Sujin. And now, your journey of self-redemption will begin. I hope you will be successful in cleansing yourself of all sins. Anubis slowly retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Sujin didn't have anything on himself at all besides that chain that represented sin on his back. He looked around but there was nothing but darkness. He tried to move forward, but it was as if he had reached the end of the chain and it did not allow him to move forward at all. He tried his best but it seemed as though he didn't have strength at all. He felt like a helpless baby. After physical strength failed him, he tried using his psychokinesis, but that failed to do anything too. Where's my handbook? Sujin suddenly realized that his handbook was gone as well. How did things turn out this way? Sujin began to feel uneasy. Was his handbook also hidden away because he had chosen to do this? Minor sins weighed 5,000 kilograms and major ones weighed 50,000 kilograms, all of this was on his back right now. It possibly weighed even more than a planet. He simply couldn't move at all, never mind reach that glowing door a few hundred meters away. Atonement? How do I do that? Sujin quickly realized that he couldn't rely on brute strength to get out of this place. He had to do something about this atonement. Sujin calmed down again and sat down on the floor to think about this. Time slowly ticked by. There were no seasons, day or night. He didn't even feel hungry. He quickly began to enter a trance of sorts. At times, he wasn't sure if he existed at all. He would ask himself who he was, and he would then tell himself that he was Sujin. But when he thought about other things besides his own name, he felt even more lost. Am I Sujin only because I have this name? Without this name, who am I? Am I really the owner of this name? Why am I able to observe myself like I'm outside of this body? I'm looking at this man named Sujin, despising some of his actions and applauding others. It felt like his soul had left his body and was just staring at his physical body. The more time he spent thinking, the more confused he became. He slowly forgot who he was, forgot why he had come here, his soul just shaking his head in confusion. This was actually a very dangerous state to be in. A person's understanding of themselves was a result of not only his name, but also his actions, relationships, and many other factors combined together. It was said that some astronauts lost their understanding of themselves after being isolated for too long without any communication with the outside world. Sujin was in a very similar situation now. This place was even more empty yet claustrophobic compared to outer space. The words atonement and redemption ringing in his head made Sujin feel even more lost even faster. Atonement. 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 Sujin murmured to himself. He seemed to have forgotten everything else but this word. He had to remember what his goal was. That was the only way he could find himself again. Every person in the world has sins. In that case, is every god of this world sinless? Sujin suddenly came up with this question. He had seen gods, elder gods, and demigods. The demon lord had killed so many people in an instant with no regard for human life, creating the Fengzi Town Challenge, which became a place for Hell's Handbook to torture owners. Prince Charming was a demigod who was so desperate to attain godhood that he killed even more people than the demon lord did. And after the demon lord egged him on, Prince Charming even wanted to swallow the entire world of fairy tales just to fulfill his own desire to become a god. Weren't these deeds that clearly disregarded other forms of life a sin too? Sinless humans only existed in an ideal world, while sinless gods only existed in stories. They were in a high and lofty position and therefore worshipped by many. But if there were no demons, there would be no Buddha, if there were no light, there would be no shadows. Every yin had a yang, so similarly, as Sujin sat on the ground, his soul was the complement to his body, his beliefs as opposed to his desires. Everything existed because the other did as well. There were no coins with tails on both sides, just like there were no coins with heads on both sides. If everyone were good, then how can good be defined? If everyone were evil, then how can evil be defined? Sujin's soul muttered as he continued examining his body. At the same time, his body remained seated on the ground, chanting the word atonement over and over. The two Sujins remained facing each other this way, one standing and one seated, as if they were trying to engage in a debate. I see. Sujin's soul suddenly shouted loud. His shout was as ear-deafening as thunder and carried great authority. Why the need to atone for sins? Sujin's body opened his eyes with a start. His voice was faint like the gentle rains of spring, like he was just stating facts. Sujin stood up to look into the distance. He could see his other self standing in the darkness. They smiled at each other. One was Sujin's soul and the other was Sujin's body. They walked towards each other, took each other's hands and a flash of light shone as both body and soul became one. The new Sujin was once again clothed in his gold armor, his gift from the gods, and held the demon lord's longbow in his hand. His presence was dazzling in the darkness. He took wide strides towards the glowing door and walked right through it. After that, Sujin finally really opened his eyes. His journey of self-redemption had ended. We had an agreement. Sujin stretched his hands towards Anubis. Anubis had been standing there all along, quietly watching Sujin's journey. Anubis tapped the air gently and a drop of red appeared in the air. Sujin quickly opened his handbook and caught that drop of the blood of the heart's soul. I seem to have vaguely caught a glimpse of the future, but the future does not belong to me. As a god, I should not have such troubles. Are you able to resolve these questions for me? Anubis suddenly asked Sujin. But Sujin shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, but I think I have even more questions than you do. Anubis was a little disappointed, but Sujin added, but I believe that nothing in the future is fixed. As long as you have faith, you'll definitely have a place in the future. Anubis stared blankly at Sujin for a moment and laughed sadly in response. But there was a sparkle in its eye now. At the same time, Sujin slowly faded into the darkness. Countless people had gone through Anubis' world. Sujin was merely one of them. Chapter 94, Attacked by Their Own. A white flash of light appeared in the house and Konoha watched as Sujin reappeared before her. He had left for barely a minute in the real world, but she had been terribly worried during this time. Once she saw that he was safely back again, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. I got it. Sujin grinned as he nodded at Konoha. But before he could go into further detail, he collapsed onto the floor. Jin. Konoha paled as she quickly helped him up. But Sujin didn't have an ounce of energy left in him at all. If Konoha let go of him, he would slump onto the floor again. What's happening to me? Sujin was terribly shocked as well. He was fine when he left Anubis Mausoleum. What was going on? Had he suddenly become paralyzed? But he was quickly overcome by a very strange sensation. He suddenly realized that his surroundings had become especially clear to him. He could see every particle of dust, feel even the slightest brush of air and see the tiniest bit of light. It seemed as though he was able to differentiate everything and look at them separately. This was both a magical and creepy sort of feeling. Sujin could even hear the sound of his blood traveling through his arteries. One sounded like a gushing river leading to a waterfall, while the other one sounded like a little stream through the forest. He soon realized that the one that sounded like a gushing river was actually his own bloodstream, since his physical body was very strong. The weaker one belonged to Konoha. After observing the sounds he was hearing for a while longer, he realized there were other flowing sounds besides these two. He quickly discovered that these other sounds weren't coming from his blood vessels. These sounds seemed to be coming from inside his head and probably had something to do with his psychokinesis. He activated his spirit power and looked at the number in the corner. His upper limit had hit 300. Sujin was astonished at first, but he soon figured out what must have happened. During his time inside Anubis Mausoleum, he had completed his journey of self-redemption and had understood concepts that were intangible and were difficult to define. In other words, sin only existed because there were certain laws that defined it as such. The exact definition of sin would vary according to which rules you were following, so atonement and redemption were meaningless. His understanding of this idea increased his spirit power by a lot. In Daoist terms, Sujin had gained enlightenment and understood the Dao. According to the Chinese legends he grew up with, Daoists who understood the Dao could go on to become immortals. Sujin was clearly not going to become one, but this experience had increased his spirit power by a lot. Sujin was now sure of the sounds he was hearing, but he also discovered that besides hearing the sound of his own and Konoha's blood circulating, he could hear many more of such sounds coming from outside his house. These sounds were much more powerful than his own and they were approaching the house. Listen to me. Some people have barged into our house, so you've got to be careful. Sujin couldn't move, but he had no problem using his spirit power to observe his surroundings. Konoha's eyes widened, then she retrieved her soul whisperer from her handbook immediately. She never doubted what Sujin said. We'd better hide first. Konoha retrieved a wheelchair from her handbook and carried Sujin onto it. Sujin found it very strange that Konoha had a wheelchair among her handbook items, but this was not the time to ask. She pushed him up to the second story. Okay, Professor, what's your plan? Asked Konoha. Professor? Sujin was confused. When did he become a professor? Konoha covered her mouth and laughed. Haven't you seen X-Men before? You've got psychokinesis and you're stuck on a wheelchair now. Don't you think you're just like him? Sujin realized that he did resemble Professor X now, except that he had a full head of hair. I don't have a plan yet, the people barging in seem to be pretty good fighters, so it doesn't seem possible for you to take all of them down by yourself. I'll just spend a bit of points and we can hide in Hell's Bar. If Sujin could move normally, he could have easily taken these people on. Konoha was a sniper after all. Even though she had taken a body-strengthening elixir before, close combat fighting was still not her strength. If she were in a spot further and higher than these intruders, she could shoot them easily. But they weren't in a very good place to do that now. Could it be those people from the Department of Supernatural Affairs again? Konoha's first thought was that it was Situjin and his team again. She couldn't think of anybody else who would try to sneak a surprise attack on them like this. Sujin shook his head. He could sense their activity, but he couldn't tell who they were. Do you have tranquilizer bullets? Sujin suddenly asked. Konoha nodded. Yes. Good. I'll be your eyes, while you try to shoot them and knock them out. I'll think of a way to question them later, said Sujin. He thought it best to find out exactly who these people were. It was very unsettling to have enemies hiding in the shadows. They're here. Sujin covered the entire house with his spirit power and detected 7 people in the house. Someone's coming upstairs, he's going to appear at the staircase landing soon. The closest person to him is 5 meters away, Sujin whispered to Konoha. She nodded and there was a glint in her eye as she got ready to fire. She took aim and a purple bullet flew out from her soul whisperer. But when the bullet was fired, the man who was supposed to appear at the staircase landing hadn't appeared yet. But the man appeared at the exact moment the bullet reached the staircase landing, as if the man had come towards the bullet instead. That was how skillful Konoha was. Sujin's shooting skills were above average and if he joined the military, he would be the sharpest shooter of them all, especially since his physical body and control was way better than an ordinary human's. But compared to Konoha, his skills were nothing to shout about at all. The person who got shot trembled a little but didn't collapse. Instead, he looked towards where Sujin and Konoha were hiding and gave them a creepy smile. Crap! Sujin and Konoha realized they were in trouble. Konoha gave up using the wheelchair and carried Sujin before shifting places in an instant. Less than 2 seconds after they shifted, a figure appeared from a dark corner and stood where the 2 of them were last standing. Not bad, huh? The second man smirked, then called out to the man on the stairs, are you alright? Of course. This seems to be a tranquilizer bullet though. I'm surprised that there are still kind souls among the Hell's Handbook owners. Which owner actually uses a tranquilizer to attack an enemy? The man on the stairs burst out laughing. Sujin and Konoha's eyes widened. These people were not ordinary people. They were handbook owners like themselves. But why were these people attacking them? Oh ho! I found them! The second man turned and disappeared again. Watch out! Sujin hissed. The second man appeared less than a second behind Konoha and swung the 2 sharp daggers in his hand towards her back. Thanks to Sujin's warning, Konoha let go of Sujin and gave her attacker a roundhouse kick, which was definitely the right thing to do in this situation. If she had chosen to run instead, she would have been attacked by someone else, so the best thing to do right now was to counterattack. The man didn't expect her to choose to fight him either. He could have gone ahead to stab her with his daggers anyway, but remaining close to her would also mean that she would kick him in the chest. He and his companions had the upper hand anyway, so they didn't have to allow themselves to get hurt just to apprehend Sujin and Konoha. So, he chose to move backwards and gave up fighting Konoha. She pulled her leg back as well, carried Sujin and ran to a dead end. To most people, hiding yourself in a dead end while being chased down was the dumbest thing one could do. But she didn't have a choice. They were stuck in the house and were greatly outnumbered. It was more dangerous to leave their backs unguarded. She had chosen a place where they could hold off their attackers for a while. That way, Sujin could choose to either enter Hell's Bar or proceed with any plan he might have. But actually, Sujin had already realized he had a different problem at hand. He couldn't move at all and getting into Hell's Bar needed him to use his hand. In other words, going to Hell's Bar was not an option right now. Go to Hell's Bar by yourself. Now. Sujin whispered to Konoha. Things had gotten too dangerous and he didn't think it was necessary for both of them to end up dying when there was actually a way out. But Konoha shook her head and refused without hesitation. Sujin never gave up on her when they were in the Fairy Tales of Horror challenge, so she wasn't going to give up on him either. Silly girl, this isn't the time to prove your loyalty. Hurry up and leave. Sujin began to panic. He was touched that she was choosing not to abandon him here, but he still felt that doing so was very foolish. She ignored him and continued to hold on to him, refusing to waver. Sujin could only sigh exasperatedly. Then again, it was quite nice to be carried like this. Konoha's figure was really perfect. Konoha could sense what Sujin was thinking about and she immediately rapped her knuckles on his head, embarrassing him immediately. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that Konoha was the one with psychokinetic powers and could read Sujin's mind. Your display of love is so touching. The man who had tried to attack Konoha earlier appeared in front of them with a mirthless smile on his face. They could see him clearly now, and to their surprise, he turned out to be a blonde white man with blue eyes. The clacker, these 2 chapters made me wonder if I was doing HH or QHDW. Good gracious. Chapter 95, Robbers. The blonde man was fairly tall and muscular, and the 2 daggers he held, shone with a green glint. The blades had clearly been soaked in poison. Your Mandarin isn't too bad, hi. Sujin was initially surprised at how well this blonde man spoke Mandarin, but when he remembered that he was a handbook owner, it didn't seem surprising anymore. Besides Mandarin, I also know 7 other languages. But none of that is important. My friend and I are just here to borrow a few things. The blonde pulled a chair over, turned it around, sat down and rested his arms on the backrest. What, you're here to borrow our lives? Sujin felt like he didn't seem very imposing since he had to be carried by Konoha. The blonde shook his head and his expression grew serious as he said, you can call me Ron. In general, our policy is not to kill those who are willing to cooperate with us. We're not bloodthirsty murderers who kill others for nothing. Sujin made a face. If that's the case, then why are your other friends still hiding around the house? I hardly call this a no-kill policy. Ron was rather surprised and concluded that these 2 must have some sort of skill that could observe their surroundings without the use of surveillance cameras. Those were useless, since any owner making use of their special items and techniques could not be caught on camera. But he wasn't worried. If the 2 of them could still get away under such circumstances, he might as well kill himself. They're just there in case anything goes wrong, said Ron as he shrugged. Sujin pursed his lips, then said, in that case, what do you want to borrow from us? Oh. We want to borrow every spirit power item as well as any other useful items. Ron grinned at them but maintained a good distance from the 2, in case they decided to attack him even at their own expense. Sujin and Konoha weren't expecting this response. These men were basically a group of robbers who targeted handbook owners. They were a little caught off guard, but they weren't particularly surprised. It wasn't hard to understand why these men were doing this. It was much easier and safer to rob someone of what they had rather than fight your way through a challenge desperately and slowly use the points received to exchange for items. I can give you what you want, but I have a question. How did you end up targeting us? Asked Sujin quietly. You don't need to know the answer to that. Hand over all your things now. Ron had a murderous glint in his eye now. He was clearly losing his patience. But there was no way Sujin was going to hand over every item he had on hand. Those were vital to his own survival in the handbook world. Besides, he didn't think these people were going to leave after taking their items. The murderous aura surrounding Ron was simply too strong. This wasn't just based on Sujin's observation, but based on what his psychokinetic spirit power had detected. It sensed a bloodthirstiness in this man. It seemed like there was no way out for Sujin. This situation was even worse than anything he had experienced during the Handbook challenges. His limbs were paralyzed, so he had lost 90% of his fighting abilities. His psychokinetic spirit power was powerful, but there was no way he could kill 7 Handbook owners in one shot. He figured that he might be able to kill 3 of them at the same time, then he would run out of spirit power and still end up getting killed by the other owners. There's something I've not told you all this time, Sujin suddenly said to Konoha. Konoha stared blankly at Sujin in surprise. Ron was equally surprised that Sujin wasn't more concerned about the situation he was in right now. Konoha took a deep breath and said, "What is it?" "Actually, I've always had a crush on you," said Sujin suddenly. Konoha's entire body literally shook. That was the last thing she expected Sujin to say. She knew how much Sujin liked Yayun. But Sujin smiled faintly and said to her, "Put me down." Konoha immediately put him down. Ron looked oddly at the couple in front of him. How was this a good time to get romantic? Compared to those things, it's more important to stay alive. Give them whatever they want. Also, help me to take my handbook out, said Sujin with a sigh, as if he was resigned to his fate and was really prepared to hand everything he had over to these robbers. Konoha helped Sujin to take his handbook out and Ron watched Sujin very closely to make sure that Sujin didn't try anything funny, since Sujin had to take his handbook out for this transaction and he might try to attack. But what puzzled Ron was why Sujin was in this state. Ron had seen Sujin before and Sujin was perfectly mobile. How did he suddenly become a paralytic? Then again, that was none of Ron's concern. He concluded that Sujin had run into some accident in the real world and got himself badly injured. In other words, even if Ron hadn't come looking for him, Sujin was definitely going to die during his next challenge. A completely immobile person would never survive a handbook challenge. Just then, Konoha suddenly did something to the handbook. A portal door suddenly appeared and Konoha jumped right in. Hell's bar! Everything happened too quickly and Konoha had disappeared by the time Ron let out a shout. Sujin had a pleased smile on his face after Konoha had jumped in. If those words hadn't distracted Konoha and caused her to waver, he wouldn't have had the chance to control her mind. Konoha was someone who had gone through several challenges and had a very strong will. It wasn't easy to control someone like her at all. But Sujin's sudden confession had shocked her so much that Sujin was able to control her mind and made her enter Hell's Bar against her own wishes. Inside Hell's Bar, Konoha nearly went insane when she realized what just happened and wanted to dash out again, but Sujin's voice rang in her head, "Silly girl, you are not to come back. I have a way to protect myself. If you come back, you will only ruin my plans. Have a little more faith in your team leader." Sujin had left Konoha a message when he sent her into Hell's Bar because he was afraid she would hop right out again and his efforts would have gone to waste. Back inside the house, Sujin had a pleased look on his face because he had made use of his psychokinesis perfectly. Using it to control another person's mind was not a technique he had learned or practiced before. Trying it out on Konoha had been a desperate attempt, but it had turned out better than he had expected. Ron was furious as he stared daggers at Sujin. He couldn't believe one of them had managed to get away despite being cornered like this. If anybody else found out about this, it would be such an embarrassment. Thankfully, this was his own private operation, so nobody else would know besides his own small group. Actually, Ron had his eye on Sujin because he was part of the group watching Starlight Orphanage. They were pretty sure that anybody connected to Yayun was no ordinary person. Ron was supposed to report such findings to the organization he belonged to, but he felt that it wouldn't be too hard to handle Sujin on his own. After all, if he took Sujin down secretly, everything Sujin had would be his and he wouldn't have to take only what the organization allowed him to. Great! Just great! Your companion has fled but I highly doubt you're able to do that in this state. Are finally prepared to cooperate? Asked Ron as he tried to suppress his anger. I'm afraid not. Sujin made a face as he gave the command, gold armor. Rumor. A golden beam flickered as the gold armor covered Sujin. Ron cursed inwardly. He didn't expect Sujin to still choose to counterattack even at this stage. Get him, yelled Ron. Ron couldn't afford to kill Sujin now because once Sujin died, his handbook and all the items inside would disappear as well. He needed to hold Sujin down and keep torturing him until he surrendered all his items. Ron was very sure that nobody would be able to hold up against his tactics. Heir of an overlord. Sujin immediately activated his armor's skill, sending out an invisible force from his body. All 7 owners were stunned and their world spun for 1 second. Move! Move! Sujin gritted his teeth and perspiration dripped from his forehead as he filled Rumor with his psychokinetic spirit power. He couldn't move, so Rumor was his only hope. Rumor started moving, to Sujin's delight. He was right in believing that he wasn't completely helpless. And even if he were to die, he was going to drag a few of them down with him. But just then, Ron and the rest snapped out of their dizziness. They were so horrified by what just happened to them. If there was another owner here while they were experiencing that dizziness, at least one of them would have died by now. Once they snapped out of their daze, they charged towards Sujin and couldn't see anything else but him. Time to die. Rumor flew out along with whatever remained of his spirit power. All 7 owners felt like they weren't in control of their bodies anymore and Rumor flew right through 2 of their hearts. Crap! Sujin felt an excruciating pain in his head. He had overestimated himself after all. Even with Rumor's help, he could only kill 2 of them. The remaining 5 were even more horrified now. Sujin had turned out to be way more powerful than they had expected and the possibility of Sujin being a veteran hadn't even crossed their mind. In fact, if Sujin were fully mobile, they would all be dead by now. What are you afraid of? So what if he's veteran? He's just one paralyzed guy. Get him, yelled Ron. He was afraid that his team would lose morale because Sujin was a veteran. After all, the organization would have sent a different team to deal with veterans. Sujin lay on the floor with despair in his eyes. He had always thought he would end up dying in a challenge. But now, it looked like he was going to die in the real world. The other 5 felt relieved when they saw the despair in Sujin's eyes. That meant that Sujin wasn't able to defend himself anymore and had given up, so they charged towards Sujin again. Just then, the doorbell rang and a man's voice called out, "Hello. Is Mr. Sujin at home? Everybody say, plot armor." Chapter 96, Foreknowledge. Inside the house, everybody had stopped moving, not because they decided to stop but because they couldn't move at all. The moment the man's voice resounded inside the house, nobody could move anymore. What's going on? Sujin was equally taken aback. It was clear that everyone was under someone else's control. Some of them had leaped into the air and were still in midair. This looked completely insane to Sujin. Did someone have the ability to stop time or something? If Sujin was just taken aback, Ron and his team were absolutely terrified. They were handbook owners and were more formidable than an ordinary human being themselves. But now, they couldn't even see their enemy, yet their entire bodies could be controlled by him. They couldn't imagine how powerful this person must be. They soon heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs. A young man soon appeared within their line of sight. He walked over to Sujin, squatted down beside Sujin and picked up Sujin's hand. "Hello there, my surname's Su. My friend came to make trouble for you the last time and I wanted to apologize on his behalf. Could I have a chat with you?" The man had a big and friendly smile on his face and didn't look like a bad guy. "I'm afraid I don't have the time to talk to you," said Sujin with a sigh. The young man looked up at Ron and his team and frowned slightly. After staring at them for a few seconds, he said, "I'm shocked that such an organization exists. I've never seen you people before." He then flicked his fingers and 4 out of 5 of them instantly dropped dead. A protective beam of light flickered around Ron, so he remained unhurt. "I see you have something to protect yourself," murmured the young man nonchalantly. That beam of light didn't bother him at all. "Su Ran, you can't kill me. Our organization has never done anything to offend you. If you kill me, you're just asking for trouble. You can't do that." "You can't," yelled Ron in terror. Ron knew exactly who this young man was. Before arriving in China, he had received a list of people they must never offend. Su Ran was right at the top of this list. "That's not true." Su Ran flicked his finger again, causing the protective light around Ron to shatter, and also crushed Ron's brain at the same time. The floor was instantly covered with a mushy white liquid mixed with blood. Sujin was used to bloody and cruel deaths, but this sight still made him feel uncomfortable. "Can we talk now?" Su Ran smiled as he lifted a finger and Sujin immediately floated up from the floor. Sujin's expression changed dramatically when he felt the force that was moving his body. This force felt exactly the same as his psychokinesis. In short, Su Ran was also someone with psychokinetic spirit power. Su Ran put Sujin down on a chair, then pulled the chair that Ron used earlier and sat down across from Sujin. "Mr. Su, your situation doesn't look too good. Let me see, you've gone through enlightenment once. Not bad. But you seem to have used a rather aggressive method to train up your psychokinesis. I need to warn you at this point that doing so is very dangerous. You were only paralyzed this time, but you might die the next time." Su Ran looked a little curiously at Sujin. His control of his psychokinesis was much better than Sujin's, so it only took one glance for him to know what happened to Sujin. After Sujin realized how much more powerful Su Ran was in terms of his psychokinetic powers, he wasn't surprised that Su Ran had been able to read him so easily. "This method might have almost cost me my life, but if I didn't do that, I'd definitely be dead by now." Sujin then asked, "Mr. Su, you mentioned that you were here to apologize on behalf of a friend. This friend of yours? Oh, that. My friend's name is Situjin and he's from the Department of Supernatural Affairs. He came to make some trouble for you but, well, he ended up in trouble himself." Su Ran immediately started chuckling when he talked about how Situjin ended up on the losing end. "Situjin?" Sujin frowned and asked, "Mr. Su, are you really here to apologize? Or are you here to take me to task?" "Oh no, of course I'm here to apologize. If I were here to take you to task, I'm afraid you'd be dead by now," said Su Ran as he rolled his eyes to act out what a dead man would look like. But he didn't look or sound threatening when he said these words. He was just stating facts to Sujin. Sujin nodded and said, "Mr. Su, you've helped me to get rid of these fellows, so you've not only done me a big favor, but you've actually saved my life. I'm not going to pursue Mr. Situ's matter any further." Su Ran gave a pleased nod and said, "That's great. Honestly speaking, that friend of mine is a little stubborn and he might give you trouble again in the future. I hope that you could let him off on account of the favor I've done for you today." Sujin paused for a moment. He had amended Situjin's memories the last time, so Situjin should not be suspicious of him anymore. But since Su Ran knew about what happened, it probably meant that Situjin had regained his original set of memories. "Mr. Su, did you help him regain his memories?" Sujin asked directly. "Yup. If you don't want me to hurt Mr. Situ in any way, then I don't think you ought to have helped him regain his memories. I don't think changing anybody's memories is an appropriate thing to do, but in that situation, that was the best way to make sure he never came knocking on my door again," said Sujin with a frown. Su Ran grinned and said, "Of course I understand that, but I have my own reasons. It's too bad that he's my best buddy and I have no choice but to clean up after him." He shook his head and looked like he really couldn't do anything to make the situation better. Sujin felt like he could understand how Su Ran felt. "Actually, I've got a really good way to make sure you never worry about me hurting your buddy ever again," said Sujin. Su Ran glanced at Sujin, then burst out laughing when he realized what Sujin was driving at. Look, I'm not the bloodthirsty type. Besides, we're all handbook owners, so we're in the same boat. There's no need for us to attack one another. Sujin burst out laughing this time. Well, judging from how expertly and decisively you killed those guys, I'm not really sure if you're not the bloodthirsty type anymore. Su Ran glanced at the dead bodies on the floor and sneered, these fellows are anomalies among handbook owners, robbing other owners to empower themselves. What's even worse is that they're doing this outside of the handbook universe, so they've crossed the line. Such people are just asking to be killed. Sujin agreed. It was clear that Su Ran really wasn't here to kill him. After all, Su Ran just had to snap his fingers and Sujin would breathe his last. In any case, if that friend of mine comes looking for you, I hope you'll be merciful towards him. As a show of my gratitude, let me repay you this way. Su Ran suddenly stood up, walked over and placed a finger on Sujin's temple. Sujin had an astonished look on his face, but before he could ask what Su Ran was doing, he felt a powerful force flow into his brain from his temple. The brain was a human's most powerful yet most fragile organ. If a person's brain was damaged, it would affect the rest of the body severely. Right now, Su Ran's psychokinetic spirit power was traveling through Sujin's brain. Sujin could feel the strength of that spirit power, but he could also sense that this power had no malicious intent and it was actually helping his own spirit power to take control of his body again. Su Ran's spirit power did not forcibly take control of Sujin's body. Instead, it helped to push Sujin's spirit power along and guide it to where it should go. Under the guidance of Su Ran's spirit power, Sujin's spirit power slowly began to fill his body and he was able to control his movements again. Sujin's fingers moved slightly and a look of joy spread across his face. He was now able to move normally again. Su Ran took his own spirit power out of Sujin's body once Sujin had recovered. He smiled and said, "Remember that feeling. If something similar happens again, I believe you're now able to resolve it yourself." "Thank you so much." Sujin was truly grateful to Su Ran. If not for Su Ran, he had no idea when he would be able to take control of his body again. If he was still paralyzed by the time he had to start his next challenge, he would be in grave danger. "No need to thank me. Treat it as my way of thanking you in advance for letting my buddy off. I have a bad feeling that he's going to look you up pretty often, so please remember what you promised me. You can beat him up and teach him a lesson in any way you like, but no matter what you do, please don't kill him," Su Ran said very solemnly to Sujin. Sujin nodded, but he still had questions. "But don't you think it's very troublesome to handle it like this? I mean, if there's a misunderstanding between Mr. Situ and myself, wouldn't it be better if we resolved that misunderstanding directly? Or seriously, if you just kill me, you won't have to worry about this ever again. Not being the bloodthirsty type has nothing to do with this." But Su Ran shook his head and sighed. "There are some things you don't understand. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't do something that's unnecessary either. Moreover, you've got great potential and I don't want to kill someone like you. Also, if Situjin makes trouble for you again, please don't mention my name, okay?" Sujin nodded in agreement. He couldn't possibly refuse any of Su Ran's requests, since Su Ran had just saved his life. There was one more question on Sujin's mind. "Did you come here because you knew I was in danger?" Su Ran nodded, paused to think for a moment, then said, "Just like me, you've activated psychokinetic spirit power. Some people think that it's a useless type of spirit power, which is not entirely wrong, since it's so hard to increase or improve it. But once you manage to grow it, this spirit power will become an extremely powerful force that can do wonders. Deists have a philosophy about foreknowledge. If a cultivator becomes one with the heavens, you will be able to sense danger before it happens. When psychokinetic spirit power reaches a certain level, it will be capable of this as well. I found out about you from Situjin, so I kept you on my mind since then. Just now I sensed that you might be in danger, so I came over. Take someone to task, reprimand or criticize someone severely for a fault or mistake. Chapter 97, Fight in the Rain. Sujin was really mind-blown by this point. If he had foreknowledge, that meant he could predict the future. He would become invincible in challenges. Su Ran could tell what Sujin was thinking about, so he laughed and said, "It's not really that incredible. Firstly, this is something that only works on people who are very closely tied to you. Secondly, you don't have any control over it. What I sense, and when I sense it, is completely random." Sujin actually felt a bit better after hearing Su Ran explain the limitations. It seemed a little too fantastical otherwise. But even with limitations, it was still an incredible power to have. It could even save lives. Su Ran seemed eager to explain more to Sujin as his way of thanking him in advance for letting Situjin off, so he went on. Psychokinetic spirit power is often thought of as a useless one not only because it's hard to develop. There are other spirit power types that are equally hard to develop. The difference is that the experience you have in developing it cannot be duplicated. What do you mean by it cannot be duplicated? Sujin stared at Su Ran. Su Ran explained, in other words, I cannot pass on my experience in developing my psychokinetic spirit power to you. We could do the exact same thing, and while the method might work for me, it might not work for you at all. Sujin's eyes widened. He didn't know that psychokinetic spirit power had this limitation as well. No wonder Konoha was so disappointed to learn that he had activated psychokinetic spirit power. But you've been pretty lucky so far. Your methods have been rather dangerous, but they've worked. That means there are plenty of possible methods that work for you. He went on, don't look down on something like luck. In a handbook challenge, it's the lucky ones who get a chance to survive. You, me, and every owner who's still alive are all very lucky people. After saying all that, Su Ran got up and said with a smile, my visit is a little sudden, but I don't think you're going to be upset with me for that. I'll help you to clean up this mess. Just don't forget our agreement. Sujin also got up from his chair. He still had many questions, but he didn't think Su Ran could answer them all, so he said, I hope to see you again, and I hope we're still friends when that happens. I hope so too. Su Ran nodded. Then he snapped his fingers and all the bodies on the floor suddenly turned to dust, flying out of the windows and disappearing into the sky. That snap was all it took for Sujin to realize that the difference between himself and Su Ran was really impossible to compare. Su Ran was already high up in the clouds, while he had only just discovered a rope that would slowly lead to those clouds. After Su Ran left, Sujin immediately sent word to Konoha that it was safe for her to return now. A portal appeared in the house and Konoha came running out. She ran straight towards Sujin and gave him a tight slap. Sujin felt like his cheek was burning. Konoha was no expert in close combat, but her body had been strengthened tremendously over time. He didn't think even the best commandos in the military were any match for her. That was how hard she slapped him. He looked at her sadly and sighed, all right, I shouldn't have controlled your mind and made you do things against your own will. I won't do it again, I promise. It's not about that. Konoha glared furiously at him with her big and beautiful eyes as she puffed her cheeks out. Her tiny nose was quivering as she inhaled and exhaled angrily, which actually made her look terribly cute. Sujin scratched his head, then said, okay, I get it. The next time we run into danger, I'll make sure we fight it together. At most we'll all die together, okay? Who said I was willing to die with you? You're such a douchebag. Konoha stormed off, and left Sujin standing there awkwardly by himself. Sujin rubbed his nose absent-mindedly. Of course he knew exactly why Konoha was so angry with him. In order to gain control of her mind, he had resorted to saying something like that to her. That was a really despicable thing to do to a girl. But the bigger problem was that judging from Konoha's reaction, it seemed like she was carrying a torch for him. Sigh. Why didn't anybody like me when I was still an ordinary guy on the street? Sujin sighed glumly. He was pretty obtuse when it came to such matters, so he decided that he was just going to pretend that none of this happened and perhaps Konoha would forget all about it in time as well. But the awkwardness between them didn't disappear just because he pretended nothing had happened. While their relationship did not worsen, Konoha continued to be curt towards him. It was a rainy night in B City. A man in a black windbreaker walked through the rain quietly by himself. His face was covered in camouflage paint. This area was quite secluded in the first place, and because it was raining, there was nobody using this unsheltered overhead bridge except this strange man. All of a sudden, a man in his 40s came up from the other end of the bridge. He had nearly lost all his hair and had a bit of a beer belly. He didn't have an umbrella, so he was all drenched, and the only thing he had to shield his head from the onslaught of the falling water was his document bag. The two were about to pass each other when the man in the windbreaker suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had suddenly vaporized and was nowhere to be found. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious as he put his arm down and used one hand to loosen his tie. The grim look in his eyes intensified. Clang! A shiny blade suddenly appeared in the rain and came down towards the man's arm. But when the blade hit his arm merely trembled and gave off that loud clanging noise, as if his arm was made from steel. The middle-aged man threw his document bag into the air, then reappeared where his document bag was about to land and caught it again in an instant. Su Songd, born and bred in B City. 7 months ago, you were just an ordinary office worker. Something happened at that point in time and you continued your old life, but you received huge amounts of cash. I've checked the source of this money and it's all legal. The only problem is, it's way too legal to be true. The man in the windbreaker appeared again. The camouflage paint on his face seemed completely unaffected by the water pouring down on it. The middle-aged man looked at the other man puzzledly. The man in the windbreaker had gotten it exactly right. His life had changed completely 7 months ago. He was initially an ordinary office worker who was about to be fired back then, but one day, something happened and he felt like he had been reborn. On that fateful day 7 months ago, you received a copy of Hell's Handbook. After surviving great dangers, you attained power. Power might not make the upright even more upright, but it will definitely enable the lowlifes to become even more despicable. And you, Su Songd. Your despicable acts are evil beyond any hope, the man in the windbreaker continued. A smile spread across Su Songd's face. His earnest-looking features looked a little crazed now as he licked his rain-drenched lips. Despicable acts? I'm just looking for some fun and entertainment in this world of ordinary people. To ordinary folks, we're like gods. When a child pours hot water into an ant's nest, would you consider that to be despicable? What's wrong? Can't a god have some fun when they're among mortals? How is that despicable? Su Songd laughed maniacally. Anger flashed in the eyes of the man in the windbreaker, while Su Songd continued, I don't know who you are, but I'd advise you to stay away or else, you might lose your life. Su Songd, over the past 7 months, you have raped and killed 31 women. Your modus operandi is cruel and inhumane, so today, I shall bring judgment upon you. A sharp knife appeared in the man's hand and it glinted threateningly in the dim street lights. Su Songd scoffed in disdain. Humph! And who do you think you are? He shook his document bag open and a Vajra and his handbook flew out. He grabbed hold of both items and ran like a bolt of lightning towards the other man. The man in the windbreaker narrowed his eyes. His body trembled slightly and turned into nothing but rainwater, so Su Songd's attack landed on nothing. Spirit power? No, it's an illusion. Su Songd was initially shocked, but he soon realized something was amiss. He slammed his Vajra violently against the bridge and sent a powerful force out in all directions. A section of the rainwater became distorted as some electrical sparks appeared on the other man's windbreaker. The force from the Vajra had flung him backwards. The man frowned. Just like what Su Songd had thought, his ability to vanish into the rain was actually just an illusion caused by this special windbreaker. But the force from the Vajra had damaged this windbreaker. Like I always say, the more intricate a gadget is, the more likely it is to have problems, muttered the man with a sigh. He bounced back up from the ground and ran towards Su Songd again. Su Songd had a threatening smile on his face now. The fact that he had survived 7 challenges was enough to prove how formidable he was. His experience told him that while his attacker was definitely more powerful than an ordinary person, he was no match for him. He charged towards the man in the windbreaker and the two collided. But when the man's knife struck the Vajra, he also smashed a vial in his hands. A green powder filled the air in spite of the rain and exploded into a cloud of green smoke. Poison! Su Songd got a shock and pushed the other man aside before rapidly pulling back. But he immediately started to feel discomfort. He had inhaled some of that smoke and he could feel his body grow numb. The other man seized this chance to charge at Su Songd again. He didn't seem affected by the green smoke at all. Puppet warriors! Su Songd gripped his handbook hard and several wooden soldiers appeared. Kill him, roared Su Songd. The man in the windbreaker threw his knife at the soldiers, then pulled out 2 guns from his windbreaker. The sound of rapid gunshots filled the air as the wooden soldiers were forced to retreat. Su Songd had plenty of other weapons, but he was a cautious man and decided it was best to run since he had been poisoned. Since the wooden soldiers were keeping the other man busy, he turned to run off. But the other man was keeping an eye on Su Songd. When he saw that Su Songd was trying to make his getaway, he immediately pulled his handbook out and retrieved a round pearl. A flash of light instantly shot out and turned into a barrier around the entire bridge. When Su Songd realized he was trapped in this bubble, he immediately tried to attack it. It wasn't really too difficult for him to break through the barrier, but he couldn't do it in a short time. He gritted his teeth and yelled hatefully, "You're the one with a death wish, so don't blame me for getting nasty." Chapter 98, Resources are King. Su Songd pounded his chest, transforming his barely 1.7 meter tall body into a 3 meter tall giant in seconds. His body gave off a little steam, as if the rain was falling onto boiling hot steel. The only problem was that the steam wasn't because of the rain. The light barrier was still keeping the rain out. The man in the windbreaker pulled out a metallic item that was as large as his palm. He came near the wooden soldiers, then moved backwards as quickly as possible. Immediately after he moved away, the wooden soldiers were blasted to pieces and lay in parts all over the ground. Su Songd was now charging towards the other man. He was now as tall as a giant, so one step of his was equivalent to several steps of an ordinary human. Each step he took was powerful and stirred up gusts of wind. The man in the windbreaker immediately smashed 2 tiny glass bottles and stuffed 2 strips that resembled chewing gum into his mouth. But instead of fighting Su Songd head-on, he turned and ran off. Su Songd was strong and capable of causing a lot of damage, but he wasn't very nimble at this size. It was very hard to corner the other man within the boundary of the light barrier. "You're just a cockroach who just keeps trying to escape. So, you think I've run out of ideas?" Su Songd roared furiously before he suddenly stopped running and stabbed his own stomach with his vajra. His stomach started to shake violently immediately after he did that. The man in the windbreaker felt threatened by Su Songd's actions, so he pressed a hand on his handbook and a transparent glass ball appeared in his hand. "Time to die," bellowed Su Songd as he pulled the vajra out from his stomach. The entire vajra was covered in fresh blood, outlining every engraving on it clearly. A second later, a dazzling flash of light shone out from the vajra and swept through the air. The light from the vajra was almost as bright as the sun. It filled the entire area within the light barrier and even looked like it might break the light barrier. But even though the light barrier managed to stay intact, it meant that the man in the windbreaker was going to die, since the light barrier also cut off any escape route for himself. Su Songd looked rather exhausted after launching this attack, but the wound on his stomach had already healed up completely even though only mere seconds had passed. This terrifying ability to heal so quickly made Su Songd almost impossible to kill. But Su Songd was stunned by what he saw next. A large bubble was floating within the light barrier and the man in the windbreaker was standing inside that bubble, completely unscathed. The incredible force unleashed by the Vajra had actually been unable to break a mere bubble. Once the man in a windbreaker was sure that Su Songd had completed his attack, he jumped out of the bubble confidently and looked at his watch before saying to Su Songd, "The green powder I released into the air earlier is made from a combination of animal poisons. The toxins in this composite powder will move along the bloodstream and attack the victim's heart directly. Given how much you moved about earlier, I think it's about time." Su Songd was stunned for a moment before he started observing himself. He suddenly realized that his heart was beating faster than usual and it was only increasing in speed. But we're in an enclosed space. If I've been poisoned, you must have been poisoned too. Are you insane? Are you seriously going to perish with me? Su Songd started feeling afraid now. He was strong and had the ability to recover extremely quickly from external injuries, but he wasn't immune to poisons. Toxins were still able to kill him. The man in the windbreaker shook his head and showed Su Songd the chewing gum in his mouth, then continued chewing on it as he said, "One can always take the antidote first." Su Songd could feel his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This trembling infuriated him. He saw himself as a god and didn't think that a god should be afraid of anything. He told himself that he wasn't afraid. He was just angry. He still had a chance. As long as he killed that other man and snatched away the antidote, he would live. With that in mind, Su Songd leaped up from the ground like a missile, shooting himself towards the man in a windbreaker to engage in one last fight. But the man in a windbreaker didn't seem worried and didn't even dodge. "Yup. Time's up," said the man in a windbreaker as he looked at his watch. Su Songd suddenly felt his heart pound wildly at an erratic rate. His body curled up from the pain midair and crashed heavily to the ground. "Spectacle's poison is really amazing. And it's very reliable," murmured the man in a windbreaker as he gave a pleased nod. Su Songd writhed in pain on the ground. He grabbed hold of the man in a windbreaker's foot and pleaded desperately, "I beg you, please, please, let me off. Give me a chance. I promise to turn over a new leaf. I promise. Give me the antidote." The man in a windbreaker stared down coldly at Su Songd. The aloofness in his eyes turned into pure rage as he roared, "You want a chance? When those 31 women pleaded with you to give them a chance, did you give them a chance? Did you?" He yelled so loudly that all the veins on his forehead were bulging. He grabbed hold of Su Songd's thick neck and bellowed, "Go to hell." Su Songd's eyes slowly faded as his wildly pounding heart finally stopped beating. A powerful handbook owner who had survived 7 challenges lost his life atop a secluded overhead bridge on this rainy night. The man in the windbreaker let go of Su Songd's head. The paint on his face still looked like it was freshly painted. He said to his watch, 10:31 p.m. Target 1 confirmed dead. He then plonked himself down on the ground. He had won this battle purely because he had the right resources to counter Su Songd's attacks. If he had to fight Su Songd without those resources, he would have lost the battle even if there were 10 of him. Thankfully, I've got plenty of resources on hand. And as I continue my hunt for more of such owners, I'm sure I'll only become more powerful. He picked up the Vajra in Su Songd's hand and reaffirmed his self-confidence. A few moments later, the light barrier vanished. He took his phone out to make a call, and when the other side picked up, he said, "Grandmaster, someone has made a report about an incident on an overhead bridge along the outskirts of the southern district. Could you send some people over to check it out?" "Sure. But Mr. Situ, where are you? We haven't seen you in days," said the person on the other line. "I'm looking for some people. Some people who can't seem to behave themselves." A smile spread across his lips as he hung up and disappeared into the darkness once more. Sujin spent another 200 points to gain access to Hell's Bar and called his other teammates to join him and Konoha as well. When Sujin and Konoha got to their team's designated table, they found the middle-aged man who exchanged the finger of Anubis for a leaf from the Tree of Life waiting for them. Oh! You're finally here. I've been waiting for you all this time. The man immediately brightened up at the sight of Sujin. Sujin and Konoha felt their hair stand on end. If a man in his 40s suddenly started smiling at you like he was infatuated with you, anybody would feel creeped out. Hello, sir. Is anything the matter? Sujin forced himself to smile. The man nodded and threw an arm around Sujin's shoulder before saying enthusiastically, Bro, do you have any more of those leaves? Name your price, I'm taking them all. All? No, I can't give them all to you. My team needs these leaves too. If you want just one or two, I don't mind, but not all of them. Sujin shook his head immediately. The leaves from the Tree of Life were the only things his team had that could give them additional energy. They would certainly be useful in some challenge in the future. The man was disappointed, but he quickly piped up, well, name your price anyway. As long as it's reasonable, we can strike another deal. I just want anything that can restore soul power or anything that will help me to get something like that. Sujin's request was very simple. His first mission was to restore Konoha and Yang Mo's soul power. The man looked at Sujin puzzledly and asked quietly, have you already used the finger of Anubis? Yes, and I did get a drop of the blood of the heart's soul. But that's not enough, said Sujin with a nod. He had two teammates who needed this stuff, so one drop wasn't going to be enough. Besides, he didn't know if this one drop was enough to restore one's soul power fully either. The man looked surprised and he looked Sujin up and down curiously before exclaiming, not bad. Not bad at all. I thought you might fail. Back when I completed the mission, Anubis had come back to life. I was rather lucky, all right. Sujin didn't want to elaborate. The man nodded and said, all right then, I will try to get you what you want. I have some connections in this bar, so you can remove your notice from the notice board. There aren't a lot of items that can help in the aspect of soul power and they're usually rather rare. Most people will not be willing to sell it to you. Sujin did think that there was some truth in what the man said. Nearly half a month had passed but this man was the only one who had come forward with anything. I think it's fine to leave it there. Who knows if something else comes along. Sujin did believe that such items were probably really hard to come by, but he didn't want to remove the notice either. He wasn't going to give up that option for as long as there was still a chance, no matter how small. The man just shook his head and walked away since he failed to convince Sujin to remove his notice. Actually, he was worried that someone might come forward and strike a deal with Sujin, thereby causing him to lose a chance to get more leaves from the Tree of Life. Shortly after the man left their table, the other three arrived at the bar. Since everyone was here, Sujin placed his handbook on the table and said, I managed to get one drop of the blood of the heart's soul, so it's time for us to discuss who gets to use it first. My or Yang Mo? Everyone fell silent. This was something that affected a person's life, so nobody had the courage to make a decision. In the end, the first one to break the silence turned out to be Konoha. Yang Mo is the medic of the team and he's more vital to the team. Let Yang Mo have it first. Wah dash! Yang Mo looked up with a start and shook his head to refuse the offer. But Sujin nodded and said, we'll go with that then. Yang Mo, this drop of the blood of the heart's soul is yours. Yang Mo looked gratefully at Konoha, then accepted the drop from Sujin. He didn't waste any time and consumed the drop immediately. But a few moments later, there was a faint look of disappointment in his eyes. He said to the rest, this drop does carry a lot of soul power and I feel like my soul has become a lot stronger than before. But it's still missing a little something. I can't really explain it but it's missing just that bit. Yang Mo's words made everyone rather disappointed too. But there was no time to waste. They quickly returned to their own universes to get ready for their next challenge. 2 weeks later, Sujin and Konoha stood side by side. They took out their handbooks and contacted the rest of their team. Their first challenge as a team of 5 was about to begin. Taitakai. Chapter 99, Level A Challenge. You shall be surrounded by fire and brimstone, rats, toads and snakes shall be your food. You shall boil in hot oil and struggle in the snake pit. Your limbs shall be taken apart, you shall be flung into icy waters and you shall experience the pain of being torn apart. Through me the way into the suffering city. Through me the way to the eternal pain. Through me the way that runs among the lost. Justice urged on my high artificer. My maker was divine authority. The highest wisdom, and the primal love. Before me nothing but eternal things were made, and I endure eternally. Abandon every hope, who enter here however for this particular challenge. Please note that there is a Chinese poem that makes use of these lines as the front half of the poem, and then the back half is a summary of the second volume, Purgatorio. It is attributed to Dante, but this poem does not exist in any other language, and while it's a neat summary, it is still missing content from the third volume and shouldn't be taken as the full thing or something actually written by Dante. The other half is in chapter 106. It took me too long to confirm this and made Clacker very angry. Very. Shinai, it's okay Clacker-san. Be strong, /Omega. In the darkness, a voice of utter despair rang in Sujin's ears. The voice wailed so miserably, it was as though the world was coming to an end. Yet, at the same time, it sounded like it was mocking all foolish humans. A variety of negative emotions were mixed together in that voice, and it was threatening to take over Sujin's brain. Sujin opened his eyes and was shocked to see that there were a total of 14 people standing in front of him. This was even more people than the number of owners for the Rebel Village Challenge. He quickly flipped his handbook open and his eyes grew even wider. Challenge, all have sinned, difficulty level, A. This was a level A challenge. Sujin could only smile sadly to himself. Out of the 4 challenges he had gone through, 3 of them were B-level challenges and 1 was a C-level challenge. The last one was actually a level B challenge, but the Mad Hatter and Pinocchio had done something to make the owners think that it was a level C challenge. And now, he was faced with a level A challenge. He calmed himself back down and continued looking at all the other information available. There's only one mission. Cross the desert of crime and punishment to reach the Temple of Light. The mission for this challenge was simple. They just had to cross the desert in front of them and reach this Temple of Light. But of course, nobody knew what terrifying dangers lurked in this desert. Boss. It's a level A challenge. Yang Mo looked panicky and Ning Meng didn't look much better. Chu Yi and Konoha were calmer, but their faces were grim as well. Sujin nodded and turned to look at the other owners, only to find that the remaining 9 owners were split into 2 groups and were discussing among themselves like his team was. Their teams too. That was the first thought that popped into Sujin's head. The other 2 teams had finished their discussion, so a representative walked out from each group. Sujin also went forward to meet with them. Hello, I'm Long Zhenglei from a level D team, Shadow of Thor. The man who spoke was muscular, but had a slightly worried look in his eyes. Hello, I'm Cai Dexiang from a level D team, Moon in the Blue Skies, another man spoke up. He was slightly plump and also had a wry smile on his face. It was clear that these other 2 men were feeling rather resigned about the challenge they were about to face. Hello, I'm Sujin, team leader of a level D team, Team Boning Knife. Sujin introduced himself as well. 3 teams? It's a level A challenge, alright. Cai Dexiang didn't look hopeful. This challenge had gathered 2 full teams and 1 4-member team. That was a good indication of how difficult this challenge was going to be. Sujin went straight to the point. Do the both of you have any thoughts about how we should tackle this challenge? I hope you don't mind saying this, but I don't trust any of you, so Team Shadow of Thor will go their own way, said Long Zhenglei. Sujin and Cai Dexiang stared at him in shock. Long Zhenglei continued, both of you have complete teams, which puts my team at a disadvantage. In a difficult challenge like this one, I think having to interact with you guys is no less dangerous than the challenge itself. He was very direct about it, but Sujin and Cai Dexiang could understand where he was coming from. The handbook did give out missions to kill other owners too, so if this 4-member team became a target, they would definitely lose to a 5-member team. It was little wonder that they wanted to work on their own. But Sujin tried to persuade him otherwise. Mr. Long, this is a level A challenge. Going separate ways means that you might run into a problem that your team cannot cope with on your own. And if that happens, I know. My team has its own way of protecting itself. If this were a level C or even a level B challenge, I wouldn't refuse to work with both of you. But, this is a level A challenge and I know how terrifying it can be. If we insist on working as one team, we might run into more horrifying dangers, so, I'm really sorry. Long Zhenglei was very firm in refusing to work with the 2 other teams and his words made it sound like this wasn't his first level A challenge. Mr. Long, you've been through a level A challenge before. Cai Dexiang immediately asked. Long Zhenglei nodded and replied honestly, I was part of one before. There were 16 owners and we were all old-timers, of which 5 of them were actually veterans. But in the end, including myself, only 3 survived and all 5 veterans perished. Sujin and Cai Dexiang both gasped at this. They knew that the death rate of a level A challenge would be high, but it was really terrifying to hear that all 5 veterans perished. Cai Dexiang sighed and said, I did hear from other owners before that level A challenges are basically too difficult for any owner to overcome with whatever they have. If you want to get through a level A challenge, you basically have to rely on pure luck. Sujin nodded. He had heard Zhongli mention something like this during his first challenge. So, it seemed like it was true after all. Well, if we're all still alive at the end of the challenge, we can talk then. Long Zhenglei didn't trust anybody else at all, so he quickly returned to his team and the 4 of them left immediately. After Team Shadow of Thor left, Sujin and Cai Dexiang were left in an awkward position. Long Zhenglei had chosen to leave because he was afraid that there might be a mission to kill off other owners or teams, so even after leaving, this possibility still existed. If the remaining 2 teams were constantly paranoid about each other, then even if they joined forces now, they wouldn't work together very well. They would fall apart at the slightest thing. I still think that it's better that we combine forces for the time being. This is the first time both our teams are facing in a level challenge, so I think it's better to have more people to look out for one another. Sujin still preferred to work as one team. Cai Dexiang wasn't against it, so he nodded gravely and said, I think the same way. Now that the 2 team leaders had made a decision, the rest of the members huddled together as well. They didn't know what this challenge was about, so they decided to come together to brainstorm some ideas. Moon in the Blue Skies was made up of 4 males and 1 female. Cai Dexiang introduced himself as their team leader, and the only female in the group was the brains of the team and her name was Chen Xiner. Every member had their own part to play and was considered a pretty perfect team. Sujin proceeded to introduce his team members as well. The 2 teams were still a little wary of each other, so they didn't introduce themselves with too much detail. They understood each other's concerns and wasn't too hung up about this. The introduction to this challenge is really strange and you could even say it sounds nonsensical. Also, the first part is in a different style from the second part, said Chen Xiner with a frown. As the brains of the group, it was obvious that the rest of the team was very reliant on her and trusted her judgment. Sujin nodded slightly. After pondering for a while more, he said, the front part seems to be a list of punishments, while the back part sounds like a poem from Europe or something. Also, I think this has something to do with religion. Both Sujin and Chen Xiner's eyes lit up at this. They had both realized what this introduction was about. 7 punishments and something related to religion? If I'm not wrong, this is referring to the 7 deadly sins, said Sujin in a grim voice. It didn't take a genius to link these things together. Chen Xiner nodded in agreement. That's pretty much it. So, I suppose this Temple of Light refers to the final safe zone we need to reach. I'm not too sure about that. But that's the only place we've got to aim for, and we'll find out when we get there, said Sujin. Ning Meng looked like she was thinking very hard and Sujin noticed her expression, but didn't ask her anything. He said to Cai Dexiang, Mr. Cai, if your side is ready, I think we ought to get going right now. Are you in a very big hurry? Cai Dexiang was a little surprised. Chen Xiner piped up, Mr. Su is right. We'd better start on our journey as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Team Shadow of Thor is the one who got a mission to kill us and we give them too much time to set up traps for us, we'll be at a disadvantage instead. Cai Dexiang suddenly realized that she was right. Team Shadow of Thor looked like he was afraid that the other two teams had such a mission on hand, but the reverse was also true. They might have left in such a hurry because they were the ones who got that mission. The two teams quickly left where they were and headed for the desert. Sujin found a chance to get close to Ning Meng and whispered, Ning Meng, did you have something to say earlier? Ning Meng nodded slightly and whispered back, I'm not sure about the front part of the introduction, but the back part is familiar, because it's from Dante's Divine Comedy. But there's another section later on about the punishments for these 7 deadly sins. Punishments? Didn't the first part talk about them already? Sujin had heard of Dante's Divine Comedy before too. It was a long poem written by an Italian poet, Dante Alighieri, and it was about hell, purgatory and heaven. There were a number of translations and adaptations over the years, but he didn't know the exact content, since he had very little interest in Western poetry in the first place. Ning Meng shook her head firmly and said, No, the front part is not from Divine Comedy. Besides, I remember that these weren't the punishments in the poem. Why is it different? She was still struggling to understand what was going on, so he assured her, Don't worry, take your time to think about it. She nodded slightly in response as Chu Yi and Yang Mo came over. Yang Mo asked curiously, Boss, did Sister Mai confess to you? What the? Sujin glared back at Yang Mo and nearly cursed out loud. He hissed quietly, What on earth are you talking about? Oh, then that means you were the one who confessed to her. There's something funny about the way she looks at you now, said Yang Mo confidently, while Chu Yi and Ning Meng continued watching this show unfold excitedly. Sujin glared at Yang Mo again. How was Yang Mo able to detect something like that? He was about to try and explain things when he suddenly noticed something and ran to the front of the group. Be careful, everyone. Something's coming, something really terrifying. Sujin's psychokinesis was very sensitive now, and he could sense something very powerful coming towards them. Lines are taken from Dante's Divine Comedy, the first volume, Inferno, Canto 3, translation from here, Inferno. Chapter 100, Original Sin, Greed. Sujin wasn't the only one who felt it. Chu Yi, along with Cai Dexiang felt it too, since Cai Dexiang was the only veteran of his team. But if all 3 veterans could sense danger, whatever was coming their way had to be really scary. Scatter! Scatter, everyone, scatter! Cai Dexiang yelled at everyone to run in different directions. This thing was very powerful, so if they stood together, they might end up getting killed at one shot. Sujin could feel all the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, and so, he also instructed his team to scatter. But after a few moments passed, nothing appeared. However, none of them dared to relax because the 3 veterans could feel its presence even more clearly now. We can't see what it is, but it's already here. Cai Dexiang was horrified. Sujin and Chu Yi didn't say anything but they felt the same way. This thing was among them but they couldn't see it at all. Just then, one of the members of the Moon in the Blue Skies team suddenly lost his mind and drove the spear he had in his hand right through his teammate's body again and again. What's going on? Cai Dexiang exclaimed. Everyone in his team had gone through several challenges and knew that even if they received a mission to kill other owners, it would always be to kill those from another team, not their own. He's not your teammate anymore. He's that terrifying thing. Sujin was the most sensitive among them since psychokinetic spirit power was excellent for sounding out such things. He could sense that the terrifying thing that was approaching them earlier was within Cai Dexiang's teammate right now. Die! Die! That teammate's limbs were bent weirdly and his eyes were bloodshot as he tore his victim apart with his bare hands. That wasn't the strength that a human could possibly have. Everything happened too quickly and nobody thought that the first death would occur so soon. But as veterans, the three of them reacted the fastest. Triple Chi Thrust. Demon Tiger emerges. Chu Yi's internal energy made him excellent for this sort of hand-to-hand combat. He reached that person in an instant and used a triple chi thrust without hesitation. This power is mine. It's all mine. Mine. That teammate growled hysterically. He didn't look like he was going to dodge the attack at all and seemed prepared to meet Chu Yi's palm head-on. Don't kill him. Cai Dexiang couldn't bear to watch his own teammate get killed in front of him and shouted at Chu Yi. This made things very difficult for Chu Yi. He had already launched an attack and it wasn't something he could stop just like that. But it was also true that his opponent was just an owner who had been possessed, so he let the attack land on his opponent's arm instead of aiming for any vital areas. The triple chi thrust landed on the teammate's arm with a loud blast, breaking it off instantly. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a very serious injury that would have stopped anyone from continuing to attack. But it was also not fatal, so as long as he could make it back to his personal hell domain, he could get his arm back without a problem. But Chu Yi's hair instantly stood on end as he sensed danger coming his way even after he had maimed one of his opponent's arms. Mine. All mine. That teammate didn't seem to feel any pain at all as he ran his other arm through Chu Yi's abdomen. Chu Yi yelped and endured the terrible pain he felt as he brought one palm down to destroy that arm that attacked him, then moved away as quickly as he could. Destroying two arms and getting attacked had taken no more than a few seconds, so Cai Dexiang had launched his own attack as well. Or rather, it was more accurate to say that Cai Dexiang was just hoping to keep his teammate under control for the time being. An orange beam shot out from his palm and wound itself around his teammate like a rope made from rubber. This move would have helped to stop his teammate from continuing to hurt others, but Cai Dexiang had underestimated the strength that his teammate now possessed. The teammate had lost both arms, but he was still pouncing towards Chu Yi like a maniac. He leaped and broke right through Cai Dexiang's orange beam, landing on the ground and started writhing about like a fish out of water struggling to jump back in. An arm was still sticking out of Chu Yi's abdomen and the pain made sweat stream down his face. His injury was serious and even though his internal energy enabled him to move, he couldn't move as quickly as before. After Cai Dexiang's orange beam failed, he started to make a thicker one instead. But Sujin didn't think that was going to work, so he retrieved his god armor from his handbook, then unleashed the air of an overlord. In that instant, every single person, including the teammate trying to attack Chu Yi, were stunned for 1 second. Sujin wasn't affected, so he dashed over to where Chu Yi was and dragged him back to safety. 1 second later, everyone had snapped out of their daze. When the teammate realized that his original target had gotten away, instead of changing direction to run after Chu Yi, he turned to attack the next nearest person, which was Chen Xiner. Chen Xiner was the brains of the team, so she wasn't strong in other areas. When she saw her own teammate pouncing towards her, she was so stunned that she forgot how to run. Bang! The sound of a gun firing filled the air as 2 red bullets flew out from Konoha's Soul Whisperer, breaking that teammate's legs instantly. The impact of the explosive rounds caused the teammate to fly out. After he landed on the ground again, he still struggled to move, but it was impossible since he didn't have any limbs left. This entire process had taken no more than 15 seconds and most of them were still struggling to figure out what just happened. Mine, your lives, your blood, it's all mine. Mine. Muahaha. The teammate lay on the ground, bellowing and cackling maniacally with a crazed look on his face. I'm sorry, I had no choice, Konoha apologized to Cai Dexiang. Cai Dexiang had hoped to just keep him under control, but she ended up incapacitating him instead. But Cai Dexiang just shook his head dejectedly before squeezing out a smile at Konoha. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't done that, Xiner would have been in great danger. Chen Xiner herself had finally come to terms with what happened and thanked Konoha as well. If Konoha hadn't shot the teammate so decisively, she might have been dead by now. Sujin passed Chuyi over to Yang Mo for Yang Mo to heal him, then frowned and asked Cai Dexiang, what should we do now? He's your teammate after all. Cai Dexiang had a disturbed look on his face. This limbless man on the ground didn't look like his teammate at all. He was so badly injured, yet he was still struggling to attack the rest of them. A blade appeared in Cai Dexiang's hand and the teammate's head went rolling immediately after that. He had killed his own teammate himself. The other two remaining members of the team remained silent as grief filled their eyes. Sujin could only sigh as well. Cai Dexiang seemed to have made a very heartless decision, but he didn't have a choice either. This teammate had lost all his limbs and was now a monster that kept trying to attack everyone else. It was impossible to keep him by their side. It wasn't wise to just leave him here either, since the handbook could make use of him to attack others. There was no choice but to kill him. Greed is the beginning of all desires. After that teammate's head went rolling, it smiled eerily and actually managed to utter a sentence. This made everyone's hair stand on end, since a severed head could actually still talk. Sujin and Chen Xiner's expressions were grim. The challenge had barely started and two members of the Moon in the Blue Skies had died just like that. While it was true that the death rate in handbook challenges were high, it was rare for a challenge to introduce something that could have killed them all right from the start. Greed, gluttony, lust, wrath, sloth, jealousy, pride. Those are the 7 deadly sins, the categories of original sin. He said greed is the beginning of all desires, so, does that mean that other original sins will appear next? Chen Xiner had a terrified look in her eyes. Sujin nodded slightly and frowned. This level A challenge, it looks like we should not remain together after all. If this happens again, we will suffer great casualties. But if we go separate ways and run into another original sin, it might be too hard for a team to face it by themselves, said Cai Dexiang. He had lost 2 out of 5 members, so he was really hoping to get the support of Sujin's team. But Chen Xiner had slowly calmed back down again by this time. She said firmly to Cai Dexiang, no, we must go separate ways. Otherwise, all of us are going to die. But, Cai Dexiang trusted her judgment, but he was really afraid that his team would not be able to handle the dangers ahead if it was just the 3 of them. Sujin chuckled when he saw Cai Dexiang's reaction and said, Mr. Cai, I think you're mistaken. When we say separate ways, we're not talking about each team going their own way. We mean that the teams have to split up. Everyone will have to continue this journey on their own. What? Everyone else exclaimed, with the exception of Chen Xiner. Chen Xiner explained, if the 7 original sins only attack once each, then we've got 6 more to go. There are 8 of us here, and Team Shadow of Thor has another 4 more owners. If we continue to stay together like this, once any of us is under the control of an original sin, it's very likely that we would hurt or kill the people around us. Also, we'd have to be wary of each other at all times. That's right. If we walk separate ways, then even if the 6 original sins choose to attack one of us, it wouldn't be able to wipe all of us out at one shot. We'll have to leave everything to luck, said Sujin with a sad smile. Leave everything to luck? Are you being serious now? Yang Mo just stared at Sujin. He had already helped to remove the arm from Chuyi's abdomen and used some special techniques as well as the leaves from the Tree of Life to treat Chuyi's injury, so Chuyi was a lot better than before. Chen Xiner and Sujin exchanged glances and sighed at the same time. Sujin said, it's a level A challenge after all. Surviving this challenge was going to be a matter of luck to begin with. What happens if the 7 original sins can attack more than once, or if it can attack more than one person at a time? What do we do? Asked Konoha. We're basically taking a gamble now, and it's a gamble where we have very little to fall back on. Right now, the only thing we can count on is Hell's Handbook. It's very rare for a challenge to really force an owner into a truly desperate situation, said Sujin solemnly. So we're going to drive ourselves into a desperate situation instead? Asked Konoha puzzledly. There's an old phrase in Chinese, one will fight to survive when placed in a desperate and hopeless situation, said Sujin through gritted teeth.